All 10,000 saviors arrived, and the trial began. At that time, the guy didn't understand the seriousness of the situation, because except for him, a normal human being, all the other 9,999 saviors were cultivators, and they were about to face the godly beings from distant worlds that arrived. As he stared at his sign-in system that was activated and was giving him rewards for each day he signed in, he said that things were as realistic as shit. He thought that after signing in for 30 days, he could blow up stars with one punch. Back before everything started, at a hospital, someone was saying that they resigned, so they had nothing to do with them. The guy was named Chu Mo, and he was telling 3 men to get the hell out of the room as it was his sister's ward. 2 of those men were pointing their guns at him, and they reprimanded him for speaking that way to Mr. Zhu, saying that it seemed that he needed to be brought to his senses. Mr. Zhu ordered his men to put the gun down as they were a respectable company, so they shouldn't point their gun at people, and they should talk things over like civilized people, to which his men immediately complied. Mr. Zhu told Chumo that he heard that his sister raised him alone after they lost their parents, but before she could enjoy life, she became seriously ill, and he reminded him that it was the company's prepayment of his medical expenses that kept her alive. But he had no respect for him, not even addressing him as Mr. Zhu anymore. Chumo told Mr. Zhu that he would repay the medical expenses prepaid by the company, but if he wanted him to take the blame for the huge shortfall in the amusement park project, he could only resign. Mr. Zhu smiled sinisterly as he reminded Chumo to not forget that it was only because of his desperate request that he had promoted him to head of the accounting team for the amusement park project. But he said that, of course, he also understood that Chumo sought that opportunity in order to cure his sister. Mr. Zhu took a step forward, and he told Chumo that he had always believed in karma, mentioning that Chumo suddenly resigned from the department of work he worked hard to achieve for his sister. Looking at Chumo's sister, Mr. Zhu asked Chumo if he was not afraid that something bad would happen to his sister, and that made Chumo mad, questioning Mr. Zhu if he was threatening him, calling him a bastard. Chumo had been about to attack Mr. Zhu, asking him what he was trying to do with his sister and threatening him that he would never spare him. But Mr. Zhu's bodyguards blocked him and told him to back off and stay away from Mr. Zhu. Mr. Zhu was annoyed, and he told Chumo that he was not a demon, so he couldn't bear to see anything unfortunate happen to his poor sister. It was just that the amusement park project was paid for by the government, so someone had to stand up and take responsibility for the huge shortfall in the project and die for it. Mr. Zhu asked Chumo if he had thought about who would take care of his sister if they both died. Mr. Zhu told Chumo that if he helped the company grow, the company would also treat him the same. So Mr. Zhu offered that he could pay his sister's medical bills for the next few decades in advance, and that made Chumo speechless. Mr. Zhu told Chumo that he would have to think hard about it, so he should just come and see him at the office the next day when he has made his decision. The next day, Chumo walked into the company building. A lady who seemed like she was working under Chumo as she called him team leader was surprised when she saw him walk in. The lady was named Zia Xiaomeng, and Chumo acknowledged her presence, saying that it had been a long time since they saw each other. But Zia Xiaomeng told him that she had something to say, and it seemed important as she asked Chumo if he could come with her for a moment. They were on a rooftop, and Chumo warned Zia Xiaomeng that she shouldn't act too close to him. But Zia Xiaomeng told him that she didn't care and that she knew that it was a bit of bad timing. But if she missed it, she might not get the chance. Zia Xiaomeng told Chumo that she has actually always liked him, and she would like to know if he feels the same way about her. Chumo was taken aback to hear that Zia Xiaomeng was talking about love, and he apologized to her as he was not in the right state of mind to think about such things at the moment. Zia Xiaomeng looked a bit crestfallen, and she requested that Chumo close his eyes because she wanted to give him a parting gift, to which he reluctantly agreed. Zia Xiaomeng leaned in and whispered in Chumo's ear, saying that she had heard the news that if he walked away alive, the company would make her the scapegoat for the amusement park project. With an evil look on her face, Zia Xiaomeng pushed Chumo, and she told him to go and die for her own good. Zia Xiaomeng had already pushed Chumo over the edge of the rooftop, and Chumo was having a hard time processing what was happening. Suddenly, Chumo grabbed Zia Xiaomeng's arms, and Zia Xiaomeng panicked, asking Chumo if he was crazy and telling him to let go of her because, after offending Mr. Zhu, he should just go and die for good. Chumo told her that if she didn't want to die together, she had to pull him up, but Zia Xiaomeng screamed, telling him to let go as she couldn't hold on, and the two of them started falling off the building. Zia Xiaomeng was screaming her lungs out, and she looked terrified when she realized that she was falling. But suddenly, she noticed something in front of her. A door appeared in the ground and caught Chumo with the giant hand in it. Zia Xiaomeng thought that there was still a chance for her because if she could make it through that door, she could survive. But to her surprise, the door started closing, and she immediately panicked. Zia Xiaomeng crashed into the ground with a loud thud, which caught the people's attention and made them wonder what happened. When they checked, they were horrified to see the corpse of a woman who had jumped off a building, and they decided to call the police. On the other hand, Chumo was sitting on the pavement, and he was surprised that he was still alive when he fell straight from the top floor to the ground. He looked around, and he thought that it was strange because it was the same familiar streets and company buildings as before. But there was not a single pedestrian on the road, and as he wondered what was going on, there was an announcement that the 10,000 saviors had arrived and the trial had begun. Chumo wondered where the sound came from, and he was so confused about what the hell the savior was in the trials it was talking about. Suddenly, a lady yelled at Chumo, telling him to get out of the way. The lady jumped in front of him, wielding a sword in her hand. The sword glimmered, and the lady sliced a huge monster in front of her. Raging auras swiftly moved through the street. Chumo stood there with the bright light from the aura that was released in front of him, and he wondered if it was something that humans could do. The lady said that it was strange because it was the secret realm where the chosen cultivators underwent their savior trials. She wondered how an ordinary person with no spiritual powers got in, and she told Chumo that a demonic beast had just appeared behind him and he almost died. So Chumo thanked her for saving him, telling her that he didn't know why he was there and asking if she could tell him how he could get out of there. The lady told Chumo that once the trial of the savior began, there was no way to get in and out freely, so he had to wait for the trial task to be completed before he could leave, and she told him that that place was full of demonic beasts, so it was too dangerous for him. The lady was named Yutong, and she offered Chumo to stick with her for the time being, but someone came and told her that the secret realm was not a place for almsgiving. The guy reminded Yutong that for them immortal cultivators, it was also an extremely dangerous and unforgiving place. So if she had to take Chumo with her, who was a liability, he would have to ask her to leave his squad. Yutong confirmed with the guy that what he wanted was for her to leave Chumo. She was in a dilemma, and she was trying to reason things out with the guy, Chen. But Chumo chimed in and told Yutong not to worry about him as he was already grateful that she saved him earlier. He told her that she should prioritize her own affairs and that even if he was alone, he would make it back alive no matter what he had to do. Chumo said that he had a reason to go back, as his sister was still waiting for him. Chen looked at Chumo condescendingly, and he said that even mortals like mole crickets dared to speak out, so he was curious to see how ugly Chumo looked when he was faced with real despair. A few moments later, Chumo stood on the streets alone with a sword in his hand, and he thought that he couldn't believe that the cultivators had really left him behind. Chumo said that he thought Yutong would stay after all the earnest words. He thought that although Yutong gave him one of her spare swords, he wasn't sure how to use it, but he decided not to worry about it as it was just a casual try anyway because when it came down to it, it was really all about being on your own, and only the weak would pin their hopes on external help. Suddenly, the sign-in system was activated. The system screen appeared in front of Chumo, and it urged him to click and sign into the secret world so he could receive great rewards. Chumo was confused, as he thought that a strange screen of light and sound had suddenly appeared. He decided to click the screen where he was instructed to do so to receive his reward. As the system notified Chumo that on the first day of signing in, he was rewarded with the power of a 1,000-year-old demon beast, and it had already been issued. He said that he could feel a power coming out, and he found it cool that the fatigue from yesterday's late night was also completely gone. At the same time, in the real world, there was an announcement that an otherworldly invasion had been detected, so the secret realm was about to be activated. It was announced that a total of 10,000 cultivators were granted the status of saviors to enter the secret realm to fight against the invading demonic beast. The secret realm would be broadcast live to the world, bound to the destiny of humanity worldwide, and if the savior trial failed, after 365 days, the otherworldly gods would descend and human civilization would be destroyed. The people on the streets wondered what the noise was and confirmed with the others if they heard it too, to which they said they did. Suddenly, someone pointed out that it was strange because their phone automatically downloaded an app called Secret Realm Live, so the other people checked theirs too, and upon seeing that their phones did the same, they wondered if what the voice said was true because if it were true, there were actually cultivators in their world, so they wanted to be an immortal too. The other person called them an idiot because in a year's time, they might all be dead, so there was no point in cultivating immortality. But the person refuted that there were those saviors to fight the demonic beasts, who would be the first to die, so there was nothing to be afraid of, and they saw that the Secret Realm Live had been installed, so they went to check it. Their screens welcomed them to the Secret Realm Live channel. It explained that the Secret Realm was the middle ground that exists between the real world and the other world, and in ancient times, immortal cultivators built the Secret Realm as a defensive barrier for Earth, as a way to defend it from otherworldly invasions. If the saviors were victorious in the Secret Realm, Earth would regain its spiritual energy and enter an era of universal cultivation, which means that all will have the opportunity to gain longevity and great power. After which, the VTuber Ruri appeared on screen, saying that she was honored to be invited to be the host of Secret Realm Live, and she requested that the audience support her more in the future. She introduced the two hosts beside her, Jai Sheng, the sixth elder from one of the four great immortal cultivation sects, the Tei Huo family, and Yi Shuang, the world's most popular idol. Ruri asked Jai Sheng and Yi Shuang if they had anything to share with the audience before the show started. Jai Sheng said that the various immortal cultivation clans had made all the preparations for the otherworldly invasion, so even if the demonic beasts were fierce, the immortal cultivators would not hesitate to fight. Yi Shuang said that it was a reassuring declaration from Jai Sheng. Ruri added that there was a special feature on the Secret Realm Live app, which was the viewer reward. She said that each viewer's account on Secret Realm Live would generate a varying amount of Fate Coin each day, which could be used to reward their favorite saviors and could help increase the strength of the savior in the Secret Realm. Ruri said that she would also be recommending saviors to look forward to during the broadcast in the future, and she thanked Jai Sheng and Yi Shuang for their remarks, as she said that their main broadcast would be showing random heroic shots of the saviors fighting in the Secret Realm. Ruri said that they would get the first lucky savior broadcast live, and the one who was shown was Chen Fan, who was crying in despair and begging to be spared. He was devoured whole by a demonic beast, and the audience commented that they were so excited about the future when the host opened the show, as they started it with so much hype. But the savior they showed had just entered the Secret Realm and died on the spot. They questioned if Chen Fan was an immortal cultivator or one who went to deliver the demonic beasts. Ruri, Jai Sheng, and Yi Shuang had a moment of awkward silence as they didn't have anything to say about the failure they just witnessed. Ruri decided that they should move on to the next live broadcast room to alleviate the awkwardness. Another cultivator named Long Yu was also running away from the demonic beasts, crying for help and saying that he didn't want to die yet. The three hosts had the same awkward silence, and Ruri proceeded to the next cultivator. But a series of the same scenarios happened, and Ruri had to keep on going to the next cultivator. Yi Shuang apologized to her fans for not doing a good job of showing something heroic because they said that they would show the audience live heroic combat between the saviors and the demonic beasts, but it became a horror show, and she said that she wouldn't have come if she had known better. Jai Sheng said that something was not right because the first Secret Realm trial shouldn't have been that difficult. Suddenly, the system gave a warning that the otherworldly beings had increased their invasion in the Secret Realm, which raised the difficulty level to the maximum F level, so demonic beasts with a cultivation strength of 500 years would appear, and Ruri pointed it out. Jai Sheng said that he couldn't believe there were 500-year-old demonic beasts, and as Yi Shuang asked him if they were very strong, Jai Sheng responded that the older a demonic beast, the stronger it was, and due to the depletion of the Earth's spiritual energy, the strongest immortal cultivator was currently only as strong as a 1,000-year-old beast, while the young cultivators chosen for the Secret Realm were far weaker, so that even if a 300-year-old beast appeared, they would struggle for their lives. Ruri told the audience that she was sure that they had all heard what Jai Sheng said, so for the future of Earth, she requested that the audience support the saviors with their fate coins while they were fighting hard against extremely dangerous demonic beasts. Ruri said that the saviors did not deserve to be ridiculed, so she requested that the audience watch the next live broadcast with respect and sympathy. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, who was in the Secret Realm, was eating cup noodles. He was shown in the live broadcast, and the audience immediately roasted the host, calling them a joke for saying that the saviors were working hard. The comments wondered if Chu Mo was there for a picnic as he was the only one who was eating well while the other live broadcasters were fighting and struggling to survive. The three hosts were yet again speechless, and they were humiliated. Yi Shuang laughed awkwardly, saying that the instant noodle-eating immortal cultivator, which was Chu Mo, must be very strong because she couldn't believe how relaxed he was. But Jai Sheng corrected her and told her that Chu Mo wasn't a cultivator as he didn't have any spiritual energy in him. He was just a mortal, so Jai Sheng wondered how the secret realm could select him as a savior. One of the audience members was amazed when Jai Sheng said that Chu Mo was actually just an ordinary person. Another audience member commented that the immortals were a disgrace in the secret realm because they were not even as good as an ordinary person. But one disagreed with them, commenting that Chu Mo was just lucky, and if he met a demonic beast, he would have been done for a long time ago. To this, the other one challenged him to a quick bet on how long Chu Mo would last. While a dark aura slithered into the room where Chu Mo was, another audience member pointed out in the comments that the number of people in the live streaming room had increased all of a sudden. They asked if anyone wanted to give a reward to Chu Mo, but another commented that it was better not to waste fate coins on an ordinary person and to give it to another immortal instead because he just wanted to see how Chu Mo died. As the dark aura got bigger, someone in the comments noticed it and pointed it out, saying that it looked like a demonic beast was coming towards Chu Mo. As a huge figure loomed over Chu Mo, someone in the comments laughed as they cheered Chu Mo, calling him a brother who was not an immortal cultivator, while another one commented, declaring that Chu Mo was dead. Yi Shuang called the secret realm stupid, and she questioned how it could summon a normal human being there as a savior. She asked Jai Sheng if they could release Chu Mo out of there. Jai Sheng was in agony as he told Yi Shuang that the realm was made by a cultivator during ancient times, so they were unable to control it, and it was also too late for that because, in front of the 100-year-old demonic beast, Chu Mo wouldn't live for more than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, a huge demonic beast looked at Chu Mo intently with its 6 eyes. Chu Mo was unfazed, and he observed that the demonic beast actually had 6 eyes and its body size was way larger than those before, so he wondered if it was an extremely enhanced version. He thought that although, from the system, he had gained the strength equivalent of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, he was still quite anxious about it because he thought that normally those monsters from novels were usually thousands of years old, so he would be absolutely no match for it. Suddenly, the demonic beast launched an attack at Chu Mo, but Chu Mo was able to easily dodge it, and he thought that the demonic beast was so slow. While the demonic beast was surprised that it didn't catch Chu Mo, he wondered if the demonic beast was actually really weak. But he realized that he couldn't be too careless. Chu Mo speculated that the demonic beast was probably the type that was really slow, but had really high defense or attack power, which was why it was using such an approach of baiting him to attack it, and he theorized that the demonic beast would severely damage him by returning the damage he had dealt back to him. Chu Mo brought out the sword that Yu Tong had given him, and he thought that he would have to test out his theory. Chu Mo prepared himself to test out his theory with the long sword that Yu Tong had left behind. Chu Mo slashed the demonic beast with the long sword, and he was able to hit it. The demonic beast was nervous as it looked down at the spot where it was slashed, but it rejoiced when it saw that he was perfectly fine. Meanwhile, the long sword broke, and Chu Mo thought that it was just as he expected. The demonic beast was baiting him to attack it and reflecting the damage back to its source. But fortunately, he was using a sword to attack. If not, he would have been the one severely injured. As Chu Mo stared at the broken sword in his hand, an audience laughed in the comments and told Jai Sheng that he was slapped in the face multiple times already because he said that Chu Mo wouldn't live past 3 seconds. Another audience member commented that Chu Mo was incredible because the demonic beast couldn't even touch him at all, so they speculated that Chu Mo's evasion was maxed out. But another one commented, saying that there was no point even if Chu Mo could evade faster, as his sword broke when he attacked earlier. They even made a joke that Chu Mo could only scrub the back of the demonic beast with it. Then another one commented, calling them a professional hater, and they defended that Chu Mo was just a normal human being, so it was already incredible for him to have such a performance. Meanwhile, back at the studio, Rory was shocked, as she didn't expect Chu Mo to be able to dodge all of the demonic beast's attacks. Yi Shuang also said that she was shocked by Chu Mo's performance. She said that Chu Mo might even have been able to kill the demonic beast and asked Jai Sheng what his opinion was about it. Jai Sheng said that he agreed that he misjudged Chu Mo because, watching his performance during the battle, Chu Mo was probably a really high-level martial artist in the human world. But only attacks that contained auras could damage the demonic beast, so only cultivators could defeat it. Although Chu Mo relied on his martial arts experience to dodge the demonic beast's attacks, he still couldn't deal any damage to it. As Chu Mo continued to dodge the attacks, Jai Sheng said that it was a pity for Chu Mo as it was nothing but a hopeless battle for him because even if he dodged the demonic beast's attacks countless times, as long as it landed a hit on him, Chu Mo would be dead. And just as Jai Sheng finished what he said, Chu Mo took a step back and cursed because he wasn't focusing on the terrain while he dodged earlier. Chu Mo got worried, as he was forced into a dead corner by the demonic beast. The demonic beast stood mightily in front of him, and he thought that he didn't have any angles to dodge anymore. Chu Mo thought that he would have to take a gamble by faking an attack to slightly push the demonic beast. He clenched his fist as he thought that as long as the demonic beast got startled and showed any sign of hesitation, it would be his opportunity to escape the corner he was trapped in. Chu Mo emitted a bright light as he tried to push the demonic beast. He was surprised by his attack, and he wondered if he was not just slightly pushing it. The demonic beast was completely obliterated in front of Chu Mo, and he thought that the demonic beast sure was trash. Meanwhile, a commenter immediately roasted Jai Sheng for saying that only cultivators could defeat a demonic beast. Another one was raving at what a mad lad Chu Mo was, saying that they wanted to be together with them. Another one commented that the cultivators who were chased by demonic beasts and fled were fake saviors, while Chu Mo was the real savior because he just gently pushed the demonic beast and it was gone. Another one commented that Chu Mo had gained coins. The audience was rewarding Chu Mo with fate coins. One even commented that no one should stop them because he would reward Chu Mo with coins, calling him little brother. Chu Mo stared at his hand as the system announced that the audience had awarded him over 5,000 fate coins, which would increase his combat power by an additional 50. Chu Mo noticed that it was the notification sound from the realm again, and he was confused about the audience awarding him with fate coins. He wondered if those were new features, but he thought that although it mentioned that it increased his battle power, he didn't feel a thing. Meanwhile, the sign in system showed a notification that 50 points of battle power were added to his current battle power of 10,000. At the company where Chu Mo previously worked, Mr. Zhu's bodyguard frantically told him that there was bad news, and it was that Chu Mo actually went live. Mr. Zhu was unfazed, and he asked his bodyguard what was so shocking about that and why he was even panicky. But the bodyguard told him that he had to listen because Chu Mo wasn't in any other live stream. It was a live stream of the secret realm. He said that Chu Mo was selected to be a savior, and that he even managed to defeat a demonic beast. As the bodyguard worried about what would happen if Chu Mo came out to find them for revenge, Mr. Zhu cut him off, saying that he already knew that, and he ordered the bodyguard to push all the blame on the worker who jumped off the building earlier that day, Zia Xiaomeng. Mr. Zhu instructed the bodyguard that, in addition, they should write off all medical expenses for Chu Mo's sister as their main goal was to make peace with Chu Mo. But the bodyguard told Mr. Zhu that he was not sure if he had considered the event when Chu Mo didn't want to make peace with them. Mr. Zhu told the bodyguard that he hopes he was not thinking that the reason he wanted to make peace with Chu Mo was because he was scared of him. He said that Chu Mo was nothing but a martial artist who just got lucky and somehow managed to kill a 100-year-old demonic beast. But even if Chu Mo was a cultivator, he doesn't care because for the social elites, the existence of immortal cultivators has never been a secret. Mr. Zhu grinned as he said that he could always just call a couple of cultivators to gang up on Chu Mo whenever he wanted, so if Chu Mo didn't agree to make peace with them, he would assist him in ascending to heaven. Meanwhile, back at the studio, Rory announced that it has been an hour since the secret realm has opened, and it seemed that the situation had turned for the better as cultivators have been constantly defeating the mighty demonic beasts. She said that she hoped that everyone would tip their saviors with fate coins, and she proceeded to thank Jai Sheng for his professional commentary, allowing normal people like them to understand what was going on during the fight. Yi Shuang smiled, and she said that whenever Jai Sheng commented on Chu Mo, it served to provide the greatest relief for the program, so much so that she even felt like inviting him to join her in participating in a variety show. But Jai Sheng was unamused, and he told them to just let him be because he was not in the mood to crack jokes at the moment, as the current situation for them was not as positive as it seemed. Jai Sheng pointed out that the difficulty of the secret realm seemed to be increasing as time went by because, at the very beginning, demonic beasts aged between 10-99 started appearing, while currently, those aged around the age of 100-200-year-old demonic beasts appeared. And based on the standard of the secret realm, 100-year-old demonic beasts' battle power was 100, 200-year-old was 300, 300-year-old was 500, 400-year-old was 1,000, and 500-year-old was 2,000, so once a 500-year-old demonic beast appeared, their cultivators would face the greatest challenge. Uri said that she seemed to have a different perspective in regards to what Jai Sheng just said. She said that their saviors have been fighting with all they've got during the battle, so they should be giving them confidence. She reminded them that earlier, no one would have thought that Chu Mo could actually easily defeat a 100-year-old demonic beast. Uri suggested that they take a look at Chu Mo's live stream again because he may be someone who was able to create a new miracle. but Chu Mo was just napping on a bench, which dismayed the audience. One even commented that the live stream was a joke because even Rory managed to screw up, so they must not get close to the live stream because it would bring bad luck, while another one made fun of what Rory said, commenting that creating a new miracle meant sleeping for half an hour within the dangerous secret realm. As Chu Mo continued to sleep, comments complaining at how lazy he was while saviors that were hard-working went ahead. They even mentioned a savior named Bai Mong Jun who managed to turn things around, killing two 200-year-old demonic beasts in a manner of the weak overcoming the strong, and was currently fighting an even stronger demonic beast, which was so cool. Rory got annoyed, and she cursed. She reminded the audience that Chu Mo was not a cultivator, so they shouldn't have such high expectations of him, so she hoped that everyone could comment rationally. Jai Sheng agreed with Rory's point of view, saying that at the end of the day, Chu Mo was just a normal person, and earlier, when Chu Mo defeated the demonic beast with a single strike, it wasn't as simple as it looked. He said that Chu Mo was probably trying to gain time while evading the attacks of the demonic beast in order to accumulate enough power for such an attack. Yi Shuang said that the current condition of Chu Mo was indeed quite disappointing, and since the viewers talked about Bai Mong Jun, she suggested that they proceed to go to his live stream to have a look. Everyone cheered as Bai Mong Jun got on the screen, wishing him good luck and telling him that he was handsome. One even commented that he came from Chu Mo's live stream, and it seemed that Bai Mong Jun was a more reliable savior. Meanwhile, a demonic beast was charging an aura orb in its mouth. It fired a beam of powerful aura that swiftly moved through the street. As the demonic beast continued to fire its powerful aura beam, a viewer complained that the screen was just full of smoke, asking who won. Another one commented that the destructive power of the demonic beast was so strong, and while another said that it was just smoke and they bet that nothing happened to Bai Mong Jun, another one was panicking, asking the other viewers to quickly tip Bai Mong Jun. Meanwhile, Jai Sheng was surprised when he saw the 300-year-old demonic beast, and he wondered if Bai Mong Jun was courting death because he dared to challenge a 300-year-old demonic beast without any considerations. Uri asked Jai Sheng why he was worried when a few of the saviors had already defeated a 300-year-old demonic beast, and Jai Sheng explained that those were different as they were disciples of the 4 major clans, so their talents were at the very peak when compared to their peers of the same age, while Bai Mong Jun, based on his information, was just a random cultivator that came from nowhere, and his talent was just mediocre, so logically speaking, it was already a miracle for Bai Mong Jun to defeat a 200-year-old demonic beast, and challenging a 300-year-old was just suicide. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the smoke started to dissipate, and Bai Mong Jun emerged from it, questioning if the strength of a 300-year-old demonic beast was only that much. Bai Mong Jun said that it really disappointed him, and he wondered when there would be an opponent where he would be able to fight with his full capabilities. Bai Mong Jun stood in the middle of the road while the demonic beast loomed over him, and a viewer commented that it was great that Bai Mong Jun was fine, while another one laughed and questioned why Jai Shen predicted wrong again when Chu Mo was not even around that time. As Bai Mong Jun's live stream continued to air, someone commented and pointed out that someone was coming out of the ruins. It was Chu Mo, and one comment pointed out that someone just said that Chu Mo wasn't there earlier, while another one made fun of Jai Shen as the reason he messed up was there. One viewer also commented that he just came from Chu Mo's live stream and it was a coincidence that he ended up seeing there as well. Meanwhile, Chu Mo said that the secret realm sure was a dangerous place because he was taking a nap when suddenly the whole building collapsed, and he asked Bai Mong Jun if he needed any help as the demonic beast he was facing doesn't seem like an easy opponent to deal with. Bai Mong Jun told Chu Mo to just stay put and not move because his strength was more than enough against the demonic beast. Bai Mong Jun infused his sword with aura and used his move, Extreme Sword Path, Brontide. A blinding light was created, and the audience commented that it was frightening because Bai Mong Jun just blew up a demonic beast's head with a single strike. As the stream continued, one audience commented that Bai Mong Jun was too amazing, and that it was expected of the man he idolized. But another one commented that it seemed weird because it looked like the demonic beast's head was growing back. One audience member commented and warned Bai Mong Jun of the danger behind him, and as Bai Mong Jun noticed, he was amused as the demonic beast was actually still alive, so it was a type with a really strong healing factor. Bai Mong Jun observed that the demonic beast's aura seemed to be stronger, and he found that to be annoying. The demonic beast's head had completely healed, and it was starting to charge an aura to attack. Bai Mong Jun jumped in the air and used his move, Extreme Sword Path, Mountain Splitting Strike. He struck the demonic beast on its spine, and his aura was so strong that its power spread to the entire street. On the other hand, Chumo was sitting on a bench with a bag of chips in his hand, and as he watched Bai Mong Jun's fight, he said that it was amazing and was way better than those movie visual effects. Bai Mong Jun used another one of his moves, the Extreme Sword Path Ocean Segment Strike, while Chumo munched on the bag of chips while intently watching the fight. Bai Mong Jun used his move, Heavenly Golden Sword Art, Meteor Strike, and Chumo slurped on his drink as he continued to watch. As Bai Mong Jun's live continued to stream, one of the audience commented, asking if the demonic beast's HP was bugged because it had been heavily injured more than 10 times but it was still alive, and they pointed out that it was ridiculous. Another audience commented that it was too hard for Bai Mong Jun because regardless of what he threw at the demonic beast, it just didn't die, so if it was him, he would have been devastated a long time ago. Another audience commented that they wanted to say that Bai Mong Jun was a noob since the demonic beast was still alive after fighting for so long. But after taking a glance at Chu Mo, they decided to shut themselves up. Another one chimed in and commented that all thanks to his colleagues' help, Chu Mo's battle result with the bag of chips was an amazing battle, and another audience commented that they couldn't hurt Chu Mo verbally because there was nothing that could ever compare to him. Meanwhile, at the studio, Ruri asked Jai Sheng if the demonic beast was perhaps really unkillable. Jai Sheng said that demonic beasts with strong healing factors were the most annoying type of demonic beasts to fight against because one couldn't possibly kill them if they couldn't deal the killing blow in an instant. Jai Sheng said that normally, it would take multiple similarly leveled cultivators to simultaneously fight that kind of demonic beast in order to kill it, and he said that Bai Mong Jun was a rare talent as he was able to showcase skills and power that were not far from those of the 4 major sects. Even though he came from an unknown sect, Jai Sheng said that if only Bai Mong Jun were from the ancient times where there was rich spiritual energy, the achievements that he could have achieved would have been unimaginable. But sadly, Bai Mong Jun was going to lose his life there. Bai Mong Jun seemed discouraged as he stood there. Bai Mong Jun gritted his teeth as he wondered if he was really going to die there because his spiritual energy was about to be completely depleted and his stamina as well. But he refused to believe it. Bai Mong Jun recalled that during the time when spiritual energy was about to be completely exhausted, he chased after the footsteps of an ancient myth, and after spending all his fortune and going through gruesome tests, he finally found a cultivation sect. But all he got was a reply saying that he wasn't destined enough and he did not have enough qualifications. So the paths he had ahead collapsed. As such, Bai Mong Jun picked up his sword and created his own path, contending for luck, snatching opportunities, and stealing treasured medicines. Bai Mong Jun thought that he got the opportunity to become a savior, so he made arrangements with the Navy to direct viewers from other live stream rooms to come to him. And he did not feel ashamed or guilty for such behavior because the path of ascension must be fought for, and if he took it slow for just a bit, everything would be too late, so one must take the initiative in order to reach the top. Bai Mong Jun released a huge amount of aura, and he thought that he worked so hard in order to achieve the current sword techniques and skills he had that day, which was why he couldn't possibly die there. He charged to attack the demonic beast as he thought that he did stumble upon an ancient secret technique, and although it had an extremely high risk of him dying, it was the time where he didn't have much of a choice. A huge amount of aura exploded ahead, and Chu Mo was amused as the effect of Bai Mong Jun's strike was ridiculous, so he figured that it was Bai Mong Jun's true strength. But as Chu Mo continued to munch on his chips, he thought it was weird because there weren't any movements, so he wondered if Bai Mong Jun was perhaps injured. Chu Mo walked forward and decided to have a look. Chu Mo checked up on Bai Mong Jun and asked him if he was okay. Bai Mong Jun was out of energy, and as he knelt on the street, he said that he was fine. He laughed as he declared that it was over and he had finally defeated the demonic beast. But unfortunately, the demonic beast reappeared in front of Bai Mong Jun. Bai Mong Jun couldn't believe that it was possible, that the demonic beast was still not dead. The demonic beast started to charge aura to launch an attack, and Bai Mong Jun told Chu Mo to be careful, and that he needed to quickly dodge the attack. But Chu Mo stood in front of Bai Mong Jun and effortlessly used the palm of his hand to defend themselves from the demonic beast. Chu Mo apologized to Bai Mong Jun and asked him what he just said because he couldn't hear him clearly. Bai Mong Jun apologized for his previous contemptuous behavior, and he admitted that it seemed that Chu Mo's battle power was not beneath him. Bai Mong Jun told Chu Mo that it seemed that there were only disciples from smaller and unknown sects around that 5th secret realm, so he was truly grateful to be fortunate enough to meet a person like him there. Bai Mong Jun told Chu Mo that if they were together, they would definitely be able to defeat the demonic beast. And Chu Mo was confused, and he told Bai Mong Jun that the demonic beast was already completely dead. But Bai Mong Jun said that one shouldn't be too careless because it was a rare species of demonic beast with an extreme healing factor, so it wouldn't be that easy to kill it. Bai Mong Jun said that, logically speaking, if one were to deal with that type of demonic beast, they would need at least 4 or more cultivators that were at the same level as the demonic beast. But if the 2 of them were to work together, it would be more than enough to eradicate it. Bai Mong Jun said that the only problem was that his body had reached its limits, so they must settle things with the next attack because if they didn't, they would become prey for the demonic beast. Chu Mo said that he understood and that, compared to Bai Mong Jun, he was indeed not cautious enough, so he did agree with his suggestions. Bai Mong Jun was pleased, and as he glanced at Chu Mo, he told Chu Mo that he would be coordinating with his attack. Bai Mong Jun shrouded his sword with his aura as he said that they must attack when the demonic beast started to regrow because that would be when they would be able to deal the most damage to it, and they probably still had 5 seconds of preparation time. Bai Mong Jun prepared himself as he used his move, the 1000 Imaginary Origin Strike. On the other hand, Chu Mo was wondering what needed to be prepared during the preparation time, and as he contemplated whether he should do a special pose, he realized that it was too embarrassing and that he thought that standing normally was good enough. After 5 seconds of waiting, there were no movements from the demonic beast. 20 seconds had passed, and a minute had passed, but there were still no movements from the demonic beast. Chu Mo said that it seemed that the demonic beast was not regrowing, and as he asked Bai Mong Jun if they should continue to wait, Bai Mong Jun was trembling. Bai Mong Jun started to vomit blood, which made Chu Mo worry. He asked him if he was okay, and Bai Mong Jun told him that he shouldn't worry because it was just that maintaining his berserk state put a huge burden on his body, and he would be okay once he got some rest. Bai Mong Jun thought that Chu Mo really eliminated the demonic beast with a single strike, and he was doing nothing but constantly eating, so he couldn't possibly be awarded with greater battle power, so he figured that Chu Mo was already much stronger than him before he entered the secret realm. Suddenly, the veins on Bai Mong Jun's hand started to pop, and he cursed in his head when he realized that he was deep in his thoughts and had forgotten about the side effects of the 1000 Imaginary Origin Strike. Bai Mong Jun screamed in pain as blood started to ooze out of his eyes, nose, and mouth, which made him realize that the Kai within his body had gone berserk. Bai Mong Jun bent backward as he continued to scream in pain while an aura seemed to ooze out of him, and he said that he didn't want to die. Suddenly, Bai Mong Jun exploded. Chu Mo was able to quickly react and moved away from the explosion. Chu Mo didn't know what happened because Bai Mong Jun was still fine while he was talking, so he wondered how he suddenly exploded to the point that not even his ashes were left. Chu Mo kept his guard up, and he wondered if it was the attack of the demonic beast. He said that it was so sudden and terrifying that he didn't even notice that it was going to attack, and he said that they underestimated it while it took the opportunity while it was still lying there, pretending to be dead and got away. Meanwhile, at the stream, one audience commented that it was ridiculous because the demonic beast hadn't regrown, so they questioned why did Bai Mong Jun blew himself up. Another one commented, asking where were those who were flaming Chu Mo earlier, demanding them to come out and telling them that they became a wuss. Another commented that Chu Mo was a badass for defeating the demonic beast with a single attack, but another commented and disagreed with that, telling them to cut the crap because it was clear that Chu Mo waited for the moment when the demonic beast and Bai Mong Jun were severely injured, joined in so that he could show off. Another one commented, calling the commenter before them a joke, wondering if they were a diehard fan of Bai Mong Jun, and they reminded them that their idol was already dead, so there was no point in acting like that as they had no one to impress. Back at the studio, Yi Shuang said that it was truly a result that no one expected because the person who was claimed to be a layman by Jai Sheng was able to exert such tremendous power while the talented Bai Mong Jun exploded himself up, and she asked Jai Sheng what he thought about the situation. Jai Sheng cleared his throat as he said that he pitied the death of Bai Mong Jun because he constantly used techniques that far exceeded the limit that his body could withhold, which resulted in his body exploding. And in regards to Chu Mo, he said that his performance reminded him of a particular lost cultivating sect. Jai Sheng said that he was reminded of the Refination Body sect, which was a sect that tried mimicking a certain type of demonic beast during the ancient times. He explained that mainstream cultivating sects found a path to reach a state where they became one with heaven and earth, using the Kai within their body as a core during battle, and acted as a bridge using the Kai that was gathered within the heaven and earth to manifest such destructive force that surpassed their own body. On the other hand, Refination Body directly refined the Kai within their body to convert it into pure strength, so they were only able to exert the strength and power that their body held. but there was a biological limit that every human body held. So even though the growth speed was far superior than mainstream cultivation sects, the strongest refiner could only reach the strength and battle power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, which was why the refination body sect lost its footing and finally disappeared. Jai Sheng suspected that Chu Mo was a descendant of the ancient refination body sect, as he solely used pure strength during battle without any release of Kai, and in addition to the initial period of broadcast where he was heavily rewarded. That would explain how he was able to showcase such illogical amounts of battle power. Meanwhile, in an office, someone was surprised by the information about the refination body sect, and the instant killing of a 300-year-old demonic beast. It was Mr. Zhu, and he looked so distressed as he saw that Chu Mo was that strong. His bodyguard approached him, reminding him that he had said that he could just hire a few cultivators to gang up on Chu Mo, so he wondered why he was so worried when it was just the refination body sect, where one would not have that much future potential. But Mr. Zhu called him stupid, wondering if he forgot what Jai Sheng had mentioned, that even those from the refination body sect at best could reach the battle power of a 1,000-year-old beast. Mr. Zhu said that in the current world where Kai was scarce, the strongest cultivators only had the battle power of a 1,000-year-old beast. And currently, Chu Mo was able to instantly kill a 300-year-old demonic beast, so the cultivators that he could afford to hire couldn't possibly deal with him. Mr. Zhu's bodyguard tried to calm him down, saying that every time there was an issue that was deemed impossible to deal with, it was him that took it upon himself and resolved it, so it would be no different that time either. Mr. Zhu sighed and told the bodyguard that what he said was true. The current situation wasn't grim yet, as it was the third young master of the Li Tycoon family, Li Hanling, who brought up the project of starting up a large-scale theme park, so for something like that to happen, there was no way for Li Hanling not to shoulder that as well. Mr. Zhu said that regardless, they needed to bring Li Hanling down with them, have him provide support, and in the meantime, they needed to do their best to drag the time. He told his bodyguard that he would be assigned to an extremely important task, which was to go to the hospital and kidnap Chu Mo's sister as she was an important hostage. The bodyguard confirmed that he understood and said that he would definitely not disappoint his trust. Mr. Zhu also ordered him to let all of his colleagues out of the company that day to allow them to have a day off. And his bodyguard was surprised because he was about to say that their company's security was rather weak and he wanted to call for more support. Mr. Zhu told him not to worry because it wasn't like he didn't care about anything anymore. It was just that he didn't want them to die for no reason to the cultivators, as he had reached that point by taking one step at a time from the time when he was just a grunt within the street. And for each step that he took, blood was involved, so he was afraid that only when he was sent to hell would he be able to atone for his sins. From his office window, Mr. Zhu looked down on the street and said that it was the reason why he would definitely not simply give up his life. He was filled with determination as he said that before he would be sent to the depths of hell, he still wanted to reach the top and look down on everyone from above. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, a heavily bruised cultivator was telling Yu Tong to run. The tentacles of a demonic beast started to emerge from the ground, and with one of its tentacles, it swatted the cultivator to the ground. Meanwhile, Yu Tong was hiding in a street corner. She was out of breath while saying that all of her companions were dead, and she said that the secret realm was a goddamn scam as they were told that they wouldn't need to break a sweat to beat those monsters to level up while they could save the world in the process. She looked terrified as she said that she shouldn't have believed those words that were spread around and became a savior. She thought that she was so done with the situation, wondering when the nightmarish experience would be over. Yu Tong hugged herself in despair, and she thought that she would be constantly hiding and running away until the mission within the secret realm was over. But that was fine as long as she was able to survive. Suddenly, Yu Tong's thoughts were interrupted when Chu Mo recognized her and called her name. Yu Tong recognized him as the ordinary person who appeared at the beginning of the secret realm trial, and she was so surprised that she said she would be damned that he was actually still alive. Realizing what she just said, Yu Tong immediately apologized and explained that she was not cursing him. She said that it was just unbelievable for him to be able to survive in that secret realm filled with raging demonic beasts, so it must have been hard. Chu Mo said that it was because he was fortunate enough that he was able to survive until that point, so he was grateful for the sword that she had gifted him. But sadly, it has broken, and he remembered to ask Yu Tong where her companions were. Yu Tong looked downhearted as she told Chu Mo that all of them were dead, and she said that they, the cultivators that came from some unknown sects, shouldn't have hopes of reaching their dreams to become the protagonist and to save the world. She said that regardless of the amount of effort they put in, they would never be able to beat the core disciples that came from the major sects, and in front of those menacing demonic beasts, they were nothing but fodder. Chu Mo agreed that the strengths of those demonic beasts were extremely horrifying, and he said that not long ago, a cultivator was blown up to the point where his ashes couldn't even be seen right in front of him. Chu Mo looked so sad when he said that he hadn't even noticed the attack of the demonic beast, so if it weren't for the cultivator's sacrifice, which was Bai Mong Jun, he was afraid that the one dead would have been him. Yutong offered that Chu Mo start following her from that moment forward, and they would find a place to hide, wait for the big guys to deal with the final boss. They would be able to return to reality, and if they were to meet any danger, she would also try her best to protect him. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience commented and asked what Yutong had just said about her wanting to protect Chu Mo. Another one commented, telling Yutong to get a brain because the big guy was just right next to her. Another audience laughed and said that Chu Mo was so oblivious as he still didn't know that the reason for Bai Mong Jun's death was because he self-imploded. But another one commented, saying that the previous comment was nonsense because Chu Mo was clearly being cautious. And lastly, another one commented that Chu Mo was just giving face to Bai Mong Jun, not wanting to be savage to a dead man. And they laughed. Back into the secret realm, Yutong told Chu Mo to follow her closely because, from her experience, that area should be slightly safer. But Chu Mo was confused, and he said that he seemed to be hearing some sound nearby. Yutong was confused as to what sound Chu Mo was referring to, and to her surprise, a demonic beast suddenly appeared beside her. In the secret realm, a demonic beast chased Chu Mo and Yutong told Chu Mo not to look back and run toward the huge building. Chu Mo questioned Yutong if she was serious because once they entered the building, they would have nowhere else to run. But Yutong told him that she faced that kind of demonic beast before and managed to escape from it, so he should just believe her. But Chu Mo retorted that Yutong just said that the place was safe, but a demonic beast appeared in the blink of an eye, so it was hard to trust her. So Yutong carried Chu Mo, and when Chu Mo asked her what she was doing, she just told him that there was no time to explain. She jumped off the street and told Chu Mo that he should just put his trust in her. Inside the building, Chu Mo told Yutong that she was right, the demonic beast didn't catch up, and they actually managed to shake it off their tail, so he apologized to her for not believing her. Yutong was out of breath as she told Chu Mo that the demonic beast earlier had sharp vision, but its sense of hearing and touch was rather weak, so entering a complex, huge building made it easier for them to hide from it, so they were safe at the moment. But they must not be careless. She suggested that they move to a higher floor and leave once they had waited for about 10 minutes. Chu Mo agreed and said that he would listen to Yutong. He told her that they saw the map of the building when they entered and that the stairs should be on their left. But Yutong told him that they were taking the elevator. Chu Mo was surprised and somewhat worried when he heard Yutong say that they were taking the elevator. Yutong proudly told Chu Mo that he may not know, but the secret realm was a replication of their entire city, which includes the power system, so the elevators were able to function normally. Chu Mo explained that what he meant was that it would probably be safer for them to walk the stairs than take the elevator. And Yutong agreed that if they looked at it from a safety perspective, walking the stairs was indeed more suitable. But Yutong told Chu Mo that he should also think about her because she had been constantly running away since she entered the secret realm, and she even carried him earlier for such a long distance. She complained of how heavy Chu Mo was and said that she was dead tired at the moment, so she didn't want to take a single step anymore. Chu Mo looked concerned as he was saying, "Who would have known that cultivators had such bad stamina?" Yutong asked him if he thought that cultivators trained by going to the gym. Yutong was unamused. She said there was no harm in taking the lift anyway. She said it would also be great to be able to use modern-day inventions once in a while, and the demonic beast that appeared didn't seem that smart to know how to use an elevator. Both of them went to the elevator, and one of them pushed the button. They were waiting for the elevator door to open. As soon as the elevator door opened, multiple bodies that were covered in blood greeted both of them. Chu Mo pointed out that it seemed that there was a demonic beast that had learned how to use the elevator, and he asked Yutong if she recognized the dead body's wounds, if it was from the demonic beast that had been chasing after them. Yutong's eyes widened in surprise as she said that it had been done by another demonic beast, so the huge building should be a territory for another demonic beast. But Yutong realized that the situation might be something even worse, as she said that the demonic beast earlier had just been bait to chase them into that huge building, and its goal was to work together with the other demonic beast to hunt for the both of them. The building was still relatively quiet, but Yutong said that there wasn't much time left for them to hide. She said that if they were to be sandwiched by both of the demonic beasts, they would be dead for sure. So they should at least find a place that was spacious and had many spots for them to hide and immediately escape from that huge building once they lost them. Chu Mo immediately said that he had an idea, as the map he had seen earlier indicated a huge office space, so he told Yutong to follow him. At the huge office area, the tentacle of the demonic beast took a step in. The demonic beast was roaming and looking around the area. It passed by the cubicle where Chu Mo and Yutong were hiding, which made Chu Mo ask if it was really fine for them to hide there. And Yutong said that the demonic beast couldn't hear them. Even the sharpest eye would be able to see its blind spots, so it should be fine. Meanwhile, in Chu Mo's stream, an audience member commented that the demonic beast should run because if it didn't run, it would be killed by Chu Mo. Another one commented that although Chu Mo seemed to be in a panic, he still acted as calm as an old dog. Another one also commented that Chu Mo should stop acting as it was time to get things heated up by killing the demonic beast. The demonic beast was still looking around, and it had a lot of eyes. One of its tentacles was peeking through the cubicles, and Yutong warned Chu Mo to be careful not to let those eyes see him. Chu Mo said that its hands were really nimble, so the body structures of the demonic beast were truly mysterious, and Yutong said that if they were found out, she would try her best to keep it occupied while he took that opportunity to run. But Chu Mo said that he could also help because he did defeat a demonic beast, although it was rather weak. But if they needed to fight, he would not drag her down. Yutong was trembling, but she still told Chu Mo to stop trying to act tough because protecting ordinary people was supposed to be the responsibility of cultivators anyway. She said that it was just a piece of cake and she could still get away after keeping the demonic beast occupied for a moment, so he should just believe in her. Chu Mo was telling Yutong that he thinks that the one trying to act tough was her, but he heard something. So she told Yutong not to say anything as he thought he was hearing another sound that was getting closer to them. Yutong cursed as she wondered if it was the other demonic beast. But she said that Chu Mo's sense of hearing sure was disgustingly sharp because she couldn't seem to hear anything. So if he and the demonic beast were to work together, that combination would be able to see from 1,000 miles and hear from 1,000 miles. Chu Mo asked Yutong if it was time for jokes, and he told her that the footsteps of the demonic beast were so light that he had just started hearing them, so he guessed it was really close to them. Yutong said that the only thing they could do at the moment was to let fate decide and joke around. Chu Mo agreed that what Yutong said did indeed make sense. Another demonic beast with a really huge head appeared in the office area. Yutong was extremely horrified, as she thought that they were going to die because the pressure that she felt was definitely one that came from a demonic beast that was at least 300 years old. The demonic beast's hand was already hovering right above the desk where Yutong was hiding, and she covered her mouth while wondering how they were supposed to hide from it. The demonic beast looked to its side. He saw the demonic beast with tentacles, and he seemed to be talking to it. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience laughed and commented that the atmosphere was just like a horror movie. Another one commented, asking if the previous person who commented was kidding because if the big guy that was hiding underneath the table was found, it would be more like a horror movie for the demonic beasts. Another one commented that seeing how Chu Mo was seriously trying to hide under the desk really made them laugh. Another one also commented that it was time to place their bets and guess how many punches Chu Mo needed to beat the crap out of the demonic beast. Another one commented that the demonic beasts were coming, and it was the content that he needed. He got to see Chu Mo act all dumbfounded. On the other hand, Chu Mo was still nervously hiding under the desk as the tentacles hovered over it. In demonic beast language, the demonic beast with tentacles exclaimed that he had found them. The other demonic beast reached out, but it went to tap the demonic beast with tentacles, who asked him if he really had to place his hand on him every time because it scared him. They were still communicating in demonic beast language, and the demonic beast with a big head told the one with tentacles that he didn't like to do that, and if it weren't for his poor sense of hearing, he wouldn't have needed that method to communicate with him. He said that Chu Mo was a monster because he took bug teeth out with a single punch, so they should just act like they didn't see anything and leave. But the demonic beast with tentacles asked him if he was serious and questioned why Chu Mo and Yutong needed to hide if that was the case. The demonic beast with a big head told the one with tentacles that there was no way he could know, and that he was just seeing the relationship that they had, which was why he was telling him that information, but if he wanted to die, he would go ahead first. The demonic beast with tentacles panicked, so he apologized to the one with a big head while asking for it to wait because he would also run away. The cubicle was now empty, and Yutong asked Chu Mo if the demonic beasts were really gone. The two of them went out of hiding, and Chu Mo said that the demonic beast sound had disappeared elsewhere, so they had probably gone somewhere else. Yutong was relieved, saying that they were really lucky and that she thought for sure that they wouldn't be able to get away. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's stream, an audience commented that they thought they would get to see Chu Mo in action after seeing those two demonic beasts that were there, but it ended up that nothing happened. Another one commented that they had never seen demonic beasts that were that wuss, not daring to fight a 2v2. Another one commented that it was the first time that they saw a demonic beast that took the initiative to run away. And another one commented that the survival rate of the demonic beast had increased. But the reason behind it did show a positive side of things. Suddenly, there was a notification from the secret realm system that the final boss of the first mission had appeared with a difficulty level of a 500-year-old demonic beast and with the location of Shungyun Street. When Chu Mo saw the notification from the secret realm, he said that it hadn't been that long, but it was already time for them to fight the final boss, and Yutong said that it didn't matter to her because the difficulty of the secret realm was too frightening. She said that the final boss being a 500-year-old demonic beast was just absurd, and she questioned if it was even something that she could beat. Yutong told Chu Mo that regardless, they should just find a place to hide and let the big guys finish the mission. They would leave the secret realm once it was done. But then, as they saw the street signs, Chu Mo said that it seemed that they were already at Shungyun Street. Yutong panicked when a pillar of light appeared near them. She quickly asked Chu Mo what he was waiting for and told him to run. In the secret realm, someone was panting, saying that they should be safe after running all the way there. It was Yutong, and she said that she took a peek from afar, and the final boss sure was terrifying. To which Chu Mo agreed, saying that normal demonic beasts were already scary, but the final boss was a 500-year-old demonic beast, which was ridiculous, and he wondered if the secret realm perhaps gave them fake news. Yutong was surprised, and she said that it might actually be true based on how the secret realm was performing earlier. But regardless, as long as they hide far away enough, they wouldn't need to care about such matters. Suddenly, a guy called Yutong and Chu Mo's attention, asking for them to wait. He introduced himself as Yanxing Jian, a disciple of the Taixuan sect, and he asked the two of them if they would join their Taixuan sect in exterminating the final boss. Yutong apologized to Yanxing Jian, requesting that he search for somebody else as the two of them were super weak and just constantly running away was enough to tire them out. But Yanxing Jian told them that running away won't do them any favor in passing through the level because, in terms of other secret realms, there were saviors from the 4 major cultivating sects. As such, maybe there were a couple of them that could kill a 500-year-old demonic beast, but there was only a lot of trash in the 5th secret realm, and the cultivators there were all weak. Yanxing Jian said that if everyone were to just run and hide, they would all just be picked off by the final boss one by one, so if they wanted to survive, there was only one way for them to survive. Pointing at the people across the street, Yanxing Jian said that they, the Taixuan sect, had the artifact to combat and defeat a 500-year-old beast which was the bottled lightning, but the only downside of it was that it would take some preparation time for it to activate, so during the period of time before the bottled lightning gets activated, they needed to think of a way to hold the demonic beast, and that's why they needed manpower. Yanxing Jian said that although they already gathered quite a few cultivators, it was still not enough, and the more people they had, the likelihood of them succeeding would increase as well, so he requests Yutong and Chu Mo to join us in order to achieve victory. Suddenly, a man wearing traditional clothes came out of the building. As he immediately recognized Yanxing Jian, he was surprised that he was back, and that the time he took was less than predicted. Yanxing Jian quickly approached the man he called Young Master, reporting that the mission to gather manpower had been done, and besides those of their Taixuan sect, the number of cultivators that were gathered was a total of 164 people. His young master was surprised that there were only 164 people when the number of people who entered the 5th secret realm was 2,500 people. Yanxing Jian looked downhearted as he told his young master that no one would have known that the difficulty of the secret realm would increase that fast, so the number of cultivators that died was far greater than estimated. Yanxing Jian asked his young master if he would have enough time to activate the bottled lightning with the number of people there to hold the demonic beast, and the young master, while looking at the bottled lightning in his hand, confirmed that it was enough. The young master recalled the time when someone told him that the bottled lightning was one of their Taixuan sect's most treasured artifacts, and that it could only be used once. The man said that for him, passing the bottled lightning to him wasn't so that he could look at the young master's weak-ass face. It was the young master's father, and as the young master apologized, saying that he couldn't do it, his father asked him what was so hard about gathering all of the cultivators in the 5th secret realm, using the bottled lightning charge time as a reason to use them to deplete the demonic beast's stamina and accumulate the amount of damage the final boss had taken. Waited till the demonic beast had received enough damage, and used the bottled lightning to eliminate it. The young master was hesitant as he reasoned out that his father's plan would cause a lot of unnecessary casualties, and the bottled lightning was a reusable artifact that didn't even need any charging time. His father reminded him that in order to get stronger within the secret realm, besides relying on the audience's tips, killing the final boss of the secret realm would also help one obtain a lot of fate coins, so he must definitely obtain that reward. The young master said that he would also kill the final boss without using such petty tricks. He said that he didn't need to dirty his own hands to get that bit of a reward, and he questioned his father if he did not believe in his capabilities. His father asked the young master if he forgot about their goal, which was to bring their Taishuan sect to be on par with the 4 major cultivating sects. His father told him that if he were to talk about such goals, he would have made fun of it as a joke. But he had been working so hard for the past 30 years to make the Taishuan sect the strongest sect out there, excluding the 4 major sects. But the current them had already reached their limit. His father reminded him about those normal disciples from the 4 major sects and how they embarrassed them. He said that in the eyes of all cultivators, there were only 2 kinds of sects, the 4 major sects and other trash, which was the reality. His father told him that no one would ever speak of them and the 4 major sects in the same sentence. But currently, with the appearance of the secret realm, it was a huge opportunity for cultivators. So as such, they must make sure no accidents happened. And if they wanted to be on par with the 4 major sects, one must not just have the capability, but the ability to win over people's hearts. His father said that he needed to make the cultivators within the 5th secret realm know what fear and despair felt like and come out as the hero by eliminating the demonic beast. He should bring all the cultivators in the 5th secret realm under his wing, and with that, they could obtain the strength to tip the balance of the 4 major sects. They would surpass the 4 major sects and become the world's greatest sect. The young master was a bit reluctant, but he told his father that he knew what he was supposed to do. Back in the present, the young master looked determined as he apologized for Taishuan sect and for his father. Looking at Chu Mo and Yutong, along with the other cultivators, the young master said that all of their sacrifices were necessary. The cultivators gathered near the Pillar of Light. One cultivator questioned if the bottled lightning would really eliminate the boss and if keeping it occupied was an excuse for them to be fodders. But another cultivator said that Tian Cheng, the young master of the Taishuan sect, was known for being one with decency, so he probably wasn't lying. Furthermore, he added that if they were to choose between believing in Tian Cheng or dying within the secret realm, they had no other option. The cultivator realized that what his companion said was right, so he decided that instead of just sitting there waiting for the inevitable, he might as well gamble. And if luck was on their side, they would get to kill the final boss and get huge amounts of fate coin as a reward, becoming stronger in the process. His companion clicked his tongue and said that being able to stay alive was already a blessing. Yet he still had the audacity to think about the reward. He said that among the 200 people there, only one would be able to get the reward of fate coins for killing the boss, so he shouldn't think that he was the fated character in that situation. On the other hand, Chu Mo was telling someone that they shouldn't think about telling him not to fight as he didn't want to be the sole person running away. He was talking to Yutong, and she asked him if he was seriously thinking about joining them and fighting the final boss. She warned him that it was going to be really dangerous, and he was just an ordinary person, so he shouldn't risk it. But Chu Mo said that he had gained some battle power from the fate coins he received, so he was not useless, and all the people there were prepared to risk their lives to fight with the demonic beast, so he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Yutong was surprised that Chu Mo could actually increase his battle power with fate coins, and she said that it was no wonder he had the qualification to enter the secret realm. Chu Mo said that when he first entered the secret realm not too long ago, he was lucky enough to get rewarded with fate coins, gaining battle power in the process, but after that, he was not able to increase his battle power with the subsequent rewards. Yutong said that it was just normal because if one could just constantly gain battle power from it, people should just give all the fate coins to an individual and just create an immortal god. She explained that the aura within the fate coins was dense, but their cultivator's body had a limit on how much they could take in, so once they reached their limit, they would not be able to absorb additional aura from the fate coins, and they could only hope for a breakthrough during cultivation or battle to expand their limit. Yutong told Chumo that normally only cultivators were able to utilize fate coins, so for him to also be able to utilize them sure was out of the ordinary. And what was even weirder was that she still couldn't sense any aura from him after he had used those fate coins, so she asked him if he was one of those big figures who were disguising themselves to wreck noobs. With a straight face, Chu Mo said that he was done, so he was going to stop acting and showcase his true skill. Yutong laughed as she recognized that it was one of the famous quotes from Overly Cautious Hero, and she said that she didn't expect Chu Mo to like mangas as well. Chu Mo said that he was kind of shocked too that cultivators would also spend time to read mangas, and Yutong said that it was just natural. She asked him if he thought that the cultivators those days lived in the woods and told him that no one could stand a place with no Wi-Fi, and where no deliveries were able to reach those days. Yutong said that because of the lack of aura on Earth, regardless of how hard one tries, it was really hard to see improvements. So in such conditions, only those that were truly talented were able to improve with cultivation, and the majority of cultivators were trying their best to interact with modern-day society, and many of them were also obsessed with money. Meanwhile, at Mr. Zhu's office building, 3 cultivators stood before him, thanking him for the huge amount he had given, and Mr. Zhu told them that it was only the initial payment, so once the task was done, there would even be a bonus given. The cultivator said that they would do their utmost best after receiving such a payment, but needing all 3 of them to work together to beat a brat seemed too extreme, and he asked Mr. Zhu if he was perhaps overestimating Chumo. Mr. Zhu told the 3 cultivators, who were masters, that he had already sent them the information of Chumo beforehand, and he killed a 300-year-old demonic beast with a single strike within the secret realm, so he shouldn't be looked down upon. The master cultivator then told Mr. Zhu not to worry as they were never failing their mission before. He admitted that it was truly a shocker when Chumo killed the demonic beast, and based on his live stream performance, it was said that Chumo was from the Refination body sect, indicating that all he had going on was his sheer strength, but he didn't know any high-level martial arts techniques nor had the experience like most cultivators when it came to battle. The master cultivator added that furthermore, as the aura on the earth was scarce, those that gained battle power through the usage of fate coins within the secret realm were not able to bring all of their battle power back to earth. Therefore, they could kill Chumo anytime once he got back. Mr. Zhu was pleased with what he heard, and he said that he guessed it was just him overthinking too much. Mr. Zhu then told the 3 master cultivators to have a look at the live stream because the difficulty of the secret realm had increased again. The final boss was actually a 500-year-old demonic beast, and Chumo and the gang seemed to be preparing to fight the final boss altogether. One of the master cultivators laughed and said that maybe before they even got the chance to kill Chumo, he might already be killed by the demonic beast, and he wondered if they were perhaps just wasting their time. Mr. Zhu then said that even if Chumo died within the secret realm, they, the 3 masters, would still be rewarded as promised, and one of the masters thanked Mr. Zhu's clarification, saying that upon hearing what he just said, he had no worries. Suddenly, an ominous aura spread through the building, and one of the master cultivators recognized that it came from outside, so he told his other companions about it. They were on alert, and they wondered what was with that terrifying aura and pressure. Mr. Zhu seemed to be expecting the owner of the aura, as he looked pleased knowing that the person was there, saying that he didn't expect the person to be there so quickly. And then he reassured the 3 master cultivators not to worry as it was just an expert that he had personally hired in order to deal with Chumo. The person with a tremendous amount of aura stood by the door, and Mr. Zhu said that he was a high-level consultant from the Li Tycoon family, and it had been said that he was known to be a bounty hunter of cultivators. The pillar of light was still shining up in the secret realm. Tian Cheng asked if everything was ready, and Yan Xing Giant confirmed that all the cultivators were placed around the location of the final boss. Yan Xing Giant said that based on the plan they previously devised, once the demonic beast left the light pillar, the cultivators would take turns baiting and attacking it, holding the demonic beast within the range of the bottled lightning. So before the bottled lightning was fully charged, they were trying their best to drag the fight out as long as possible, and Tian Cheng confirmed that he got it, saying that he would immediately use the bottled lightning once it was ready so that there would be no unnecessary casualties. Unbeknownst to Yan Xingjian, the bottled lightning was just on standby and ready to use. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was surprised that they were not going to fight the final boss altogether, which made Yu Tong ask him if he thought that it was a group mission within a video game, and she said that if they were really going to fight the demonic beast as a whole group, the result would probably be them perishing in less than 2 minutes. So by dividing everyone into 50 smaller groups, hitting and running, and taking turns to take the demonic beast's attention, it would actually help gain time for the bottled lightning to charge. Chu Mo pointed out that if that were the case, the group that gained the attention of the demonic beast would be in extreme danger. Yu Tong said that they had no other choice as it was the Tiangshuan sect's plan, sacrificing a few to save more, so if one was unfortunately killed by the demonic beast, one could only blame themselves for being unlucky. But she said that she was quite confident in her abilities in running away, and she would definitely not die before she got to watch the finale of In Order to Pay My Debts, I Killed the Demon Lord at the Beginner's Village. Chu Mo recognized that it was an ongoing series for over 100 years and that it was really popular among the people. He said that he was also a loyal reader of that series, and previously, at times when he faced difficulties, he would read the series again as it gave him strength and love of his life. Yu Tong smiled and said that once they got out of the secret realm, she would introduce Chu Mo to the author, and Chu Mo was so surprised that he couldn't help but ask her if she was serious. Chu Mo said that Tsuchida Shokyujin had never participated in any events and was known as the most mysterious author, but he had always wanted his autograph. Yu Tong said that Tsuchida Shokyujin was also a cultivator and was within their social circle, but he only cultivated in order to stay healthy so that he could be a better mangaka. Chu Mo said that for the sake of his career, Tsuchida Shokyujin started cultivating, so he was truly a model within his field of work, which was why Yu Tong must definitely bring him to see Tsuchida Shokyujin. Yu Tong smiled as she told Chu Mo that he said that his sister was still waiting for him, and currently, he had another reason to definitely stay alive. Chu Mo's eyes widened when Yu Tong said that they must definitely get through the secret realm's final boss. Chu Mo closed his eyes and said yes. He said that they would definitely safely leave the secret realm. Suddenly, the pillar of light started to sizzle, and it turned purple as it started to dissipate. The huge paw with sharp claws stepped foot on the secret realm, and upon its arrival, it made the statement to confirm if they had arrived at the secret realm. The demonic beast said that in order to get there, he purposely begged the Supreme God to suppress his battle power to the level of a 500-year-old demonic beast. The demonic beast said that he was truly excited to have a taste of the blood and flesh of those cultivators. The demonic beast prepared himself to charge at the 3 cultivators in front of him, and he thought that it was time for a joyous hunt. On the other hand, the 3 cultivators saw that the demonic beast noticed them, so they got ready. Determination filled the eyes of one of the cultivators, thinking that based on the plan, they would hit and run. But before they could react, the demonic beast swiftly attacked them, slicing their bodies. The demonic beast grabbed the cultivator that remained alive, and the cultivator's eyes widened in horror while he still couldn't get his mind to process the demonic beast's speed. The demonic beast was so fast that he left a trail of swirling dust behind him. As the dust dissipated, it revealed the demonic beast that was grabbing the cultivator by his head, and the demonic beast requested for the cultivator to scream a little louder, saying that if he would help him bait out all the other remaining cultivators, he would give him a slightly less painful death. But the cultivator simply laughed, saying that a wild beast that hadn't fully grown a brain yet actually knows human speech, and he said that Mother Nature sure was full of surprises. The demonic beast crushed the cultivator's head, and he said that he liked guys who had guts the most, especially when he was squishing them to death. The demonic beast said that since it was over, he would look for its next prey, and he sensed that the scent of the closest one was on the right side. The one who was emitting the scent was Yu Tong. The demonic beast said that he was able to sense aura through smell, and although the cultivators were hiding in different locations, all of them were in groups of at least 2 people. The demonic beast was examining Yu Tong as he saw that she was alone there, and he said that he was curious what the reason was. Yu Tong told the demonic beast that there was no way that he didn't even know something so obvious, and she said that she was more than enough to deal with trash like him. The demonic beast was amused, saying that Yu Tong was an interesting female, and as he released his aura, he said that he would see how long she would last. Yu Tong immediately fired her aura at the demonic beast and said that she would do as he wished. Yu Tong's aura filled the streets as it made its way to the demonic beast. But as Yu Tong finished her attack, the demonic beast was unscathed, and he said that her attack was pitiful, asking her if that was all she got. He said that the cultivators of the current generation were so weak that it was making him laugh. Suddenly, Chu Mo emerged behind the demonic beast. He infused his fist with an aura. He punched the ground and used it as a medium to deliver his attack towards the demonic beast. The demonic beast dug his claws into the pavement as he skidded backward. He thought that Chu Mo's attack actually made him instinctively dodge. The demonic beast was ecstatic, and he said that it was truly interesting as there was actually someone strong amongst those cultivators. He urged Chu Mo to come so they could have a battle to their heart's content. But to his surprise, both Chu Mo and Yu Tong were gone, so he wondered where they were and if they ran away. Meanwhile, at the studio, Ruri was surprised when she learned that the final boss of the fifth secret realm was a variant, and she asked what a variant meant. Yi Shuang told Ruri that based on the information given by the producers, the stronger the demonic beast, the more closely it resembled a human state. And the final boss that appeared within the fifth secret realm was already at the phase where it had slightly transformed to a human state. She said that in normal circumstances, only demonic beasts that were over 800 years old had such traits, and Ruri was so surprised that she couldn't help but question if it was not against the rules because the final boss was clearly stated to be a 500-year-old demonic beast. But instead an 800-year-old demonic beast appeared at the weakest fifth secret realm. Jai Sheng said that the notification from the secret realm would never be wrong. Although it was also a 500-year-old beast, the difficulty of the final boss within the fifth secret realm was definitely way above that of other secret realms. Jai Sheng started to sweat when Yi Shuang said that a demonic beast with such strength actually dodged Chu Mo's attack, and she asked for his comment in terms of that. Jai Sheng laughed awkwardly and said that he would keep his comment about that for later. He suggested that they pan the camera back to the first secret realm because the final boss battle within it was about to reach the climax. Meanwhile, on the fifth secret realm, Yu Tong was alone, wondering what she was going to do because acting all badass in front of the final boss earlier was so thrilling that she almost felt like she was about to have a heart attack. She said that according to the plan, she would first attack the demonic beast to distract it, and Chu Mo would take the opportunity for a sneak attack, using the safest approach to anger the demonic beast. Yu Tong sighed as she called Chu Mo a bastard as she observed that he was clearly much stronger than her but still pretended that he was not in front of her, and to think that she was worried about him for half a day. But instead, his sneak attack gave the final boss a fright. Yu Tong suddenly remembered the final boss and noticed that it didn't catch up, so she wondered if the demonic beast was perhaps so frightened that he decided not to chase after them. And she said that they were going to be in deep trouble if the demonic beast ran away from bottled lightning's radius. Suddenly, the demonic beast appeared behind Yu Tong and said that it was a pity. The demonic beast said that his target was supposedly Chu Mo, but unfortunately, he couldn't trace his aura at all, so he thought that maybe he could bait Chu Mo out by killing Yu Tong. Horror filled Yu Tong's face while she wondered what was going on as she couldn't move, like her whole body was frozen, and she thought that he was so dead. The demonic beast swung his arms and was about to attack Yu Tong, but Chu Mo showed up and blocked the demonic beast's attack with his arm. The demonic beast thought that it was perfect because the strong human finally showed up, so they should proceed with their battle. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience was excited, commenting that Chu Mo and the final boss were going to fight, so Chu Mo finally went into action. Another audience commented and told the previous one to stop with all that jeering because they felt that the current situation wasn't that great. As Jai Sheng mentioned that the strength of the final boss exceeded that of a 500-year-old demonic beast. Another audience commented that they also felt that Chu Mo himself wasn't that confident because he also previously ran away. Another audience commented and said that everyone was a joke as they didn't know that Chu Mo's cautiousness had an identical ratio to his strength. Another one commented that they just wanted to see the bottled lightning, so they should just get it done already. There was an explosion of purple aura in the secret realm, and someone was asking if it were for real because the sounds of battle didn't stop, so someone was going head to head with the final boss. A cultivator said that it was a great opportunity, and what he said made his companion so surprised that he called him crazy, confirming with him if he wanted to steal the head of the final boss. The cultivator asked his companion what he was afraid of and if he didn't want the reward for killing the boss and taking a shot at turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. He suggested that they both would shoot together, and if they got the reward, they would split it evenly. His companion agreed, saying that it was a deal because although the risk was high, he didn't want to miss the opportunity, and the reward would be shared equally. So he told the cultivator not to go back on his word, to which the cultivator questioned him, saying that he still couldn't trust him even if they had worked together so many times. He pointed out that there was still the unknown, strong guy holding the demonic beast in front, so there was nothing to be afraid of at all. On the other hand, the demonic beast was attacking with its claws as he was telling someone that it was not going to work. The demonic beast was talking to Chu Mo, who was able to evade his attack. Chu Mo looked alarmed as he was staring at the claws that just went past him. The demonic beast punched Chu Mo and asked him where he was looking. The demonic beast's punch was so strong that it sent Chu Mo flying away towards the building behind him. The demonic beast wondered how Chu Mo could still stand up, and he said that sure enough, his instincts were right. The demonic beast told Chu Mo that he had great latent power in his body, but he didn't know how to use it, which was a waste. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience commented, asking who was cheering for Chu Mo earlier, calling him a god and all, but it turned out that Chu Mo was just a sandbag for beating and was pretty useless. Another audience commented, questioning the first commenter if he could say such a thing if he went to fight the demonic beast, but the first commenter told him that he was laughable because to evaluate the restaurant's food as good, he shouldn't have to be able to cook. In retrospect, he was not a savior, so there was no reason for him to go fight the demonic beast. Another commenter was telling the two commenters that they shouldn't argue about those useless things when seriously, there were coins in the hands of the audience to support the saviors. But another audience commented that using the coins would be a waste because Chu Mo looked useless, so they should just wait for the bottled lightning. On the other hand, the demonic beast was releasing a barrage of attacks towards Chu Mo. Chu Mo gritted his teeth as he blocked the demonic beast's attack, and the demonic beast told him that no matter how resistant he was, if he continuously accumulated damage, his body would break down. The demonic beast was about to deliver his final blow, and he told Chu Mo that he should let him end his suffering. Suddenly, a rope that was made of aura was wrapped around the demonic beast's foot. The demonic beast turned to look where the rope was coming from, and he saw that it was coming from Yutong, who was using a condensed light rope. The demonic beast was alarmed when he saw that the rope had already covered his entire body. He tried to break free from it, but he couldn't move, so he wondered what kind of trick it was. Chu Mo charged his fist with aura. He lunged forward and punched the demonic beast in the face. Chu Mo's punch was so strong that a huge explosion of golden aura could be seen. On the other hand, Yutong was in pain because her right hand was fractured, and she wondered what was with the trash magic weapon she just used because it exhausted the aura of her whole body. But it could barely hold the demonic beast for less than a second, and it also caused her self-injury. She said that that was all she could do to help and cheered for Chu Mo to not die. Meanwhile, the demonic beast fell to the ground after Chu Mo delivered his punch. Chu Mo thought that, although he took the opportunity to knock down the demonic beast, it really did not cause much damage. And what was worse was that, although he wasn't hurt that much, his body started to feel numb. He thought about the thing that the demonic beast had said about him having latent power, and how he could use it. But suddenly, he could hear footsteps, and he was alarmed that someone was coming there. It was the two cultivators from earlier, and the cultivator was pleased as they came right on time when the boss fell to the ground, seriously injured. So, he told his companion that they should attack together. His companion agreed. Chu Mo was alarmed when he saw the two cultivators, and he warned them not to come there as the demonic beast was still very dangerous. The cultivator asked Chu Mo if he really thought that he would believe him, and he laughed as he told Chu Mo that it must have been so hard to bring down the boss and have the reward snatched away by someone else. He told Chu Mo that what he said was useless because the reward was theirs, but he couldn't finish what he was about to say because he was surprised when his companion stabbed him from behind and told him that the reward was his. The cultivator called his companion a bastard and reminded him that they agreed on splitting the reward. But his companion asked the cultivator what qualifications he even had to order him, and even if he didn't take action, based on the cultivator's personality, he would definitely kill him to take all the rewards for himself. So there was nothing wrong with what he did because all he did was strike first. He laughed and said that he didn't expect to be the one to kill the final boss. Suddenly, the demonic beast woke up and asked the cultivator who he was going to kill. The demonic beast was enraged, and as he extended his massive claws to attack the cultivator, he called him an annoying pest and told him not to disturb his battle. The cultivator was surprised, as they thought that the demonic beast was already on the verge of death, and he thought that if he had known, he wouldn't have come. Meanwhile, Yan Xingjian and Tian Cheng were observing the fight from the top of a building. Tian Cheng said that he didn't think that the final boss would be a humanoid demonic beast, and it was already at a greater difficulty than dealing with a 500-year-old demonic beast. Yanzing Giant told Tiancheng that the bottled lightning was their Taixuan sect's treasure, and it was more than enough to kill even a 700-year-old demonic beast. So there was no need to worry, but Tiancheng said that he was not worried about whether the bottled lightning was able to kill the demonic beast. He was worried about the guy who was currently battling it, Chu Mo. Chu Mo stood there, shrouding himself in his golden aura. Tiancheng said that for such a genius like him to not be from the 4 major clans, and none could be compared to him, even compared to the disciples from the 4 major clans, such talent sure makes one envy. Yanzing Giant agreed, saying that based on the power that the demonic beast had shown, normal cultivators couldn't even possibly interfere with their battle. But seeing how things were panning out, no matter how strong Chumo actually was, facing a demonic beast that defied the rules, he couldn't possibly last any much longer. So he asked Tiancheng how much longer was left to wait before the bottled lightning could be used, because if they could coordinate with Chumo's attacks, they might be able to kill the demonic beast without any losses. Tiancheng told Yanzing Giant that he knew that without him saying it, and he was already doing his best to activate the bottled lightning as fast as possible. But Tiancheng smiled sinisterly as he said that it was going to be a loss to all cultivators and to the whole world if they allowed such a genius to die in the hands of the demonic beast. As the demonic beast glanced behind him, Tiancheng said that regardless of how difficult it was going to be, he would try his utmost best to save Chu Mo from the hands of the demonic beast. The demonic beast loomed over Yutong and said she was the only pest that was disturbing his fight. Chu Mo got mad, and he called the demonic beast a little doggy, telling him that his opponent was him, so he shouldn't involve Yutong in their fight. The demonic beast said that he had always hated fights where magic was used to support their fighting prowess, because those who were strong should be able to settle everything with sheer strength. But the demonic beast said that for that day, he would make an exception. The demonic beast used his move, Shadow Prison, and a dark aura started to engulf Chu Mo. Chu Mo was surprised, and he didn't have enough time to react. He was enclosed in a dark capsule, and the demonic beast said that it was his inherent skill that he could use instantaneously. The demonic beast told Chu Mo that, based on his strength, to get out of the prison, he would probably need 20 seconds, and within that amount of time, he could kill Yutong over and over again 10 times. Chu Mo was still imprisoned, and the demonic beast told him that if he wanted to save Yutong, he should try to break through his limit, because if not, he would be greeted with a crushed corpse. Chu Mo started to punch his way out of the dark enclosure, and he was so mad that he called the demonic beast a bastard, saying that all he knew was to use such despicable tricks. The demonic beast laughed and said that he was kidding because, of course, he wouldn't be waiting for Chu Mo. He was going to kill Yutong immediately. Chu Mo was able to break out of the dark enclosure, and he told the demonic beast that he had already lost his chance. The demonic beast was surprised, and he found it impossible that Chu Mo actually managed to break out. Chu Mo told the demonic beast that maybe he should actually be thanking him because of his shadow prison. The method of how to properly use his power became much clearer to him. The demonic beast was amused, and he told Chu Mo that he surely knew how to bring him surprises. He told Chu Mo that, as a reward, he would return his companion to him, and he dropped Yutong on the ground. Chu Mo immediately tried to wake Yutong up and asked her if she could hear him, but there was no response. The demonic beast told Chu Mo to relax because Yutong was still alive. She was just temporarily unconscious, because that way, Chu Mo wouldn't be able to run away easily. Chu Mo questioned the demonic beast's words about him running away, and he declared that he wouldn't leave until the demonic beast was defeated. The demonic beast told Chu Mo not to be so haughty because he was just lucky enough to break free from his weakest skill, and he told Chu Mo to come and have a taste of his skill. The demonic beast used his move, Shadow Torrent, releasing a huge amount of dark aura, but Chu Mo simply waved his hand across and shattered the huge amount of dark aura in front of him. Chu Mo asked the demonic beast if it was his second weakest skill, and if he perhaps had something else that was stronger. The demonic beast acknowledged the level of power Chu Mo had, saying that he underestimated him, and as he called Chu Mo a strong human, he said that he wouldn't use any more of those weak skills to humiliate him anymore. The demonic beast declared that he would devour Chu Mo's flesh and blood, leaving his skull as a collection. But he wasn't able to finish his sentence because Chu Mo suddenly closed the gap between them and told him that he had enough as he had talked too much. The demonic beast couldn't believe that Chu Mo, a measly human being, got close to him in a split second. The demonic beast screamed in pain as Chu Mo applied a huge amount of golden aura to his body. As Chu Mo finished delivering his attack, he reminded the demonic beast that he said that he wouldn't use any skills to battle with him and questioned what the trick was with him swapping places with his shadow. There was a huge shadow on the ground, and as it spoke, calling Chumo a human, it stopped mid-sentence and questioned Chumo if he was really human. The demonic beast emerged from the shadow, telling Chumo that to bring his body to such a state, he was more of a demonic beast than him, and he admitted that Chumo had in fact killed him once, but he would also regret that. The demonic beast said that in order to descend into the secret realm, he had to suppress his strength, so unfortunately for Chumo, his death earlier unlocked the limitations of his strength. He told Chumo that before thinking of trying to kill him, he should pray for himself because he would see how many seconds he would last against his full strength. Meanwhile, at the top of the building where Yan Xingjian and Tian Cheng were, Yan Xingjian asked Tian Cheng if he saw what happened, and he said that it was hard to believe that Chumo was able to gain an advantage against the demonic beast in a duel. While looking at the bottled lightning, Tian Cheng said that it was a coincidence, and Yan Xingjian asked what he was referring to. Tian Cheng said that the preparations of the bottled lightning were complete, so it was time for them to complete the mission of the secret realm. Yan Xingjian was pleased, and he told Tian Cheng that they should quickly go and help. But a huge pillar of light appeared, and they immediately recognized that it was the demonic beast. Yan Xingjian was alarmed when he felt that the demonic beast got stronger. He felt a terrifying pressure with just the demonic beast's aura, and he tried to guess if it was an 800 or 900-year-old demonic beast or perhaps even stronger. And he wondered if the secret realm was trying to kill them all for such a demonic beast to appear on their very first mission in the secret realm. On the other hand, Tian Cheng was petrified, and he couldn't say anything. Yan Xingjian asked Tian Cheng if they should still go out there to help, and Tian Cheng shamelessly said that he noticed that he had made a mistake. He said that about the prep time for the bottled lightning, it hasn't finished yet, and he misjudged it. Meanwhile, on Tian Cheng's live stream, an audience commented that Tian Cheng instantly pussied out the instant the demonic beast turned stronger, and he was sure quick at turning back. Another audience commented that they knew that Chumo was still the most dependable when they needed it. Another audience commented that pretty sure Tian Cheng was getting ready to steal the kill, and another one commented that with such amazing awareness, Tian Cheng really shouldn't join any groups next time. In the secret realm, the sky turned purple as the demonic beast's strong aura spread throughout the place. The demonic beast looked like a human, and he said that he was finally able to return to his original state. Chumo asked the demonic beast if he was a suck-up because he had been belittling humankind, but in the end, he had turned into the shape of a human. Then he said that he felt that he was cuter when he was a little doggy. The demonic beast was enraged, and he told Chumo to shut up, saying that he was totally different from the beings of an inferior race. The demonic beast lunged forward to attack Chumo, and he said that they were just food. As a huge shadow was about to devour Chumo, the demonic beast said that only the demonic beasts were able to represent the true evolution of living things. Meanwhile, at the studio, they just announced that the final bosses from the 1st to 4th secret realms were defeated, and it was so thrilling that it got them fired up. Yishuang addressed the audience, saying that she trusted that they were just as touched as they were, so they should give their thanks to the cultivators that risked their lives for them in those battles. And Jai Sheng said that the gods from the other realm were undoubtedly strong for being able to influence the secret realm and even increasing the difficulty within the secret realm by force. He said that such a thing was unprecedented for him, so all he could do was sigh because he really underestimated the seniors that made the miraculous secret realm and those cultivators of the younger generation that worked so hard. Rory said that since the 1st to 4th secret realms had successfully passed, they should move their cameras to the 5th, the one that worries them the most. As they tuned into Chumo's live stream, the demonic beast in his humanoid form was immediately displayed on the screen. Rory was so surprised that she couldn't help but curse, and she questioned if the final boss of the 5th realm had a second phase. Seeing that the final boss was actually a humanoid demonic beast, Jai Sheng couldn't believe it, and he said that only demonic beasts that lived for more than 1,000 years were able to transform into a humanoid form. Yishuang was surprised when she heard that the demonic beast was 1,000 years old, and she said that it was definitely foul play. Jai Sheng said that a 500-year-old demonic beast had a battle power of around 2,000, while the one that was 1,000 years old was approximately 10k, and only Earth's best cultivator was able to reach such power. Yishuang pointed out that the demonic beast that was currently fighting Chumo was at the level of Earth's strongest. On the other hand, Chumo and the demonic beast were still battling each other, and their strength seemed to be on par. Chumo delivered a powerful punch that was filled with aura to the demonic beast. His punch was so powerful that it sent the demonic beast flying backwards. Smoke and dust filled the place as the demonic beast hit the ground. Calling the demonic beast a little doggy, Chu Mo asked him if that was all he had. He said that, to be honest, he had been a bit disappointed. The demonic beast was still standing, and he asked Chu Mo if he thought that he had won. He told Chu Mo to stop being delusional because, in order not to let the security system within the secret realm notice him, he used only 30% of his true power. Chu Mo said that he was relieved after hearing that because he had only used 20% of his power earlier. The demonic beast said that he had made a mistake because he had previously used only 10% of his full power. Chu Mo told the demonic beast that if that was the case, his math must have really sucked, and they continued to battle with each other again. Their movements were so fast that only flashes of their aura and the point of their collision could be seen. Meanwhile, in Chu Mo's live stream, an audience commented that when he was at the live streaming channel of the first secret realm, he had been thinking that magic was quite cool until he saw Chu Mo. He commented that it was how real men should fight. Another one commented that, no doubt, he had tossed his coins to Chu Mo, and he urged the others to follow suit. But another audience commented that he felt that since Chu Mo was already that strong, they should give their fate coins to other cultivators to make them stronger. On the other hand, one of the master cultivators that Mr. Zhu hired was looking at his phone, and he found it weird that there were so many people who flamed him when all he did was send a message through the bullet screen. The other master cultivator asked him if he watched Chu Mo's live stream, and he said there was no point in telling the audience not to give their coins to Chu Mo. However, the other master cultivator said he knew nothing because if they could weaken Chu Mo a little with his method, the chances of him dying to the demonic beast would increase. He said it would be great for them to earn money without risking anything. Then he remembered to ask where their third brother was and why he was in the toilet for so long. The other master cultivator hesitated and said their third brother just sent a text, saying he needed to go back home for a moment as he suddenly remembered that he forgot to prepare food for his cat. The first master cultivator was so mad that he called their third brother a bastard for pussying out so quickly. He said Chu Mo's strength within the secret realm was because the audience tipped him, so once he came back from the secret realm, he lost the power the secret realm granted him, so he wouldn't be that much of a problem. Doubt entered the master cultivator's mind, and he confirmed with the other master cultivator that Chu Mo wouldn't be that much of a problem. But there was silence, so his doubt deepened. His doubt was suddenly filled with fear, and in a blink of an eye, the master cultivator approached Mr. Zhu. He apologized to him and told him that he suddenly remembered that he forgot to clean his cat's litter box, so he needed to go back home for a moment, but he would be right back. The system of the secret realm gave out a notification that it found that the final boss, demonic beast, was at the level of a 1,000 years old, which exceeded the level of an F-rank mission, so the program clearing procedure would be initiated after 1 minute. As he looked at the system notification, the demonic beast clicked his tongue, and he said that he was found so fast. He said that he was thinking of settling the scores with Chu Mo before he was found out, so he apologized to Chu Mo, calling him the human being's strongest. Chu Mo asked the demonic beast what he was talking about when there was still a minute. He told him not to worry because he would defeat him before the time ran out and he would not let him leave any regrets before he passed on. The demonic beast looked ecstatic as he told Chu Mo that he seemed to have a better understanding of the joy behind fighting, and he suggested that they fight their hearts out before time ran out. Chu Mo prepared himself as the demonic beast lunged to attack him while the system was counting down and there were only 50 seconds left. On the other hand, at Mr. Zhu's office, his chair was already empty. Mr. Zhu was walking around, saying that the 3 cultivators he had hired had run away at the very last second, and he was asking someone if they were confident in handling Chu Mo. Mr. Zhu was talking to the man who was known to be a bounty hunter of cultivators, and he asked Mr. Zhu if he was scared. He told Mr. Zhu that the majority of cultivators nowadays lacked battle experience, and they only knew how to act tough and bully the weak, so he didn't need to mind about those 3 trash that ran away because he never had much hope for them to begin with. Mr. Zhu said that the performance of Chu Mo in the secret realm was way beyond his initial expectations. So just in case, he suggested that they contact young Master Li and asked him to provide more assistance, or they could contact other higher-ups within Li Financial Group. The bounty hunter was amused, and he asked Mr. Zhu if he was implying that his capabilities were not enough for his boss or if he was trying to humiliate the young master in front of his father by making the news about the abandoned amusement park project big. The bounty hunter told Mr. Zhu to relax because if they removed all the buffs Chu Mo got from those fate coins, their battle powers would be on par with each other. But if they really fought it out, it wasn't just depending on one's Kai or the number of their battle power that would decide the outcome. He said that Chu Mo did have frightening potential, But in terms of experience, it was his one big weakness and it would be the determinant of his defeat. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Chu Mo and the demonic beast were still battling, and there were only 20 seconds left on the countdown. There were only 10 seconds left when Chu Mo managed to dissolve the dark aura. That was the demonic beast's left arm. With his punch, Chu Mo quickly turned to deliver another powerful punch, and there were only 5 seconds left in the countdown. As Chu Mo hit the demonic beast head-on with his powerful punch, the countdown stopped at 5 seconds. The system of the secret realm gave out a notification that Chu Mo had defeated the final boss, and since the difficulty of the final boss exceeded the mission rank, Chu Mo would be awarded with 2 million fate coins, while Chu Mo just stood there and looked at the lifeless demonic beast that was lying on the ground. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience commented that it was clear that the demonic beast came to the beginner-ranked mission to kill noobs, but they asked why it seemed like Chu Mo was the one doing it. Another one commented that Chu Mo was ranked 1 in the fate coin leaderboard, receiving so many tips, so it was logical that he was so strong. Another one commented that the secret realm had awarded Chu Mo an additional 2 million fate coins, so from that point onward, Chu Mo should be able to complete every mission in an instant, and they pitied the demonic beast that only had a second to live. Another audience commented and asked if they didn't feel that Chu Mo's expression was kind of serious when he clearly won and received so much reward. Another audience commented, asking the previous commenter if they had just joined the live stream room, and said that Chu Mo had always been like that. The more he succeeded, the more serious he looked. Another audience commented that it may be Chu Mo's personality that made him so strong. On the other hand, a panel from the secret realm system that only Chu Mo could see notified him that 400,000 fate coins had been transferred to his account and that they had released a whole new feature for fate coins, which, aside from increasing one's battle power, could be used to exchange for pills and equipment from their secret realm shop. Chu Mo was seriously thinking about where the other 1.6 million of his reward went. He wondered if it were split within the panels, sewage fees, and transport fees. He thought that there was no way the cultivators were already caught up in terms of the technology of the current year, and he thought that he reached the battle power limit increase of 50, so maybe he could use the fate coins to exchange some stuff in the secret realm shop then. Yutong approached Chu Mo, saying that she was truly shocked by him because he actually managed to defeat the wolf-headed boss, and Chu Mo was also surprised to see Yutong. He asked her how she got up, and he told her that she should quickly lie back down because she was injured, so simply moving around might break her bones, which were why she needed to go to a hospital to recover from her injuries once they got back. Yutong said that after the secret realm mission was over, the secret realm would automatically heal all saviors' injuries, so her injuries had already fully recovered. Chu Mo said that he saw that the secret realm could actually be helpful at times. Yutong was confused, so she asked Chu Mo if he perhaps did not recover from his injuries, but Chu Mo told her that he had never been injured. Yutong was surprised when she heard that Chu Mo killed the final boss without receiving any damage, saying that it was his world to conquer then. And she asked him if he really was not a disciple from a secret hidden sect or some cultivation god genius that was reincarnated 1,000 years ago. Chu Mo told her that he was not from those weird settings that she mentioned and that he was really just a normal person. The secret realm started to dissipate. Chu Mo noticed it, and he asked what was happening, that the secret realm was crumbling. Yutong said that, of course, they would be sent back to their original world once they completed the secret mission, so the first thing she would do once she got back was to take a hot bath and get a good night's sleep. When Chu Mo heard what Yutong said, he said that he could finally go back and that so much had happened that although only half a day had passed, it felt like a month had gone by. He said that it was nice to be able to return back in one piece. Yutong told Chu Mo to shut up as he was just there to have a vacation in the secret realm, and she told him not to think that he could just show an expression like nothing was happened and mix with them. The newbies, she noticed that Chu Mo seemed so happy while looking at empty space, so she asked him if he was perhaps looking at the balance of fate coins he had. Unbeknownst to her, it was the sign-in system notifying Chu Mo that they were giving him a reward for completing the beginner mission within the secret realm with flying colors, and the rewards were Kai solidification field, which would make him able to maintain his own battle power, and utilize it on Earth even if it had scarce Kai. And the second one was that he would be given a pet in an estimation of 2 days. In the real world, people recognized Chu Mo, calling him Mo God, and they asked him if they could have his autograph. Chu Mo was so confused as the people eagerly asked if they could take a photo and do a TikTok video with him. The people said that they didn't expect Chu Mo to be so patient, and they loved him so much. They were so happy they got to take a photo with him, and they said that they were going to put it up on their WeChat, and they said goodbye to Chumo, still calling him Mo God. Chumo looked exhausted, and he was relieved that he finally managed to get the people away. But he still didn't know what was going on, so Yutong explained to him that whatever happened within the secret realm was broadcast to the world. She said that although she might not know about other saviors, she was sure that Chumo's fame had already surpassed even the greatest stars. Yutong told Chumo that maybe soon some brands might even negotiate and ask him to be their brand's ambassador. Chumo asked Yutong if it wasn't a bit too exaggerated, and he said that if that were the case, he wouldn't need to worry about his financial problems. Yutong was surprised, and she asked Chumo if he was really in that much need of money, to which Chumo said yes. He explained that in order to cure his sister, he was really in need of money, but the hospital was still unsure whether they could completely cure her or not, so maybe if he could get a lot of money, he might actually be able to find a better hospital. Yutong told Chumo that he should have said so earlier because she could help him find a good doctor and one that was familiar with medical arts cultivation. She told him that she was actually quite well off, so he didn't have to worry about the medical bills. Chumo gladly told Yutong that he would have to trouble her, and that it would be great if they got to find a suitable doctor to help cure his sister. He told her that he would pay her back for the medical bills in the future, but Yutong told him that he didn't have to be so humble because he saved her life and it couldn't be compared to the help that she was giving. Yutong suggested that they should first find a place to eat because she had been starving, and they could have a look at his sister's situation, to which Chumo agreed. Yutong said that she would be calling a cab. A car suddenly pulled over in front of them, and Yutong said that it was weird because she hadn't even pressed confirm. But the car arrived. She wondered if the apps nowadays had advanced to such a degree. Chumo seemed to recognize the car, and he told Yutong that he was afraid that it was trouble, which confused Yutong. A man stepped out of the car, and he immediately apologized for disturbing Chumo and Yutong. He told Chumo that Mr. Zhu would like to invite him to his office for a moment in hopes of resolving the previous slight misunderstandings. Hearing the man say that their previous encounter was a misunderstanding, Chumo told him that he sure knew how to talk, as he was able to actually call the moment when they asked him to commit suicide while having a straight face as a slight misunderstanding. He told the man that even if they didn't come to look for him, he would have come look for them to settle the matter. But there were still things that he had to handle that day, so they just had to wait till tomorrow. The man told Chumo that he was only speaking on behalf of Mr. Zhu, and the following words were probably not as pleasant to hear, so he requested that Chumo not get mad. Chumo told him to speak and asked him what Mr. Zhu asked him to say on his behalf. The man was nervous and hesitant as he told Chumo that Mr. Zhu had called in his sister to ensure that he would come. Chumo said that he truly underestimated how low they could be. His eyes were gleaming in rage as he asked that man if perhaps they were overestimating his tolerance. The man trembled, and he told Chumo that he was just a normal clerk who was ordered by Mr. Zhu. He said that he had elders, kids, and debt that he needed to take care of, so he really didn't have a choice. Chumo calmed himself down, and he cleared his throat as he apologized to the man for slightly losing control of his emotions earlier. He told the man to take them to the office so he could complete his task. The car traveled through the streets towards the office. The man stopped at the entrance as he told Chumo that Mr. Zhu was waiting upstairs, but he would not be accompanying them any further, and he remembered to request that Yutong not tell Mr. Zhu that he had brought her as well. Yutong told the man that his will to survive was sure strong and to relax because she wouldn't say anything. The man thanked Yutong, saying that he was already in his 30 seconds, so if he lost his job, it would be hard for him to find one again. And Yutong told him that he would leave immediately because the place might not be a safe place soon, to which the man agreed, notifying them that he would be taking his leave. Chumo told Yutong that he could handle the situation himself, so she could just wait for him down there. But Yutong questioned what he was saying and told him that she was not the kind of person who would stand by when facing injustice. She told Chumo that the evil boss, Mr. Zhu, was threatening him after seeing his performance within the secret realm, so he must have something up his sleeve. Yutong told Chumo that furthermore, the battle power increase he got from the fate coins couldn't be brought over once he came back to the real world, so it would be dangerous even for him. And upon hearing that, Chumo tried to tell her about his rewards. But Yutong didn't let Chumo finish, and she proudly said that when they were in the car, she contacted some of her cultivator friends that lived nearby to come to the place, so that way, nothing could go wrong. The bounty hunter told Mr. Zhu that he seemed to be emotionally disturbed, and Mr. Zhu was surprised by the bounty hunter's remark, so he questioned him about whether he were not allowed to have a sense of panic when his life was on the line. The bounty hunter told Mr. Zhu that Confucius once said that victors would seek ways of victory before asking for a battle, which meant that the result of a battle was always already decided before the war started. Mr. Zhu asked the bounty hunter if he thought that he was already within grasp of victory and told him that he surely admired his optimism. He told the bounty hunter that a normal person like him couldn't possibly interfere with the battle between both of them, so he didn't understand why he cared about how he felt. The bounty hunter told Mr. Zhu that it was not the case as he provided him with much assistance, and Mr. Zhu was confused about what assistance the bounty hunter was talking about. The bounty hunter explained that cultivators might seem high and mighty, but they all had a weak side as one's effectiveness in using Kai depended on their own mental state, so those who were bothered mentally couldn't fully utilize their full strength. The bounty hunter said that cultivators who were not distracted, not affected by the environment, were the most annoying to deal with, but only a few were able to achieve such a state. He reminded Mr. Zhu that he previously said that Chu Mo cared a lot about his sister, so since he kidnapped Chu Mo's sister and hidden her, that was more than enough to distract his mental state. And even if Chu Mo was a rather peculiar type of cultivator, his power would still decrease drastically. The bounty hunter added that it would be even better if Mr. Zhu could make his employees stay at the office and work like any other day, so Chu Mo would have to consider the safety of others and hesitate. Mr. Zhu was surprised, and he asked the bounty hunter if they really had to go to such lengths. He said that they were talking about hundreds of lives, but the bounty hunter seemed like he did not have a sense of pity, and he added that if that resulted in a large number of casualties, his company would have to shut down. The bounty hunter said that it was just a habit of his when facing strong opponents. He would think of any means to eliminate his opponent, but since Mr. Zhu rejected the idea, the least he could do was to show some confidence, especially when facing Chu Mo later, because he didn't want Chu Mo to have a boost in morale when he saw him with that panicking expression of his. Mr. Zhu said that he tried his best to control his emotions and did not express any form of emotion, similar to not having a care in the world. He hoped that with all those things done, the bounty hunter would be able to perform to the best of his abilities, and he called him Mr. Cautious. Meanwhile, the entrance to the office was empty. Chu Mo and Yutong passed through the entrance, and Yutong said that there seemed to be no one in that huge building. It seemed like Mr. Zhu had already made his battle preparations. She asked Chu Mo if he really didn't want to wait for her friends because they were about to arrive there. Chu Mo confirmed, saying that he had already decided because his mind would not rest without knowing whether his sister was fine or not. Yutong accepted Chu Mo's decision, and she told him that she would accompany him. But Chu Mo disagreed, saying that Yutong should stay there because that would provide him with more help. He said that if anything happened, she could still support him from the outside. Yutong didn't push further. She just told Chu Mo that he better be careful and that he should try his best to drag it out as long as possible because she would immediately come to his aid once her friends arrived. Chu Mo confirmed that he understood. A few moments later, a door swung open. Someone stepped inside a room. It was Chu Mo, and he had stepped into Mr. Zhu's office, where Mr. Zhu and the bounty hunter were waiting for him. Mr. Zhu greeted Chu Mo, saying that they had met again, and he asked him how his trip to the secret realm was. Chu Mo immediately told Mr. Zhu to stop with the formalities and asked him where his sister was. But Mr. Zhu told Chu Mo to calm down because he had invited his sister there as a guest just to show a friendly gesture. Mr. Zhu told Chu Mo that as long as he could forget about their previous misunderstandings, he would not further instigate him regarding the responsibilities of the amusement park project, and he would transfer a large amount of funds as compensation. Chu Mo told Mr. Zhu that they could talk once he let go of his sister, but Mr. Zhu said that no could do because Chu Mo must first prove to him so he could have peace of mind or he could choose to join hands with him. Mr. Zhu told Chu Mo that before any of that happened, his sister would be an important hostage, and Chu Mo asked what would happen if he didn't comply. Mr. Zhu said that if that were the case, he would have to ask Consultant Zhu, the bounty hunter, to convince him. Chu Mo's aura turned sinister as he glared at Consultant Zhu, who stood across from him. Consultant Zhu suddenly got nervous, and he wondered what was with Chu Mo. Chu Mo's sinister aura oozed out, which made Consultant Zhu realize that he couldn't move and couldn't even seem to lift a finger whenever he thought about initiating an attack. Consultant Zhu trembled as he thought that the sixth sense he acquired from countless near-death experiences constantly sent him warnings, so he realized that the gap between them couldn't be undone with just some clever tricks, and he was aware that if he were to fight Chu Mo, he would definitely die. Chu Mo's eyes still gleamed in rage as he asked Consultant Zhu if he was perhaps in it with Mr. Zhu, who kidnapped his sister. Xiao Zhu, Consultant Zhu's full name, immediately turned friendly as he told Chu Mo that he was misunderstanding something. He introduced himself as one of the highest-ranking consultants from the Lee organization, and he came there that day because he heard that Chu Mo had been treated unfairly, so he was there to bring justice for him. Mr. Zhu looked extremely confused as he heard what Xiao Zhu just said. Xiao Zhu informed Chu Mo that for a scum like Mr. Zhu to partner with the Lee Financial Group, it was a dereliction of their duty, so he promptly returned his sister to him as an apology, and they tried to fulfill any one of his requests. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo asked Xiao Zhu what would happen if he wanted to continue pursuing the matter with Mr. Zhu. Xiao Zhu assured Chu Mo that it wasn't a problem because even if he didn't mention it, they provided him with a proper explanation from Mr. Zhu. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu thought that his secret treasure had heightened his awareness of danger to the maximum. Therefore, his intuition was never wrong. However, what his intuition was telling him now was unbelievable. He wondered if Chu Mo had always possessed the world's best battle power even before entering the secret realm, or if he had found a way to utilize fake coins even upon returning to the real world. Xiao Zhu couldn't help but want to uncover Chu Mo's secrets, but he knew he couldn't handle it on his own. So, all he could do was buy time and await assistance from the Lee Financial Group. Suddenly, Mr. Zhu confronted Xiao Zhu, asking him about the meaning of things and why the Lee Financial Group would be afraid of a mere Chu Mo. Xiao Zhu informed him that the Lee Financial Group had always valued justice and fairness. Therefore, if Chu Mo wanted to give him a gruesome death, they would allow it, as he had committed a crime. Mr. Zhu acknowledged that it seemed like the Lee Financial Group had given up on him. He asked Xiao Zhu if he wasn't afraid of going down with him. Xiao Zhu inquired if Mr. Zhu was trying to threaten him by saying he would bring him down with him, questioning who Mr. Zhu even thought he was and reminding him that he was just a hooligan who had achieved slight success. Mr. Zhu admitted that Xiao Zhu was correct. However, no matter how hard he tried, with the limited capital authority he possessed, he couldn't compare to the Lee Financial Group. He lacked any extraordinary powers like them. Nonetheless, a mouse that lived in the drains would fight to the death to survive. Mr. Zhu asked Chu Mo if he knew what was hidden beneath the amusement park. Xiao Zhu told Mr. Zhu to shut up, and while he pointed a knife at his throat, he threatened him that he would kill him if he spoke any further. Xiao Zhu got nervous when Chu Mo suddenly stood behind him, instructing him to let Mr. Zhu continue and telling Mr. Zhu to proceed with what he was going to say. Mr. Zhu said that what was hidden underneath the amusement park was a sanctuary base that the financial group had built secretly, and the amusement park was just to cover it from everyone. He said that as far as he knew, there were more than one of those sanctuary bases because some of the other financial groups knew about how demonic beasts would soon infiltrate their lands, and there were those who were in contact with those demonic beasts. He added that the abandonment of the amusement park was the idea of the useless master from the Lee Financial Group in order to earn some pocket money. As such, he partnered with him in the project. He reiterated what Xiao Zhu said about the Lee Financial Group valuing justice and fairness, and he mocked it, saying that the biggest enemy of cultivators was the scummy financial groups. But to Mr. Zhu's surprise, after hearing his speech, Chu Mo simply said that he didn't care about the Lee Financial Group or the sanctuary base as they didn't have any relation to him, and all he wanted was for him to take responsibility. Xiao Zhu told Mr. Zhu that he certainly had secretly found a lot of information, admitting the fact that those sanctuary bases do exist. But to say that the financial groups were working together with demonic beasts, he needed some proof to convince him and Xiao Zhu that furthermore, he was the one who wanted Chu Mo's sister to be kidnapped, so he brought that upon himself. Mr. Zhu said that it seemed like there was no room for negotiations anymore, so if he was sure to go to hell, he would not be going down there alone. He announced that playtime was over, and he told Xiao Zhu that he should recognize the thing he was holding. Xiao Zhu responded that it was a Kai-suppressing cube, a relic that came from X country, and it could suppress the battle power of hunters and cultivators. He said that although it was a one-time use item, the price of it was staggering. So he asked Mr. Zhu how he got his hands on it, and he admitted that he truly underestimated him because he was able to pull such a trick. Mr. Zhu told Xiao Zhu that since the very beginning, he never placed an ordinary person like him within his eyes, and even before Xiao Zhu gained that ability of his, he managed to kill cultivators, so he was now looking down on them as ordinary people. Xiao Zhu asked Mr. Zhu what the point of such puny tricks was when, even if Mr. Zhu suppressed his battle power, there was nothing an ordinary person like him could even do. Mr. Zhu said that he placed extreme explosives within the building and the amusement park, so all he needed was to activate the controller. But before he could finish his sentence, blood was spilled as a blade passed through his chest. Xiao Zhu stabbed him with a knife while apologizing to Chu Mo, saying that in order to prevent any casualties from happening at the amusement park, it was the only way to stop Mr. Zhu. But Mr. Zhu snickered, asking Xiao Zhu if he was worried that the explosive was hidden within the sanctuary base located under the amusement park. But Xiao Zhu glared at him and told him that it didn't matter because he couldn't even activate the controller anymore. With a sinister grin on his face, Mr. Zhu yelled, calling Xiao Zhu an idiot, and telling him that the controller was located in his heart. Xiao Zhu was alarmed, and he cursed in his head as he realized it was too late for him to run. The explosive started to explode within the office building, and within a short amount of time, the entire building exploded. It was dark, and Xiao Zhu found it weird that he was not injured. He wondered how it was possible, as he knew he should be badly injured under the condition where his Kai was suppressed. He opened his eyes, and he thought that it couldn't be possible for him to escape unscathed. Chu Mo was carrying Xiao Zhu, and when Xiao Zhu realized it, he wondered how Chu Mo saved him. He wondered how he managed to get him out of the building after getting his Kai suppressed, and he thought that Chu Mo's strength was the real deal. Xiao Zhu thought that it was the best opportunity because Chu Mo had his guard completely down with his Kai suppressed, so he was currently in his weakest state. Xiao Zhu thought that if he could take the opportunity at the moment and eliminate Chu Mo's greatest secrets would be solely his. Chu Mo wondered what kind of explosives those were, as they literally flattened the whole building, so those sure were ruthless. Chu Mo called Xiao Zhu, who was still lying on the ground, so he wondered if he perhaps fainted from the shock. And he said that Xiao Zhu's mental fortitude sure was bad. Chu Mo remembered to look for Yu Tong, and he said that he presumed that she would be fine. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu opened one eye as he thought that things went better than expected because Chu Mo shifted his focus, and as he wondered if Chu Mo was looking for someone else, he thought that it was the best time for a sneak attack. But he couldn't even lift a finger because of the goddamn sense of fear that he had. Xiao Zhu thought that he didn't want to wait for backup from the Li Financial Group because only he could be the one who would obtain Chu Mo's biggest secret, so he was forcing himself to overcome the fear and his limit. Xiao Zhu was hyping himself up, thinking that when facing an enemy far superior to himself, someone who seemed impossible to defeat, he must still fight until his death, and it was something that he, as a bounty hunter for the past 10 years, experienced every day. Xiao Zhu begged his body to move just that one time, as he wanted to be a bounty hunter once again, not some consultant from the Li Financial Group, and he didn't want to be a dog for those financial groups. Xiao Zhu used his superior secret treasure, Fiery Snake Toxin, which was highly poisonous, only used stealth attacks, and easily destroyed the nervous systems of supreme beings. It also enhanced the sixth sense of the one possessing it. Over hundreds of famous cultivators fell to that secret treasure, a superior secret treasure that was found in X country, and helped Xiao Zhu find his name. But that day, the superior secret treasure betrayed its owner's expectations as its attack simply bounced off Chu Mo's shoulders. The attack bounced back to Xiao Zhu, who didn't know how such a thing was possible. Xiao Zhu couldn't understand how the secret treasure's attack wasn't able to penetrate Chu Mo's defenses when his Kai was already suppressed. Furthermore, the attack even got deflected back to him, which made Xiao Zhu realize that the difference in their strength was that big. He thought that it was a joke as he wondered if he was going to die to himself. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was stretching his shoulders, wondering what just happened because his shoulder suddenly felt some slight pain. Chu Mo wondered if it was the result of the amount of overtime that he did, and he said that he thinks he should find some time to get a massage. On the other hand, Xiao Zhu was dying, but he thought that there was still hope, and he didn't want to die there. He believed that Chu Mo was a cultivator, so he must have had some spiritual medicine. Therefore, he called for Chu Mo. When Chu Mo noticed Xiao Zhu, he was surprised to see that he coughed up blood. He found it strange because he clearly brought him out before the explosion. He told Xiao Zhu that his injuries were severe and asked him if he wanted him to call an ambulance. Xiao Zhu told Chu Mo that it was too late for an ambulance. He begged Chu Mo to give him spiritual medicine, requesting Chu Mo to save him and saying that he would return the favor next time. But Chu Mo asked Xiao Zhu what spiritual medicine was, saying that it was the first time he was hearing of it. Xiao Zhu was so surprised that he blurted out, asking Chu Mo if he was messing with him. As a cultivator, there was no way he didn't know what spiritual medicine was. Chu Mo looked sinister as he told Xiao Zhu that if that was the case, he already understood it. Xiao Zhu cursed in his mind. He thought that Chu Mo was testing him earlier, as Chu Mo was suspicious that he was the one who attacked him. He mentioned the spiritual medicine, which was mainly used to cure extreme injuries. He thought that he underestimated Chu Mo because he initially thought he was just reckless. However, he didn't know that Chu Mo was someone so cunning. Xiao Zhu decided he would choose when he would die and decided to keep the fiery snake toxin within his heart. Chu Mo told Xiao Zhu to hang in there as he had a companion who was a cultivator. She probably had the spiritual medicine he was talking about, so he should wait for him to look for her. But Xiao Zhu coughed up even more blood, and Chu Mo said that it seemed like Xiao Zhu had fainted again. But unbeknownst to him, Xiao Zhu was already dead. Dust from the explosion still lingered in the area where Mr. Zhu's office building was. A red-haired cultivator confirmed with Yutong if Chu Mo was in the exploded building, and Yutong confirmed, saying that it was her fault because she wasn't accompanying him. A man told Yutong not to worry and suggested that they try looking for Chu Mo again, while another man said that Chu Mo was the #1 ranking within the secret realm, so he would definitely be fine. The man in the hat questioned if someone as great as Chu Mo was only that much after coming back to the real world, and as he deduced that the enemy was clearly an ordinary person because explosives were used. He said that if it were him, he would have easily suppressed his opponent and stopped the explosion from happening. The red-haired cultivator told the man in the hat to shut up if he didn't have anything nice to say, and she questioned who could tolerate them when they were pouring oil into a fire. The other man told them to stop arguing because he thought that he saw Chu Mo ahead walking towards them, and it seemed that he was carrying someone. They immediately recognized that Chu Mo was carrying Xiao Zhu, the legendary cultivator hunter. They were surprised that Chu Mo killed him in such a short span of time, and they found it too crazy as Chu Mo seemed to not have suffered any injuries. Xiao Zhu lay down on the side of the road. Chu Mo acknowledged Yutong's friends, and he told them that he appreciated all of them for taking some of their time on that busy day to help. The red-haired cultivator told Chu Mo that he was being too humble because he was the hero that saved the world, so if he was to face any difficulties, of course, they wouldn't just sit by and not do anything. The man with the cap nervously added that furthermore, they didn't really help Chu Mo with anything. Chu Mo told them that they didn't have to put it like that because he was really grateful for them to be able to be there. And he guessed that they had already heard from Yutong that he had some conflict with Mr. Zhu as he kidnapped his sister. He informed them that the culprit, Mr. Zhu, was already dead, but he still didn't know where his sister was, while Xiao Zhu, who was also at the scene, chose to bring justice for him after some friendly conversation. But unfortunately, he was currently severely injured. Xiao Zhu still lay on the side of the road as Chu Mo said that Xiao Zhu might know where his sister was, but he needed some spiritual medicine to recover. At the same time, Chu Mo's appearance and the meaning of his words were completely different within the eyes of the companions of Jiang Yutong. Yutong's full name, as Chu Mo looked like an evil person who was saying that he killed the culprit while Xiao Zhu was beaten out cold after some friendly sparring. But he needed to squeeze some information out of him, so he ordered them to bring out some spiritual medicine to save Xiao Zhu. The man in the cap quickly approached Xiao Zhu, telling Chu Mo to leave things to him as he was good at medicinal skills, and depending on the injury, different spiritual medicines might be needed to treat it. Chu Mo accepted the offer, saying that he would have to trouble the man as it would be troublesome if Xiao Zhu were dead. The man in the cap froze when he realized something, and he nervously called Chu Mo. He was hesitant as he told Chu Mo that it seemed that Xiao Zhu was already dead. Chu Mo looked calm when he accepted the news, and he said that he guessed he had no choice because, in order to find his sister, he guessed he would have to do some excessive things. The man in the cap trembled as he thought he must be crazy for thinking he wanted to get on the good side of such a crazy boss. He failed to show off his skills, so he wondered if he would be killed by Chu Mo just for that. On the other hand, the other man told Chu Mo that she knew quite a number of people around the city. Maybe they could help locate his sister. The red-haired cultivator agreed and told Chu Mo not to get agitated as they would help. The man also added that for such a matter, Chu Mo didn't have to personally get it done. He didn't have to worry because they would definitely find his sister. A few hours passed, and the sun began to set. Meanwhile, at the building of Metal Limited, a bodyguard was ushering Chu Mo, telling him that his sister had been safely brought there. They had also captured Mr. Zhu's subordinate. As men in masks held on to Mr. Zhu's bodyguard, the bodyguard told Chu Mo that if there was anything else he needed in the future, he should feel free to contact the Dongyun Financial Group. He told Chu Mo that he would be taking his leave. A man who was observing the bodyguard talking to Chu Mo clicked his tongue and said that the Dongyun Financial Group got to help Chu Mo first. The lady he was talking to said that it was expected of the Dongyun Financial Group to have such terrifying capabilities of mobilizing half of East Sea City to find Chumo's sister. But the man said that the one who was more terrifying should be Chu Mo. The man said that with the power the Dongyun Financial Group has, even if it was the 4 major sects or even the bounty hunter organization, they were wary of them. So, for such a powerful group to let go of their current matters to make friends with Chu Mo, all because he was ranked one among the saviors in the secret realm, was frightening. The lady said that even without considering one's strength, the influence saviors had on the public was important to financial groups. There was no chance for normal organizations to reach out to Chu Mo. She sighed and said that she really didn't know how the world was going to be in the future with the cultivators, the secret realm, and the invasion of the alternate realm. On the other hand, inside the elevator, Chu Mo reunited with his sister and told Jiang Yutong that her friends were just as friendly and kind as her because he could find his sister that fast, all because of them. He said that he actually wanted to buy them a meal, but he didn't expect them to leave so fast. Jiang Yutong reiterated what Chu Mo said about her friends being friendly and kind and about buying them a meal. And she told Chu Mo that maybe her friends were worried that he might see them as clean and healthy and would want to devour them. Chu Mo was confused by what Jiang Yutong said about being clean and healthy. Jiang Yutong told Chu Mo not to worry about that and that he should go see how his sister was because she felt that something was odd. Chu Mo was surprised that Jiang Yutong felt it too, as he thought it was just him, and he wondered why there seemed to be an aura of a demonic beast residing within his sister's body. Chu Mo said that although it was weak, it was definitely the case, and it was the same as the demonic beast they encountered in the secret realm. Their auras were chaotic and weird. As the faint aura wafted out of her sister, Chu Mo said that his sister suddenly became unconscious a couple of months ago, and it seemed like it wasn't just some typical illness. Chu Mo wondered if the invasion of demonic beasts from the alternate realm was really starting at the moment. It was already evening, and the lights were on in a huge house. Chu Mo, his sister, and Jiang Yutong were in the house, and as Chu Mo asked Jiang Yutong if it was really alright for them to stay at her house given all the trouble they got themselves into, Jiang Yutong told him that it was fine, and they could stay there as long as they wanted. Jiang Yutong said that it was just a possibility that the financial group collided with those from the alternate realm, and the demonic beast had already infiltrated Earth. She told Chu Mo that the reason behind his sister's coma might have been something more complicated, so he shouldn't stress about it as it was not a big problem because if major financial groups were working together with demonic beasts, the 4 major sects wouldn't just sit by and do nothing. But Chu Mo said that the secret realm and the 4 major sects might also be behind all that because after he defeated the final boss, although the secret realm notification said he would be rewarded with 2 million fate coins, he only received 400,000. He said that the fate coin ranking only showed the ranking but not the exact value, so maybe not only he but also other saviors had their fate coins docked. And the worst case scenario would be when even cultivators from the 4 major sects were in an alliance with the demonic beast already. Jiang Yutong was already nervous, but she still told Chu Mo to calm down because if the 4 major sects betrayed Earth would have been long gone, and the loss of fate coins might be due to the secret realm having a lack of maintenance and a bug occurring, so the worst case would just be a small portion of cultivators siding with demonic beasts. Realizing what she just said, Jiang Yutong thought it was indeed a huge problem. Chu Mo immediately told Jiang Yutong that he understood, so he thought he would find somewhere else safe to stay. And Jiang Yutong quickly explained that she didn't mean what she said that way. Jiang Yutong told Chu Mo that his sister's physique was indeed peculiar because if it were any other person, they would have lost their lives while being eroded by the aura of demonic beasts. She said that in order for her to recover, she must undergo therapy through a technique involving Kai. So staying at her place would still be the best choice for them because if other cultivators found out that there was a demonic beast residing within his sister's body, it might get him into more trouble. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong to take his fate coins as rent. Jiang Yutong conceded and told Chu Mo that he won because she feared he wouldn't be able to stay at her place in peace if he didn't pay her the rent, so he should just simply send her 3K, and that would do. But to Jiang Yutong's surprise, she was notified that her account received a total of 60K fate coins from Chu Mo's account. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that he couldn't use fate coins to increase his battle power anymore, and although he could exchange them for artifacts in the secret realm shop, he actually couldn't even use them. So instead of having his fate coins collect dust, it was better to give them to someone who actually needs them. Jiang Yutong got worked up as she asked Chu Mo if he knew how much those fate coins were worth, and she told him that even if he couldn't exchange them for artifacts, he could still find other buyers and exchange them for cash. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that he needed money to save his sister before, but since he currently knew that she was able to cure his sister, there was no use in having all that money, so she could just treat the fake coins as an investment from him, because if she got stronger in the future, she could protect him as well. Jiang Yutong agreed and told Chu Mo that it was a promise, as she thought that it was said that those from the body refination sect had a battle power limit of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. But in the future, there would be a demonic beast that would be far stronger, and with the financial group and secret realm behind the scenes. Although it couldn't be seen on the surface, she thought that Chu Mo must be under a lot of stress, so she needed to work harder. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that it was a promise, while he thought that he couldn't put all his hopes on the sign-in system because, after completing the secret realm mission, the pet that the sign-in system was giving him would only be given tomorrow, so no one knows that next time his sign-up, the reward might end up just being a piece of steak. On the other hand, at a restaurant, someone complained about where their Wellington steak was. They asked if it was not ready yet, and if they were trying to get their restaurant closed down. The waiter apologized to the customer, who was the young Master Li, and requested that they just give them 2 more minutes as his steak would be done soon. The other people in the restaurant recognized him as the spoiled brat from the Li financial group, Li Tanling. One person pointed out that Li Tanling was audacious to come out and eat at a time like that, and another person asked what absurd things Li Tanling did at that time. The man was surprised that the other person didn't know that Li Tanling messed with the #1 ranked savior from the secret realm, Chumo, which resulted in his amusement park being blown up, and the newly recruited subordinate he had, Xiao Zhu, who was nicknamed the Cultivator Killer, was also dealt with by Chumo. He added that below the amusement park, the sanctuary that both the Li and Chen financial groups had built was completely exposed, and half an hour ago, all their plans were posted online, saying that those from the financial groups only cared about their own lives, so they were colluding with the demonic beasts. The other man checked his phone and said it was strange because he couldn't find anything about what he just said, to which the man responded that it was to be expected because that information had already been blocked. He said the blog post was blocked to stop people from using it to cause conflict since it did involve the face of the Li financial group. As a man stepped into the restaurant, the other man told the other to stop talking as Li Zhu had arrived. Li Tanling saw Li Zhu and asked him why he was there, telling him that it had been a while. But before Li Tanling could finish his greetings, Li Zhu gave out an order to take Li Tanling. His men immediately grabbed Li Tanling, who protested and asked them to wait because his Wellington steak had not been served yet. A few moments later, Li Tanling was hit and fell into the dirty ground. He coughed on top of a garbage pile while Li Zhu told him that mud couldn't be used to build walls, and he told him that it was to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't forget his place. Li Zhu asked Li Tanling if he knew what he did wrong, and while still coughing, Li Tanling said that he shouldn't have messed with Chu Mo and exposed everything. But Li Zhu told Li Tanling that what he did wrong was not killing Chu Mo. He told him that he and Xiao Zhu were both trash, but those who humiliated them were equivalent to them humiliating the Li financial group. As such, the people who humiliated the Li financial group must die. Chu Mo must die. Li Zhu asked Li Tanling if his injuries hurt, and he said that he bet they did. He said that he had important things to do, but instead, he was there dealing with his situation, so he was the one suffering more there, and Li Tanling could only cough in response. Li Zhu told Li Tanling that it was their dad's idea, and the one who asked him to teach him a lesson. Li Zhu told Li Tanling that he was not the kind of person who would mix work with personal feelings, so he shouldn't blame him and that he should just lie down there to reflect on himself. A few moments later, Li Zhu left, and there was just silence in the dark alley. Suddenly, Li Tanling noticed someone, and while assuming that it was Li Zhu, he asked him if he still didn't have enough and if he still wanted to beat him up one more time. But a man whom Li Tanling recognized as Xiao told him that if he was referring to Li Zhu, he had already left 10 minutes ago, and Li Tanling asked him how long he had been watching. Xiao told Li Tanling that he had been watching since the moment he was dragged into that small alley, and he was beaten up quite badly, so he asked him if he was angry, as perhaps he wanted him to save him. Li Tanling told Xiao that he couldn't because he was an important chess piece for him, so he couldn't have him expose himself. Li Tanling told Xiao that he was the one who was supposed to be in the limelight in the secret realm and not Chumo, but he willingly gave up his chance to become a savior because of him, so he couldn't be mad at him. Xiao told Li Tanling to stop with the cheesy talk because he gave up his position as a savior because of the investigation into the schemes behind the financial group and cultivators, and to be honest, he didn't fully trust him yet. Li Tanling asked Ziazhu if he had any other choice because for someone as strong as him to not be able to do anything besides cause chaos, his investigation served no purpose. Ziazhu got annoyed, so he asked Li Tanling if he was proud of paying the price to obtain information by sacrificing his companions, how he felt seeing his trusted companions suffer and die, and what he was doing when Cao Ming died. As Ziazhu told Li Tanling that he presumed that Cao Ming should be considered his friend, Li Tanling mentioned Shibai, Jiang, and Zhu Yizheng, and he said that he remembered every single one of them. Li Tanling said that Lao Cao, who was about to reach 70 years old, chose to play with his life with them instead of spending time with his nephew. He said that during his nephew's birthday, Lao Cao used himself as bait to protect them at North Song Base and told him that if he lived, the younger ones wouldn't need to be sacrificed. Li Tanling also mentioned Zhang, 16 years old, who was a cultivator, but he was still a student, and he had a girl that he liked. He said that to investigate the unusual aura, Zhang infiltrated Chen Financial Group's sanctuary, but never came back. Li Tanling said that all of them, some came from the 4 major sects, some were disciples of smaller sects or even unknown sects, and the majority were ordinary people with no special abilities when compared to those financial groups that colluded with the demonic beasts. They were really just weaklings, and if it weren't for the severe lack of manpower, he wouldn't have needed to employ Ziaozhu, a bounty hunter that only looked into his own gains, to help him do his bidding. Ziazhu reminded Li Tanling that Ziaozhu ended up dead too, and he just hired him less than a month ago. Li Tanling confirmed, saying that Ziaozhu was a madman because he originally sent him there to make peace with Chu Mo, but he didn't know that they would end up clashing. He said that Chu Mo's strength in the real world was truly unexpected, and he had other plans for the sanctuary under the amusement park. But they had all gone to waste, so he had to come to Ziazhu because it was better for 2 losers to work together than to fight alone. Ziazhu questioned putting his life on the line, and Li Tanling told him that no one knows that he may be the next one to die. Li Tanling said that he wouldn't feel sorry for his friends who sacrificed themselves or regret his actions because, if necessary, he would even sacrifice his own life. Ziazhu told Li Tanling that he would temporarily work together with him, but he would keep an eye on him if he ever swayed one day or if he found out that he was a traitor to humanity and deliberately got those people killed. Li Tanling said that he would have no complaints if Ziazhu executed him himself, and he told Ziazhu that they should begin with their first task, which was also why he reached out to him urgently. He said that the commander of the advance army for the demonic beasts from the alternative realm would be paying Earth a visit the next day. Ziazhu couldn't understand how demonic beasts entered Earth before the date when there was the secret realm serving as a barrier. Li Tanling said that, from the information given to him, one of the financial groups obtained a traversing stone that connected their realm to the alternative realm and allowed them to bring small amounts of demonic beasts into Earth. Li Tanling said that the commander who was going to arrive would probably be able to maintain the strength of a 2,000-year-old demonic beast on Earth, so they needed to find out the purpose of the demonic beasts coming to Earth in advance. If they couldn't ruin their plans in time, their world would be in grave danger. Ziazhu asked how they could possibly know where the demonic beasts arrived. Li Tanling said that Li Zhu would be the one greeting the commander of demonic beasts the next day at East High City. He probably planned to use the strength of the demonic beast to eliminate Chu Mo, so they should follow Li Zhu in the shadows and give him a surprise. On the other hand, in Jiang Yutong's residence, Chu Mo slept soundly. He was not aware that the sign-in system had notified him that there were still 8 hours until his pet arrived and had told him to be patient. In a fancy mansion, a humanoid demonic beast questioned the basis on which their god had actually chosen Ire to be the commander of the vanguards. His companion asked if he was questioning their god's decision, stating that although Commander Ire came from the race of weak demonic beasts, her records of battle and actual capabilities were evident to anyone with eyes. The demonic beast told his companion to stop kidding him because Ire was a snow leopard demonic beast, so she should be treated as a pet instead. He said she just got lucky, seducing and rubbing the shoes of superiors to climb the ranks. Such honor on the battlefield should have belonged to them from a strong demonic beast race. His companion laughed, telling the demonic beast he was unwilling to accept it because his father arranged an assistant for him who had already infiltrated Earth, and everything had been done for him nicely already. But in the end, it was still Ire who got the chance to claim the glory. The demonic beast got mad at his companion, called him a bastard, and told him not to talk if he didn't speak properly. He warned him that if he said anything more, he would beat him to death. His companion laughed and apologized, saying he knew he had always been one who only spoke the truth. In the middle of the mansion, there was a huge, glowing blue crystal. An octopus-looking demonic beast informed Ire that the Traverse Stone was about to be initiated, so she could already proceed to Earth. The demonic beast was surprised when they saw that Ire was still refining her combat skills at a time like that. Ire told Ng, the octopus-looking demonic beast, that for ordinary demonic beasts, who were born weak like them, they must always keep trying their best to become stronger. If not, they would only get bullied by superior demonic beasts. Then G apologized to Ire and said she had worked so hard to protect them, so she wouldn't say such a thing. Ire told Ng that for her trip to Earth at that time to accomplish the mission, she was most worried about them because if she was not there, they might receive unequal treatment. She realized she still hadn't done enough, so it would have been great if only she were stronger. And G told Ire not to say such things as she had already done a lot. She had improved the combat skills of cultivators, allowing weak demonic beasts to become stronger. For them, she was going to infiltrate Earth and advance to complete a very dangerous secret mission, so their welfare wasn't even something she should bear responsibility for. Ire said that she must go because only by completing the mission given by God could they prove the value of their weaker race of demonic beasts, and the time had come, so she had to depart immediately. And G told Ire to be extra careful because demonic beasts, who infiltrated Earth, could at best maintain the strength of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, and those high-level demonic beasts never really liked her, so if she was surrounded, they would definitely stand and watch. Ire told Ng that she didn't need to worry about those degenerates because God had chosen her as the commander because even if it was just her, the mission could be accomplished. As the light on the giant crystal intensified, Ire told Ng to take care of herself before she returned. Ng closed her eyes and earnestly thought that Ire must return safely. Ire was gone along with the bright light, leaving only the giant crystal. On the other hand, Ire was traveling through what looked like space and time. She noticed that her strength had decreased, so she wondered if she had already arrived on Earth. She said that she didn't think that she could still maintain the strength of a 3,000-year-old demonic beast. But currently on Earth, she was already the strongest there, so it seemed like the mission would be done faster than she thought. The bright light that was carrying Ire landed on Jiang Yutong's residence. The sign and system notified Chu Mo that his pet had arrived, and it was examined that his pet might pose a danger to him. As such, his pet was dealt with so that it wouldn't pose any danger to him. Chu Mo just woke up, and he asked the sign and system if it was crazy for it to choose to deliver the pet so early in the morning, and he didn't even know where the system dropped his pet. He dreaded it as he wondered if he would have to go downstairs to get it. Chu Mo looked to his side and saw that there was a bright light hovering. Suddenly, Ire emerged from the light, and she didn't know what was going on because her landing location wasn't supposed to be there. Ire just realized that she had a bigger problem because she had become smaller. Her demonic power, that 3,000 years of demonic power, was all gone and not one bit was left. Chu Mo saw that Ire was distressed, so he told her not to be scared because he was not a bad guy. He asked her where she was from and how she got there while in his mind. He wondered if that little girl was the pet that the system said it delivered, and he thought that it was human trafficking, which was a crime. Ire told Chu Mo to be quiet and not talk to her because she got annoyed, and in her mind, she cursed, thinking that she believed it was just an ordinary household as she didn't notice the smell of immortal cultivators there. Seeing the wafting aura in the room, Ire thought she lost her demonic powers, so if a cultivator were to find out her identity, it would be troublesome. Ire wondered if she should pretend to be like an ordinary human child, but she realized she suddenly appeared there, which was really suspicious, so she thought there was only one way out of her situation. Ire called Chu Mo a weak-ass human who lived together with a cultivator, so she figured they were definitely in a close relationship, which made her think that as long as she could hold Chu Mo as a hostage, she could leave there safely. She thought all her days of hard work and honing her combat skills would definitely not betray her, and although her body looked like that of a kid and she lost all her strength, her combat ability was no match for that of an ordinary human. Ire charged towards Chu Mo while apologizing in her mind, as she thought Chu Mo would be her hostage. But to Ire's surprise, her punch didn't land on Chu Mo. Chu Mo held her nonchalantly and told her that she would get hurt if she just simply charged in like that. Ire yelled that she was done for, as Chu Mo wasn't some weak-ass human at all, and the lights outside Chu Mo's room went on. It was Jiang Yutong, and she came into Chu Mo's room to check if he was okay because she just heard some noise that came from his room. Jiang Yutong's expressions immediately changed as she asked Chu Mo what was going on and why his hand was grabbing onto a little girl. At Jiang Yutong's residence, the lights were on the second floor. Ire acted innocent, saying that she really didn't know anything because the moment she came to, she found herself in their place. She said that, furthermore, Chu Mo did some weird stuff to her. The sign and system gave out Ire's information, like her name and breed, and it said that Chu Mo could freely change her physique however he wanted. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that he didn't do anything weird, and he told her that the child, Ire, was a demonic beast. Jiang Yutong was surprised when she heard that a child that cute was actually a demonic beast, and she said that she didn't sense any demonic energy from Ire, and that she seemed really weak. What Jiang Yutong said hit a nerve, and Ire thought that being called weak by some noob cultivator was really humiliating, but all she could do at the moment was act dumb. Acting like a harmless human, Ire said that she didn't understand what they were saying, asking what a demonic beast was and if it could be eaten. Chu Mo remembered that the system said that he could freely change Ire's physique however he wanted, so he ordered Ire to transform. Ire simply stared at Chu Mo, but suddenly, to her surprise, ears popped out of her head. Ire panicked, as she didn't know what was going on because her body was losing control, so she asked Chu Mo what he did to her. At that point, Ire had fully transformed into a demonic beast, and all she could do was make incoherent sounds. Jiang Yutong blushed as she saw that Ire was really a demonic beast, and she said that Ire looked so soft and cute. But Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that although it seemed like he could control the demonic beast, she must not let her guard down. Jiang Yutong beamed as she asked Chu Mo if she could take care of Ire while Ire was still making incoherent sounds, and she seemed unhappy about the situation. Chu Mo said that Ire had the physique of a human, which meant that she might be a demonic beast who was more than 1,000 years old, so it might be too dangerous. And Jiang Yutong said that after thinking about it, Ire did seem dangerous, so she suggested that they kill her, and they could have some ferret meat for lunch. Chu Mo asked Jiang Yutong if it wasn't too cruel, but he also readily said that he would search for a good recipe, while on the other hand, Ire looked worried. Her fur was standing as she wondered if Chu Mo and Jiang Yutong were trying to threaten her, and she decided that she would join them in their act. With tears in her eyes, Ire apologized, saying that she shouldn't have lied. She said that she was just a weak little snow ferret, but because she could transform into a human, she was selected as part of the vanguard squad as cannon fodder. And although she did not wish to partake in that battle, she really had no capabilities to retaliate against those strong demonic beasts. She told them that if they could just let her go, she would do anything for them. Chu Mo told Ire that it was good because he did have something for her to help with, and he said that in regards to how he would deal with her, he would think about it once her task was done. They went into a different part of Jiang Yutong's house. Chu Mo brought Ire to his sister's room, and he asked her if she could wake his sister up. Ire was surprised that he wanted her to save a human, and she said that the body structure of a human and a demonic beast was very different, and she was not familiar with medical skills. Chu Mo looked sinister as he told Ire to stop acting dumb as there was a demonic aura that was coming out of his sister's body, so she should be familiar with it because that was the reason why his sister was in an unconscious state. And since Ire was also a demonic beast, she should probably know how to cure his sister. Ire was resolute as she apologized to Chu Mo, as she didn't really know how to wake his sister up, and she said that demonic beasts don't kill by such roundabout means. Ire suddenly remembered that she heard that before the secret realm appeared, there were humans of some consortium that approached them, saying that they were secretly doing research on fusing humans with demonic beast cells. Ire told Chu Mo that his sister may be related to the consortium's experiment, so if he could find them, he might find a way to cure his sister. Chu Mo asked Ire which consortium, and Ire told him that there was no way that a cannon fodder like her would know such important information. But she said that there was a way to find them, but it would be really dangerous. Chu Mo asked Ire to tell him because he would not forgive those who harmed his sister, so if she could help him, he would protect her. Ire told Chu Mo that based on the arrangements, there was supposed to be someone from the consortium that would welcome her, so if she could contact them, Chu Mo would be able to find out the people who were responsible for his sister's current state. But that meant he would have to fight some dangerous enemies. Without hesitation, Chu Mo told Ire to contact those people ASAP, and Ire quickly agreed. Meanwhile, Ire thought that she still had a mission that needed to be accomplished, so she couldn't waste any more time there. Her best option was to borrow the strength of the financial group to deal with the two normal-looking cultivators, Chu Mo and Jiang Yutong. At the consortium's base, someone said that it was 2 hours since their agreed time. The person questioned if the traverse stone in their research department functioned properly, and wondered what happened if the teleportation failed. Suddenly, the person they were talking to said they got a notification, a message from Ire, and the person felt relieved that they finally got some news. They asked what was going on at the moment. The man told him that the commander of the demonic beast had already arrived in East Sea City, but something went wrong with the teleportation location. Therefore, Ire set a new location for the meeting. The person who was worrying earlier was Li Zhu, while the person he was talking to was Jiyu. Upon hearing about the new meeting point, Li Zhu ordered Jiyu to bring some people with him to greet the guests from the alternate realm. Jiyu hesitated, as he said he was not suitable for a task like that based on his position, and serving Ire was an opportunity that Li Zhu worked so hard to achieve. Li Zhu said that indeed, he paid a huge price to obtain the chance to serve Ire, but when compared to the condition of the Traverse Stone, it wasn't much. So he had to investigate what went wrong with the teleportation and report back to the consortium. He told Jiyu that he was his most trusted assistant, so he would be more relaxed if he passed on the mission of serving Ire to him. A few moments later, at a bridge, Jiyu gave a final reminder that the demonic beasts that arrived on their Earth were very dangerous and were all ruthless creatures. So although they might have seemed like humans, they could not be treated as normal human beings, as vengeful and ruthless were their true nature. Jiyu recalled that previously, they had a demonic beast that visited the city and slaughtered hundreds of people without a care in the world just because there was no fresh meat with blood for dinner. So if they wanted to live, they needed to maintain a respectful attitude at all times. The men told Jiyu to relax, as they got it, and they said that no one would dare offend a demonic beast because they still wanted to live a few more years. But they were committing such a sin for them to work for such ruthless creatures. Ire arrived at the scene and, as she heard them talk about ruthless creatures, she asked them what they were talking about. Jiyu reminded his men that he told them to clear the area and asked them how the little girl entered there. He questioned how the men did things and called them a bunch of trash. Calling Ire a little girl, Jiyu told her that it was dangerous for her to be there so late at night, so she should go back home. Ire simply asked them if they were people from the Lee Consortium and if perhaps they didn't want to welcome her to Earth, wanting her to go back home. Jiyu still seemed a bit confused, so he confirmed with her if she was Ire. Hearing what he said, Jiyu's men quickly bowed and sincerely apologized to Ire for not being able to recognize her. Ire said that there was no need to worry, and she said that she sensed some weird power coming from them, which was different from cultivators, so she asked them if they were perhaps bounty hunters. She asked them if there were any more bounty hunters with them and ordered them to get them all out there. Jiyu admitted to Ire that they were bounty hunters, but they, the high-ranking hunters, all had important missions to accomplish, so those that were currently available were there already. And Jiyu cursed in his mind as he wondered if Ire perhaps liked to eat humans and loved to have a taste of bounty hunters at that. Ire said that it was whatever, as that number should be enough, while she thought that killing Chu Mo and Jiang Yutong shouldn't be a problem with that much manpower. On the other hand, Jiyu was nervous as he heard Ire say that their number should be enough, and he wondered if she was planning to eat them as an appetizer. But he realized that they were fortunate as they had a reason for her not to kill them, and he quickly told Ire that they came from East Sea City with an important mission. Jiyu told Ire that there was a cultivator who had gained power that was equivalent to a 1,000-year-old demonic beast from the secret realm. So if they were to let him roam free, he might be able to accomplish all of the secret realm's mission and destroy their plan. Jiyu said that the cultivator was also very strong in the real realm, and to be honest, dealing with him with just them would serve to be difficult. But if they were to bring her along and she helped them out, he bet it would be an easy task to eliminate the cultivator. Ire agreed that indeed, if such a strong cultivator were kept alive, it would serve as trouble for both of their realms. So she told Jiyu not to worry as she would personally deal with the cultivator later, while thinking that the reason behind her power being restricted should be related to Chumo. So when the bounty hunters dealt with Chumo later, she would be able to regain her strength and no one on Earth would be trouble for her. Jiyu told Ire that they represent the Lee Consortium to thank her for her cooperation, and Ire told them that there was no need to be thankful as she was only trying to fulfill the mission entrusted to her by God, so he should tell her about the cultivator they wanted her to eliminate. Jiyu told her that the cultivator was named Chumo while showing her the tab that had all of Chumo's information, and Ire was surprised when she heard Chumo's name. While pointing at something, Ire asked Jiyu if the Chumo they were referring to looked like that. Ire pointed at Chumo, who was walking towards them. Jiyu was surprised that Chumo actually gave himself to them, and as he saw Ire run towards Chumo, he said that it was as expected of the commander of the demonic beast that even when faced with such a powerful cultivator, she charged up on her own without fear. But as Ire approached Chumo, she called him master and told him that she had brought those consortium dogs all out there. The sign and system gave a notification that Ayer's affection towards Chu Mo increased, so he achieved rewards, which were damage sharing. Half of his damage would transfer to Ayer. And bond, he could feel the changes in Ayer's attitude and emotions, and as he continued to improve Ayer's affection towards him, he would unlock more features in the future. Chu Mo wondered why Ayer's affection meter increased, and he wondered if 5 points of affection were really that much, as he got 2 rewards for that. The sign and system showed Ayer's status, and her affection was currently at 5 with a max of 100, with a description saying that if Chu Mo got run over by a car, Ayer would happily dance on his grave, while Ayer told Chu Mo that she checked that those hunters were just a bunch of scrubs with whom he could definitely easily deal, so she would forever believe in him. Ayer gave Chu Mo a thumbs up, as he thought that it was so troublesome because Chu Mo was so strong, so it seemed that he couldn't be dealt with at the moment, but she couldn't give up. But next time for sure. On the other hand, Chu Mo was surprised when he heard Ayer's inner voice, and he figured that it was the bond feature, and he thought that the damage sharing feature was something quite handy, so if he could improve Ayer's affection towards him, he might be able to obtain better rewards. Chu Mo told Ayer that, seeing as she did a good job, he wouldn't kill her for now, and Ayer panicked, telling him that she was such a cute snow ferret, so there was no reason to kill her. On the other hand, Jiyu's men were surprised when they heard Ayer call Chu Mo its master. They wondered how Chu Mo was related to a demonic beast when he was a cultivator, and they figured that Chu Mo was perhaps some huge figure from the alternate realm, as a strong demonic beast like Ayer was acting like a pet in front of him. One of the men trembled as he said that it was over because they even said that they were going to kill Chu Mo out loud. And they must be crazy as they have offended a huge figure from the alternate realm, so he questioned if they could even go back alive. Jiyu was alarmed, and he quickly apologized to Chu Mo while calling him Lord and explaining that they previously didn't know about his identity, so killing him was the best plan that was set by the two realms. He said that it was all a misunderstanding and asked Ayer what Chu Mo's actual identity was. Ayer told Jiyu to be quiet as they were just a bunch of lowly hunters, so they were not qualified to know Chu Mo's identity. And what was worse was that they even dared to encourage her to cooperate with them to assassinate Chu Mo, which was unforgivable. She ordered them to kneel before Chu Mo and thanked him for showing mercy to them all. Jiyu and his men quickly kneeled, while Jiyu wondered if he should retaliate but realized that it was just suicide. And he also wondered if he should run for it but also realized that he would just be a joke to Chu Mo and Ayer if they were to run away. Jiyu kept his head down as he thought that what they could do was just wait for the judgment of Chu Mo, who was a monster wearing human clothing. And he thought that, based on the analysis, Chu Mo was rather kind to strangers, so as long as they remained modest and humble, perhaps Chu Mo would spare them. Ayer pointed out that the hunters seemed to be quite sincere in terms of their apology, so she suggested that they lessen their punishment, and Chu Mo agreed, saying that he thought that the hunters would choose to fight against him, but since they apologized, he would forgive them. Jiyu apprehensively thanked Chu Mo, saying that they were truly grateful for his generosity, while in his mind, he was thankful that they actually took the gamble and managed to live. Ayer told Jiyu and his men that they were pretty fortunate that Chu Mo was such a kind person. And while she thought that those hunters knew about her identity as the commander, so they needed to die in order to protect her secret, she told them that according to their rules, those who offended the superior would need to undergo 3 whole days of interrogations and could get burned to death. But since Chu Mo had forgiven them, all of them would get to have less painful options for death. She asked them if they would prefer to kill themselves or get eaten. Jiyu was troubled as he thought that, compared to being eaten, killing himself seemed to be the better option, but he realized that regardless, they would still die, so they had no other options. But Chu Mo stepped in, grabbed Ayer, and questioned her as to when he let her put out the commands. Chu Mo told the hunters that they didn't have to be nervous as he was just a normal human being, not a demonic beast, so, of course, he didn't eat other humans, and he told them that he understood that they were just trying to accomplish their missions, so all they needed to do was answer a few of his questions, and he would let them go safely. As the first question, Chu Mo asked them who sent them to kill him, and Jiyu was surprised that it was such a simple question, as all he needed to do was make up a name to get over the question, so he wouldn't need to betray Li Zhu. But he realized that it must be a trap. Jiyu realized that Ayer was the commander of the demonic beasts, so she knew that they belonged to the Li Consortium, and she definitely wouldn't hide it from Chu Mo, so he might also already know that they were the subordinates of Li Zhu. He thought that Chu Mo purposely did so to test them so that he could kill them in the name of justice, because if they were to say Li Zhu's name, that meant that they were disloyal and deserved to die. But if they were not going to say it, it meant that they lied to Chu Mo and would still die. Jiyu thought that in order to make him let his guard down, Chu Mo purposely said that he was just an ordinary human being, so he thought that is expected of someone who was such a huge figure from the alternate realm. Chu Mo's battle power and schemes were top-notch. He was truly a terrifying individual, far beyond their imaginations. On the other hand, Chu Mo was tired of waiting, so he told Jiyu that there was a limit to his patience and asked him if he perhaps didn't want to answer his question. Jiyu told Chu Mo to wait, as he would answer it, and he thought that he must take the gamble. He was about to tell Chu Mo who their boss was, but he suddenly started coughing up blood. His men also did the same, and they were all lying on the ground. Someone was watching the deaths of Jiyu and his men on a monitor. The person was watching it from an office. It was Li Zhu, and he couldn't understand what was going on as he saw that Chu Mo was actually Ayer's master. He figured that Chu Mo being a savior was all just an act because he was actually a huge figure from the alternate realm. And if Chu Mo was truly a demonic beast, it would explain everything. Why there weren't any records of him coming from any of the cultivation sects but still had such power. By tricking the secret realm and becoming the #1 in the rankings, Li Zhu wondered if the demonic beasts perhaps had some other schemes. While holding the remote in his hand, Li Zhu said there was another possibility, which was even worse. That Chu Mo was really a cultivator, but he was much stronger than they predicted. So, besides disrupting the traversing stone, he also made Ayer betray them. Regardless of what Chu Mo's true identity was, they still offended him, so their Li consortium was in grave danger. Li Zhu sweated as he said that he luckily managed to activate the toxins that were placed within the hunters in time, which bought them some time. He blamed Li Tanling, calling him a bastard. He mentioned that for someone who didn't do anything productive every day, he just had to mess with such a monster. Li Tanling suddenly appeared and confirmed with Li Zhu whether he heard him say his name. He said that he was flattered as he didn't know that he would miss him that much. Li Zhu was so surprised when he saw Li Tanling that he immediately called security. He asked him how he got in there. Li Tanling asked Li Zhu if he was feeling unsafe because there was no one there to protect him. He told Li Zhu that it was as expected of the successor of the Li consortium to leave all the dangerous and dirty work to his men while he hid in a safe place, watching the whole show through the CCTV. He reminded him that he even needed his bodyguards to beat him up. Li Zhu got annoyed, so he asked Li Tanling if he was teaching him how to do his work. He called him his dumbass little brother, saying that he could see that he didn't know anything because if it weren't for him handling all those matters, he wouldn't be able to live the life of a carefree and useless young master like he had been so far. Li Tanling smirked and told Li Zhu that if that was the case, he was wondering how his amazing brother, was going to handle the situation with Ayer because one wrong step and the whole Li consortium would be destroyed by his hands. So, it was a big responsibility that he was bearing. Li Zhu got mad and asked Ayer how he knew about Ayer. He realized that the huge building they were currently in was not some place that a person of Li Tanling's level should know about. He asked him how he found him and where his security was. Li Zhu called Li Tanling trash and asked him what he was planning. Li Zhu's hand fumbled on his desk, and he found it weird as he couldn't find the thing he was looking for, which Li Tanling noticed. Li Tanling smirked as he asked Li Zhu if he was looking for something. He showed him the gun in his hand as he said that he saw that dangerous thing on the table and put it away. He hoped that he was not planning to use that gun on his own little brother because that would be saddening. Li Tanling pointed the gun at Li Zhu and demanded that he tell him how many demonic beasts had infiltrated the earth and what their goals were. At that moment, Li Zhu immediately realized that Li Tanling was the one who had been ruining their plans from the shadows. He said that everyone thinks he is a useless piece of garbage and asked Li Tanling why he was doing those things and if he was planning to betray his family, betraying those of his own blood. Li Zhu asked Li Tanling if he went crazy and questioned him about what he was doing. He ordered him to stop messing around and put the gun down. But Li Tanling warned him not to challenge his patience because his bodyguards were not coming into the office regardless of how much time he tried to buy. So he told him to answer his question about the purpose behind the demonic beasts infiltrating the earth, or he would die. Li Tanling told Li Zhu that the choice was his, and Li Zhu quickly panicked, asking Li Tanling to wait because he was not the one behind it, so he did not know much about all those things himself. Li Zhu said that he was just a pawn of the consortium alliance and did all that for their Li consortium's greater good, but he could tell him the location of the Traverse Stone. Li Tanling smiled as he told Li Zhu that if that was the case, it seemed that he was no longer useful as he had already found out the location of the Traverse Stone. After he got his hands on it, he would have time to have some chit-chat with him. Li Ziyu told Li Tanling to wait, reminding him that they were family, and although they were from different mothers, they were still brothers. Li Tanling told Li Ziyu that he did not care because, in order to stop their evil plan, he had sacrificed his companions and even family, and their sacrifices did not gain them any respect or remorse. But he was different because his death would cause an all-out war between the consortium and Chu Mo. Li Tanling told Li Ziyu not to be sad because he would make sure that all those old bastards who were blinded by greed would join him in the afterlife. And Li Tanling pulled the trigger, shooting Li Ziyu in the head. As Li Ziyu sat lifelessly on his chair, Li Tanling called Ziyu, informing him that he did everything on his side and that Li Ziyu was dead, so there was a change of plans. He didn't have to come in contact with Chu Mo, he should leave straight away. Ziyu was surprised to hear that Li Tanling killed Li Ziyu, as he recalled that he said that Li Ziyu would be more useful if he was kept alive, and he asked him what he meant by the change of plans. Li Tanling said that Li Ziyu's death served a greater purpose because Chu Mo's strength was unimaginable, and Aya recognized him as her master. Whether or not Chu Mo was a significant figure from the alternate realm, he remained an extremely powerful cultivator, and it was dangerous if they came in contact with him at that moment. Li Tanling said that the reason Li Ziyu came to East Sea City, besides welcoming Ire, was to kill Chu Mo. With the Traverse Stone gone and Li Ziyu dead, all the hatred would be focused on Chu Mo. So, no matter what Chu Mo's identity was, it was the best outcome for them if the conflict between the consortium and Chu Mo intensified. Ziyu said that it was a despicable move, and he told Li Tanling that he was going to confirm if Chu Mo made Ire surrender to him to protect them because if he were a significant figure from the alternate realm, he would kill both Chu Mo and Ire on the spot. Li Tanling was so surprised that he asked Ziyu if he was seriously thinking that he could beat both Chu Mo and Ire together. But Ziyu ended the call without answering him, which annoyed him, so he called Ziyu a bastard for daring to end his call. Meanwhile, at the bridge, Ire checked and told Chu Mo that all the hunters were dead. She asked him if he needed her to search the hunters' bodies to find anything useful, but Chu Mo told her that there was no need for that and warned her that someone was coming. It was Ziyu, and as he approached Chu Mo, he introduced himself, saying that it was the first time they had met. Ziyu told Chu Mo that it was hard to imagine that among the younger generation of cultivators, there would be someone as strong as him, because at a short distance, he could feel that his current strength was almost no different from when he was in the secret realm. In response, Chu Mo told him that he wasn't weak, but he also didn't seem that strong either. Chu Mo told Ziyu that it was weird because the sense of threat that he was getting from him was even more intense than the puppy from the secret realm. So he asked him if he was from the consortium and if he was there to kill him. Ziyu told Chu Mo that it was quite the opposite because he was a cultivator, and both the consortium and demonic beasts were his enemies. So if he was his enemy, he would kill him. Ziyu told Chu Mo that the little girl beside him was the commander of the demonic beast that came from the alternate realm. So he asked him why Ire was calling him master, who exactly was he, and why he was together with the demonic beast. Chu Mo told Ziyu that Ire dropped into his room and became his pet, and as for him, he was just a regular guy. But if he tried to kill him, he would fight back in self-defense. Ziyu asked Chu Mo if he thought that he would believe such nonsense, that Ire, the commander of the demonic beasts that infiltrated on Earth, somehow ended up in his bedroom and became his pet. Ziyu thought that he couldn't sense anything from Ire while Chu Mo's strength seemed to be at the level of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. So perhaps it was because they had just arrived on Earth and were still in a weakened state, which was the best chance to get rid of them. Chu Mo told Ziyu that he was the suspicious one because just as he was asking the hunters a question, they suddenly died, and Ziyu appeared right after that. So it was hard for him to believe that he was not related to that, and since Ziyu didn't believe him, there was not much for him to say, so if he wanted to fight, he should come at him, if not, he would be going back home. Ziyu apologized, saying that indeed what Chu Mo said did make sense as he acted impulsively earlier, and Ziyu told Chu Mo that as the matter was concerning the survival of the Earth, they should put aside their suspicions of each other for a moment, and have an honest conversation. Ziyu informed Chu Mo that the demonic beasts that had infiltrated the Earth were colluding with the consortiums, which was a huge threat to their world, and since he tamed the commander of the demonic beast, he asked him if he knew the reason behind the invasion. Chu Mo told Ziyu that he got what he meant, so he asked Ire what the reason was behind them coming to Earth. Ire was confused and silent for a moment, and she told Chu Mo that she did not understand his question. Ziyu asked Ire if she was messing with him, and he asked Chu Mo to hand over Ire to him as he would make her tell the truth. But Chu Mo defended Ire, saying that what she said was the truth, and although it may sound weird, he had a way to identify if his pet was lying. Ziyu asked Chumo if he was trying to protect Ire, reminding him that demonic beasts were the arch-nemesis of them humans, and he questioned Chumo if he actually believed that the commander of the demonic beast would not know what she was tasked to do. Ire chimed in, telling Ziyu to stop looking down on her as she was still the commander of demonic beasts after all. So of course she meant it when she said she didn't know. She explained that she came to Earth because a strong demonic beast was required to be the representative of the demonic beasts to negotiate with the consortium. So in regards to the mission, she didn't give a damn what those pipsqueaks wanted to do. But the reality was, as Ire came from an inferior race, she was ostracized by the higher demonic beasts and was therefore barred from all information. But Ire's self-esteem did not allow her to look weak in front of cultivators. Chu Mo said that he believed in what Ire said. Ziyu said that he supposed they had nothing further to discuss, and he charged forward to attack Chu Mo. Chu Mo was able to dodge Ziyu's powerful attack. Chu Mo confronted Ziyu as to why he suddenly attacked and asked him where his morals were, questioning him for considering himself a cultivator. Ziyu said that his target was Ire, and against a demonic beast, there was no need for morals and virtues. Ziyu said that since Ire didn't know anything, they should just kill her because letting her live would allow her to pose harm to them in the future. Chu Mo refused, saying that he promised Ire that as long as she was helpful to him, he would do his best to protect her, and even if she was a demonic beast, he would honor his words. Ire was touched by what Chu Mo said, as she didn't think that there was a human that was so kind. The sign and system notified Chu Mo that 5 points were added to Ire's affection, and with the current total of 10 points, its description was that if Chu Mo got into an accident, Ire would be happily celebrating his death, but she would place a small piece of bread in front of his grave. Chu Mo looked disappointed when he saw that the affection went up, but Ire would still celebrate his death on his grave, and he wondered if he should just kill Ire instead. Releasing 2 different auras on each of his hands, Ziyu told Chu Mo that since he chose to protect the demonic beast, he wouldn't be holding back. Ziyu placed his fist, which was shrouded in a blue aura, into his palm, which was infused with red aura, and with the 2 auras combined, he delivered it to Chu Mo through a punch, but Chu Mo was able to protect himself from the attack with his golden aura. Chu Mo told Ziyu that it was an interesting move and it was amusing to see as it combined the strength of 2 different attributes, so he commended Ziyu, telling him that he was quite strong himself. On the other hand, Ziyu said that, as expected, he couldn't possibly deal any damage to Chu Mo with such normal moves, so he should have a taste of his next attack instead. Marks appeared on Ziyu's face as he used his move, the 5 Paths of Chaos, Fiery Lotus. Ziyu thought that the 5 Paths of Chaos was a forbidden technique because each attack would cause the one attack to have their strength go berserk, finally causing their body to explode to their death, and facing a technique that would damage him internally. Ziyu thought that Chu Mo couldn't possibly deal with it no matter how strong he was. Emitting a powerful aura, Ziyu told Chu Mo that their battle truly started, and Chu Mo agreed. The 2 strong, powerful auras of Ziyu and Chu Mo clashed, and it seemed that they were on par with each other. Ire celebrated when she saw that they had finally fought, saying that a cultivator had finally appeared on par with Chu Mo, and she laughed evilly as she said that once they were both severely injured, or even better, if both of them died, she could safely escape from there. Suddenly, the sign and system gave a notification that it noticed that Chu Mo was attacked by an unknown force, so the damage transfer was activated. Ire suddenly coughed up blood, and she couldn't understand what had happened. Ire was filled with dread when she saw that she was the one vomiting blood, even if Ziyu and Chu Mo were the ones fighting. Smoke filled the place as Chu Mo asked Ziyu if it was all he got, and he told him that it was about time he gave up because he was just trying to scratch his back. Ziyu was enraged, and he told Chu Mo to shut up as he lunged forward to deliver another attack. Chu Mo countered Ziyu's punch with another punch. The force from the impact was so powerful that their auras filled the area. Chu Mo said that no matter how many times he took Ziyu's attack, he still couldn't figure it out because every time it seemed that he clearly blocked it, he still got hit. As Ziyu was about to deliver another punch, Chu Mo wondered what kind of technique it was, as it was quite interesting. Ziyu managed to punch Chu Mo, and he was surprised that Chu Mo didn't dodge his attack that time. Ziyu was alarmed when he realized that Chu Mo purposely took his attack. Chu Mo prepared his punch as he told Ziyu that it was already his turn. Chu Mo delivered his punch to Ziyu with all his might, and his punch was so powerful that he sent Ziyu flying away from him. Dust and rocks scattered everywhere as Ziyu crashed into one of the walls. Although Ziyu was coughing up blood, he was still standing, and he thought that fortunately, the 5 Paths of Chaos enhanced his defense because if not, he would have died from that attack earlier. but it was a price he wouldn't mind paying. Ziyu thought that he hit Chumo 8 times, and it was enough for Chumo's power to go berserk, so the victory was his. But Chumo was unscathed, and he was surprised that Ziyu was still alive, so he said that he had truly underestimated Ziyu because, although his strength wasn't that much to brag about, that technique of his was quite the spectacle. Ziyu couldn't believe what he was seeing, so much so that he questioned Chumo about how he was not dead yet, and he wondered if the number of attacks was not enough. Suddenly, Ire, who was already kneeling on the ground, told Chumo and Ziyu that it was enough and they should stop fighting. She was coughing up blood, and she said that any more and she would die. Seeing Ire, Ziyu wondered if Chumo could perhaps transfer the damage he received to his pet, and he thought that it was a cruel technique. Ziyu thought that although Chumo lacked combat experience, his attack and defense were absurd, and he would die if he got hit by Chumo a couple more times. Ziyu thought that it was an eye for an eye, so even if he killed Ire, Chumo would still be alive, so he prepared himself as he thought that it seemed that it was time to use his other technique. Ziyu swiftly ran away. Chumo looked disappointed as he thought that, seeing Ziyu's stance earlier, he thought Ziyu was going to fight till his last breath, but he ended up running away. Chumo thought that there was no need for him to waste any more time and effort to deal with Ziyu because if he fought any longer, Ire might end up dead, and she was still very useful to him. He also thought that if the fight went further on, he might also be in danger because he felt sore all over his body and kind of exhausted as well, and he pointed out that even the little doggy in the secret realm didn't do damage to him to such an extent. On the other hand, around an apartment complex, Li Tanling was supporting Ziyu so he could walk. Li Tanling questioned Ziyu if he was crazy as he fought against Chumo one-on-one and asked him what he was supposed to do if he died because there was nowhere else where he could find another fighter like him. Ziyu admitted that he was too proud of himself and that Chumo was much more terrifying than he ever could have imagined. He said that even if they didn't consider that Chumo could transfer the damage he received to his pet, his innate strength far surpassed that of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. And Ziyu explained that their internal body was extremely fragile because it was an area that was hard to train. But Chumo somehow managed to resist the effects of the 5 paths of chaos. Li Tanling told Ziyu not to put himself down, as he was going to say that he was already quite surprised that he managed to come back alive after fighting against Chumo. And he said that another monster should be dealt with by another monster, so he didn't have to worry about Chumo anymore. Ziyu asked Li Tanling if his plan had succeeded. Li Tanling said that he just got a call from his family that they had already found the corpse of Li Ziyu, and the Li Consortium would do whatever it took to hunt down the one behind the murder of their successor, Chumo. At a fancy building, an old man arrived with his 2 bodyguards. It was President Li, and the guard of the building was requesting that he not make things hard for him as he was just a nobody. He said that that place was the accommodation for the demonic beasts, so even considering his status, he shouldn't come there without making an appointment. He requested for him to go back. But President Li was stubborn, and he told the guard to move because he wouldn't leave until he met Lord Galley. Suddenly, an ominous voice told President Li to come in, followed by dark auras that flowed out the door. President Li was able to proceed, and he entered the door with his bodyguards. One of the bodyguards mocked the security guard for acting all high and mighty and even daring to stop them. Suddenly, the dark aura slashed through the bodyguard's head. President Li was standing in front of a demonic beast who was releasing the dark aura and killing both his bodyguards in one fell swoop. The demonic beast was Lord Galley, and President Li asked him what the meaning of his actions was. He said that he was the one who invited them there, so he asked why he had to kill his subordinates. Lord Galley told President Li that he didn't remember inviting his subordinates, so all he did was kill the humans that infiltrated his territory. Then, as he called President Li an old man, Lord Galley told him that he would give him a chance. If he could make him laugh, he would spare his life. President Li told Lord Galley that his son, Li Ziyu, went to East Sea City to welcome the commander of demonic beasts, but the transportation failed, and the commander of demonic beasts had gone missing. President Li said that Li Ziyu was brutally murdered while the traversing stone that belonged to their consortium had fallen into the murderer's hands. He begged Lord Galley to avenge his son. When he heard that the commander of the demonic beasts had gone missing, Lord Galley laughed, saying that he wouldn't have thought that a day would come for Ire, and it served her right. He asked President Li to tell him who was the murderer because he could avenge him. But after that, the traversing stone that belonged to the consortium would be his. President Li told Lord Galley that it was the savior Chu Mo. He said that Chu Mo killed one of their high-ranking consultants and exposed their underground sanctuary, which was also the reason why Li Ziyu went to the East Sea City to get rid of Chu Mo. He added that although all the visual data was cleared, and there was no actual evidence, He was sure that Chumo was the biggest suspect in the theft of the traversing stone and the disappearance of Ire. When Lord Galley heard that it was Chumo, he told President Lee to forget it because he wouldn't do any unprofitable deals, so he informed him that he could go back. President Lee pleaded with Lord Galley to wait, stating that Chumo was someone who had already reached his limits as he was a cultivator from the body refinement sect, which had the maximum battle power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. He added that Chumo occasionally appeared quite foolishly innocent and kind. President Lee told Lord Galley that if he wished, he could easily kill Chumo. When Lord Galley heard the words innocent and kind, he told President Lee that he almost made him laugh because those were not the terms he would use to describe Chumo. Lord Galley said that being the biggest star within the secret realm after the first mission, they had conducted a thorough investigation of Chumo. Underneath that kind side of his was a monster who was cold, ruthless, and selfish. Lord Galley stated that since the day Chumo was born, his body never showed any peculiar signs, and no peculiar behavior was observed from him. There were no signs of him being a cultivator. As he asked President Lee if he knew what that meant, Lord Galley told him that if Chumo was previously a cultivator, he had lived while hiding that tremendous power of his. In that era of modern technology, Chumo had never been found to be abnormal by anyone. Even when his own sister fell seriously ill, he did not reveal his identity. Lord Galley added that if Chumo was someone who unlocked his powers as a cultivator, it would be even more terrifying because it meant that in just a day's time, from an ordinary mortal, he became the world's strongest cultivator. It was common knowledge that those of the body refinement sect had limited potential, but that definitely did not apply to such a monster like Chumo. After comprehending the rules of the secret realm, he used various ways to garner a larger flow of audience. Lord Galley recalled that Chumo was sleeping. He played hide and seek with demonic beasts. He even ate chips. Lord Galley said that Chumo used a variety of stupid behaviors to attract attention, contrasting with the other performance of killing demonic beasts in seconds. Therefore, he also obtained a large amount of fate coins reward to increase his battle power. Lord Galley asked President Lee if he really thought that Chumo was kind and dumb, and he told him that to make things more dramatic and gain many more fate coins, Chumo didn't even care about the lives of the other cultivators. He said that Chumo was so strong, but he was selective on who he saved, secretive, cautious, always had an ace up his sleeve, and even messed with the audience psychologically, so if they thought about it, Chumo was even more like a demonic beast when compressed to them. He was very dangerous, and if they were to challenge him immediately, it would only cause great harm to them. President Lee told Lord Galley that since Chumo was so dangerous, he shouldn't be kept alive since he was the greatest threat to their plan for combining the two realms. Lord Galley said that it was great because since President Lee was so worried about the plan of combining the two realms, he would hand the task of killing Chumo to him. And since the consortiums would do whatever it takes, they would definitely be able to kill a measly cultivator with the battle power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast. President Lee tried to answer, but he couldn't find the words. Lord Galley grinned as he asked President Lee if the cat got his tongue, and he pointed out that even when facing the killer of his son, in the end, he was still considering his profits and losses. Lord Galley told President Lee that they would definitely kill Chumo, but there were bigger plans at the moment. Although he could take some preemptive measures so that when it was time to kill Chumo, it would be easier for them, and President Lee quickly asked Lord Galley what his command was. The fancy hotel lobby was now empty and peaceful. Looking down, Lord Galley told Knight that he could already come out because the old man from the Lee Consortium was gone, and he told Knight that he still couldn't change that habit of his, eavesdropping. A shadow emerged from the ground, which was Knight, telling Lord Galley that it was because he had talent in stealth that they thought that he was a stalker by default. But he came there to report that the trap for the second secret realm had been set, and Lord Galley praised him for his good job, saying that they wouldn't need to split the reward with the bitch, Ire, as he spoke Ire's name. Lord Galley remembered that they needed to thank Chumo for that, and he laughed as he wondered if Ire had perhaps already died to Chumo. Knight said that he hoped so too, but he said that Ire should probably retain a battle power of a couple of thousand years, so she should still be able to escape from Chumo. On the other hand, in Jiang Yutong's house, there was a single room that was lit. The light was from the kitchen, where Chumo was showing Ire to Jiang Yutong, saying that the snow ferret seemed to be in depression, and he asked if they should just roast it to eat. In Jiang Yutong's house, a lot of rooms were illuminated. In one of those rooms, Jiang Yutong and Chu Mo discussed the hunters of the financial group and the strange immortal cultivator. Jiang Yutong mentioned that it sounded very dangerous. She looked crestfallen as she said that if only she could be a little stronger so she could assist Chu Mo instead of being a burden. Chu Mo reassured her, saying that if she didn't have her to guard his sister, he wouldn't be able to go out in peace. Jiang Yutong suddenly remembered to inform Chu Mo that she had established a hidden array near her house. Only those authorized could enter freely, making it impossible for people from the financial group to find that place. Even if they entered the secret realm, they could rest assured. However, she was interrupted by a knock on the door. As Chu Mo opened the door, a delivery guy greeted him and handed him the takeout he ordered. Chu Mo thanked him. Jiang Yutong was so surprised that she blurted out that things were not right and asked how the delivery guy found the place, as it didn't make sense. The delivery guy laughed as he mentioned that the place was really hard to find. Fortunately, their company had recently updated its satellite location system, so even if they lived in a tree, he could deliver it to their door. He proudly praised the high technology. Jiang Yutong laughed awkwardly as she cursed the high technology in her mind. She thought that it seemed that the magic array needed to be improved again. On the other hand, Ferret Ire, who was born at a low level in the hierarchical world of the demonic beasts, relied on her own efforts to continuously gain power, status, and influence. She was a Valkyrie who had fought hundreds of battles and remained undefeated. She was an idol that low-level demonic beasts admired and looked up to, a symbol of dignity and beauty. In one of Jiang Yutong's house's rooms, Ire appeared dejected, saying that she didn't want to do it anymore. She just wanted to go home as her demonic beast's power was completely lost, and she had become an immortal cultivator's pet, a meat shield that shared his damage. Ire woke herself up when she realized that her thinking was wrong because even if all the high-level beasts on Earth were her enemies and even if the financial group was trash, she still had to find the means to survive and fulfill her Lord's God's command. The door to the room where she was swung open as Ire continued to think that if she gave up, her companions would become food and toys for the high-level demonic beasts. Chu Mo opened the door, checking if Ire felt better. He told her that he brought her something to eat. However, Ire called him the devil, told him to stay away, and asked what evil scheme he had come up with at that moment. Realizing Ire was still upset, Chu Mo apologized for hurting her, saying he really didn't mean it. He recalled that Ire hid her identity as the commander of the demonic beast, so he suggested they call it even. He told Ire that she must have been hungry after being there for so long, so he really just brought her something to eat. Ire was annoyed with what Chu Mo had just said. She called him a human bastard and told him that she was not some wild animal, so he shouldn't underestimate her as she couldn't be bribed with food. The food sparkled deliciously on the table as Chu Mo unpacked it. Ire's eyes also sparkled as she looked at the food, and she drooled. A few moments later, half of the food on the table was already gone. Ire happily munched on one of the fried chickens. As Chu Mo pointed out that it looked like Ire liked fried chicken, Ire suddenly woke up from the trance. Ire was in a dilemma as she didn't know what had just happened. She suddenly lost consciousness, and when she came to her senses, the food on the table was half empty. Ire froze when she realized that she had eaten those fried chickens. As the commander of the demonic beasts, she had been defeated. However, she refused to accept it, telling Chu Mo that he must have added something strange to the food. Chu Mo told her that he wouldn't do such a thing, but since she didn't believe him, he would take the rest of the fried chicken. As Chu Mo reached out to get the fried chicken from the table, Ire suddenly slammed her hand on the table. Ire looked like she was hypnotized. She thought it was so strange that the flesh of such a weak, powerless thing could give off such a fascinating scent. The crispy skin wrapped around the tender texture of the chicken, and the strange flavor of the seasoning was just irresistible. Chu Mo was confused, as he thought Ire didn't want to eat. So, he asked her why she didn't let him take the fried chicken away. Ire was embarrassed, but she told Chu Mo to shut up because she was not tempted by food. She just wanted to prove that even if he poisoned the food, it would have no effect on her. She started chomping on the fried chicken while she told Chu Mo to take a look because no matter how much she ate, she wasn't poisoned, and Chu Mo just stood there, thinking that he hoped Ire was happy. Suddenly, the sign in system notified Chu Mo that Ire's favorability towards him increased. Chu Mo thought that it seemed that there was nothing wrong with Ire's information shown by the sign in system, as he could feed her whatever he wanted. She was easy to raise, so he would just feed her some fried chicken and pizza to increase the favorability. He thought that the hunters' deaths were equivalent to tearing the Lee financial groups apart, and the next time they made a move, it might be a real crisis for him and his sister, which was why he must raise Ayer's favorability as soon as possible so that he could unlock new features. Suddenly, Jiang Yutong came into the room in a panic, telling Chu Mo that it was terrible because the Lee financial group had made a move against him, and as Chu Mo commented that it was so soon, he asked Jiang Yutong what happened. Jiang Yutong told Chu Mo that they put him on the trending search bar, and Chu Mo was a bit disappointed, so he asked her if that was it. Morning came, and on a large building, someone said that there would be a recruitment talk held for entry-level cultivators wishing to join the secret realm that day, so he asked the person he was talking to if he wanted to join him. The guy he was talking to asked him if he watched too many live streams as those talks or courses weren't trustworthy and were usually scams. He said that cultivators and demonic beasts were something far and beyond for normal people like them, so he just wanted to live a peaceful life. The first guy said that he really hoped that the savior Chu Mo would be able to end the threat of invasion. The other guy was surprised when the first guy mentioned Chu Mo, and he said Chu Mo couldn't be depended on because all of his past actions were exposed, which is currently one of the top searches. He said that everyone had almost given up on Chu Mo, and the first guy was surprised, and he asked how that could be. The other guy told the first guy that if he didn't believe it, he should have a look at the top searches, as there was even video proof that was uploaded. He said that just the other day, before entering the secret realm, Chu Mo and his colleague Xia Xiaomeng went to the balcony of their office together, and a few minutes later, Xia Xiaomeng died from jumping off the building. He added that although there was no surveillance up there, Chu Mo was most likely the one that killed her. The other guy said that Chu Mo and Xia Xiaomeng's colleagues even said that it was Chu Mo's corruption that caused the amusement park project to be abandoned, and as such, he pushed his innocent subordinate Xia Xiaomeng off the building to create the image that she killed herself due to her guilt. The first guy said that it was a bit far-fetched to say that Chu Mo was the murderer from just one video, but the other guy told him to wait as there was more. The other guy said that after the secret realm was finished, Chu Mo went back to the office for a bit, used his status as a savior to threaten Mr. Zhu, the boss of the company, for money. But after he got rejected, Chu Mo killed Mr. Zhu and blew up the entire building, eliminating any related evidence of his corruption. He said that those videos were all uploaded by a reliable source, the host from Gugu Station, who risked his life by infiltrating the live scene in order to recover the footage. It was not easy, but his purpose was to uncover who Chu Mo really was. When the first guy heard about Gugu Station, he recognized that it was the host who always spoke up for the weak, but he questioned if Chu Mo needed to be that bad of a person when he was a cultivator. The other guy said that no one knew, and maybe Chu Mo was a psychopath because there were even people who said that previously, when Chu Mo's sister was critically ill, it was Mr. Zhu who funded his sister's medical fees, but Chu Mo even took the medical fees for himself, and now his sister was in a critical state. He said that Chu Mo was a joke for not even caring about his own sister's life when he was a savior, and even Mr. Zhu, who was trying to help him, was killed, so he asked the first guy if he still thought Chu Mo was their hope to save their world. The first guy said that he really didn't think that Chu Mo would be such a person, that he was wrong about him, and to think that he donated coins to Chu Mo. On the other hand, in an office, a girl talked to her colleague, stating that it disgusted her that Chu Mo was already a cultivator before entering the secret realm and that he only acted like an ordinary human to avoid attention, abused the kind hearts of other people, and scammed fake coins. Her colleague agreed, saying that there were many videos that claimed Chu Mo intentionally let all those cultivators die for dramatic effects. She felt sorry for those cultivators in the fifth secret realm, as they all perished due to Chu Mo's scams of fake coins, which could have been distributed to other cultivators. Meanwhile, a guy whose face was concealed was interviewed on television. Upon learning it was a live interview about the savior Chu Mo, he commented that he had nothing to say about a scoundrel like that. On the other hand, people in group chats discussed Chu Mo. One person asserted that Chu Mo truly deserved the title of the best actor of the year. Another individual claimed that Chu Mo was extremely cruel, pretending to be an ordinary person to gain sympathy, a charlatan on the internet, making it painful to watch. Another person opined that they couldn't judge a book by its cover and had always known it was all an act. Someone else revealed that they had messaged Chu Mo, asking him to end his own life, and laughed as they expressed fear that Chu Mo might come after them. Another member of the group said that Chu Mo was a joke, and no one would donate to him from that day forward. Meanwhile, at an office, a man reported to President Lee, indicating that the rumors had been successfully disseminated. Currently, the entire internet was flooded with negative PR for Chu Mo, and his fame had plummeted completely. The man asked President Lee if that would suffice, as Chu Mo was the one who had killed Li Zhu, after all. Even the demonic beasts that had infiltrated Earth had declined their request to eliminate Chu Mo, and they were only tarnishing Chu Mo's reputation on the internet. He couldn't comprehend how this avenged Li Zhu. President Lee sneered as he told the man that it was more than enough. On the surface, the demonic beasts had rejected his request, but they had secretly gathered the pieces and assembled the cube capable of suppressing Kai. They believed they could keep this information hidden from them, the consortiums. He added that, if he was not mistaken, the demonic beasts were on the brink of something significant, and they concealed this information because they didn't trust the alliance with the consortiums. He also stated that the demonic beast had requested to defame Chu Mo because when a cultivator's focus was affected, their power would decrease drastically, which meant that the demonic beasts were already planning to kill Chu Mo. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yutong's house, Jiang Yutong cursed and questioned if they were brain dead because they only knew how to conform to the masses and defame Chu Mo. She questioned their logic as they scolded Chu Mo after risking his life to save the world. On the other hand, Chu Mo remained calm as he said that he didn't really care about saving the world because all he wanted was to save his sister, so he never thought about such a big goal as saving the world. Jiang Yutong asked him if he wasn't angry about those people who scolded a complete stranger when they didn't even know what was really going on, and Chu Mo told her that he really didn't mind. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that he was already happy to see that she believed him, even being angry at those people for him, so there was no reason for him to care about what other people thought of him. But as he said those things, he crushed the phone in his hands. Jiang Yutong was speechless for a moment, and she said what Chu Mo said would have been more convincing if he hadn't crushed his phone, so he was clearly extremely angry about the situation. Chu Mo said that the consortium alliance was probably behind all that, and his anger for them had reached its maximum earlier, so he couldn't even get any angrier about the situation anymore, and he declared that the consortium would definitely pay for using his sister as a guinea pig. As Chu Mo said that he already had a plan to take action on the Li Consortium first. The Secret Realm system gave out an emergency notification that the second realm would be initiated in 10 minutes, so it requested the saviors to get ready. Chu Mo asked if the system was kidding him or if it was some kind of scheme because they just entered the secret realm the other day, so they should let them, the saviors, rest a few more days, and Jiang Yutong was surprised to hear that it had only been a day since they were in the secret realm. Jiang Yutong said that she thought it had been quite a while already, but as she thought about it, a lot really happened the other day, entering the secret realm, saving Chu Mo's sister from Mr. Zhu, the demonic beast that suddenly came to Earth, and the battle between the hunters from the consortium, so it was a long day. Chu Mo said that since it was a secret realm mission, he guessed they had no choice, so the Li Consortium should really consider themselves lucky as they get to live for another day. Jiang Yutong said that everything was ready. She said that she upgraded the new concealment array, and its effects were good. As she ordered delivery earlier, the delivery guy couldn't find her house. Chu Mo told her that he properly settled Ire down as well, so they could go. Meanwhile, Ire squeaked ferociously in a cage. On the other hand, there was a bright light, and someone complained why they did a Secret Realm livestream broadcast that day, as it wasn't what they agreed upon previously. With the sudden change of plans, it affected their whole schedule because that day they originally had an endorsement event, so they had to pay them more for that broadcast. But they were suddenly informed that the live stream had already started. Yi Shuang smiled brightly on the camera as she greeted and welcomed everyone to the Secret Realm live broadcast. She told Ruri not to be angry because the endorsement event shouldn't be more important than the Secret Realm live stream broadcast. Ruri smirked as she told Yi Shuang that she really didn't understand what she was talking about because she was a VTuber, so she could do both the live stream broadcast and the endorsement event at the same time. Yi Shuang said that if that were the case, Ruri was incredible, and Jai Sheng changed the topic by clearing his throat and saying that they should have a look at the cultivators who would be entering the secret realm for the second time. On Ma Yuyu's live stream, the audience was surprised. One commented, asking if they were really seeing what they thought they were seeing. The cultivator was actually cooking a hot pot in the secret realm. Another one commented that it was a shocker because Ma Yuyu was actually adding the flesh of demonic beast into the pot, and they wondered if he was not afraid of getting poisoned. Another one commented that the host was trying too hard because they already had everything planned out in order to get coins. Another one commented that there was nothing special about eating demonic beast hot pot, and he urged the other audiences to look at Lai Haoyu's live stream room as it was what they call trying hard. They immediately panned onto Lai Haoyu's live stream, where he was showing the audience that he just managed to dig out a 50 kilograms demonic beast egg. He said that he was not kidding around as he was going to eat it raw that day. An audience was so surprised that they cursed in their comment, asking what it was and where the gigantic egg came from. Another one commented that the host found a gigantic demonic beast egg by the shore, and after which, he proceeded by saying that he was going to eat it raw. Another one commented, surprised that Lai Hao Yu was going to eat it raw, and they said that he was really going hard. Meanwhile, in the studio, Rory was speechless for a moment. She said she didn't understand what was going on because it wasn't the Secret Realm live stream broadcast at all. It had already become a food channel. Yi Shuang said it wasn't so hard to understand because they were just following Chu Mo's trend, mimicking him eating in the Secret Realm, garnering attention and donations of fate coins. She asked Jai Sheng if cultivators in their time got caught up with trends as well. Jai Sheng said those few at the 5th Secret Realm were from some random sects. They were weak and were only able to improve their strengths by gaining fate coins through food-eating broadcasts. He said that, although such behavior wasn't positively viewed upon, they were still working hard to improve their strength to protect the human race. Of course, he believed that those from the 4 major sects wouldn't do such a thing, engage in food-eating broadcasts to garner attention. He said they should have a look at the 1st Secret Realm. As they tuned into Jingming Jai's livestream channel, he was also doing a food-eating broadcast. He said that in front of him was the meat from a demonic beast that was commonly seen in the Secret Realm, the tentacle cyclops, and that day he would personally taste it. Jai Sheng looked disgusted and immediately gave orders to change the channel. Meanwhile, on Si Zhencheng's livestream channel, he was hyping his audience, saying he found Chu Mo, and he bet everyone was curious how the recent news affected Chu Mo. He would go and personally interview him, hoping everyone would be kind enough to donate to him in the meantime. Calling him Boss Chu Mo, Si Zhencheng asked if he could have a minute with him. Chu Mo was surprised that he was looking for him and asked how he could help. Si Zhencheng told Chu Mo that he was once a media person before he became a cultivator. Regarding the recent rumors of him killing his colleague and boss, he wondered if he would be willing to accept his interview. Chu Mo said those were just rumors forged by the Li Consortium because he found out their true plan. He added that it might not just be the Li Consortium. Other consortiums might have taken part in that and formed an alliance with the demonic beasts from the alternate realm. Some demonic beasts, with the consortium's help, managed to infiltrate Earth, but he wasn't too sure about their goal, so he hoped everyone would be on high alert on the matter. Si Zhencheng accidentally laughed when he heard that demonic beasts infiltrated Earth. He said that it was terrifying news, and he asked Chu Mo how he explained the footage of him when both Xia Xiaomeng and Mr. Zhu died. Chu Mo said that those footage were edited clips because it was actually Mr. Zhu who wanted to frame him. As such, Mr. Zhu ordered Xia Xiaomeng to kill him, and Si Zhencheng said that it was despicable. But he asked Chu Mo why 2 ordinary people even thought about killing a cultivator, to which Chu Mo replied that it was because before he entered the Secret Realm, he was also an ordinary person. Si Zhencheng was surprised, and he said that if Chu Mo was saying that he got so strong in just a day, he was really making the cultivators feel sad. Meanwhile, on Si Zhencheng's livestream channel, an audience commented that it was ridiculous to say that demonic beasts infiltrated Earth, and they commented that Chu Mo would really say anything to clear his name. Another one commented that there was no way that there would be someone who would possibly believe Chu Mo, and they questioned what he said about becoming the strongest cultivator in just a day. Another one commented that they were done, questioning if Chu Mo was even qualified to be a savior when he just killed others, and his mouth was full of crap as well. Back at the studio, Yi Shuang said that if what Chu Mo said was true and the demonic beasts had infiltrated Earth, they had become a huge threat to their world, and she asked Jai Sheng what he thought about it. Jai Sheng said that he would inform the sects to investigate the Li Consortium, but there was no need to worry because if demonic beasts had truly infiltrated Earth, there was no way that the 4 major sects would not catch wind of it. Yi Shuang told Jai Sheng that she really got immediately worried after hearing him say those things. On the other hand, at the Secret Realm, Jiang Yutong told Chu Mo that he was too good at handling his own emotions because Si Zhencheng only interviewed him because he was a hot topic at the moment and he didn't even believe whatever Chu Mo said. She said that if it was her, she would have given Si Zhencheng a good beating. But Chu Mo told her that he knew and that those words were not meant for Si Zhencheng. Chu Mo said that it was just that whatever he said back on Earth, or even on the internet, they would have been covered over by the consortiums. But on the Secret Realm live broadcast, it was the one thing that they do not have control over. So he just wanted to make sure that as many people as possible who saw the live broadcast knew the truth, prepared in advance, and had a little more hope of surviving. Suddenly, the ground shook so vigorously, and Jiang Yutong said it was weird. She asked why the secret realm shook and what happened. The secret realm gave out a notification that, due to interference from the god of the alternate realm, the 5 secret realms were combined into one. On the other hand, the sign and system notified Chumo that the second day of logging into the secret realm was activated, and the rewards multiplied due to the sudden events. The reward the sign and system gave Chumo was the battle experience of the legendary god of war. Jiang Yutong said the shaking had stopped, so she wondered if the fusion of secret realms was completed because nothing seemed to have changed. But Chu Mo told her to be careful because a weird-looking demonic beast was coming, and it might have come from the other secret realms. A cute, meowing, huge cat was coming towards them. Jiang Yutong's eyes twinkled as she saw how cute the cat was, and as she heard its meow, she wondered what it meant and if it was talking to her. The demonic beast kept meowing and acting cute in front of Chu Mo and Jiang Yutong. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and it transformed into a horrifying creature. Chu Mo simply flicked his arms, and the demonic beast was obliterated, but Chu Mo was surprised that his body moved on its own. He wondered if it was the battle experience of the legendary god of war that the sign and system had rewarded him. Chu Mo looked at his hands, and he thought that when he hit the cat earlier, he could feel that there was some resonance coming from his body, as if the strength inside his body started to boil up. A group of muscular cats was approaching them. Jiang Yutong gave Chu Mo a heads up, saying that there were a lot of cats coming towards them, and they were all huge. Jiang Yutong saw that Chu Mo was shrouded in a fiery aura, so she asked him if he was okay. He looked a bit out of sorts, and Chu Mo was mildly surprised about it. He said that he felt that he had never been better. Chu Mo was in a daze as he wondered if what he was feeling was happiness, excitement, or joy. He was thinking that nothing could describe his current emotions, and as the sinister demonic beast charged at him, he finally got what he was feeling. Chu Mo moved effortlessly as he attacked the demonic beasts, and blood was shed, and he thought that what he was feeling was ecstasy from his own strength. Blood was spilled as Chu Mo continued to attack, and the demonic beasts couldn't even react as Chu Mo sliced through their bodies. Chu Mo swiftly moved through the street, in the middle of the buildings, and he was so fast that his figure couldn't be seen. He charged towards the group of demonic beasts when he realized that he also felt rage. Chu Mo gritted his teeth as he thought he felt rage to the point of wanting to completely destroy that disgusting world. Chu Mo filled his fists with aura as he prepared to attack the demonic beasts. His attack was so powerful that his aura reached across many buildings. The sign and system gave a notification that it examined a backlash with the will of the god of war. Therefore, it would begin a new download. They advised Chu Mo to refrain from entering battle during that period as overuse of such overwhelming power would cause harm to his body and result in a loss of rationality. Jiang Yutong curiously approached Chu Mo as he landed in front of her, his aura dissipated. He asked her if it was over, and she told him that he had dealt with all the cats, but he looked kind of scary earlier. Chu Mo apologized to Jiang Yutong as he was overly excited earlier. In his mind, he complained that the sign and system didn't notify him sooner because, if he hadn't come to his senses in time, Jiang Yutong might have died. He found it weird because the system said that using such overwhelming power would cause a backlash to his body, but he only felt some muscle soreness. As if right on cue, the sign and system gave a notification that it detected that Chu Mo had suffered a backlash from the battle experience of the legendary god of war. Therefore, the damage transfer function had been activated. On the other hand, back on Earth, Ire coughed up blood and trembled in her cage. She thought that Chu Mo should look at what he had done to her and that she was really angry at the moment. She threatened that Chu Mo should just wait. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was silent for a moment as he realized that even Ire almost died because of him. He thought it seemed like before the download was complete, he should avoid entering battle. Meanwhile, at the studio, Yi Shuang asked Jai Sheng what was with Chu Mo's performance earlier, and Jai Sheng told her that it might be due to how the internet recently perceived him, which deterred his focus. As such, Chu Mo began losing control and senses over his power during battle, and he said that in such a state, Chu Mo wouldn't just harm others but even his body would start to crumble. Jai Sheng said that he once witnessed an immortal practitioner, whom he respects very much, fight until he died in an out-of-control state, and he said that they still needed further confirmation regarding Chu Mo's case, but to hide in a safe place while making insults and creating rumors about the savior who was fighting for humanity wasn't right. In the secret realm, 2 cultivators were out of breath. As the one with green hair wondered if the place they were in was safe, the one with black hair cursed and asked what the heck was wrong with Chu Mo. He stated that they would have died if it weren't for them running fast because Chu Mo demolished the whole street while fighting those beasts. The one with green hair suggested that there was no other reason but his sensitive heart. He mocked Chumo for being called the strongest savior and getting all riled up after being criticized over the internet. When he heard his companion mention Chumo as the strongest, the black-haired cultivator claimed that Chumo acquired all his strength from the fake coins he scammed to buff himself. With so many fake coins, even a pig would become the strongest. He argued that Chumo never even considered the consequences of his actions. Taking fake coins meant for other saviors was equivalent to killing them. The green-haired cultivator concurred with his companion, questioning the point of Chumo taking so many fake coins when there was a limit to how far a body-refining cultivator could reach. He believed giving them to him was just a waste. He also suggested that after passing the second secret realm and receiving the bonus fate coins, they might surpass Chumo in strength. Suddenly, a terrifying being appeared behind the green-haired cultivator and confirmed with him if it had heard them talking about Chumo. The cultivator froze as he felt the terrifying aura. However, they were left speechless when they saw a cute floating ghost. The green-haired cultivator said he was frightened by it because it looked adorable, but its voice was so creepy. He suggested that they kill it. The black-haired cultivator disagreed, saying they couldn't, as it was the pet of the lady genius Kyan Yan, a core disciple of Dong Hua Sky sect. They couldn't afford to mess with it. The ghost demanded to know what they were mumbling about, calling them little troublemakers. It insisted they tell it where the rascal Chumo was. It said that its master was so furious she wanted to blow Chumo up because there was no way a stray cultivator from the fifth secret realm could be worthy of being called the strongest savior. Meanwhile, at an office, someone reported to their superior that the plan was a success. The man reported to President Lee, saying that Chumo's focus had been deterred, and he started to lose control over his powers. So, once he left the secret realm, he was as good as crippled, unless someone helped him. President Lee confidently stated that there wouldn't be anyone to help Chumo. President Lee said that if Chumo was still that high and dignified expert, people would still respect him. But once Chumo fell from grace, people made fun of him. There was only condemnation, jealousy, and enragement. There was no one willing to be on Chumo's side, and he told the man that if anyone dared to help Chumo, he knew what to do. The man said yes, stating that he hired the internet warriors who were already on standby. So, if there was anyone who helped Chumo, they would raid the person's live stream and slander them. President Lee said that whoever tried to help Chumo not only gained a bad reputation, they also couldn't obtain any fate coins. It was even possible that Chumo, who lost control, ended up killing innocent people. So, even Jiang Yutong, whom Chumo saved, would eventually leave his side because that was human nature. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yutong's livestream channel, someone commented that they just saw the livestream VODs, and Jiang Yutong was a bad omen for disaster because her teammates all died during the first secret realm, and she was the only one left alive. Another one commented, questioning what else Jiang Yutong knew aside from being a parasite, and they suggested that she should stick close to Chumo and not harm others. Another one commented, telling Jiang Yutong to leave Chumo quickly because he almost killed her. He lost control earlier. On the other hand, in the secret realm, Jiang Yutong let out a sigh. Chumo asked Jiang Yutong if she was okay, and Jiang Yutong looked away, saying that she was just thinking about the commotion he made, which might have attracted the other demonic beast, and she asked him if they should quickly leave the place. Chumo agreed while thinking that Jiang Yutong seemed unsettled after what just happened earlier. He thought that she must have been frightened seeing him go berserk. Seeing Jiang Yutong crestfallen, Chumo thought that he was like a ticking time bomb at that point. So, anyone around him might be in danger, and Jiang Yutong was probably concerned about his feelings, which was why she was hesitant to say that they should split up. He decided that he should bring up the matter himself because it was his responsibility after all. As the two of them walked down the sidewalk, Chumo thought that it would be good if an opportunity appeared to bring the matter up. Suddenly, a minotaur-looking demonic beast appeared right around the corner, and Chumo thought that there it was, his opportunity. Chumo quickly told Jiang Yutong to leave there first as he held the demonic beast back, but Jiang Yutong just kept moving forward. He told her to wait and asked her what she was trying to do. But Jiang Yutong did not answer his question. She apologized to him instead for not noticing his feelings sooner. Jiang Yutong said that although Chumo looked like he was fine on the surface, she still couldn't understand the amount of pressure he experienced by having millions of people continuously slandered him, which led to him losing control of his own power. Chumo told Jiang Yutong that it was actually not that serious, but the fact that he lost control was true, and it was dangerous for her to stay there if he engaged in a battle. Jiang Yutong told Chumo that he should let her fight. Chumo was surprised by what she said. Jiang Yutong started to emit a strong purple aura. A sharp weapon materialized from her aura. Jiang Yutong's appearance changed as she held her weapon in her hand, and she told Chumo that at that time, he should let her be the one to protect him. The demonic beast roared loudly as it charged to attack. Jiang Yutong also charged towards the demonic beast, wielding her new weapon. She slashed her weapon, and it released a tremendous amount of aura. In another place, a leaf slowly fell down, and someone slashed it in half using their sword while it was still in midair. It was a young girl, and as she asked the man in front of her if it was the end of the test, the man told her that her strength and technique far surpassed the standards of the test, but he didn't want to take her as his disciple. The young girl was surprised, and she told the man that her dad had already paid the tuition fee. The young girl was Jiang Yutong, and the man told her that she was once a Donghua Sky Sect disciple, so her talent and skills were excellent. He said that besides him, she could choose any of the experts within the White Elephant sect as her master, and he believed that no one would reject her. The man told the young Jiang Yutong that if she really wanted him to take her as his disciple, she should do one thing, and Jiang Yutong quickly asked the man if she should pay more. The man was in disbelief, so he told Jiang Yutong that she should tell him the reason she left the Donghua Sky Sect and the reason why she wanted to choose him as her master. He said that based on her answer, he would consider whether or not to take her in. Jiang Yutong told the man that she became a disciple of the Donghua Sky Sect because she once thought that the true purpose of taking the path of cultivation was to ascend to immortality. She asked the man if he really thought that humans could become immortals, and the man told her that it was an interesting question as there were no pieces of evidence in history that proved that immortality exists. Jiang Yutong asked him what exactly was immortality. She wondered if it was eternal life, the power to rule the world, even create it, or just pure spiritual existence, a perfect existence that was unaffected by the living, an existence that was free from the shackles of worldly desires and affairs. The man told Jiang Yutong that they lived together as equals on earth and under the heavens, oneness and harmony in all things. So she was right about the description of immortality, and he guessed that that was about it. Jiang Yutong said that she once also held that belief until she met a true cultivator and found that everything was entirely different from what she had imagined. She said that powerful cultivators in the Donghua Sky Sect colluded with high officials and powerful figures to gain wealth and influence, while the disciples vied with each other to curry favor with their masters to acquire more cultivation resources and to gain more potent power and Tao laws, all for the purpose of consolidating their position and dominating their generation. She added that some people stole and engaged in prostitution, fooling ordinary mortals by using magic. Because she didn't fit in, she decided to run away from there, and her father scolded her for it. She said that her father provided all the support needed for her to become a strong cultivator because he wanted to use her to help grow his business by making great connections. So, for her to continue being a cultivator, and because she couldn't return to the Donghua Sky Sect anymore, he had no choice but to bring her there. She said it was a joke because in an era where Kai was scarce, she questioned if they really still had the chance to cultivate their way to immortality, or if they were even qualified for that. The man said that the majority of cultivators were indeed content with the idea of being stronger than ordinary people, and some also believed that immortality was fictional. But no matter the era, even if they were called crazy or fools, there were always people who did not forget the original meaning of becoming an immortal cultivator and kept exploring new paths. He asked Jiang Yutong if she had heard of the name Yutian Ren before. Jiang Yutong asked if Yutian Ren was a celestial being or if his name referred to the living, heaven, and earth. She asked what kind of lousy name that was and if the guy wasn't afraid that people would come to seek trouble for him. The man said that historically, there were a total of 8 immortal cultivation sects, each with a long history and great strength, but 4 of them crossed paths with Yutian Ren. As a result, there were now only 4 major sects in the world. Upon hearing what he said, Jiang Yutong was surprised. She asked him if such a terrifying person actually existed and why she had never heard of him. The man said that many records of Yutian Ren, his history, were erased, and it was just his personal opinion. But Yutian Ren might have already become an immortal or at least almost reached the legendary realm. He said that with the records of the past erased, it was very difficult to find out the secrets of Yutian Ren as he could only investigate based on the cases and those who had any kind of relationship with Yutian Ren before. He told Jiang Yutong that through those fragments, he was trying to restore the cultivation path of Yutian Ren, so if she were willing, she could join his sect, and they could investigate together. Jiang Yutong asked the man if she were accepting her as his disciple, and the man said yes, but he reminded her that she still hadn't answered why she chose him as her master. She told him that it was because she heard from others that he was very weak, and being his disciple would be easy. The man told Jiang Yutong that she shouldn't be so honest. Jiang Yutong finally succeeded in getting a master, and she would normally help him in his pointless research. But he was poor, so after he became independent, he could only afford to rent a small place as his home for his cultivation. Although her master was weak, his attitude and drive for his research attracted many new followers. Jiang Yutong felt that there was something else about that place. Perhaps it was the casual and relaxed yet earnest atmosphere for cultivation, unlike anywhere else. Being the earliest one to join, she was the senior sister and was respected by many. They approached her, giving her drinks and the latest comic made by Tsuchida Shokugin. Until one day, her master's home was destroyed. Her master's master, the master of the White Elephant sect, and many other leaders within brought their disciples and surrounded them. They said that the whole cultivation based on the concept of Yu Tianren was a scam and that her master used that scheme to attract hundreds of cultivators for power and fame, and that he was disloyal to the sect. They accused her master of brainwashing many cultivators by using demonic arts, which caused delays in the compilation of many missions of the sect, resulting in the sect's profit dropping by 40%. They declared that they would make her master admit his wrongdoings and punish him severely, and as for his disciples and followers, the sect would let them go as long as they admitted their faults. Jiang Yutong told them that her master didn't lie to anyone, but they started laughing instead. They said that children were sure to be gullible. They told her to look at herself and asked her who else was still siding with her master besides her because, at that time, all of her master's disciples and followers left while she was the only one left on his side. At that point, she began to feel scared, and her master told her to admit she was wrong, and so she did as she was told. But her master refused to admit to the other cultivators that he was wrong, and while standing there with absolute belief in his mission, he said that the world needed people who refused to submit to injustice. Her master died, and the other cultivators laughed and slandered at his dying corpse. One cultivator asked how her master could dare purport to be studying the cultivation techniques of Yu Tianren when he was a weakling. Another cultivator agreed, saying that it was shameless to do that and for some people to believe him. The first cultivator added that even if Jiang Yutong's master were to recover the methods of Yu Tianren, it didn't mean that anyone could learn them, and he was really a pest to drag disciples of their clan to waste time with him. Jiang Yutong looked horrified as she just stood by and watched while they laughed. She couldn't do anything. And soon after that, her father switched her to another cultivation sect, and she just muddled through, getting by. In the present, Jiang Yutong thought that although she continued to live, she was filled with regret and anger. As she defeated the demonic beast behind her, Jiang Yutong thought that it was the reason why. That time, she would not stand by, and she would not make the same mistakes again. The secret realm system gave out a notification, congratulating Jiang Yutong for having killed the boss clone and informing the other cultivators that the boss of the second secret realm would appear in 30 minutes with the difficulty of a 500-year-old demonic beast. Yi Shuang smiled as she mentioned that the boss had appeared so early that time around, and it was only a 500-year-old demonic beast, so it seemed like they could call it a day soon. She stated that, if she remembered correctly, Jiang Yutong was the cultivator who had been alongside Chu Mo. She asked Jai Sheng if the reason the difficulty of the secret realm had been lowered at that time was due to Jiang Yutong having killed the boss clone so early. Jai Sheng stated that the boss that time was probably a fusion-type demonic beast, and if the demonic beast had been a 2,000-year-old demonic beast, it would have been over the limit that the secret realm would allow, which would have activated the obliterating system. However, after the demonic beast split with its clone, their battle power became 500 years, thus circumventing the limitations of the secret realm. He said that even if they were to trigger the security system of the secret realm, if they split up in time, they could avoid being obliterated. He guessed that the reason why the 5 secret realms were merged at that time by otherworldly intervention was so that the demonic beast could wipe out all the cultivators in one go. Fortunately, the demonic beast's clone had been dealt with by Jiang Yutong. Otherwise, the saviors might have needed to face a 2,000-year-old demonic beast. Rory said that they should express their gratitude to Jiang Yutong for significantly lowering the difficulty of the second secret realm. She said that it would be overkill for the cultivators from all 5 realms to deal with a measly 500-year-old demonic beast. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the pillar of light had appeared. It was beaming down in the middle of a street. One cultivator exclaimed that the beam of light had appeared and that the location of the boss spawn was too far from them, so they needed to be quick. His companion asked him what the rush was because they still had 30 minutes. The cultivator explained that after the secret realm had merged, the number of cultivators there had increased. So if they didn't take up positions in the front line, they might not get the chance to fight for its head, as the boss might even be instantly killed before they could even get there. This made his companion realize and agree. The other cultivators were surprised, and they even pointed out that even the mukbang cultivators came there to join in the fun. Ma Yu recognized Lai Hao Yu as the one who livestreamed catching monsters to eat by the sea not just a while ago, so she asked him if he also came there to fight the boss, and while still out of breath, Lai Hao Yu told her that there were only 30 minutes left, so there was no point in catching food by the sea. He said that there wasn't even enough time to pick up the trash there, but at least he found a giant demonic beast egg, so it was better than nothing. Lai Hao Yu said that they should not talk about him, and he asked Ma Yu if she wasn't doing a food-eating stream as well. Ma Yu told him that she didn't have a choice because there was not enough time to prepare a feast, so she might as well go and fight the boss because even if there wasn't enough loot for everyone, watching the excitement should be fun. She remembered to ask him if he could sell her the demonic beast egg he picked up because she wanted to use it to make tomato egg fried rice, but Lai Hao Yu told her that he ate it raw already. Ma Yu was so surprised when she heard what Lai Hao Yu said that she couldn't help but ask him if he was serious. She said that he was incredible, the true food host trying so hard. She asked him if he experienced anything after eating the egg and if such a thing would even taste good. Lai Hao Yu was silent for a moment as he thought about it. He told her that nothing happened, and the egg tasted okay. He said that it was enough of the chit-chat, and they should get moving because if they didn't hurry up, they might miss the boss. Meanwhile, a shadow was lurking on a rooftop. It was night, and he said that everything was going according to plan. He called the cultivators a bunch of idiots, questioning them if they really thought that they all got lucky with the lowering of difficulty, and he said that they should come and walk into the grave he had prepared for them all. On the other hand, the pillar of light was still shining towards the middle of the street. Jiang Yutong stood in front of the pillar of light, wondering if it was really the clone of the boss that she just killed, and she said that she perhaps misheard it. Chu Mo told her that even if the notification from the secret realm was a mistake, the beam of light in front of them couldn't be fake, and he asked her if she got hurt or anything. Jiang Yutong said that she was completely fine as the beast was so weak that she didn't even use much strength, but it dropped dead in no time. Chu Mo told her that it was because she grew stronger, and with her there, he felt safe. Jiang Yutong smiled and teased Chu Mo, asking him who was the one who was suspicious of her when she said that she was going to protect him. Chu Mo told her that she got it all wrong. Suddenly, Cayenne Yan's ghost appeared, saying that it was damn sure that it was right. The ghost hovered over Chu Mo and confirmed with him if he was Chu Mo, but instead of confirming, Chu Mo asked the ghost who it was. The ghost was about to introduce itself when suddenly, a hand grabbed its cheeks. It was Jiang Yutong, and while she wondered if all the new demonic beasts were that cute, the ghost asked her what she was doing and demanded that she let go. The ghost told Jiang Yutong to stop pinching and to get her hands off because it was not a demonic beast. The ghost called their master to quickly get over there as Chu Mo was there. Jiang Yutong was curious when she heard the ghost call for its master. Someone approached them, calling Chu Mo Mr. and saying that they looked for him. It was a young girl, and Chu Mo asked her who she was. She introduced herself as Yu Cayenne Yan of the Donghua Sky sect, and she told Chu Mo that they should have a duel. Chu Mo was surprised to hear that Yu Cayenne Yan wanted to duel with him. He asked her if she was for real and if she bore a grudge against him. However, he claimed that he didn't know her. Yu Cayenne Yan told Chu Mo that it was actually the opposite. She admired him. During the first mission within the secret realm, the scene where he defeated the 1,000-year-old demonic beast using sheer force excited her. That's why she wished to challenge him. While still squishing the ghost, Jiang Yutong chimed in, telling Yu Cayenne Yan that she knew she was the strongest within the second secret realm and the core disciple of the Donghua Sky sect. However, within the secret realm, the demonic beasts were their true enemies. She questioned if her mind was sound when suggesting they fight amongst themselves at such a time. The ghost complained that Jiang Yutong was squishing too hard, threatening to burst its head, and called her a witch. Jiang Yutong apologized, admitting she was a bit too emotional and had exerted too much strength. Upon seeing the ghost's soul emerge, she wondered if it was alive and okay. Then she realized it was already dead, having become a ghost, so having its soul come out was like twice the amount of soul coming out. Yu Cayenne Yan said that it was fine as they only needed to put its soul back in. She explained she had two reasons for wanting to challenge Chu Mo. One was when she first saw the replay of Chu Mo's battle against the demonic beast during the first secret realm mission. A fire ignited within her, and she couldn't control the urge to fight Chu Mo. Chu Mo was curious and commented that, no matter how he looked at it, Yu Qianyan didn't seem excited at all. Yu Qianyan ignored Chu Mo's remark and continued to explain that the second reason was that for him, a casual cultivator who belonged to no sect, outperforming the cultivators of the 4 major sects had humiliated them. Even their sect elders felt very humiliated. She believed that only by defeating him in front of the whole world could she remove the humiliation he had brought upon them and prove that their Donghua Sky sect was the strongest in the world. Jiang Yutong asked Yu Qianyan if she were even allowed to say such things because she thought that she just humiliated her sect elders more by being so honest. Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that she was not sure about that because her elders initially wanted her to obtain more fate coins before challenging Chumo, but she felt that it wouldn't be fair and the fire within her had already been ignited, which was why she wanted to duel with Chumo. Chumo thanked Yu Qianyan for her honesty, but he had to reject her challenge as of the moment because, as he fought against a demonic beast earlier, his power went berserk and he almost lost his sanity, so if they were to fight at the moment, it would be very dangerous for both of them. Yu Qianyan immediately figured out that it was because of what was going on the internet, so she said that it was understandable. Chu Mo told Yu Qianyan that he accepted her challenge, but he requested if they could postpone it until his power was stable. Yu Qianyan told Chu Mo that it wouldn't be fair for him if they were to postpone it, and Chu Mo asked why that was the case. Yu Qianyan told Chu Mo that he was a cultivator from the body refination sect, and cultivators from that sect could only reach the level of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast while she could use fate coins to instantly increase her power, and Chu Mo's power had already reached its limits. Chu Mo said that indeed, he couldn't use fate coins to enhance his battle power anymore. But he wondered if the limit for cultivators who practice body refining arts was only 1,000 years. The ghost was telling Chu Mo that he was right, calling him a noob and saying that it would soon be able to beat his soul out of him with one hand, while Yu Qianyan said that, from what she knew, the body refining immortal cultivator cultivated their body by imitating a certain kind of demonic beast's way of body cultivation. But the human body had its limits, and the power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast was the limit for the human race. Yu Qianyan added that another factor that limited the growth of body refining cultivators was the Tao heart because, in order to control greater power, one had to have a pure heart and strong willpower. She said that even cultivators from orthodox sects were constantly practicing their focus and resonated with the outworld to break through the limit of 1,000 years. She said that since ancient times, due to the limited amount of Kai, resources were limited, and only those with the talent were able to become cultivators, but those from the body refinement sect were an exception. She said that theoretically, everyone could become a body-refining immortal cultivator, but the process of becoming one was extremely painful. One could say it was self-torture, and the proportion of ordinary people who could become body-refining cultivators through cultivation was even lower than the proportion of those who became cultivators of orthodox sects. Yu Qianyan said that, according to the records, during the previous invasion, those from the body refinement sect were only useful during the initial phases, but as the battle got more intense, those of the body refinement sect were eliminated. The ghost also added that the difficulty was high, but the maximum limit was low, so Chu Mo would be a useless person at the end. So only mentally ill people would want to become a body refining cultivator, and for there to still be someone who was a body refinement cultivator, it really didn't understand Chu Mo. Jiang Yutong was ticked off by the ghost, so she asked it if it wanted to have its soul leave its body again. The ghost told Jiang Yutong that it was just speaking the truth and that she shouldn't think that it was scared of her, but it quickly hid behind Yu Qianyan. While Yu Qianyan told Chumo that for him to be a body-refining cultivator in their day and age and to have already reached the max amount of battle power on his very first mission in the secret realm was the reason why she admired him. Yu Qianyan said that many cultivators just wanted to wait until they got enough fate coins to defeat Chumo to prove their strength, which was why only she could be the one to defeat Chumo. She said that she wouldn't let those individuals humiliate him, and if there were other cultivators that wanted to challenge Chumo, she would beat them all. Jiang Yutong chimed in and told Yu Qianyan that she sure was full of herself, asking her if she really thought that she was really that noble. And Yu Qianyan replied that for the honor of the 4 major sects, there were definitely more cultivators who would come to challenge Chumo, so she asked Jiang Yutong if she had any other way to solve things. Jiang Yutong said that, of course, if any of them couldn't even defeat her, they didn't have the right to challenge Chumo, so she would take up all the challenges. Jiang Yutong pointed her sword at Yu Qianyan and said that she would start with her. Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that, in order to see whether she had the power to protect Chumo, she would give it her all. The ghost told Jiang Yutong that since she dared to provoke its master, she should just watch as it chopped her bitch head off, and since she humiliated its master, it would make her pay tenfolds. Jiang Yutong questioned Yu Qianyan if her pet wanted to join in the fight as well and if it would be 2 against 1 because she really didn't mind. As the ghost transformed, Yu Qianyan said that the ghost, Eudora, was a weapon, although it was a bit annoying. A tremendous amount of aura rushed out of Yu Qianyan. Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that Eudora was also extremely dangerous, so it wasn't too late for her to throw in the towel. Jiang Yutong told Yu Qianyan that she was being too kind because they were enemies at that point, so she should be worried about herself. Yu Qianyan immediately jumped into the air to attack, and she told Jiang Yutong that she shouldn't blame her for not being polite. Yu Qianyan swung Eudora towards Jiang Yutong, but Jiang Yutong was able to block the attack, and the impact released a strong wave of aura. A bright light appeared as the two of them started to clash with each other. As the two of them continued to clash, a strong gust of wind that stirred the dust and smoke filled the area. And as the cultivators started to arrive in the area, they wondered what was going on and why there was a fight going on when there were 30 more minutes, so they thought that the boss appeared earlier than expected. Another cultivator said that the boss didn't appear earlier, but what was happening was more interesting than a boss fight because he heard that Yu Qianyan from the Donghua Sky sect and Jiang Yutong started fighting for a man. But another cultivator said that it was nonsense, questioning why someone would dare to fight against the genius from the Donghua Sky sect. Lai Haoyu, who was among the bystanders, recognized Jiang Yutong's name as the cultivator that the secret realm notification mentioned, the one that killed the clone of the boss earlier, so he wondered if she was also a core disciple of the major sects, as he had never heard of her before. The other guy laughed, saying that he didn't know it. But Jiang Yutong was a cultivator from the 5th secret realm, and he said that the cultivators from the 4 major sects had always looked down on them, the disciples from those unknown or unorthodox sects, but at the moment, it seems that they, from the 5th secret realm, were at the top. Lai Haoyu said that he didn't expect that besides Chu Mo, there was another expert cultivator among them within the 5th secret realm. So he said that the secret realm was indeed fair to all because even ordinary cultivators like them were able to have their time to shine if they could find the opportunity. The guy said that it would also depend if one had the guts, and he reminded him of the Taixuan sect, calling Tiancheng the young master of the Pussy sect, and how he gathered people together in order to fight the boss during the first mission of the secret realm. But when Chu Mo went and faced the demonic beast, he just stood there and pussied out. He said that he laughed his ass off when he was watching the live stream replay. Suddenly, Yan Xingjian, who was behind them with Tiancheng, confronted the two cultivators, asking them what the both of them were gossiping about. And Lai Haoyu, recognizing that they were those two from the Taixuan sect, said that they were just having a casual conversation and that it was nothing really worth mentioning. Yan Xingjian was so angry as he asked Lai Haoyu why he suddenly went mute and if they had the balls, they should say those things to his face one more time. But Tiancheng told him to just let things be and he didn't have to care about those two. Yan Xingjian tried to protest, but Tiancheng said that what those people said was true. He was indeed a piece of garbage with his previous performance. Even his father was tired of being disappointed at him, and when he returned the other day, it was the first time he had witnessed her father that angry. Yan Xingjian told Tiancheng that it was just that his father had high expectations of him, and his father had spent the whole night enhancing the bottled lightning just for him, to which Tiancheng was surprised. So he asked Yan Xingjian if that was the reason why his father took away the bottled lightning the other day. Yan Xingjian told Tiancheng that his father still cares about him, but it was just that he wasn't good at expressing it, and Tiancheng was a bit skeptical about it. Inside the bottled lightning, there was a shadow lurking, and the shadow looked like night. On the other hand, Jiang Yutong and Yu Qianyan were still fighting, and Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that she was much stronger than she thought, but she asked her if she couldn't just be good and surrender. Yu Qianyan swung Eudora as she said that it was useless to continue the fight because, in the end, she would win, and if she used Eudora's true power, she was scared that she might kill Jiang Yutong, which would make Chu Mo sad. Jiang Yutong was intrigued by Eudora's true power, so she dared Yu Qianyan to show her then, and she told her that she hoped it wasn't like her, just all talk. The two of them charged toward each other with their full force. Suddenly, something moved so swiftly. It was so fast that Yu Qianyan was only able to see a glimpse of the movement. Yu Qianyan couldn't understand what just happened as she saw that her weapon was snatched away in the midst of the fight. She was surprised when she saw something, as she thought that it was impossible. It was Chu Mo, holding both Yu Qianyan and Jiang Yutong's weapons, and as he cleared his throat, he told the two of them to calm down. He told them to just fight normally, and not fight like it was a death match. Meanwhile, the sign-in system gave out a notification that the current download progress of the battle experience of the legendary God of War was currently at 50%. Yu Qianyan was speechless, and she looked gloomy. Chu Mo asked her if she were perhaps mad, and he explained that he intervened because he was concerned about the safety of both of them. Yu Qianyan smiled, and she told Chu Mo that she was being too shallow because for him to easily snatch away her weapon during combat without her realizing it. His strength must have already reached its peak. She told Chu Mo that during the first mission in the secret realm, he hid his strength and fooled them all, so she realized that she was still far from being strong enough to challenge him. Chu Mo laughed, and he told Yu Qianyan that she overpraised him too much, as he just got lucky. Yu Qianyan told Chu Mo that he was currently being too humble because even the strongest individual amongst the 4 major sects, the 4 followers of Tao, when facing a similar situation would not be able to stop their fight as easily as he did. So she wondered if it would be possible for her to accompany him for a while, and learn from him. Jiang Yutong chimed in, reminding Yu Qianyan that she was the core disciple of the Donghua Sky sect, and she asked her if it was alright for her to do such a thing or if he perhaps had any other intentions. But Yu Qianyan said that there was no reason for her to do so as she truly respected Chu Mo, and Chu Mo was the one who decided whether he wanted to accept her as a companion. Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that it had nothing to do with a loser like her, and as Jiang Yutong heard what Yu Qianyan said, she told her that she didn't recall having a winner being decided from their fight earlier. Yu Qianyan told Jiang Yutong that if it wasn't for Chu Mo stopping their fight, she would have been the winner, and if she didn't believe her, she could ask Chu Mo. The two of them quickly turned to ask Chu Mo who was going to win earlier, and it put Chu Mo on the spot where he hesitated to answer. Suddenly, someone arrived, and they reprimanded Yu Qianyan, telling her that she should change that competitive habit of hers. It was a man in traditional clothes, and he told Yu Qianyan to not always cause trouble for others. Yu Qianyan clicked her tongue when she recognized that it was Jing Shan, and she told him that they, the people from the Dan Tai Bai sect, sure love to make their own rules and regulations. She asked him if they all wanted to be merit students and told him to mind his own business because if he wanted to preach to her, they should talk with their fists, to which Eudora added that people it hated the most were people who were trying to be some goody too, and it told Jing Shan that if he didn't like it, he should come at it. Jing Shan told Yu Qianyan that he was not interested in playing with her, calling her a little girl. He quickly turned to Jiang Yutong, calling her his fellow cultivator and telling her that her talent and potential were one of a kind, so he would like to invite her to join their Dai Tai Bai sect. Jiang Yutong was so surprised that she couldn't say anything. Jiang Yutong was overwhelmed when a few more cultivators approached her, asking her to join their sect and claiming that she wouldn't regret it. One asked her to join their Tai Yihu sect, promising to provide her with all the resources she needed. Another asked her to join their sect, promising that they would make her a core disciple, and another told her that they had the best elixirs in martial arts. Yu Qianyan suddenly whispered behind Jiang Yutong, telling her that they should not care about those minor sects but the Dai Tai Bai and Tai Yihu sects intended to make her their core disciple and potentially a follower of Tao when the opportunity came. But in recent years, the Tai Yihu sect had been on a lump, and they had 16 core disciples, which didn't make it a good choice to join them. She said that. On the other hand, the Dai Tai Bai sect only had one, so if she joined the sect and eliminated Jing Shan, the next follower of Tao would definitely be her. Jing Shan chimed in and told Yu Qianyan that he could hear her whisper from where he was, but he admitted that what she said was correct. He told Jiang Yutong that if she joined the Dai Tai Bai sect, they would provide her with the best resources, and Jiang Yutong responded that she appreciated the invites from them, but she had already made the decision not to join any sects for the time being because her talent and potential weren't that impressive. Jiang Yutong said that the reason for her current power was thanks to the fate coins that she received from Chu Mo. Meanwhile, she was thinking that at the current moment, they were still not sure whether the 4 major sects were colluding with the demonic beasts, and the commander of the demonic beasts, Ire, was currently kept captive at his place, while Chu Mo's sister had the aura of a demonic beast, so it would only pose more trouble for Chu Mo if she joined the 4 major sects. Jing Shan told Jiang Yutong that she was being too modest because even if she had a lot of fate coins, if she didn't have enough talent and willpower, she couldn't convert them into battle power. But he didn't push any further, and he just told Jiang Yutong that if she had a change of mind in the future, she shouldn't hesitate to contact him. He said that he wouldn't stay there and trouble them anymore, and the other cultivators said that it was time for them to go as well. One of them said that they thought they could get a good seedling like Jiang Yutong to join their sect, but another cultivator told them to stop dreaming because even if one of the 4 major sects couldn't manage to recruit her, the small sects, didn't even stand a chance. Suddenly, Chu Mo requested everyone to wait for a moment and said that since almost everyone was there, he would like to spread a message. The other cultivators didn't pay attention to Chu Mo, while Jing Shan, who acknowledged him as the strongest savior of the 5th realm, asked him what he would like to say. At that point, the purple pillar of light had turned green. Chu Mo said that he hoped that those capable would be able to investigate the collusion between the consortiums and the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's live stream, an audience commented, surprised that Chu Mo was going at it again and wondered if Chu Mo really thought that people would believe his words. Another one commented, asking if Chu Mo really thought that he was the good guy since he exposed the demonic beasts. And they said that even if the consortiums were colliding with the demonic beasts, it wouldn't prove his innocence. Another one commented, demanding that Chu Mo bring out proof that he didn't kill those people. In the real world, a man wondered how it could be possible for the demonic beast to have infiltrated the earth, and the woman beside him said that the secret realm was created by the ancient cultivators as the ultimate line of defense, so the demonic beasts couldn't possibly infiltrate the earth unless the saviors were to fail. The man said that regardless, he didn't believe it, to which the woman agreed. On the other hand, in the secret realm, Yu Qianyan sincerely told Chu Mo that she trusted him, and that surprised Chu Mo. Meanwhile, Jing Shan said it was an interesting point of view, and although the likelihood of it happening was low, it was worth investigating. So once the mission of the secret realm was over, he would report back to his sect and start investigating the consortiums. Chu Mo was speechless for a bit, and he told Jing Shan that he thanked him. Jing Shan told Chu Mo that there was no need to thank him as it was their job to protect the earth and prevent any potential danger from the demonic beasts. So in regards to the consortiums, they should talk about it after they dealt with the boss there. Suddenly, the green light became more intense. One of the cultivators didn't know what was going on as the pillar of light for the boss was suddenly so huge, and as he wondered if the boss was about to appear, his companion told him that the pillar of light was still getting larger. The pillar of light became more intense and got so big that it already engulfed the entire secret realm with its light. The cultivator looked so anxious as he asked what the hell was about to appear. Meanwhile, Knight was still observing from the rooftop of a building, and he gave out orders to begin transmission. There was a hole in the sky, and the pillar of light was shrinking. The cultivator wondered what the place they were in was as the pillar of light just brought them there, and one of them pointed out that the pillar of light was supposed to be the spot where the boss was supposed to spawn. But the boss was nowhere to be seen, and there was no notification from the secret realm at all, so he found it weird. Chu Mo warned Jiang Yutong to be on her guard because something wasn't right about the place as it seemed extremely dangerous, to which Jiang Yutong agreed, saying that she knew that secret realm missions couldn't be that simple. She recalled that even during the first mission of the secret realm, the final boss was said to be a 500-year-old demonic beast, but instead, a 1,000-year-old demonic beast appeared, so she wondered what would happen that time around. The pillar of light still continued to shine. Suddenly, the secret realm gave the notification that the final boss of the second mission had arrived, and its difficulty was a 500-year-old demonic beast, but its location was unclear. The demonic beast looked like the one that Jiang Yutong had defeated earlier. A cultivator said that although he didn't understand what was going on, it was whatever because the mission would be over as long as they defeated the 500-year-old demonic beast, and it made things much easier by thinking of it that way. So there was only one thing for them to do. He infused his sword with an aura, and he went ahead and attacked the boss demonic beast, but his sword did not deal any damage. The cultivator's aura surged all over the place, and in his thoughts, he was surprised that he had done no damage at all. The cultivator didn't understand how things could be because a measly 500-year-old demonic beast, even if he couldn't kill it in one hit, at least it should have received some damage. The cultivator realized that the problem was in his attack, his Kai. But before he could finish his thoughts, the demonic beast finished him off by punching his head out of his body. The other cultivators recognized that the cultivator earlier was the core disciple from the Taiyihu sect, and he was killed in one blow by the demonic beast. So they wondered if the secret realm had gone crazy because they couldn't believe that the boss demonic beast was supposed to be only 500 years old. Jing Shan said that it was not that the opponent was too strong, but it was they who became weak. And he asked the others if they didn't notice that the Kai in that place was very scarce, so their attacks didn't exert the power they usually did. Suddenly, the demonic beast that looked like a cat popped out and meowed. It appeared behind a building along with other kinds of demonic beasts. Yu Kaiyan pointed out that it wasn't just the final boss, but the demonic beasts from the secret realm were also transported there. She said that they were in a dire situation because it wasn't just that their powers were limited, they were also surrounded, so she wondered if the secret realm was trying to kill all of them saviors there. Suddenly, a voice told them that they were not in the secret realm. It was Lord Galley, and he addressed the cultivators, saviors, and also the audience that was currently watching the livestream broadcast, and he welcomed them to Earth. Jing Shan asked Lord Galley who he was, and he questioned him about what he said, that the place they were in was the Earth, because the Kai on Earth wasn't that scarce. Lord Galley told Jing Shan that they were indeed on Earth, but if he were to be blunt, they were on an island resort in the Pacific Ocean, and surrounding the resort was a hidden gigantic cube that suppressed Kai. He said that it was a trap specifically made for all the saviors, and in regards to his identity, he said that the honorable savior Chu Mo had already told them that he was the demonic beast that had previously infiltrated Earth. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's livestream, an audience commented, confirming if they just heard things right, that what Chu Mo said was true. Another one commented, asking where those suspicious of Chu Mo previously ran off to, and he ordered them to quickly get out to kowtow and apologize to Chu Mo. Another one commented, telling the other audience to stop arguing because the demonic beasts were about to kill the saviors, so there was no point in debating whether Chu Mo was right or wrong at that point. On the other hand, at the studio, Ruri was in a panic as she asked Jai Sheng what was going on, and Jai Sheng told her that he just received the news that they found the island that the saviors were trapped in. Ruri said that it was great, and she told Jai Sheng to hurry up and send people to rescue the saviors. Jai Sheng said that the rescue team they sent in advance already arrived there, and according to them, the island suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth, and the satellite couldn't find its location anymore. Jai Sheng said that there was no assistance or hope. Lord Galley told the Earth's cultivators that they could go ahead and retaliate all they wanted until the very end because they would use the live stream broadcast that they loved so much to show the annihilation of the saviors of the Earth. Meanwhile, Chu Mo stood in front of the final boss and said that if the rules of the secret realm still worked there, they could return once they eliminated it. He prepared himself to fight and said that they should give it a try. On the island resort, there were gunshots, and a demonic beast was filled with bullet holes. One of the cultivators was firing a rifle, and as he called the demonic beast filthy, he asked how the taste of the bullets he charged with spiritual energy was. He laughed, saying that it was exactly as he thought, that bringing an assault rifle into the secret realm was the right choice, and he told his companion, Abin, that he couldn't believe he was laughing at him earlier. There was no response from Abin, which worried the cultivator, so he called his name again, and at that moment, a huge thud was heard. The cultivator looked closely, and he saw that Abin was crushed under the huge foot of a demonic beast. The cultivator froze as the cat-looking demonic beast loomed over him. Rage filled his eyes, and as he called the demonic beast a bastard, he declared that he was going to kill it. He fired his assault rifle relentlessly, but he dealt no damage to the demonic beast, and the demonic beast simply bent over and caught him in between the palms of its hands. The cultivator tried to wriggle his way out of the demonic beast's hands while demanding it to let him go over and over again. He tried to protest, but there was nothing he could do when the demonic beast opened its terrifying mouth. On the other hand, Chu Mo was fighting with Lord Galley, who was calling him a troublesome fellow and asking him if he could hear the anguished cries of the cultivators because it was music to his ears. Lord Galley asked Chu Mo if he really thought that he would just stand by as he attacked Nianu when he was the hero who possessed the highest threat, and his carefully crafted slaughter fest would go to waste if he let him end Nianu there. Lord Galley ordered Nianu, the final boss, to go to the field and munch on some grass to pass the time. Chu Mo thought that it was a problem because he couldn't kill the final boss with Lord Galley in the way. But the longer he let things drag out, the more casualties would arise among the cultivators, and there was also a risk of his powers going out of control again. Lord Galley suddenly attacked Chu Mo, telling him that spacing out in the middle of battle wasn't a good habit to have. Suddenly, someone wielding a fan summoned some sort of calligraphy aura, and he said that he wholeheartedly agreed with Lord Galley's opinion. Lord Galley was alarmed when he saw that a bright light was coming from his side. It was Jing Shan, and he was using his move, Blazing Blood of the Infernal Emperor. Jing Shan used his move, Beidou Bone Ignition, and the flames that surrounded him filled the area. Lord Galley was trapped in the flames, and he clicked his tongue. He told Jing Shan that it was just a bunch of fancy tricks, and someone like him shouldn't even think about disturbing his entertainment. Suddenly, Yu Kaiyan used Eudora to attack Lord Galley, and she told him that it was not up to him. But Lord Galley told her that he couldn't even feel her attacks, so it was all useless no matter how many she landed. A sword shone as it was shrouded in a purple aura. It was Jiang Yutong who wielded the sword, and as she swung her sword to attack Lord Galley from behind, she told him that it was not over yet. A tremendous amount of aura filled the place. As the smoke from the attacks dissipated, Lord Galley asked them if they understood that they were all too weak to cause him any damage. He was about to mention Chumo when he realized that he was no longer in the area, so he asked where Chumo went. Jing Shan told Lord Galley that he probably knew the answer to that question. Chu Mo went to kill the final boss. Lord Galley realized that it was how it was, and that was their strategy, but he asked them how much time they could buy even if all of them put their lives on the line. Yu Kaiyan told Lord Galley that he didn't need to concern himself with that, and Jiang Yutong added that they would gladly sacrifice themselves to save the hope of their world. Jing Shan released a fiery aura and directed it using his fan. He directed the aura forward as he waved his fan forward. The fiery aura, directed at Lord Galley, wrapped around him. Yu Kaiyan jumped up in the air with Eudora. She swung Eudora in the air. At the same time, Jiang Yutong attacked with her sword too. The two of them were side by side as they landed on the ground after delivering their attacks to Lord Galley. Lord Galley turned into a dark aura and started to dissipate. Yu Kaiyan was surprised that they won, as she felt it was too easy, and Jiang Yutong said that something wasn't right because, based on the power that Lord Galley showed earlier, they weren't even a match for him, so it was not possible for them to kill him in 10 seconds. Jing Shan told them that he was afraid that the one they killed was just Lord Galley's clone, and if his guess was right, since the very beginning, Lord Galley's target was Chu Mo. Meanwhile, a huge purple barrier was set up on a part of the island. Lord Galley entered the barrier and told the person inside it that they probably had a taste of it before, being encapsulated by a barrier on the lawn. The person was holding Niunu's head, and Lord Galley told him that with their power, it wouldn't be possible for them to get out in a short span of time. The person inside the barrier was Chumo, and he realized that Lord Galley had purposely dragged him there and had him kill Niunu so that he could trap him there, so Chumo told him that he sure did put a lot of work into his plan. Lord Galley said that, as expected of the strongest savior, Chumo was able to remain calm even when he was in a dire situation. He told Chumo that he would guess that he was probably wondering at the moment why the secret realm hadn't disappeared even when he already killed the boss, and he explained to him that it was because of the barrier that prevents the secret realm from detecting and determining if the Minotaur had died. Chumo pointed out that Lord Galley had trapped him there and even took his time to explain everything to him, so he asked him what exactly his goal was. Lord Galley informed Chumo that he was the Earth's mightiest savior, and that he fought for his planet. However, instead, he was misunderstood, hated, and slandered by those humans. He expressed his sadness and asked Chumo if he felt that all his hard work had gone to waste. Lord Galley extended an invitation to Chumo, promising him the best hospitality to ensure his talent wouldn't be wasted. He assured Chumo that inside the barrier, the secret realm's live broadcast would be blocked, ensuring their conversation remained private. Meanwhile, on Chumo's live stream, an audience member commented, questioning Lord Galley's intelligence since the live stream was working fine. Another commenter argued that Lord Galley was intentionally deceiving Chumo to make him betray them in front of the world. A different viewer wondered if Chumo was shaken or considering betraying his own race since he hadn't spoken for a while. Another comment chastised the previous viewers for speculating when Chumo hadn't said anything. They suggested that if they were Chumo, they would join the demonic beast, as the others weren't worth saving. On the other hand, the sign-in system notified Chumo that the current download progress of the legendary God of War's battle experience was at 70%. Chumo believed the download wasn't complete yet and needed to buy as much time as possible. Lord Galley warned Chumo about his waning patience and demanded a response. He urged Chumo to trust him, emphasizing that if Chumo chose to join them, they would treat him well. However, if he rejected the offer, Lord Galley would have to kill him on the spot. Chumo questioned Lord Galley's invitation to join him and stated that their alliance had long been dissolved. He pointed out that the Kai-suppressing cube was a precious treasure from X country, and asked if they thought they could obtain such large quantities without notifying the Consortium Alliance or setting traps for the saviors. He questioned their credibility regarding trust. Lord Galley chuckled and asked Chumo if he was suggesting he was part of one of the consortiums, dismissing the idea as a joke. Chumo brought up the loss of the commander of the demonic beast, and he asked Lord Galley if he really thought it was just a coincidence. Lord Galley asked Chumo what he was talking about. Chumo called him a dumbass and, with a sinister look on his face, asked Lord Galley if he really thought that for such a huge figure like the commander of the demonic beast, it was just a coincidence that a mistake occurred. Chu Mo asked Lord Galley if he still didn't get it and said that it was as expected of a demonic beast with no brain. He explained that since Lord Galley created the trap behind their back, the only logical thing for them to do was to fight back. As Chu Mo told Lord Galley that the commander of the demonic beast was a fine experimental subject, he also remembered to say that they had been experimenting on demonic beast cells and asked him if he hadn't noticed until then. Lord Galley was enraged, calling Chu Mo a despicable human piece of shit. He said that it was the Consortium Alliance that approached them and asked for an alliance, but what they did was not what their so-called sincerity was. Chu Mo asked Lord Galley if he really thought that the people of the Consortium would be willing to be dogs of a bunch of brainless demonic pests. He told him that their alliance had long been gone, calling him an idiot. Lord Galley laughed hysterically as he told Chu Mo that it was a lie when he said that the barrier would cut off the Secret Realm live stream, so the whole world knew how they, the guys from the Consortium Alliance, truly were. He asked Chu Mo who the real idiot was at that moment. The sign and system gave a notification that the download progress was currently at 99.99%. Chu Mo stood there as he looked at the system notification. Lord Galley asked Chu Mo to talk to him, and he asked him why he wasn't as relaxed as he was earlier, so he figured that Chu Mo was perhaps scared shitless. Lord Galley pointed out that the Great Savior was actually no better than them, the demonic beasts, as he colluded with them. And besides that, he exposed the human experiments that were done by the Consortium when he was only previously guessing that it was going on. He laughed hysterically as he said that Chu Mo had betrayed the humans and even the Consortium, so there was no place for him to escape on their planet. Chu Mo told Lord Galley that it was truly a pity, as it really did seem that he didn't know much about the human experiment, but he would still like to thank him for admitting the relationship between the demonic beasts and the Consortium because, thanks to that, his name has been cleared. Lord Galley looked confused as he asked Chu Mo what he said. Horror filled Lord Galley's face as he realized what had happened, and he asked how it could be. Chu Mo told Lord Galley that it seemed that he understood what was already going on, and to spell it out for him, Chu Mo told him that the dumbass who exposed everything was him. Lord Galley was so surprised, so he asked Chu Mo how he got all that information if he was not from the Consortium, and he pointed out that Chu Mo knew that the live stream was still going on, so he took the opportunity to clear his name. Chu Mo asked Lord Galley if it wasn't normal to investigate one's enemies, especially coming from someone like him. Chu Mo recalled the details he got from Mr. Zhu regarding the Kai suppressing cube. He also recalled his encounter with Ire. Lastly, he recalled the situation her sister was currently in, and he asked Lord Galley if he still needed more evidence. Chu Mo told Lord Galley that once the Secret Realm mission was done, the first thing he would do was eliminate the Lee Consortium, although he wouldn't be able to witness it. Lord Galley asked Chu Mo to tell him when he started to realize that the live stream wasn't blocked. Chu Mo told Lord Galley that he knew since the very beginning because he explained a lot regarding the barrier that trapped him, talking about that treasure of his that couldn't be broken through and even prevented the Secret Realm from identifying if the boss were dead. Chu Mo said that Lord Galley gave those explanations to give him the sense that the barrier was able to isolate the place from everything, and after that, he even told him that it could block off the live broadcast. He said that those hints of Lord Galley were too poorly done. Meanwhile, on Chu Mo's stream, an audience commented that they didn't know how to describe what just happened because they were shocked, and all they could say was Chu Mo was such a badass. Another one commented that they knew that Chu Mo was just acting dumb the whole time, and that was his true self. Another one commented that Chu Mo's nickname should be changed from Boss Mo to Demon King Mo because he wasn't just strong but extremely smart as well. Another one commented that although all the saviors were trapped, with Chu Mo there, they suddenly felt a sense of security that everything would be fine. Suddenly, the sign and system gave out a notification that the current download progress reached 100%. Chu Mo looked at the notification and thought that finally the update was at 100%, and it was just in time. But the sign and system notification suddenly showed that the current download progress was at 101.5%, and Chu Mo was surprised, wondering why it was still progressing. Chu Mo looked worried as he wondered if the system was messing with him because the progress was supposed to be completed when it reached 100%, so he didn't know what was with the 101.5% nonsense. He thought that the demonic beast in front of him was already extremely mad, and he could sense that he was going to come at him at any moment, so he wondered if he would suddenly lose his control midway through the fight later as the download progress wasn't done yet. As if right on cue, the sign and system gave out a notification that due to the increased compatibility of the host and the legendary God of War experience. Loading progress beyond 100% would reward the host with new skills, and fighting after 100% progress was reached would not cause the host's power to go out of control. Lord Galley said that he had underestimated how cunning Chu Mo was and that he was careless. He charged towards Chu Mo, saying that in the secret realm he had created, power was the only thing that would determine the outcome of their battle, and the fate of mankind. Chu Mo effortlessly blocked Lord Galley's attack. Lord Galley was surprised that his attack was blocked, but he was more surprised when he realized that his attack didn't even reach Chu Mo. Chu Mo grabbed Lord Galley's arm. Chu Mo pulled Lord Galley to the side and ordered him to get down. Lord Galley thought that Chu Mo's attack pattern was something he couldn't comprehend, so he wondered if he was just going to be tossed to the ground as if he were some torn cloth. Lord Galley fell down swiftly. There was a huge explosion beside Chu Mo as Lord Galley hit the ground. Meanwhile, at the studio, Yi Shuang shrieked as she said that the cold-blooded look of Chu Mo had really just pierced through her heart, and he was amazing for having the amount of wisdom and power to play the demonic beast like it was on the palm of his hand. Wuri looked appalled at Yi Shuang as she told her to control herself. She said that Chu Mo having the title of being the strongest savior was well deserved, and at the same time, she would like to say that everyone looking at the screen at the moment owed Chu Mo an apology. Meanwhile, on the island resort, the smoke from the explosion started to dissipate. As Lord Galley emerged from the smoke, Chu Mo was surprised that he was still alive and said that he was quite the resilient one. He ordered Lord Galley to undo the barrier, stop those demonic beasts from going after the cultivators, and make it so that the mission of the secret realm was done, and maybe he could spare his life. But Lord Galley told Chu Mo that he had already predicted that his strength would be far beyond his expectations, and as such, he had done prior preparations for the fight. Two dark figures that resembled Lord Galley suddenly appeared. Chu Mo asked Lord Galley if his plan was to call more blurry demonic beasts within the barrier to gang up against him. While absorbing a tremendous amount of black aura, Lord Galley told Chu Mo that those figures were his batteries, and they had been storing up power in order to transfer it to him. As such, he would be able to temporarily return to his strongest state without having limited Kai. Lord Galley told Chu Mo that he truly admired those ingenious battle techniques of his, so to show his respect, he would destroy him while he was in his strongest state. Jiang Yutong hit the barrier with her sword. Jiang Yutong said that the barrier sure was tough, but Yu Kaiyan told her to keep hitting the barrier as they would eventually be able to get Chu Mo out, and she ordered Jing Shan to continue hitting with his fan and not stop. Jing Shan asked if they didn't feel that it was weird that the demonic beast wasted so much effort to use the boss of the secret realm as bait to trap Chu Mo inside, but it did not do anything to stop them from hitting it. He said that he could only think of two reasons. First, they knew that the barrier was hard enough that even Chu Mo couldn't destroy it, and it was impossible for them to even come close to putting a scratch on it. And second, the demonic beasts had something more important at their hands. As if right on cue, a bell made out of a dark aura started to ring. The other cultivators saw the bell, and as one of them wondered why there was a giant bell floating in midair, another one told him to stop looking and run or the cats would catch up to them. But the other cultivator told them to wait as he wondered when the demonic beast above appeared. It was night, and he was the one ringing the bell as he told the human savior and cultivators that the time was up. He said that after thousands of years, all the saviors were finally gathered there. So the opportunity for the fusion of two realms had come, and since it was intermission at the moment, he was sending his greetings to them from the alternate realm. The other cultivators wondered if Night was a demonic beast as well, and as they pointed out that he was huge, they said that he seemed like he was on a whole different level compared to the other demonic beasts. They also wondered what intermission time was, and when they noticed that the demonic beasts nearby had stopped moving, they wondered if it was a truce and how it was possible. Night told them that the fate of the battle had already been decided and they had lost, but they had no intention of killing them all. Night told them to give up their status as a savior, submit to them, and he would guarantee their safety. He said that it applies to all the humans on Earth. As long as they submit to them and become their slaves, they would be able to continue to live in peace. With Yan Xing Giant unconscious on his side, Tian Cheng told Night to stop messing with them as they would never submit to a bunch of despicable monsters. He told the others not to believe in what Night was saying because no words coming from a demonic beast should be trusted. Another cultivator agreed with what Tian Cheng said, and he also added that Night was just trying to split them apart, messing with their trust in one another. Night told them that they would forever benefit from one another and would never become enemies. He told them that they could be their food or their allies. He told them that there were many cultivators who were already submitted to them, and it was all thanks to their tokens that they managed to successfully bring all of them to that island. Knight asked those with the token to step forward as he would prepare them with accommodation and food, and he said that he would be sheltering all of them who were marked once the half-time was over. Tian Cheng was surprised when he saw that he was marked. He questioned why there was a mark on his body when he didn't have any tokens with him, so he told Knight that he was blatantly lying. Knight recalled that the thing Tian Cheng had in his hands, the bottled lightning, had been marked. He said that it was probably given to him by his father, and although he did not carry the token of his own accord, his father had asked him to take good care of it, so he should come along with him. Tian Cheng thought that it was impossible, and he couldn't believe that his father had submitted to the demonic beasts. Knight told Tian Cheng that it was because his father was a smart man, and since they, the demonic beasts, had already infiltrated their world, many people had secretly joined their side already. He told Tian Cheng to face the reality that Earth had already become the playground for them and the humans were destined to be their slaves. On the other hand, the bars on Ayer's cage were broken, and she exclaimed that she had successfully escaped. She was pumped as she talked to herself, questioning Chu Mo and Zhang Yutong if they really thought that they could lock her up in such a weak cage. And she said that just so they knew, she was the commander of demonic beasts. She questioned who wanted to be Chu Mo's pet and if he really thought that he could bribe her with food. She called Chu Mo a monster, declaring that she would make him pay for his evil deeds. Having said those things, Ayer was aware that she was not fully recovered in terms of strength and was not a match for that monster, Chu Mo. As she munched on her snacks, she wondered if the only thing she could do was wag her tail and run away, but she tried to justify it as more of a tactical retreat. She claimed that even though her body had become small, her brain was still active, so she would definitely think of something she could use against Chu Mo. Ire sprung up when she came up with the idea that as long as she kidnapped Chu Mo's sister, which he cared about the most, she could make Chu Mo her servant. That way, even though she lost her strength, she still completed the task bestowed upon her and could protect the weaker demonic races. Ire stood beside Chu Mo's sister, just looking at her. She remembered the time when she defended herself from a larger demonic beast and looked downhearted. Ire shook her head and stated that she was not empathizing with a human, but she just didn't like to bully the weak. If she did such a thing, she wouldn't be any different from those despicable upper-class demonic beasts. She ran away and said she would proceed with a tactical retreat or at least get away from Chu Mo's territory. But suddenly, the sign and system gave a notification that it detected that Chu Mo had received some damage, so it activated the damage transfer. Ire stopped in her tracks as she felt the sudden, intense pain in her body. She collapsed on the floor, and all she could do was curse Chu Mo. Rays of aura were coming towards Chu Mo. Lord Galley asked Chu Mo how long he was going to run and dodge, saying that it was a fair one-on-one fight. He asked if Chu Mo was for real and that it was all he got. As Chu Mo continued to dodge Lord Galley's attacks, Lord Galley said that as long as he kept his distance, there was absolutely nothing for him to be afraid of. But Chu Mo went past Lord Galley's attack, and he swiftly landed a punch on his face. Lord Galley was thrown backwards at a very high speed, but he was still smirking as he told Chu Mo to look above him. A huge ball of dark aura was coming down towards Chu Mo. Dust and smoke covered the area due to the impact. Lord Galley approached the area, and he told Chu Mo that it seemed like he had received quite the damage as it was the first time he had ever witnessed him coughing up blood. Chu Mo told Lord Galley that likewise and that he probably wasn't having it easy either. Lord Galley laughed as he asked Chu Mo what he was talking about, and he said that he was at his peak, so healing from those minor injuries was a piece of cake. He told Chu Mo that since there weren't any Kai for him to utilize for his defenses or recovery, all he could do at the moment was sustain greater injuries, and by the time he used up all his power, he would already be torn to shreds. Chu Mo also laughed, and he told Lord Galley that he actually had the face to say that they were having a fair fight. Meanwhile, the sign and system gave out a notification that it had detected that Chu Mo had received damage, so damage transfer was activated. On the other hand, Lord Galley said that as long as he could come out victorious and survive, no one would care if the approach he had taken was despicable, and he asked Chu Mo if he could see the light that was within his palm and if he knew what those lights meant. He said that those were the number of cultivators that had given up their status as savior and chose to surrender to them, the demonic beasts. He informed Chu Mo that it was his last chance to surrender himself or die. Chu Mo thanked Lord Galley for his good intentions, but he refused because what he hated the most was receiving charity from others. Meanwhile, in a lobby filled with a green, ominous aura, cultivators were discussing, and one said that they really didn't want to continue fighting. But once they entered, it would mean that they were giving up on their status as saviors, betraying humans and Earth. His companion told him that no one cared, so they just got in. and he said that they were going to die if they stayed outside. So he didn't care if they stopped being saviors because they had already done more than enough. Night showed up, and he informed the cultivators that half-time was over, and he asked them what they were still hesitating about when they were valued guests. Tian Cheng told Night to shut up, saying that he would never surrender to them, the demonic beasts, and Night reminded him that if he chose to refuse, he would have to die there. Night also told Tian Cheng that aside from that, his father and his sect would be viewed as enemies and would be completely annihilated. He clicked his tongue and told Tian Cheng that he was an ungrateful child. While Tian Cheng held the bottled lightning in his hand, Night told him that he should know what the right choice was because his father worked so hard to build that path for him. But instead, he was going to disregard everything and ruin the entire existence of their Tai Xuan sect. Tian Cheng smashed the bottled lightning into the ground, and he told Night that it was his answer. A huge purple lightning struck Night, and he scattered into pieces of shadow. Tian Cheng stood there with determination. But to his horror, Knight's huge, sharp claws hovered above him as Knight told him that he had made the wrong choice. Knight slammed his hand to the ground, crushing Tian Cheng under them. The other cultivators witnessed that after Knight received such a devastating hit, he was still completely unscathed, so they wondered if they even stood a chance against him. Surrounded by demonic beasts, Knight announced that half-time was over, and he asked the cultivators if they were ready to become their demonic beast food. On the other hand, inside the barrier, Chu Mo was already having a hard time standing up. Suddenly, the sign-in system gave out a notification that the download progress of the battle experience of the legendary God of War had reached its limit at 150%, and Chu Mo obtained the skill Holy Battle Law, which passively increased his battle power by 3 folds, while activating it would increase his battle power by 10 folds for 10 seconds. In the year 184, during an era of peace, anomalies enslaved the kingdom, initiating a revolution and creating an opportunity for the corrupted kingdom to split. Consequently, a chaotic war ensued, claiming many lives. The cultivators ended the war while sealing all evil away, and Da Luotian, the god who united all lands, was born. Leading the way was the Donghua Sky sect, and the 8 major sects assisted Da Luotian in conquering the Taihua prefecture. This allowed those who had suffered to finally live in peace once more, a historic event recorded in their books. Meanwhile, someone gave another person their month's salary, which amounted to 50 spiritual coins, and told them to take it. The worker expressed the desire to quit the job, and the man inquired if they were serious, noting the good and stable income. He asked where else they would find a job like that. The worker stated their fatigue with the job and mentioned having saved some money over the past few years. Their plan was to return home and open a small shop. The man understood, suggesting that the worker could take their leave after completing one more shipment. The worker had worked as a porter for the past 5 years, starting when demonic beasts began to appear. In preparation for the war against the other world, Da Luotian created the secret realm. Prisoners who had committed the most heinous crimes were sent to Da Luotian, where they would become sacrificial offerings in the secret realm. However, the sacrifices in the workers' current shipment seemed unusual because they included people of all ages and genders, all wearing tattered clothes, seeming to be ordinary villagers. There was a crazy, one-eyed old man locked up alone in a separate carriage. The old man asked the worker if they weren't curious about their story. The worker replied that they were criminals soon to be used as offerings, and it was the policy for porters not to communicate with those destined for sacrifice. The old man didn't care about what the worker said and told him that they were from a poor village in the far outskirts of a mountain range who depended on what they found within the lands and mountains to get by each day. He said that for the past decades, they managed to get by, but the demonic beasts started to appear, and because of them, many died, including his son and granddaughter. He said that those who were fortunate and survived wanted to seek the protection of the cultivators to prevent the demonic beasts from attacking again, but they could not afford to pay the tax. The worker told the old man that he wasn't interested in all that and told him to go to sleep quickly because they had a long journey the next day. But the old man didn't listen to him and continued to tell the story. The old man said that to fight off the beasts, they could only depend on themselves, but ordinary weapons couldn't do anything to the demonic beasts, and they also did not have the talent to become cultivators. He said that fortunately, he was a doctor and he managed to find himself a demonic beast's corpse. Because those without talent were unable to become cultivators, he decided to research the secrets of the demonic beasts and dissected its corpse. He said that the villagers supported his idea, so he started doing experiments on the demonic beasts' bodies, fusing the organs of the demonic beasts into the villagers to obtain power. But the experiment was extremely dangerous, so many died, and some experienced changes but soon went crazy and died later as well. At one point, he almost died himself while doing an experiment. The old man said that sadly, to that day, of those who survived the experiment, none of them gained any powers. The worker asked him if he also lost his eye during his experiments, and the old man said that because of the experiments, all of them from the village were deemed criminals. So the villagers called him crazy, said that it was all pointless, and that they shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. One of the villagers hurt his eye as he was beating him up, so he was separated into that carriage alone. The worker told the old man that he was really crazy because he was a lousy doctor from a remote village who actually thought that his research could enable ordinary people to surpass cultivators and fight against demonic beasts. The old man said that he never denied that it was crazy, but they needed to think of a way to survive, and he just wanted to help those who did not have the talent to gain the strength to protect themselves. The morning came, and the prisoners started to travel. One young boy was angry, and he tackled one of the porters, telling him not to touch his sister. The boy tackled the porter so hard that the porter was thrown away towards a rock, and the rock broke in the process. The kid who was all chained up didn't just kill the porter with a simple push, the impact even managed to break the boulder, and the people who witnessed the scene didn't know what was going on. The old man from the carriage laughed, saying that he succeeded, and he begged the people to set the boy free as he was the ray of light and the hope of the future. But one of the porters just said that the crazy old man in the carriage was spewing nonsense again. He remembered to ask for the communication talisman, saying that he wanted to report what just happened. But the worker pointed his sword at him. He asked the man if he had gone insane because, not just the kids, he even let all the sacrifices and the old guy in the carriage go. The man was chained up to a tree trunk, and as the worker walked away, the man asked him if he knew the consequences that he was going to face. The worker pondered that maybe he had really gone crazy, or maybe it was just that the entire world had gone crazy because, in order to create the secret realm, criminals were made into sacrifices, and he had been turning them in exchange for money. He said that he transported many sinners, and some deserved to die, some didn't. But the sacrifices that time around didn't deserve to die because maybe they would be able to stop the world from going completely crazy and one day be destroyed. 20 years later, in a simple home, a man with long hair told another man with gray hair that he fainted again, and the gray-haired man told him that he didn't have much time left. The long-haired man told the one with gray hair that the flesh and blood of the demonic beasts he fused within the past were eating away at his body, and if he was lucky, he might be able to live for another 2 years. But at the moment, they were viewed as heretics and were constantly being hunted down without getting even a day of peace, and with such circumstances, he didn't think that he could even last for 6 months. The gray-haired man said that it was more than enough, and he told the one with long hair that for a cultivator like him to willingly help them and get caught up in that whole mess where he could die anytime, he was really sorry for that. The long-haired man became mad and told the one with gray hair not to talk as though he wanted to get himself into that. He said that he tricked him into getting onto the same boat as him, so he should be more self-aware. But the gray-haired man told him that it was his own fault for getting into that mess because it was his own curiosity that got him kicked out of his sect. The long-haired man said that to think that humans could obtain the powers of demonic beasts, he couldn't possibly stop himself from wanting to learn more about that after finding out such a thing was actually possible. Then he asked the gray-haired man if he didn't feel any bit of remorse because, with the help of a genius like him, they finally developed a way that people were able to become stronger without the need to infuse the flesh of a demonic beast into one's body. But as the first human to ever gain the power of a demonic beast, all he would do was suffer and wait for his death. The gray-haired man said that, to be honest, he was extremely unhappy. So he told the long-haired man that if he called himself a genius, he should quickly think of a way that would allow him to live on because he also wants to try the new cultivation method he came up with. The long-haired man told him to stop dreaming because the rejection reaction of the demonic beast's blood and flesh caused his body's lifespan to drastically deplete. So he couldn't possibly find a way to recover his lifespan, and if it wasn't for him who helped him regulate his body, he would have been long dead. The gray-haired man said that he still wanted to live a little longer as he wanted to see the next generation of body-refining cultivators get recognized by Da Luotian and no longer be regarded as heretics. He also said that he was the one that took them in, so he was responsible for keeping them safe until they grow up. The long-haired man just blankly stared at the gray-haired man who was smiling at him. There was a moment of silence as the two of them continued to stare at each other with the same expressions. The long-haired man gave up and promised the gray-haired man that after he died, he would take good care of those orphans he took in. Suddenly, the bells with talismans on the fence rang. The long-haired man was alarmed as it was the alarm system that he installed. He quickly determined that the people who were coming were the cultivators of Da Luotian, and there were 3 teams with 60 people in total. The gray-haired man told the long-haired man that there was no need to panic as they managed to defeat 5 of their teams before. But the long-haired man reminded him that after that battle, all of their supporters were dead while he suffered the after effects of occasional blackouts, and at the moment, there were only 2 of them with the kids, so he didn't know how they were going to fight those cultivators. The gray-haired man said that during the battle that pushed his body to its limits, he realized that if he allowed the flesh of the demonic beast to run loose and corrupt his body, he would enter a temporary berserk state and gained a tremendous amount of power for a short period of time. So he told the long-haired man to leave those cultivators to him and escape with the kids to somewhere safe. The long-haired man told the gray-haired man that he would die, and the gray-haired man said that he would probably die. But if he did, he should remember to uphold what he promised. The long-haired man asked the gray-haired man if he had any other last wishes. The gray-haired man said that it was already more than enough, as the next generation of kids did not require using the flesh of demonic beasts anymore. And although the cultivation process was painful, it allowed one to get stronger safely. He said that if he were to compare himself to them, at least they could fight as humans and die as humans, no longer food for the demonic beast, a burden to the cultivators, the fuel of the secret realm, and even as ordinary people, they would be able to make their own choices, and he was more than satisfied with just that. Many years later, a brown-haired man was warned that it was their last chance to surrender. And the man was surprised to hear that it was his last chance because he thought that Da Luotian was going to immediately give him a death sentence. The man with blue hair, who gave the warning, told him that since he was the strongest savior in the current secret realm, Da Luotian had considered his status and chose to give him another chance. So as long as he admitted to the public that he was previously brainwashed by someone and whatever happened in the past was due to that, his crimes would all be cleared. But if he rejected it, he would have to fight a death battle with a spirit guard. The brown-haired man understood that they were going to use a duel instead of a direct execution, so he told the blue-haired man that they should go immediately. The blue-haired man asked him if he went crazy because, as long as he admitted that he was wrong, everything would be pardoned, and Da Luotian would approve him and others who were body refinement cultivators. He said that he would be considered the strongest savior, but he was going to throw away all his hard work and glory to become a criminal. The brown-haired man said that he only sought to do what was right, and what he said was not crazy talk because, based on his research, for more than decades, the Kai across the world deteriorated, which also affected Da Luotian's power over the lands. And the only solution they found was to work together with the other realm to allow the Kai in their world to remain abundant. He said that was why Da Luotian contacted the other world without permission, summoning otherworldly demonic beasts to terrorize villages, using it as a cover for capturing sinners as sacrifices, and creating a secret realm for otherworldly warfare. The blue-haired man told him that it didn't matter if what he said was true because everything that Da Luotian did was to maintain the power of the cultivators, and with the approval of Da Luotian that he worked so hard to achieve, he could finally become one of them. The brown-haired man wielded his sword, and the blue-haired man asked him if he was going to just throw away everything that he worked so hard on and betray everyone that helped him so far, as all of the cultivators of the body refinement sect's goal was to protect those who did not have talent for cultivation. The brown-haired man said that indeed, he might have betrayed himself, but he would not betray everyone's efforts. As he faced the spirit guard, the brown-haired cultivator said that he didn't need the approval of Da Luotian or the status of the cultivator because, from that day forward, he would fight as a common man for the sake of the common people of the world, so they should get going with the battle. The brown-haired man was told that he was strong, but as a body-refining cultivator, he had long since reached his limit, so against a spirit guard, he did not stand a chance, and the brown-haired man said that they might not be wrong. As the brown-haired man charged forward to fight, he was told that he was a dumbass because he was literally just killing himself. But he said that even if he were to die, his battle would inspire more people to take a stand, so he would pin his hopes on the next generation, just like his seniors. The soul of the brown-haired man, along with his predecessors, united together and fused into Chu Mo. Lord Galley said that it was weird because there was a pressure that sent chills down his spine, and he wondered if it came from Chu Mo, as the spirits of his predecessors fused into him and materialized as a black coat. Chu Mo asked Lord Galley if he didn't notice something yet. Lord Galley wasn't aware that he was already dissipating, and he asked Chu Mo what he should notice. With sadness in his eyes, Chu Mo told Lord Galley that he was already dead. On the small, isolated island, the feeling of despair spread. 2 cultivators hid, and one of them suggested that they should stay safe at the moment. But the other cultivator was in a panic, saying that even those strong cultivators were easily killed by the demonic beast. So they knew that even if they continued to battle, they would only die meaninglessly. He questioned himself as to why he didn't enter the hotel gate when he had the chance. The first cultivator looked horrified as he asked the other what he was doing and ordered him to stop right there and not leave, as the demonic beasts would find them. But the other cultivator was desperate. He called the demonic beast, declaring that he had given up, and asked if they could be friends. Without mercy, the demonic beast behind him chomped on him. The first cultivator was now surrounded by 2 demonic beasts, and he called the other cultivator an idiot because he attracted all the demonic beasts toward them. As the frog-looking demonic beast pounced on him, the cultivator said that he was going to die because of the other cultivator. Suddenly, a purple slashing light passed through the demonic beast. It was Jiang Yutong, and she sliced the demonic beast through its mouth. The cultivator was surprised when he saw that the demonic beast was killed in an instant, and he thought that it was incredible, and was relieved that he was saved. He realized that he couldn't relax just yet because there was still the cat behind him, but Yu Yan arrived and slashed the cat-looking demonic beast as well. The cultivator thanked God as he was safe, but wondered why his body felt so light, and he thought it was because he felt relaxed at the moment. But he realized that an aura had passed through his chest, and it was Knight, who was behind him, who delivered the attack. Jing Shan clicked his tongue and said that they didn't make it in time. Knight said that the 3 of them were indeed different when compared to the rest of the ones on the island, as they even have the strength to save others after killing their way out. And he said that talented people shouldn't die off so casually, so he offered them another chance to surrender so their lives wouldn't be wasted. But Yu Yan told Knight to have his last laugh because Chu Mo was going to beat the crap out of him soon. Knight grinned sinisterly when he learned that they were actually waiting for Chu Mo, and he told them that Chu Mo didn't get out of the barrier for so long, so he was either dead or had chosen to betray everyone already. A fierce battle ensued, and someone was surprised that people were still fighting. They complained that it was so noisy, and all those crying and screaming made one feel uncomfortable. One cultivator said that the others should just let the demonic beasts eat them already because it was a waste of time and he just wanted to quickly get back home. Why, how you told the guy that they should give the other cultivators some respect, at least because, regardless, they were saviors who chose to fight for the human race. But the other cultivator said that, as far as he knew, the other cultivators were a bunch of idiots. He said that even the strongest savior, Chu Mo, was being trapped, and no one knew if he was dead or alive, so there was no point in them fighting and dying in that battle because the human race had lost and no one would be able to thank them. A strong aura that created a pillar of light struck the ground. It was night, and as Jing Shan knelt in front of him, coughing, he was amused that Jing Shan still managed to stand. But Knight told Jing Shan that the 2 other companions of his were already on the brink of death. Knight told them that they were impertinent for rejecting his sincerity, so at the moment, he would be the judge of their lives. And he said that it was a pity because at that moment, all of them would be executed. Suddenly, a bright golden aura broke through the barrier where Chu Mo was trapped. Knight wondered what the sound was that he was hearing. Jing Shan looked and pointed out that the barrier was crumbling. The barrier shattered, revealing Chu Mo, who was emitting a strong golden aura. Knight thought that it was impossible, and he couldn't understand how it could happen. As Chu Mo charged towards Knight, he still couldn't believe that the barrier was broken and Lord Galley, who was in his peak state, had lost to Chu Mo. Knight realized that there was no chance of him winning in a head-to-head fight, so all he could do at the moment was turn into stealth mode before Chu Mo got any closer to him. Chu Mo continued to charge at Knight, and he told him not to even think about running. Chu Mo released a tremendous amount of aura with a huge area of effect. Knight thought that a body refinement cultivator that was able to perform a huge AoE attack was just illegal. Knight vanished into thin air. Jing Shan was surprised that Knight's presence disappeared, and Chu Mo did it so easily. As Chu Mo stood near Jiang Yutong, he asked Jing Shan if he knew any healing techniques. Jing Shan told Chu Mo that he knew a bit, but he could only barely keep both Jiang Yutong's and Yu Yan's lives. Chu Mo told him that it was more than enough and requested that he stay there and heal them because once the mission was done, all the injuries that the saviors had sustained would automatically recover. As Chu Mo walked away, he said that it would be over soon as he would kill all the remaining demonic beasts. Meanwhile, at the hotel, one of the cultivators pointed out that the sounds of the battle outside seemed to have stopped, and the other cultivator said that he was right, that it was bound to happen, so there was no point for those stubborn bunch of people outside resisting anyway. He said that the demonic beasts had won, so they could go home immediately. The cultivator was unaware that a miniature version of Knight had appeared on his shoulders. Knight thought that even Lord Galley died at the hands of Chumo, so he bet that all the other demonic beasts outside had died as well. If he were to die, the mission would be a failure, but fortunately, he preemptively placed 8 of his clones onto the tokens. He realized that Tian Cheng broke the bottled lightning, so there were 7 of it left. But as long as one of the tokens remains, he won't be dead, and the secret realm mission would not be cleared. He thought that on that isolated island where Kai was practically non-existent, if one was stranded there for a few months, even Chu Mo would die from depleting all his energy, but before that, he definitely couldn't let Chu Mo find him. Suddenly, someone delivered a punch to something. The person punched the hotel door open. The cultivators inside the hotel were alarmed. One of them asked what that sound was, and as he asked if the demonic beasts were going back on their words and wanted to kill them, the other cultivator told him that it was even worse. Chu Mo was the one who punched the door, and he was standing by the entrance. Calling him Boss Mo, Lai Hao Yu asked Chu Mo if he had wiped out all of the demonic beasts outside, and he thanked Chu Mo for saving all of them. He asked for his forgiveness, saying that the demonic beasts were the ones that forced them to do those things, and they were too weak, which was why they had to surrender. The other cultivator nervously agreed, saying that they faked it and were planning to find the right opportunity to take Knight down. But Chu Mo told them to shut up. Chu Mo told them that all of the demonic beasts outside had already died. But the mission was still not over, and there were people that he needed to save. So he didn't care whatever it took, but he would definitely find and kill Knight in order to complete the mission. Chu Mo said that he searched the entire island, but only that place still had a hint of the aura of a demonic beast, so the demonic beast was among them. But he didn't know how to differentiate it out, so it was a pity because he guessed there was only one way out of there, which was to kill all of the suspects there. The cultivators panicked when they heard Chu Mo say that he would kill all of them, and one of them immediately claimed that they were innocent while calling Chu Mo Moga. He yelled at the other cultivators, questioning them about who was the one that was sheltering the demonic beast and demanding that they show themselves as all of them were going to die. One of the cultivators realized that it was not a demonic beast but the tokens that the demonic beast had marked, and as he took out the token, he said that it must be where the aura of the demonic beast was coming from. So he ordered the rest of them to quickly give the tokens that they had brought along in the secret realm to Chu Mo, while calling him Mo God. Lai Hao Yu cursed, and he said that, as a safety measure, he ate that token, so it was currently in his stomach. He said that he would immediately go to the toilet to get it out, but Knight's aura had already started to envelop him. Lai Hao Yu pleaded for help as Knight's aura wrapped around him. The other cultivator who was holding the token in his hand was also starting to get wrapped in Knight's aura, and he was desperately trying to get it away. A large amount of dark aura that had consumed the cultivators started to gather together. Knight was materialized from the dark aura, and he told Chu Mo that it was ruthless of him that in order to find him, he spared no mercy to kill his own kind. But Chu Mo told him that regardless, they were still fellow cultivators and saviors who were important companions of his. Chu Mo told Knight that it was only an act when he threatened to kill them because he intended to scare him so that he would show himself. But he didn't expect that he was even more foolish than the exhibitionist, and he showed himself immediately. But it was a pity that he didn't manage to save them in time. Knight told Chu Mo to stop with his nonsense because the killing intent he emitted showed otherwise. While he grabbed Knight's head, Chu Mo agreed with what he said, as it was to be expected. Chu Mo crushed Knight into oblivion as he told him that he wanted to avenge all of the cultivators that he had killed. 3 shadows of Knight escaped from the hotel. Knight thought that Chu Mo instantly dealt with 4 of his clones the moment he left the lobby, so there were still 3 more left. One of the shadows started to vanish into thin air, and Knight cursed as he thought that 2 more remained. Knight thought that time was running out, so he needed to complete his mission. Chu Mo suddenly appeared in front of him, and Knight immediately thought that he was dead. Knight cursed as he wondered if Chu Mo just teleported there, but he thought that regardless, he needed to escape and survive for more time. Chu Mo punched Knight and obliterated his clone. Chu Mo said that there was only 1 more left. One of Knight's shadows escaped in the other direction. He charged towards Jing Shan. Jing Shan was immediately alarmed when he recognized Knight, and as he wondered if Knight was trying to escape from Chu Mo's pursuit, he thought that if Knight was only trying to run away, he didn't need to be there, which made him realize that Knight was trying to get them. Jing Shan panicked when he saw that Knight divided his strength into 3, and he realized that Knight was trying to hide his strong body while also concealing the true target he was going for. He cursed as he thought that because he had been healing Zhang Yutong and Yu Kaiyan, his strength was almost completely drained. Everything went dark as Jing Shan thought that if he used all of his remaining strength, he could at most protect one of them there. But if he gambled it wrong, he and the remaining person might actually die. Knight's shadow started to creep into Jiang Yutong. Suddenly, she was surrounded by Jing Shan's flames, which fought back Knight's aura. Another shadow charged forward. It charged towards Jing Shan, and he managed to deflect it with his fan. Jing Shan gritted his teeth as he realized that the target wasn't Jiang Yutong. And the same goes for his end, so he guessed wrong and Knight was targeting Yu Qianyan. Knight already wrapped Yu Qianyan with his shadow. Yu Qianyan was still unconscious, unaware of Knight's aura that tried to devour her. Knight said that it was his win, and he told Chu Mo that he came too late. Chu Mo, who just arrived, doubted what Knight just said, and he told Knight that it would not be too late if he killed him immediately. Knight dared Chu Mo to come at him, as he would definitely not retaliate because he was already in possession of Yu Qianyan. So if Chu Mo were going to kill him, she would die as well. Knight told Chu Mo that it was a fair deal, but the problem was that if he wanted to save his companions, he would have to kill someone in front of the entire world, and he asked Chu Mo what he chose. Jing Shan told Chu Mo that it was his fault, so he should let him kill Knight, but Chu Mo told him that there was no need for that because he couldn't even stand properly at that point. Chu Mo told Jing Shan not to worry because no one would die there. Chu Mo started to shake Yu Qianyan up and down violently. Knight laughed, calling Chu Mo an idiot for thinking that he could shake him out, but suddenly, Knight told Chu Mo to wait, and he said that he was kidding. He apologized to Chu Mo and requested that he stop shaking already. Knight immediately left Yu Qianyan, and Chu Mo said that she was cleansed. Chu Mo delivered a punch, and he declared that he would now destroy Knight. Knight's shadow dissipated as Chu Mo punched him, and Chu Mo declared that everything was finally over. Knight asked Chu Mo what was there for him to be happy about. He told Chu Mo to look around him, and as he asked him how many cultivators were left within the secret realm, he said that they had already accomplished their mission. Knight admitted that Chu Mo's power was indeed far beyond their expectations, but he bet that it was all because of some sort of technique that he had used. Or, if he were to put it another way, Chu Mo had given up relying on sheer strength alone and was forced to use some techniques. And as a body refinement cultivator, it was impossible for him to improve any further anymore, so the victory would be theirs in the near future. As if right on cue, the sign and system gave out a notification that it had detected that Chu Mo had completed the second secret realm mission, and as a special reward, it gave Chu Mo the perfect heart of Tao, which had lifted his limits so he could increase his battle power limitlessly. The secret realm started to disintegrate, and they finally made it back to the real world. Meanwhile, at the studio, Rory announced that the results were in, and after the second mission, only 706 saviors remained. She looked downhearted as she said that the price for victory at that time was huge. As Jai Sheng stood up, Yi Shuang asked him if he was in a rush, and Jai Sheng apologized as he said that there were traitors within them, the cultivators, which led to many who had died. He said that the Taixuan sect was an example, and so he needed to join a meeting to deal with those traitors. Yi Shuang told Jai Sheng that she wouldn't disturb him any further and that she and Rory would handle the ending of the broadcast because those traitors were the ones they were most worried about. But Jai Sheng told her that what he was most worried about at the moment was that Chu Mo and the Li Consortium were on edge with each other. Meanwhile, at an office, a man who seemed to be President Li's assistant reported to President Li that they tried all the cultivators that they used to, but they refused to contact them. Those who had received countless benefits from them had run away as fast as a rabbit when things turned for the worse. But President Li just snickered, saying that he never really had much hope in those cultivators anyway, as it was just a mutually beneficial relationship. Suddenly, someone stepped into the office. It was a man with an eye patch, and he told President Li that he really impressed him with how he was still able to remain calm at such a time because not only did he offend Chumo, but his collusion with the demonic beasts had been exposed as well, and he would say that his security system needs a tad bit of an upgrade. President Li's assistant panicked, and as he confronted the man, questioning him about what he was trying to do by intruding on private property, he told President Li to run and leave the weirdo to him. But President Li simply snickered again, and he told his assistant that there was no need to panic as the man was a consultant from the Consortium Alliance, and he was there to help them get out of their current dire situation. The man pointed out that President Li seemed quite confident, but he told President Li that he had come to inform him regarding the final decision from the Consortium Alliance, and he said that he should know that there were a couple of other Consortium presidents that wished for him to die. President Li understood that those people were voting not to help them get through the crisis, and he took a guess that 20 supported it, 4 voted against it, and 1 abstained from voting. The man told President Li that he gave up because it was exactly how he guessed. While still snickering, President Lee said that compared to him, the alliance couldn't take Chumo's very existence more than his, and everyone was part of the collusion, so they were more worried about Chumo making things worse. President Lee asked the man to tell him what the alliance was planning to do. The man requested that President Lee find a place to seclude himself for the time being, as they would announce that he was missing and, at the same time, authorities would be investigating the Lee consortium. But of course, they would help him eliminate all sensitive documents related to the matter. The man said that if the documents were gone, the progress of their investigation would be affected, and it would require an even longer duration for the investigation. President Lee said that, to be frank, he really didn't want to stay on an island for months. The man reassured him that he wouldn't be because, after a few months of investigation, people would soon forget about the matter, and after a year, when both Earth and the alternate realm became one, he would be able to enjoy his life. President Lee told the man that he was still missing one important thing, and it was about how they were going to deal with Chu Mo. The man told President Lee that he didn't have to worry about that because the only path people would go down if they interfered with the consortiums was death. Meanwhile, at Jiang Yutong's residence, the lights were on only on the first floor. Chu Mo gave food to Ire, explaining that those were compensation for letting her take on the amount of damage. He told her that he was really sorry, so she should feel free to eat all of the food. But Ire was mad at him, and she asked him if he really thought that he could bribe her with all that cheap food. She said that she was almost dead because of him, so she questioned him if that was how far his sincerity went, and she demanded that she wanted to eat some lobsters. Chu Mo calmly told Ire that he didn't have the money anymore, so if she wanted to eat lobsters, she would have to wait until Jiang Yutong woke up because she hadn't woken up since coming back from the secret realm. He gave Ire the recordings of the second mission within the secret realm, saying that if she was interested, she should feel free to watch to pass some time. As Ire heard that there were recordings of the secret realm, she agreed to spend some time watching it, but she reminded Chu Mo that he mentioned he would bring her lobsters later. A few moments later, Ire looked horrified as she saw that Chu Mo easily broke through the trap that Lord Galley had set for him. She thought that since Knight and Lord Galley were eliminated, there were only 12 demonic beasts left on Earth who were all small fries. Since she had lost all her strength, she realized that their plan had failed. Because of the system's pet feature, Ire's thoughts were exposed to Chu Mo. Without letting her know, he asked if she could help him find the remaining 12 demonic beasts. Ire was surprised that Chu Mo knew about the 12 demonic beasts, which she found terrifying. She remembered that she had acted smug in front of Chu Mo earlier, and realized she was asking for trouble. As Ire picked up the fried chicken, Chu Mo looked confused, reminding her of what she had said earlier, that she wanted to eat lobsters. Ire nervously said there was no need for that because a drumstick would suffice, as she loved drumsticks so much. The sign and system gave a notification that Ire's affection for Chu Mo had been increasing. At Jiang Yutong's kitchen, Jiang Yutong came down and asked Chu Mo if it was already dinner time. She could even smell the food from upstairs. But instead of answering her question, Chu Mo asked Jiang Yutong if she were not going to rest a bit more. Jiang Yutong told Chu Mo that she couldn't possibly fall asleep because she had seen the news regarding the Lee consortium. She said that the president of the Lee consortium had gone missing. Although they accepted the investigation, it was obvious that they were just buying time. Jiang Yutong said that committing crimes such as betraying the human race and causing the deaths of many saviors and being able to escape punishment really angered her to the point where she didn't even have the appetite to eat. With her mouth full, Ire tried to say that she lost her chance to have lobsters, but all she produced were incoherent sounds. Jiang Yutong was speechless for a moment as she saw Ire, and she pointed out that Ire seemed to be eating so well even if her demonic beast companions had died. Ire said that they were not her companions, as those high-class demonic beasts were just a bunch of trash, always bullying them, who were of a weaker race. Chu Mo told Ire that, although that was the case, he asked her if she were really okay with helping them find the other demonic beasts, who were still on Earth because he wouldn't force her if she didn't want to. Hearing what Chu Mo said, Ire was about to say that she didn't want to, but she stopped herself when she realized that Chu Mo was testing her loyalty to him. Ire thought that Chu Mo clearly saw that she broke out of her cage when he came back from the secret realm. But instead of saying anything, he brought her a bunch of food. She thought that it was to make her let her guard down, and if she showed disloyalty to him, she would definitely suffer terrible consequences. Calling him master, Ire ecstatically told Chu Mo not to worry as she would help him find all those demonic beasts, and she would not disappoint his trust and care for her. Jiang Yutong asked Chu Mo if he was really going to have Ire help him find the demonic beasts, which Chu Mo confirmed. They would need significant evidence to bring down the Lee consortium and find out what had caused his sister to be bedridden. But Jiang Yutong told Chumo that once his relationship with Ire was exposed, that would definitely raise the suspicion of others. So she suggested that they get Yu Qianyan and Jing Shan to help in regards to the Li Consortium. Chu Mo told Jiang Yutong that he was willing to take the risk and bring Ire out there because, to be honest, he didn't really trust the 4 major sects, and he asked Jiang Yutong if she knew of Dal Yuotian. Jiang Yutong said that she heard her master mention before that it was once the most powerful cultivation sect, which led to the empire for cultivators because, as Kai began to become scarce, cultivators started to give up on world domination. And that was when Dal Yuotian became the headquarters for cultivators, but that was all in the past and the sect had been long gone. Chu Mo was surprised, and he told Jiang Yutong that based on what he knew, Dal Yuotian was involved with both the invasion of the demonic beasts 1,000 years ago, and the establishment of the secret realm. Chu Mo said that the secret realm seemed to be a weird concept itself, as it was meant to be the line of defense for the cultivators, but it was easily interfered with by the alternate realm, so it seemed like it was purposely done so that cultivators could get killed because the last time he got his fate coins diminished after completing it. But that time around, he didn't receive a single fate coin as a reward. Jiang Yutong was surprised to hear that, and she said that Chu Mo saved everyone while also foiling the plans of the demonic beasts, so that should be a huge accomplishment, and it was too much for them not to give Chu Mo a single fate coin. Chu Mo said that although he trusted Yu Qianyan and Jing Shan, he couldn't trust the 4 major sects that were backing them, so he would try to find a way to investigate the secret realm. But first, they would need to bring down the Li Consortium. Meanwhile, in a place that looked like a laboratory, someone who looked like a chef was serving food, and they asked the demonic beast they were serving if the food suited his taste that day. The demonic beast said that he was starting to feel hungry. The chef was surprised and alarmed by what the demonic beast said, and he quickly apologized, saying that he would make him a new one. But the demonic beast told him that there was no need for that, as he seemed to be quite tasty. A few moments later, there was a duffel bag on the floor. A man in a cap picked it up, and he asked if it was the corpse of the chef because it was so light. And the other man warned him not to open the bag because he had already vomited once as he was cleaning up the corpse earlier. The man in the cap said that it was already the 3rd body for that day, and it wasn't easy for them to calm down those demonic beasts those couple of days. But those demonic beasts started going crazy again after 2 of their leaders died in the secret realm. He wondered where President Li was enjoying himself while they had to suffer with the demonic beasts. The other man told him to stop complaining already and think about how they have already gone past the age of 35, so if they quit their jobs, it would be hard for them to get a new one again. He said that the Li Consortium was willing to pay such high wages for them, so of course they would also squeeze the best they could out of them, so he told the man to just stay put and do his work. The man in the cap quickly agreed, and he said that he would be tossing out the bag then. As the man in the cap was going out, someone apologized and asked him which room he said the demonic beast was in earlier because the tunnels there were so complicated that it was just like a maze. The man in the cap looked annoyed as he asked the person if he was a new recruit, telling him not to bother him and to go back to HQ to look for a digital map. But the man in the cap was so surprised when he recognized the person he was talking to. The person he was talking to was Chu Mo, who was telling him that he was there for delivery. On a beach resort, a pretty lady in a bunny costume apologized to a president for making them wait, and she said that, as they requested, the high-class liquor was flown all the way there from miles away. But another pretty lady in a bunny costume as well got annoyed, and she asked the other lady if she couldn't see that she was applying oil for the president. The 2 of them were serving President Li, who laughed as he told the lady that was serving him drinks that there was no rush, and he asked her if she was going back already. The lady told President Li that she was not going back as she was the gift that came along with the drink. Suddenly, President Li's assistant looked alarmed as he called him. President Li asked his assistant if there was anything, and he asked him if there were even more gifts. But his assistant told him that things were bad because Chu Mo had come personally. President Li was so surprised that he spat out his drink, and he asked his assistant what he said. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, someone walked in. The demonic beast was annoyed when he heard someone was coming, so he reminded the person that he said not to bother him for an hour right after his meal, and he asked if the person had come to be his dessert. The person who walked in was Chu Mo, who told the demonic beast that his meat wasn't tasty, and he told the demonic beast that he heard that he had eaten quite a lot of humans. The demonic beast asked Chu Mo if he was perhaps not happy and told him that lowly creatures like him should be honored to be his food. Chu Mo doubted what the demonic beast said, and he told the demonic beast that he really wanted to keep him alive as evidence so that his words were more credible. but he didn't care anymore since there were still 11 of them. The demonic beast was so surprised when he recognized Chu Mo, and he wondered how he got there so fast. While the demonic beast cursed, wondering if the consortium perhaps betrayed him and calling them despicable humans, Chu Mo immediately kicked him and obliterated him. A different form of demonic beast appeared, and it was annoyed, calling Chu Mo a piece of shit, and telling him to let him at least finish his sentence. Chu Mo sighed, saying that he didn't think that the demonic beast still had a second stage, and he obliterated the demonic beast by punching him. As a small piece of demonic beast was left, Chu Mo apologized, saying that he got a bit angry and went too hard, but fortunately, there were bits of him left, which was enough to serve as evidence. Suddenly, the whole laboratory started to explode. Chu Mo was amazed as he said that it seemed like the Lee Consortium found out that he intruded, and as he figured out that they were trying to blow off everything to destroy the evidence, he wondered if his enemies couldn't think of something new. The place continued to blow up. Meanwhile, a reporter was on the street, reporting live in the Intong West suburbs where the explosion occurred, and she said that based on the audience's comment, it seemed that the explosion came from the park within the Lee Consortium. But at the moment, they were still not sure what the cause of the explosions was. The reporter instructed the cameraman to turn the cameras ahead as it seemed that there was someone coming out of the ruins, and she quickly recognized that it was Chu Mo. Chu Mo calmly walked towards the reporter with the demonic beast in her hand while the reporter ran towards Chu Mo, greeting him and asking him if he would be able to accept their interview. She asked Chu Mo if the explosion incident was due to his attempts in dealing with the Lee Consortium, and she pointed out that the Lee Consortium was currently under investigation. But with his rushing to pick a fight with them, it would seem like he did it for the grudge but not in the name of justice. Instead of answering her question, Chu Mo asked her if she was a reporter, and he told her that the explosion just occurred, but she was already live at the scene, so it seemed that they were already on the move and were much faster than him at that, so it must have been hard. The reporter told Chu Mo that he misunderstood, as they were just nearby doing some interviews and they never would have thought that such an unfortunate event would occur. She asked Chu Mo if he perhaps considered that his hasty actions might have led to the potential injuries of innocent citizens and even workers within the consortium. With an innocent look on his face, Chu Mo told the reporter that his intention was to help investigate the sudden disappearance of the president from the Lee Consortium, which was why he came to have a friendly conversation in hopes of building a positive relationship with their employees. But he didn't expect a demonic beast to attack him when he entered their headquarters. He said that he was truly frightened at that point in time, so without much of a choice, he had to defend himself. But the headquarters suddenly started exploding, so in actuality, he was also a victim there. It was already evening. The streets were brightly lit and peaceful. On the Secret Realm livestream, one commented, surprised that one of the company branches, a part of the Lee Consortium, was destroyed by Chu Mo. Another commented that it was nicely done and that Chu Mo should just kill the old man from the Lee Consortium already because after all that abuse of power and fortune, they bet he'd never expected such a day to come. Another one commented, confirming what people said, that the Lee Consortium was still under suspicion as the investigation was still pending. Another one commented, asking the previous commenter if they really believed all that, as it was all merely a hoax because Chu Mo was still the one who would take it upon his own hands. Another one commented that Chu Mo was the war god for them, civilians, the ultimate hero. Another one commented, surprised that there were still 100k viewers in the live stream when the Realm mission stream was already over for that day. One commented, explaining that anything online that was related to the Lee Consortium had been deleted, so the only place for discussion was there, and they panicked, asking if the consortium could also interfere with the Secret Realm livestream app. Another one commented, asking if anyone else watched Chu Mo's interview with the news reporter, the one titled I am just a security guard.jpg. Another one commented that they were very scared of poker-faced Chu Mo. Another person commented that even though they understood why Chu Mo would want to seek revenge, it was still reckless and selfish of him to do so because he could have hurt innocent civilians because of his actions. Another one commented, surprised that people who try to defend the consortium's name still exist and questioned the previous commenter if they were still trying to defend them after their betrayal. They have betrayed the entire world and colluded with the demonic beasts, so not only do they hope that the first commenter would be eaten by the demonic beasts, but they also hope that they would work for the old man Lee the moment they reach hell. Another person commented that the Lee Consortium's shares dropped, and it was estimated that it would take a few more days before they went bankrupt. They comically portrayed President Lee, asking Chu Mo how long until the Lee Consortium went bankrupt, where Chu Mo responded, 5. And as President Lee asked Chu Mo if it was years or months, Chu Mo simply smirked and said 4. Another one commented that they felt like what the people had said about the old man Lee going missing was that he could possibly be dead. Another commenter laughed, saying that President Lee deserved it, and added that he heard that his eldest son, Li Zhu, died in an accident long ago, while his youngest son, Li Tanling, was an absolute pile of trash, so that was what they called karma. On the other hand, at the resort, a glass shattered as it got smashed onto the floor, and someone yelled, telling the others to scram. It was President Lee, and the pretty ladies looked worried and tried to comfort him. But he yelled at them, telling them to shut up and telling all of them to get out. His eyes were bloodshot due to anger, and he cursed, saying that all those dog shit bastards dared to speak lowly of him. And regarding Chu Mo, he wondered how he even managed to find the hidden demonic beast. He wondered if there was a spy and if there was someone within the consortium who wanted him dead. Meanwhile, the piece of the demonic beast Chu Mo obliterated earlier lay on the floor. The demonic beast's name was Barter, and Ire was laughing her ass off, saying that the bastard used to always bully the weak and find trouble with her subordinates. So he definitely deserved to be in such a state. Chu Mo told her that it was all thanks to her help that they managed to find the hidden demonic beast, so he asked her if there was anything she wanted as a reward. While drooling, Ire said anything was fine, but she also said that she wanted Boston lobsters. Chu Mo smiled as he said that Ire sure loves to eat lobsters, and he quickly agreed, saying that it was settled then. Ire immediately celebrated, saying that her master, Chu Mo, was the best. Meanwhile, the sign and system gave out a notification that Ire's affection for him had reached 30. And the reward was symbiosis evolution, which would enable Chu Mo to share a portion of his strength with his pet so the pet would be able to gain half as much battle power as its host. Suddenly, something moved swiftly on the streets. Chu Mo quickly noticed it, and he informed Ire that someone was coming and ordered her to hide. Ire quickly agreed, and she transformed and hid in Chu Mo's clothes. Ziazhu and Li Tanling were there, and Ziazhu told Chu Mo that no one knew that searching for him would be so difficult. Chu Mo quickly recognized Ziazhu as the one who ran away in the middle of their fight, so he asked him if he recruited a helping hand to battle him that day. Li Tanling quickly apologized to Chu Mo for the conflict between him and Ziazhu the other day, and he told Chu Mo that to completely eradicate the alliance between the demonic beasts and the consortiums, they wanted to work with him. He introduced himself and told Chu Mo that he believed that his name rang a bell to him. Chu Mo confirmed that he knew Li Tanling and said that he was the useless young master from the Li Consortium. Chu Mo asked Li Tanling if he tried to betray his own family and quickly agreed to their collaboration. Li Tanling started his monologue, telling Chu Mo that he knew that he might not trust him that easily, but he stopped mid-sentence when he realized that Chu Mo had already agreed, and he said that he even planned an entire monologue just for that. Chu Mo shamelessly told Li Tanling that he actually didn't trust him at all, but if he used him as a hostage to force President Lee to show himself, it would be a better approach. Li Tanling told Chu Mo that it was a good idea, but it was not that easy to blackmail his father because a piece of trash like himself never had a place in his father's heart. Li Tanling pointed out that Chu Mo sure was quite the cunning fellow, and that he was actually an avid fan of his, but he never knew that his image was destroyed during their first meeting. Chu Mo told Li Tanling that he just believed that sincerity was the prerequisite to collaboration. He reached out his hand to Li Tanling, telling him that they should work well. Suddenly, Ziazhu chimed in, telling Chu Mo that before that, he had a request, and he asked him if he purposely hid his true power during their last battle, while Chu Mo was thinking that he actually didn't. Ziazhu told Chu Mo that it wouldn't be appropriate for them to battle once their comradeship had been established, so he would like to have another battle with them. But at that time, he hoped that Chu Mo would use his full power. Chu Mo told Ziazhu that since he insisted on a battle with him, he would accept that challenge, and he instructed Ziazhu to approach him. Ziazhu quickly charged at Chu Mo with all his might. However, Chu Mo effortlessly punched him in the face and sent him flying. With the wall crushed behind him, Ziazhu sat on the floor, and it appeared as if his soul had departed from his body. Chu Mo inquired about Ziazhu's well-being and was informed that he had been exerting great effort to control his strength, and Ziazhu did not appear to have suffered any major injuries. Li Tanling conveyed to Chu Mo that what hurt the most was that Ziazhu was a cultivator who did not even acknowledge the 4 major sects in his sect, and Li Tanling expressed surprise at encountering a genius even more formidable than Ziazhu. Ziazhu appeared crestfallen as he remarked that he could not react and had lost. He mentioned that in just a day, the gap between them had widened significantly. He asked Chu Mo if he had resorted to cheating, similar to how novels or comics frequently mention the presence of a system. Chumo asked Ziaju what he was talking about and how it was possible for real life to have such a thing. Li Tanling directed Chumo back to the matter at hand, informing him that they could provide information about the movements of the consortiums and their respective locations. However, Chumo informed him that he did not need that. He simply wanted to locate all the demonic beasts concealed by the Li Consortium. Li Tanling explained that he couldn't assist much with that since the consortium tightly guarded information about the demonic beasts. He could only help Chumo identify the part of the city where they had hidden the demonic beasts, and suggested that Chumo search for them himself. Chumo informed Li Tanling that he had been fortunate to sense the aura of a demonic beast within a specific radius. However, he had no intention of making more enemies before dealing with the Li Consortium. He only planned to target the demonic beasts harbored by the Li Consortium. Chumo hoped that Li Tanling could seize the opportunity, while the other consortiums were still complacent, to uncover the list of consortiums that had colluded with the demonic beasts. Li Tanling told Chumo that it was a good idea because that way, his dad would be suspicious that he was betrayed by the consortium alliance, and they just needed to cause his dad to feel shaken. They would be able to easily have him hand over the name list of the Consortium Alliance. Li Tanling told Chumo that because he recently killed a demonic beast, the Li Consortium was currently moving the other demonic beasts to other locations, so he would send him the approximate location tomorrow, and as he finished, Chumo told him to wait and asked him if he could request some funds. Li Tanling told Chumo that he definitely could. He said that he just forgot about that, and it was probably because he was a bit nervous. He told Chumo that he would transfer 3 billion to him for the time being. Chumo looked uncomfortable as he told Li Tanling that there was no need to send that much because he just didn't have the money to have a meal, so he would like to borrow a couple of $1,000 to have some lobsters. And after Chumo said that, the sign in system notified him that Ayer's affection for him had increased. 20 days later, in a huge building, someone was in such a panic that Chumo found out where they were, and they questioned the humans about what they were even doing. The humans told them not to worry as the helicopter would arrive in 5 minutes, but an explosion occurred. Chumo looked sinister as he told the demonic beast that it was a pity because there was nowhere else for them to run anymore. And Chumo told the demonic beast that he heard that they had never killed any humans before, so Chumo offered that he would spare them if they were to surrender. The demonic beast asked Chumo if he was making fun of him, and he said that he would rather die on the battlefield than face humiliation. Chumo told the demonic beast that he sure had the guts and that he was going to do as he wished. Meanwhile, on the beach resort, someone was concerned that Chumo had already killed 4 demonic beasts. It was President Lee, and he asked the man with the eye patch if he had found out how Chumo found the locations of the demonic beasts. The man replied, saying that he had found the reason and that it was someone within the consortium that was leaking the location to Chumo. President Lee was so enraged, and he asked the man who the bastard was, declaring that he would kill him. The man told President Lee that it was his son, Li Tanling. The man said that Li Tanling sure was quite the actor for them to have only found out about it, and he added that it was also Li Tanling who infiltrated the underground base and ruined the fusion plan for the 2 realms. President Lee asked the man what he was saying, and he told him that it was impossible because Li Tanling was just a piece of garbage. The man told President Lee that it seemed that he didn't understand Li Tanling well enough, as Li Tanling had been ruthless and secretly causing them trouble, and he told President Lee to have a look at the documents that he got, as those showed Li Tanling's movements for those couple of years. President Lee questioned why Li Tanling was doing such a thing, but the man told him that it was not important because since they found out who the traitor was, they could use Li Tanling to get back at Chumo. It was morning, and things looked normal in the city. Chumo was with Li Tanling on top of one of the buildings, asking him if the demonic beast still hadn't appeared, and Li Tanling told him that according to the reports he received, the 5th beast had to pass by there if it wanted to make its way to the new base. Chumo told Li Tanling that the demonic beast had already appeared. As he looked at one of the cars, Chumo found it strange, and he questioned why the demonic beast was currently traveling into the city. Inside the car, the demonic beast asked the driver why he stopped when they were not at the destination yet, and the driver told him that it was his final destination because, according to their plan, it was where he would be killed by Chumo. The demonic beast told the driver to keep driving and tell him about their plan later, otherwise, he would kill him at that moment. But with a smile on his face, the driver told the demonic beast that he didn't need to worry about doing that because, according to the plan, he would be dying right there at that moment for the sake of her daughter's survival. Everything went dark. A few moments later, the demonic beast was out of the car, cursing the bastardly humans. As he walked on the streets, saying that he had just about figured out most of their plan, the people who saw him were horrified, and they ran away while calling him a monster. The demonic beast smiled, and he said that it was true that only a monster could come up with a plan like that, so he guessed that he would just have to make a mess according to their plans. The demonic beast released a tremendous amount of aura and extended his vine-like body. His sharp, pointed vines chased the people who were running for their lives and asking for someone to save them. The demonic beast's vine lunged forward for an attack. The man was alarmed when he saw the demonic beast's vine coming towards him, but he was surprised that it stopped. Someone had stepped on the demonic beast, forcefully pushing them into the concrete, which was why the attack stopped. Chu Mo was the one stepping on the demonic beast, and he questioned him if the financial group had gone insane as they let a beast like him run around the city on a killing spree. But the demonic beast told Chu Mo that he didn't feel any satisfaction in killing those weak humans. The demonic beast told Chu Mo that it was regretful that he wouldn't be seeing his final moments, but he said that he had completed his mission anyway. Suddenly, the demonic beast exploded, and Chu Mo said that it seemed that he ended up by himself without any objections. Chu Mo wondered what the demonic beast's motive was. As he looked around, the city was filled with filthy green smoke. It quickly spread and filled the streets. The people who were caught up in it seemed to be poisoned as they collapsed on the ground with their mouths foaming. Meanwhile, Chu Mo walked around the city, unaffected by the smoke. A few moments later, a reporter gave details in the latest news report, which was about Chu Mo ending up in an encounter with a demonic beast in the city of Lan district. And he said that the demonic beast exuded poisonous gas upon its death, which killed hundreds of civilians. They also broadcasted the president of the Lee Financial Group, who had finally appeared to make an official statement. President Lee was sitting in his office, and he said that he wanted to apologize to everyone because, for the past half year, he was under control by the demonic beasts, unable to fix anything. President Lee acted distressed as he said that the demonic beasts controlled his every thought and action, which made him betray humanity, the financial group, and all his staff who believed in him. He said that up until that day, he finally regained himself from their control. But he was not seeking understanding or forgiveness from his words because he knew he caused harm to a lot of people in the past half year. Then he told Chu Mo that he would wait for him on Campbell Island. It was already morning, and things looked like they were back to normal. People on the Secret Realm live stream were still commenting, and one of them said that they had heard the news that there was a fierce battle in the center of the city between Chu Mo and a demonic beast that resulted in the death of hundreds of people. Another one commented that they didn't believe it, as that was not how it actually was. They had heard from a friend who lived in Land City that at least 3K people died. Another one commented, surprised that it was only 3K, and they told the previous commenter that it was understating it because they were from the city, and multiple districts were affected by it, so more than 10K people died. Recalling the scene of the people dying from the poison, another one commented that it was just so sad to see, and they asked if something was wrong with Chu Mo's head. They questioned why he fought with a demonic beast in the center of the city. Another one commented, snickering as they questioned when Chu Mo bothered about other people's feelings. They said that every time Chu Mo fought a demonic beast, it came along with massive destruction, but the news was suppressing it due to the low number of people who died from those incidents. Another one commented that Chu Mo was clearly a murderer, and they questioned why he even bothered pretending to be a superhero when he was more like a supervillain. Another person commented, reminding the others that the truth hadn't been confirmed yet, but they were already starting up rumors when they were still alive because Chu Mo saved the world. Another one commented that since everything had been exposed, they thought that it was about time that the janitor came to clean it up. They asked where all the Chu Mo fans were at the moment. Another one commented, saying that seeing Chu Mo just made them want to puke. They told him to die while calling him a murderer. They asked if there was anyone else that wished to be saved by Chu Mo. Meanwhile, at the beach resort, the man with the eye patch was laughing as he said that it was great because the whole world was against Chu Mo's reckless behavior, so everything was going according to their plan. President Lee asked him if the 4 major sects had replied yet. The man snickered as he told President Lee that they were on their side. He said that the very existence of a superhuman that no law could stop from destroying any company he wanted to destroy anytime he pleased would have the consequences of having the stock prices collapsing. Unemployment would rise, and several industries would be in the doldrums, so large companies would start laying off workers, and the incomes of immortal practitioners too would suffer drastically. The man said that in addition to the huge number of deaths that occurred recently, Chu Mo had destroyed the good image of cultivators in the people's hearts, so for their own benefit, the cultivators would definitely not allow Chu Mo to continue like that. President Lee told the man that it was easy for him to say because he was the one that would be meeting Chu Mo, so if Chu Mo really wanted to kill him, he didn't think that those cultivators would be able to stop him. The man told President Lee that there was no need for him to worry because they were meeting just for show, and to show Chu Mo's true colors. He told President Lee that if Chu Mo were to harm him in any way, it would also mean that he would become the enemy of both the consortiums and cultivators, but he corrected what he just said, saying that to be exact, Chu Mo would be the enemy of the entire world, so his only choice was to resolve it peacefully with them, the Consortium Alliance. President Lee told the man that if what he said was right, they would be able to live peacefully, while he would only be the one that had to suffer. The man looked at President Lee condescendingly, and he asked him what else he wanted him to say when his son, Li Tanling, had brought them a bunch of trouble. He told President Lee that he would be grateful that all he needed to do was have a vacation in prison for a couple of months because, of course, in regards to the Lee Consortium as a whole, the punishment would be more than that. President Lee was surprised with what the man just said, as it was not what they had agreed upon. But the man informed him that it was the final decision that was made by the Consortium Alliance, that he may live but the traitor, Li Tanling, must die. He told President Lee that he still has a few other sons anyway, so there was no harm in losing that betrayer of a son of his. President Lee looked defeated as he agreed, saying that it was indeed fair that those who betrayed the Consortium Alliance would die. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Chu Mo was standing on the edge, checking his phone. Ire, who was busy eating behind him, asked him if he got angry because of those stupid humans. Ire laughed as she said that she couldn't help but laugh every time she saw it because if it wasn't for Chu Mo clearing the poisonous fog in time, the death toll would probably have exceeded more than tens of thousands, and although only a couple hundred people died, no one was grateful for what he had done. Chu Mo told Ire that he did only what he thought was right, and he didn't really care what others thought. But what troubled him was the meeting with President Lee. He said he bet the Consortium Alliance had done a lot of preparation to deal with him, and they probably allied with the cultivators. Ire told Chu Mo that after saving the world, it was the treatment he received, and it was ridiculous. She wondered if that was what being blinded by temptation was, and she suggested to Chu Mo that he should join their demonic beast's side. A sinister aura oozed out of Chu Mo as he asked Ire what she just said, which made Ire panic, and she told him she was just kidding. Ire looked horrified as she apologized to Chu Mo, and she begged him not to do the thing he did to her previously. Ire suddenly transformed into her demonic beast form, and she was stuffed into a toilet paper roll, unable to move, and all she could do was squeak. A few moments later, at the beach resort, someone arrived. It was Chu Mo, and he told someone it was a surprise as he didn't expect to meet them there. He asked them if the four major sects had decided to work together with the Consortium Alliance. Chu Mo was talking to Jing Shan and Yu Qianyan. Jing Shan told Chu Mo they came there to pass on the message from the four major sects, requesting him to stop targeting the consortiums and let the law decide on their punishments because if not, the four major sects would view him as their enemy, while Yu Qianyan was clearly annoyed, saying that Chu Mo didn't even do anything wrong. Chu Mo said that even after knowing that the consortium was colluding with demonic beasts, the four major sects made that decision, and it was truly disappointing. Jing Shan apologized to Chu Mo as that decision was made by the sects, and he had no power to change it. He said he didn't wish to become enemies with his fellow comrades, and that Chu Mo would break the balance of society if he didn't abide by the law, so he requested that Chu Mo consider the bigger picture. Chu Mo told Jing Shan that he was the bigger picture and that he was grateful for him worrying about him, but he would take on the responsibilities for his actions. As Jing Shan and Yu Qianyan stood and looked at the building in front of them, Yu Qianyan asked Jing Shan if they were not going to go inside with Chu Mo, as she was worried that the Consortium Alliance planned to harm Chu Mo. Jing Shan told her that it was quite the contrary because the Consortium Alliance was the one that was forced to resolve the matter with Chu Mo in a peaceful manner because even if they were to fight against Chu Mo, they would suffer tremendous losses, so they should just hope that Chu Mo would make a rational decision. Yu Qianyan questioned if those old bastards that were controlling the four major sects had gone crazy because they were threatening Chu Mo together with the Consortium Alliance when Chu Mo was currently the strongest savior within the secret realm. And if it wasn't for him, they would have lost the war against those from the alternate realm. Jing Shan told her that in regards to that, he warned his master about that as well, but he didn't care, and he said that even without Chu Mo, they still had other measures and trump cards to turn the tables, so Chu Mo's existence served no purpose to their world and to them. cultivators. Meanwhile, inside the building was an office where President Lee greeted Chu Mo, saying that they had finally met, and he asked him how he felt about being treated as a hero turned villain. But Chu Mo told him that whether he was a hero or savior, those were just names that others placed on him when he was just an ordinary person. President Lee told Chu Mo that an ordinary person wouldn't try to annihilate the Consortium Alliance, so he asked him if, as an ordinary person, his sense of justice was that strong. Instead of answering his question, Chu Mo asked President Lee who was the one that hit him so well because all he wanted was to meet up with him. Chu Mo told President Lee that his sister was used as a human experiment, and everything that he has done so far has been to bring justice to her, so he bore no hatred for him, but he just wanted to find the main culprit that hurt her. President Lee laughed when he realized that what Chu Mo had done was not because they had colluded with the demonic beasts, but was all for his sister, and he said that it was just comical because everything that the consortium had done so far for him was all just a waste. Chu Mo told President Lee that he didn't care who those guys were allied with, but he asked him if he could tell him what happened to his sister. President Lee asked Chu Mo if he knew about Country X, and Chu Mo told him that he was not too familiar with it, but he knew that it was an island that had already sunk, so he wondered what that had to do with his sister. President Lee said that it was to be expected since that was a part of history that had been removed. President Lee said that more than 100 years ago, there was a mysterious piece of land that emerged from the seas, which was known as Country X, and that place was an extremely dangerous historical site as mutual creatures resided within it, and it could grant ordinary people special abilities. He said that during the period when Country X was open for adventurers, a number of them experienced a change in their physiques and obtained tremendous strength. They were also known as hunters. Based on their research, there was a correlation between the hunters and the creatures that resided in Country X, which were actually downgraded versions of the demonic beasts they knew that day. On the other hand, the powers that the hunters obtained weren't perfect either, as the stronger they got, the shorter their lifespan was, and there were even some hunters that soon transformed into those creatures. President Lee said that during that 100-year span, there was only one human that managed to perfectly merge with their mutant powers and was even able to control all the creatures on the island. Her name was King Hai. He said that they tried to cultivate using her Empress cells, so although Country X had submerged, they were still able to create hunters, but the biggest flaw of the hunters did not change as their lifespans were still shortened by it. President Lee added that when the demonic beasts started appearing, one of the consortiums saw hope and decided to get a bunch of consortiums to work together with the demonic beasts, because if they were to use the Empress cells in conjunction with the cells of the demonic beasts, they thought that they would be able to create hunters that had no drawbacks, and that way, the consortiums, would be able to safely and easily obtain greater power and live a long life. Chu Mo realized that it was the reason why they started doing human experiments, which led to his sister being scouted for it, and Chu Mo asked President Lee to tell him who that consortium was. President Lee told Chu Mo that he could not do that because that was paid information, and he was a businessman, so he wouldn't give him such precious information without anything in return. Chu Mo asked President Lee what he wanted, and President Lee asked Chu Mo to kill him. Chu Mo was surprised, and he asked President Lee if he was for real. President Lee confirmed with Chu Mo if he was right that his incompetent son, Lee Tanling, was working together with him to go against the consortiums. But instead of answering his question, Chu Mo asked President Lee why there was a need for him to commit suicide if his son was entering a rebellious phase. President Lee told Chu Mo that after meeting up with him, he would only be punished into living a luxurious prison life for a couple of months by the law. But Lee Tanling would die because, as a member of the Consortium Alliance, it was the price for betraying them, but he would not accept such a result. He admitted to Chu Mo that he couldn't see right through him if he was telling the truth or he was lying that whole time, and he also wondered if he would still protect his son once he got his revenge. But if Chu Mo were to kill him, it would also mean that he would be standing his ground against the consortiums. So before the Consortium Alliance was taken down, his son would be of value to him. He also added that the Consortium Alliance would prioritize going after Chu Mo as he had become their enemy, and only that way Lee Tanling would be safe. As President Lee told Chu Mo that it was all he had to say, Chu Mo said that it was such a drag, and he said that if President Lee didn't want to say it, he would just look for someone else to ask. President Lee smiled as he told Chu Mo that only a handful of the higher-ups within the Consortium Alliance knew about the human experiment, and that was the reason why Chu Mo had come to look for him because he couldn't find anyone that knew about it. He told Chu Mo that the name list was at his work desk as he had already prepared it, and that he didn't have to feel bad about it as the law wouldn't be able to punish him. He said that after all the bad things that he had done, He wouldn't even mind if he were sentenced to death 50 times. Chu Mo said that he understood, and as he released his aura, he asked President Li if there was anything that he would like to say to Li Tanling. President Li admitted that he didn't understand his children that much, but Li Tanling was definitely a son he was proud of, and although they chose different paths to take, he was happy to see that he was happily living the life he had chosen. He told Chu Mo to kill him and become a true hero. A tremendous amount of Chu Mo's golden aura surged out of the building they were in. The building was completely destroyed. The man with the eye patch looked extremely surprised as he asked Chu Mo what he did and where President Li was. Chu Mo told the man that it was a pity as President Li felt bad about himself for colluding with the demonic beasts, so he asked him to end his life. But the man told Chu Mo that it was nonsense and that he must be crazy. He asked Chu Mo if he really wanted to wage war against the Consortium Alliance and the 4 major sects. Chu Mo walked away, and he told the man that there was nothing for him to explain as that was what happened, so if they wanted a fight, he would give them one. The man told the cultivators that, as they could see, it was Chu Mo's final stance, and he asked them to report Chu Mo's crimes to the 4 major sects. Jing Shan told him that he was at no place to tell them what to do when it was with regards to the cultivators' internal affairs, and he told Yu Yan that they should go, to which she agreed. A few moments later, on top of a building, Li Tanling looked melancholic as he questioned what his father said about him being a son he was proud of, and he couldn't believe that his father actually uttered such words. Chu Mo told Li Tanling that under the pressure of the consortiums, President Li chose to save his life, but the one who killed President Li was him, so if he chose to end their relationship, he would fully understand. But Li Tanling told Chu Mo that he bears no hatred for him. Li Tanling told Chu Mo that as long as they could end the Consortium Alliance's evil plan and the invasion of the demonic beasts, regardless of the price, he was willing to pay because, in order to stop the Consortium Alliance, many of his companions had lost their lives and also important family members. He said that at that point, it was his turn. But compared to him, Chu Mo should be worried about himself because he has become the common enemy of the consortiums and cultivators. Chu Mo told Li Tanling that he was mentally prepared, and he asked Li Tanling to tell him the locations of the 7 remaining demonic beasts because he should probably know them at the moment. Li Tanling said that he certainly had them and that he would not make the same mistake again because, at that time, he had thoroughly examined the information. Chu Mo said that it was good, and he declared that the battle had begun, so he wouldn't give his enemies any time to prepare themselves. Meanwhile, the man with the eye patch approached the stage. Reporters and cameramen gathered at the venue. The man welcomed the friends of the media and said he gathered everyone there that day for a big announcement. He announced that during the friendly meetup, Chu Mo mercilessly killed the president of the Li Consortium, and after discussing it with the 4 major sects, they reached a common consensus. He said that although, as a savior, Chu Mo had performed many good deeds, recently, with all the despicable behaviors he had exhibited, they couldn't tolerate it anymore. As such, they, the 16 consortiums in the 4 major sects, would open up the hunt for Chu Mo. The man announced that from that day, they would release the bounty for Chu Mo, which was 5,500,000,000. The man said that that day, they had also invited one of the cultivators from the 4 major sects, the sect leader of the Dan Tai Yandong sect, Tianzin. He requested Tianzin to give a few words. A man with long golden hair walked toward the cameras. Tianzin addressed Chu Mo and told him that it was their last warning. He urged Chu Mo to surrender immediately and accept their punishments because, based on his past achievements, they would treat him generously. But if he did not comply after that day, they would do whatever it took to eliminate him from the face of the earth. Meanwhile, the reporters looked at their phones, appalled at the audacity of the person they were watching, and they mentioned that it was ironic. The man with the eye patch silenced the reporters and asked them what was with the chattering when Tianzin was still talking. He asked them if they were seeking death. The reporter informed the man that Chu Mo replied and was currently conducting a live interview. In the live broadcast, Chu Mo stood on the street, surrounded by fire and a demonic beast's carcass. He revealed that the 7 remaining demonic beasts that the consortiums had hidden on Earth had all died. Besides colluding with the demonic beasts to invade Earth, the consortiums had been using demonic beast cells to experiment on humans. They experimented on many ordinary people, causing great harm to everyone. Chu Mo later disclosed that among those victims was his sister, and the consortium had done all that just so the higher-ups of the consortium could live a longer life and keep their current positions. He said that since the things that needed to be done were over, he was already able to take his revenge on the man who initiated the human experiment, President Kyan from the Kyan Consortium, and he asked President Kyan if he were watching the live broadcast. Chu Mo said that it was a declaration of war, and starting that day, they were mortal enemies. Chu Mo told the other consortiums and cultivators to listen to him as well, and he declared that he would show no mercy to whoever stepped into his path. He said that he would only say it once and told everyone to stay the heck out of his way. In a cave that was lit with fireflies, Jing Shan tried to convince his master, Tianzin, to reconsider his decision on Chu Mo because Chu Mo's strength was indispensable for their fight within the secret realm. So working together with the consortiums to eliminate Chu Mo served no purpose. However, his master told him that his one weakness was that he was too soft-hearted. Tianzin asked Jing Shan if he knew why he brought him to that cave, and as Jing Shan looked around, he felt weird because the density of Kai there was a bit too high. Jing Shan felt that the Kai was too high, especially as they went deeper into the cave, and the density was almost similar to the secret realm, so he asked Tianzin what that place was. Tianzin said that 20 years ago, he felt the dimensions between Earth and the alternate realms had started to shift, so he predicted that the invasion of the alternate realm would soon come after. As such, each sect leader of the major sects decided to take one part of the secret realm for their own. He took it and fused it into the cave as a place for their sect's true disciples. As Jing Shan heard Tianzin speak about the true disciples, he asked him what he meant. Tianzin told Jing Shan that there were a total of 4 true disciples who were the true successors for their 4 major sects and were also the true saviors that they had chosen. He questioned him about why he was shocked. Jing Shan questioned Tianzin about the purpose of his being a core disciple and about the other saviors, the ones that had sacrificed themselves in the secret realm. Tianzin said that during the previous invasion by the alternate realm, there were demonic beasts that invaded Earth and killed the saviors who had potential. As such, they used a bait, which was to select 10,000 cultivators into the secret realm because in order to ensure their victory, it was a necessary price to pay. Jing Shan told Tianzin that in that case, they should be thanking Chu Mo instead because he didn't just foil the demonic beasts' plans but also killed the demonic beasts that had infiltrated Earth. However, Tianzin told him that Chu Mo was already useless at the moment. He said that the true essence of the fake coin was that it was made from the belief and energy of the audience that watched live. As such, it was able to help a cultivator improve their strength, and based on their observation from the secret realm, Chu Mo's capabilities reached their limit, so fake coins wouldn't further improve his battle power as he finished up his potential. Which is why, since the previous mission in the secret realm, they stopped giving Chu Mo fake coins. Jing Shan realized that it was not just Chu Mo, but other saviors had their fake coins deducted as well. And if they were able to use those fake coins to improve themselves, there would have been more saviors that survived during the previous secret realm mission. Tianzin told Jing Shan that he was really a disciple that he was proud of because his instincts were sharp. Tianzin said that 70% of the fake coins obtained from the secret realm were given to the 4 disciples in order to provide them with the best cultivation environment. So at the moment, in the secret realm, the 4 true disciples had battle power on par with Chu Mo, and soon they would surpass him. He said that that is why they didn't need Chu Mo anymore, as he was purely an unstable factor for them at the moment. So the next time he appears, all 4 sect leaders will be working together to eliminate Chu Mo. Jing Shan asked Tianzin why he was telling him all that when he could have just continued to lie to him. Tianzin told Jing Shan that after the previous 2 battles in the secret realm, both him and Yu Kaiyan's potential were approved, and after the discussion between the 4 sect leaders, they would both get the same treatment as the true disciples. Jing Shan put his head down while having an upset expression, and he didn't say anything. Tianzin asked him what else was there to hesitate about and if he didn't want to become stronger. Jing Shan told Tianzin that he would never accept the power that was obtained from the sacrifice of others, and he would not fight the person who saved his life, so he had truly disappointed him. Meanwhile, another stream was airing. It was a stream of Kyan Lion Shan, the president of the Kyan Consortium, and he told Chu Mo that he was just a businessman, and that he didn't know where Chu Mo got those stories about demonic beast cells, human experiments, and whatnot to come up with such foolish words. But if it was a fight that he wanted, he would not back down in the honor of the Kyan Consortium's name. So he told Chu Mo that the next day, he would be at Kaishan City District, waiting for his arrival. Watching the stream, Li Tanling laughed as he told Chumo that he really was something else because only he would dare to offend both the Consortium Alliance and the cultivators from the 4 major sects at the same time. He said that even the president of the Kayan Consortium was forced to step out because of him, and he asked Chumo what he planned to do during the period when both the Consortium Alliance and the 4 major sects were busy gathering cultivators. Chumo said that he didn't have any plans except to just fight them straight on, and Li Tanling was so surprised by Chumo's answer that he couldn't help but ask if he was for real. Worry filled Li Tanling's face as he told Chumo that based on his reports, at least 2 of the sect leaders from the 4 major sects and 20 elders would be there, and the Consortium Alliance hired more than 10 S-rank hunters. Li Tanling asked Chumo why he acted so recklessly at the moment when he was very cautious previously, and Chumo told him that it was because they ran out of time and needed to quickly deal with internal affairs for their human race. Chumo added that there were also a lot of problems that were going on within the 4 major sects, which is why the gods from the alternate realm were able to interfere with the secret realm, which led to the deaths of many saviors. He said that if that goes on, he is worried that they might lose the secret realm, and furthermore, after the recent battles, he has also found out that the cultivators and consortiums were extremely weak, so it won't be a problem for him to deal with them. Li Tanling told Chumo that he knew that he was very strong as his battle power was on par with an 1,800-year-old demonic beast, but he didn't have the advantage if he went against both the Consortium Alliance and the 4 major sects because each of the sect leaders was at least as powerful as a 1,000 to 1,300-year-old demonic beast. He also added that although the S-rank hunters from the consortiums weren't as strong, they had actual combat experience, and no one knew what abilities they might have. Some of them were even on par with the sect leaders. In addition to the elders from the 4 major sects and the elite hunters army from the Consortium Alliance, with enough people, they would be a threat to Chumo. Chumo told Li Tanling that his guess was wrong to begin with because he had never gone all out before. At Jiang Yutong's residence, Chumo's sister lay unconscious in bed. Chumo asked Jiang Yutong if his sister hadn't woken up yet, and Jiang Yutong told him that her bodily functions had fully recovered but the demonic beast aura within her couldn't be completely removed, which is why she remained unconscious. She apologized to Chumo, acknowledging that her medical skills weren't good enough. Chumo told her that she had already done her best, and he was grateful for that. He said that he would try to gather some information from the Kayan Consortium, hoping it would help with his sister's recovery. Jiang Yutong asked Chumo if he was really going to wage war against the 4 major sects and the Consortium Alliance because, if that was the case, she would like to join him. Chumo dismissed her suggestion, saying it would be too dangerous because, if he were to go all out, the entire city would turn flat, and she might get injured in the process. Jiang Yutong asked Chumo what he would do if he required help when going alone. Ire chimed in, asking Jiang Yutong if her brain was okay and reminding her that Chumo was literally waging war with the entire world at that point. People like them couldn't possibly be of much help to him, which is why they should just stay there, waiting for his return. To Ire's surprise, Chumo told Jiang Yutong that what she just said made sense. In that case, he would be bringing Ire along. Ire was disappointed and clicked her tongue. With a smug look on her face, she asked Chumo if he had perhaps forgotten that she had lost all of her power since she had come to Earth. At the moment, she was just an extremely weak snow ferret that could not be of much help. Chumo told Ire to wait and let him test something out because he remembered that when Ire's affection reached 30, the sign-in system unlocked a new feature, symbiosis, which allowed him to share half of his battle power with Ire. Chumo first shared the reward that he was given, the power of a 1,000-year-old demonic beast, and Ire was so surprised when she felt that her power was starting to recover. Next, he shared the reward for signing in for the second day, the passive skill Battle Saint Arts, which improved his battle power by 3-fold. Ire didn't know what was going on because she felt as if a lot of power was surging into her. Lastly, Chumo shared the active skill of the Battle Saint Arts, which improved one's battle power by 10-fold. And Ire was so surprised that she questioned who said that the Kai on Earth was limited because she literally just broke through the 1,000-year-old demonic beast battle power mark. Ire was a bit apprehensive, as she thought that for Chumo to be able to give her such tremendous power, she wondered how strong he truly was. Chumo said that it was not bad, as with the Battle Saint Art, Ire was currently equivalent to a 1,400-year-old demonic beast, and after he activated it, her battle power would reach 50,000, which was equivalent to a 2,000-year-old demonic beast. So on the bright side, Ire could currently deal with both the Consortium Alliance and the 4 major sects by herself. The next day, at a building that looked like a laboratory, Kyan Lion Shan told the man with the eye patch that Chumo was about to arrive, so he would be taking his leave, but the man asked him what the rush was. The man with the eye patch told Kyan Lion Shan that the person who was providing Chumo with information, Li Tanling, was a terrifying genius, so if he were to leave, Chumo would definitely find out. Their whole plan to eliminate Chumo would fail, and that day would be the best time for them to kill Chumo, so they couldn't mess that up. Kyan Lion Shan cursed at the man, saying that it was not what they agreed upon, and he said that they knew that he had contributed so much to the Consortium Alliance, but they wanted him to turn to dust just like the old bastard Li. The man told Kyan Lion Shan that his situation was very different from President Li because all 4 sect leaders of the 4 major sects were there, and the Consortium Alliance had sent more than half of their S ranks, including their most elite hunter squad, so currently, that base could be considered the safest place on Earth, and no one out there would be able to harm him. Kyan Lion Shan was surprised when he heard that even the entire elite hunter squad was there, and the man confirmed that the squad that was created to go against sect leaders of the 4 major sects was all there. The Beholder of Brilliance, who could control all sources of light, create illusions, and be able to shoot beams that have the temperature of the sun. The Voice of Destruction, who could create sonic waves with her voice, seal one's hearing, and directly attack her enemy's internal organs. The Giant, although his build was small, could exert supreme strength, and he could be considered the strongest in terms of raw strength. The Spirit Master, who controlled the power of curses and could inflict negative statuses on his opponents without even touching them. Lastly, Space, known as the most terrifying S-rank hunter, could control the concept of space. The 5 of them were facing Chu Mo, telling him that they really applauded him for his courage to challenge them. The Consortium Alliance, all by himself, and they said that it was truly a pity that the strongest savior would die in their hands. But Chu Mo doubted what they said as he felt they couldn't even beat his pet ferret. The day before, the Beholder of Brilliance told Space that they should leave the most dangerous position, the cavalry, to him, but Space told him that his close quarters combat skills were a tragedy. If he failed to switch positions in time, he would be torn apart by Chu Mo within 0.1 seconds. The Beholder of Brilliance informed Space that he was mentally prepared and believed he could save him in time. Space smirked at him and assured him he would certainly do so. Back in the present, a small light moved quickly. It was coming from the Beholder of Brilliance, who charged towards Chu Mo with a sword of light in his hand. The Beholder of Brilliance was alarmed and nervous. He saw Chu Mo gathering a huge amount of aura in the palm of his hand. The Beholder of Brilliance got closer to Chu Mo as he continued to charge his aura. Chu Mo swung his arms, but the Beholder of Brilliance disappeared. Chu Mo observed that even though the Beholder of Brilliance had disappeared, his light sword was still there. The light sword started to crackle, and Chu Mo found it to be quite an interesting ability. A huge explosion of bright light occurred, and it was the strongest attack of the Beholder of Brilliance, Light Blast, as it condensed all the chaotic light and unleashed all its power at once. The elite hunter squad didn't hope that it would do any damage to Chu Mo. Their goal was to apply its effects to him. With such a bright flash of light, even if it was Chu Mo, after the light blast, he temporarily lost his vision for 5 seconds, 3 seconds, or even less. That's why the elite hunter squad wouldn't miss the opportunity the Beholder of Brilliance had created for them. So, when the light blast happened, without hesitation, the giant went straight at Chu Mo. Both Space and the Spirit Master followed immediately. On the other hand, the Beholder of Brilliance, who barely escaped death, and the Voice of Destruction were teleported to a nearby building to provide long-range support. However, a fatal mistake occurred because the first to charge into battle, the giant, stopped for a moment. In front of him stood Chu Mo with his eyes open, glaring at him fiercely as if the light explosion earlier had no effect on him. The giant's emotions went into turmoil as he believed they were doomed, their plan had failed, and it was over for them. He wondered how he was supposed to inform the others and realized that they were in serious trouble. But after 0.05 seconds, the emotions he felt were full of regret as he noticed that Chu Mo wasn't looking at him and his eyes were just simply open, pretending that his vision was not affected. The giant cursed in his thoughts as he stepped on something, and he made a sound. The moment the giant was lost in thought, Chu Mo's attack went through his illusion. The Voice of Destruction deflected the direction of the sound while the Beholder of Brilliance created the illusion of the giant. This gave the giant another chance, so he broke through the sound barrier and went for Chu Mo with 30 times of his power. With the loss of vision and being unable to trust his sense of hearing at the moment, the only thing on which Chu Mo could rely to deal with an attack faster than the speed of sound which was his last line of defense, was his instincts. As the giant got sent flying by Chu Mo, he thought that they won because his last line of defense was used on him. Just as Chu Mo sent the giant flying, the spirit master teleported behind Chu Mo and he pressed his hand onto Chu Mo's back in order to cast 10 types of curses on Chu Mo within 0.01 seconds. The spirit master needed to have direct contact with Chu Mo. After 0.01 seconds as the curses were cast, Space teleported himself and the spirit master away from the battlefield. And after a long second from the time of the light blast that felt like an eternity, their plan was successfully implemented. The curse of aging, the curse of sorrow, the curse of misfortune, the curse of fatigue, and many others, a total of 10 curses, were cast on Chu Mo. And all of that caused Chu Mo to experience a rather nostalgic sensation of having a stiff neck for the first time in a long time. Kaishan City District seemed peaceful, and it was a bright sunny day with clear skies. On top of one of the buildings, Space was pleased and told his team that they should take the opportunity while Chu Mo was bound with all the curses and attacked him. But the spirit master didn't look pleased, and she trembled. Space asked her if she was okay. Zhu, the spirit master's real name, told Space not to be ridiculous, as they completely didn't understand. She was able to sense Chu Mo's true power when she was in contact with him while casting those curses on him. She said she couldn't even see the depths of Chu Mo's power, and it was as though there were no limits to his power, so it was impossible for them to defeat a monster like him. Space told Zhu to get a hold of herself, as power was not the only factor that led one to victory. He reminded her that they faced stronger foes and even those with powers they knew nothing about. Space asked Zhu if she perhaps forgot that it was because of them constantly fighting near death's door that brought them to where they were at that moment. Zhu told Space that it must be nice to be able to say such words so easily because for someone like him to have the ability over Space, all he needed to do was find a good spot to hide and support from afar. She said it was such a convenient ability and excuse, and she asked him if he ever got into a close combat fight after a certain incident. Space was speechless, and he looked extremely nervous as he recalled the incident. The giant chimed in and told Zhu that it was enough, as it was a taboo topic within the whole group because they had agreed never to talk about the incident anymore. He told her that if she didn't wish to fight anymore, she could just stay there, and they would fight on her behalf then. The giant quickly jumped off the building to proceed with the fight while Zhu turned her back on them. She didn't say anything, and it seemed like she was deep in thought. A few moments later, the giant initiated the second round of attacks. A tremendous amount of force was applied to the giant's huge hammer. With the hammer made of a special kind of metal weighing a ton, the hammer was sent flying at Chu Mo after applying 30 times its original force and 3 times the speed of sound. When Chu Mo took on the hammer, the giant's mission was done, as the mission wasn't to attack Chu Mo but to lock him in place. Their approach that time around was different because when the giant's hammer came into contact with someone, it trembled within itself to create an extremely strong suction that locked an enemy in place, and right before the battle, the beholder of brilliance and the voice of destruction applied a focus point. During that state, the pillar of bright light gathered at a single point, allowing them to release the most amount of power from it. And during their previous battles, no matter how tough the thing they were fighting was, it was completely destroyed with that one move. The voice of destruction could also directly attack the enemy's internal body through the hammer, and she targeted the internal organs of the enemies, attacking them from the inside out. Chu Mo took a direct hit from their attacks. There was a huge, bright explosion, and based on their original plan, after the attack, the beholder of brilliance, the voice of destruction, and the giant were immediately teleported out of the battlefield, reset, and started the third round of attack. Indeed, that would have been the case, but Space was alarmed when something unexpected happened. The one who appeared in front of him was Chu Mo, and as Chu Mo charged towards him with a tremendous amount of aura, the question of how Chu Mo got out of that predicament only stayed within him for an instant. As fear spread across his body, Space teleported himself up in the air, 1,000 meters away from Chu Mo, but when he tried to rethink it, he realized that he made a crucial mistake, that it was too late, as he wouldn't be able to teleport his allies with the remaining time he had left. Having them face Chu Mo head-on was like sending a baby to fight an adult lion, and it was as though time had stopped because what was going on outside, within Space's field of vision, was all in slow motion. Chu Mo started to gather his energy to prepare for a wide-range attack, and without any hesitation, Space knew that after Chu Mo's attack, he would lose 3 of his friends. But Space saw Zhu, who had given up on fighting, within the battlefield, right in front of Chu Mo, and furthermore, Zhu took a ritual sword and stabbed herself in the chest, casting a curse upon herself. Zhu cast a curse of demonification, which turned her into a demon, and after seeing those events unfold, Space's thoughts changed as he would lose 4 of his friends forever instead. 13 years ago, a horrible massacre occurred at a block within East Sea City where hundreds of people met a tragic end. A 50-man rescue squad was dispatched for help, but they found only one fortunate survivor. In the following 3 days, out of the 50 men on the rescue squad, 32 lost their lives in an accident, while the remaining 18 went mad and took their own lives. As cultivators investigated, they discovered that the reason for their deaths was the fortunate survivor, Zhu, who was the successor of the Tongyu Pavilion. The Tongyu Pavilion was once a very famous evil and powerful sect on par with the current 4 major sects before it was destroyed by Yu Tianren. The disciples from the Tongyu Pavilion who managed to escape had taken in a child with a unique physique. In an effort to restore the Tongyu Pavilion's former glory, they risked everyone who performed the inheritance ritual by inserting the evil spirit, which was thousands of years old and also the final remnants of the Tongyu Pavilion, into Zhu's body. As the ritual failed, the evil spirit merged with Zhu's body, turning her into an uncontrollable monster. The disciples of the Tongyu Pavilion succumbed to their wild desires, leaving Zhu as the last successor of the Tongyu Pavilion. The evil spirit caused Zhu to become a black sheep, as anyone she touched faced disaster. No cultivators were willing to take in Zhu, and some even considered eliminating her for the greater good of the future. Zhu was taken away by the consortium, with the intention of using her as a pawn. She was awakened as a hunter. Fortunately, Zhu found herself as part of a small group of hunters. The consortium customized a robe that would partially block the evil spirit's strength. Those around her still suffered bad luck, but none of her teammates gave up on her. The small group of hunters consisted of orphans, and they treated each other like family. As Zhu slowly became a hunter, she awakened her spirit master abilities, allowing her to suppress the evil spirit within her. However, the evil spirit had already fused a part of itself to her body, which meant that, to suppress it, she had to endure immense pain. She endured this pain to bring misfortune to her enemies, not her friends. Until the present, she didn't know what would happen if Zhu willingly used the power of the evil spirit, as its power was not something a human would be able to control. Maybe once she broke the seal, the first thing she would need to do was kill herself, or maybe she would need to become a slave to the evil spirit. But that is not important anymore. Zhu called out the evil spirit and told them that if they were really that incredible, they should use her body as they pleased. But her only request was to save her friends. As Chu Mo continued to gather his energy, Zhu thought that it was fine as long as the evil spirit was able to beat the monster, Chu Mo. Chu Mo released a tremendous amount of aura, performing an attack with a huge AoE. Meanwhile, Zhu told the evil spirit that they could devour her if they could, but they should also devour all of Chu Mo's attacks as well. The evil spirit materialized behind Zhu. A huge barrier appeared out of nowhere, and it surrounded itself on Chu Mo's attack. What was shocking wasn't the scene that the beholder of brilliance, the voice of destruction, and the giant saw, but what was shocking was how exhausted Zhu was after holding off Chu Mo's attack and being able to control the evil spirit as she pleased. No one knew why. Maybe it was due to the long duration of suffering or the determination to save his companions. But Zhu had gained the approval of the evil spirit, and the plan of the disciples of the Tongyu Pavilion, which was to fuse the evil spirit, which was thousands of years old, was finally a success that day. Chu Mo told the elite hunter squad that they sure had quite the surprising tricks up their sleeves that even he was starting to get excited about. Chu Mo didn't just say that to Zhu but was more towards Space, who was about to appear right in front of him. As Space appeared in front of Chu Mo, Space immediately charged towards him. Space was about to use his strongest offensive ability, Origin Slash, which was an ability that could even slash through domains. And for Space, it was also the most dangerous ability as it could only be used on his palms. Only by putting himself in a dire situation and getting close to his opponent would he be able to deal a critical blow to them. As such, it had been a long time since he last used that ability. Chu Mo stepped back in order to avoid his opponent's attack since the beginning of the battle. As Space's attack struck the ground, it was also the first time Chu Mo felt his back was slightly against the wall. Chu Mo thought that Space's Origin Slash might have actually damaged his clothes, and he actually liked that outerwear a lot. The evil spirit expanded. There was a limit for one's power on Earth where Kai was scarce. However, the monster inside Zu's body, which devoured thousands of evil spirits, was beyond comprehension even by the first generation of the Tongyu Pavilion's ancestors, so Zu couldn't fathom what its true limits were. Zu wondered if it would be equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demonic beast, a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, or even a 10,000-year-old demonic beast. But as long as her body could take it, the evil spirit continued to get stronger, and Zu thought that as long as she could kill Chu Mo, it didn't matter even if her body crumbled apart after the battle. She used her move, Blood Prison. A bloody aura devoured Chu Mo, and that attack targeted and destroyed one's mind. So regardless of how strong the opponent was, it confined their consciousness inside the evil spirit's prison. Chu Mo was sent into an empty dimension. Then countless evil spirits started swarming towards him, and all it took for the evil spirits was for the opponent to relax for even an instant, and they were devoured entirely as their souls gradually died off. Those evil spirits were illusory beings, so even if they were destroyed, they were revived instantly, and the blood prison itself had no bounds, so even if the target wanted to attack, it was useless. Within the blood prison, Chu Mo was attacked by the evil spirits for 3 whole days straight. But the first one to run out of stamina was Zu. As such, the blood prison was broken. On the other hand, Chu Mo did not show any hint of exhaustion at all. But all of that was still within Zu's calculation because the duration of travel between the blood prison and the real world was 0.5 seconds. And that was the time that Zu fought for her friends. As Chu Mo regained his consciousness, with the giant's move, Gravity Force, and the Beholder of Brilliance's move, Chain of Light, Chu Mo was locked down. Everything was done so that Space could hit Chu Mo with his origin slash. The abilities of both the Giant and the Beholder of Brilliance collided with the original slash, causing a deadly explosion. But before the explosion happened, Space teleported himself and his friends into his own dimension. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, Kai and Lion Shan said that he guessed that the elite hunter squad was quite capable after all, so their consortium's investment in them did not go to waste. And the man with the eye patch told him that that small hunter group had grown stronger once again, exceeding his expectations. So it seemed that they had broken through their own limits during that battle with Chu Mo. Kai and Lion Shan told the man that he didn't give a damn, so they should just kill Chu Mo already. And he laughed, saying that it didn't matter if Chu Mo was called the strongest savior because he still got his ass kicked for having the audacity to pick a fight with him. But the man with the eye patch suddenly looked alarmed, and he was silent for a moment until he requested that Kai and Lion Shan take a look ahead. Kai and Lion Shan looked horrified as he questioned if the man was kidding him because even after all those attacks, the elite hunter squad couldn't even damage Chu Mo's clothes. Without a scratch on him, Chu Mo stood there in the middle of the ruins of the battle. Kai and Lion Shan got mad, calling the elite hunter squad a useless group of hunters, asking where they went, what they were doing, and wondering if they ran away. Meanwhile, within Space's own dimension, a huge piece of land floated in the air. The giant couldn't believe what was happening, and he said that it wasn't supposed to turn out that way. Space was on the ground, lifeless. The voice of destruction refused to believe it, and she said that Space wouldn't die that easily. She told him to stay alive as they still had many things to do together. Zu told them not to go spouting all that nonsense because Space was already dead, as it seemed that he suffered Chu Mo's counterattack when he teleported all of them out there. So the only thing they could do for Space at the moment was to avenge him by taking down Chu Mo. The giant agreed, saying that they should pull themselves together because they were going to slaughter that bastard, Chu Mo. The Beholder of Brilliance looked horrified as he told the others that they seemed to have forgotten about a really big problem. He said that they were in Space's personal dimension at the moment, and only he was able to come and go as he pleased there, so since Space was dead, they were probably stuck there forever. After 4 months inside Space's personal dimension, the Beholder of Brilliance rejoiced that they were successful, and it worked. He said that all their hard work didn't go to waste as they finally managed to plant some corn. The voice of destruction was also glad, saying that they would no longer starve to death. But the giant asked them what was up with them being so happy when they still had to find a way to get off the dimension and get their revenge on Chu Mo. A year later, the giant looked dejected, complaining that they had roast corn for dinner again, and he asked if they could make a change like having some popcorn or some sort. The Beholder of Brilliance said that to make popcorn, they would need sugar and butter, and since they planted some sugar cane, which solved the sugar problem, they still had to find a way to get butter. He said that if they used corn to make corn oil, it would contain trans fat, which is bad for health, and the cows they had on the farm would only start producing milk by next year, so only would they be able to make healthy bars of butter, and they could live a peaceful life by then. In a place that was rich and comfortable, without any conflict, the four of them lived a peaceful life. The biggest thing that happened, worth mentioning, was that the party finally got their first child. Many years passed, and in front of Space's grave, corn was offered. Zhu, who had grown old, walked beside a kid who called her grandma, asking her to tell him the stories of Earth again. And at that time, they had achieved a world where only Space was hurt. Back in the real world, multiple people charged at Chu Mo, trying to kill him. Chu Mo charged his aura in the palm of his hand. He released his aura, creating a huge pillar of light. Chu Mo's attack shook the entire city. One of the hunters said that the entire ground squad had been eliminated and Chu Mo had already broken through defenses and entered the base, so they needed to be on high alert. Suddenly, someone stepped in. The hunters suddenly collapsed to the ground, and a person nonchalantly passed through them. Inside the building, the office area was empty. The man with the eye patch told Kai and Lion Shan that they lost connection to all of their hunter squads, which made Kai and Lion Shan call them a bunch of fools. He asked about the cultivators, dismayed at the possibility that they ran away as well, and he told the man that they needed to retreat immediately. Suddenly, Chu Mo appeared behind Kai and Lion Shan. He oozed with a sinister aura as he told them that, sadly, they were nowhere to run, and he told Kai and Lion Shan that they finally met. Kai and Lion Shan quickly surrendered and told Chu Mo that they should talk about things. Suddenly, illusory bubbles filled the area. Chu Mo calmly observed those bubbles. One of them made contact with his clothes and started to warp. Chu Mo was alarmed when the bubble started to consume him. In a blink of an eye, Chu Mo disappeared, and only the bubble remained. Kai and Lion Shan was so surprised that Chu Mo disappeared. Tianzin suddenly appeared, and he told Kai and Lion Shan that he gave up too fast. Kai and Lion Shan quickly confronted him about why he was only there when all of his hunter squads were dead, and he asked if they were just spectating at the side and where the hell Chu Mo was. Tianzin told Kai and Lion Shan to not misunderstand because to not let Chu Mo escape from their battle. They had thousands of cultivators laying down arrays around the city, which was why they were not able to leave their positions. And as for Chu Mo, he already sealed him up. He said that it was easier than he thought, so everything he prepared was pointless because spatial abilities seemed quite effective against Chu Mo. So it was a pity that Space's comprehension of his spatial abilities was lacking. Suddenly, Tianzin felt something, and he was alarmed. An aura, which traveled at a very fast speed, passed by Tianzin, and it was so powerful that it created an explosion behind him. It was Chu Mo who threw the aura, saying that he missed by an inch, and he told Tianzin that it seemed that his spatial abilities were indeed stronger than Space's, but not by much. Kai and Lion Shan stated that the cultivators were all talk, bragging about their skills, but being actually useless. The man with the eye patch asked Tianzin if he needed any help. Tianzin told him there was no need and that their presence would only hinder, so he instructed them to leave. The two of them were abruptly teleported out of the office. They found themselves teleported onto a building, where Kai and Lion Shan complained, calling Tianzin a bastard for teleporting them without warning. His blood circulation was disrupted, and he felt like vomiting. He commented that the teleporting experience was far from pleasant. The man with the eye patch told him to stop complaining and be grateful for being alive. They hoped the cultivators had a way to deal with Chu Mo. A massive explosion shook the city. Tianzin complained that things were progressing too slowly and asked if the array was not ready yet. He hovered over the city, encircled by his illusory bubbles. Chu Mo calmly hovered behind Tianzin, telling him he had adapted to his defensive skills and asked if he had any other tricks besides the bubbles. Tianzin responded that Chu Mo was indeed a bold one and said he would show him what the cultivators truly possessed. Tianzin activated the secret art, Heaven's Cage. A vast array appeared, being laid on the ground by multiple cultivators. The cultivators activated the Kai gathering formation, causing a substantial amount of aura to rise up to the sky, forming the array. Chu Mo remained unimpressed and speculated about what technique Tianzin would use since he had hidden all the cultivators. In the end, the technique trapped them both within the circle, while the others watched from outside. Tianzin assured Chu Mo that he only had one opponent, him. The bright circle he saw was an array created by thousands of cultivators. He explained that the array formation was a cage to prevent Chu Mo from escaping, and only the victor of their death battle could leave the formation. Chu Mo said that it seemed to him that the cultivators were trying to help Tianzin commit suicide, and he asked Tianzin where the other three sect masters were, telling him to call them over because only would it be a fair death to him. Tianzin told Chu Mo that they were not trying to hunt him down but to eliminate him in the name of honor, which was why he would be fighting him alone in a one-on-one fair fight. Tianzin gave Chumo a heads up that their fight was also being broadcast to the entire world. So his journey as a glorious hero that started with the live broadcast would also end with a live broadcast. In the live broadcast, an audience commented that the hunters from the consortium were a joke because they acted as though they were ferocious tigers, but in the end, they lost in 0-5, and they asked if the consortium was just there to embarrass themselves or they really thought that they could kill Chumo with just that. Another one commented, calling out the previous commenter and asking them if they were out of their mind as they were happy about Chumo, calling him a psychopath, was winning. The previous commenter commented that it was not like the consortiums were any better, so all they could say was the fight was hilarious and they should pop a champagne to freaking enjoy the show. Another one commented that Tianzin was a joke because after getting his ass handed, he still tried to act tough in front of Chumo, and they said that they bet that Tianzin won't last more than 10 seconds. Another one commented that at least until that moment, the cultivators from the 4 major sects seemed to be the most righteous, so they hoped that they would win. Kyan Lianshan was also watching the live broadcast, and he expressed his dismay, saying that those fucking cultivators dared to go and broadcast everything behind their backs, so they had embarrassed the entire consortium alliance. The man with the eye patch said that although what the cultivators had done was not right, they had also never forbidden them from doing so, so there was nothing much they could do but suck it up. But the cultivators' plan was good, to use the consortium alliance as stepping stones to depict themselves as good guys. Kyan Lianshan said that it would still only work if they won, and he asked the man with the eye patch if he really thought that the fucking useless Tianzin could really win against Chumo in a one-on-one fight. The man snickered as he told Kyan Lianshan that the one-on-one fight was just a trick to deceive the outsiders and the enemy because his eyes could see all forms of energy. And besides Tianzin, the other 3 sect masters were already hidden within the array. Chumo was surrounded by 3 invisible figures, and he told Tianzin that before they started their battle, he wanted to ask if the 4 major sects were the ones controlling the secret realm. Tianzin was surprised that Chumo didn't even know, and he told him that the secret realm was created as their line of defense against otherworldly threats by their ancestor cultivators. So the secret realm functioned on its own will, and they could interfere with it only marginally. Chumo thanked Tianzin for clearing up his confusion, and he said that if that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about anymore. Tianzin was confused, and he asked Chumo what he meant by that. Chumo said that even if he were to kill the 4 of them there, the world would not be affected, and that was what he was worrying about. At Danmyo City, 200 kilometers away from the battle between Chumo and the consortiums, buses arrived. A man with eyeglasses asked other people if they were forced to evacuate as well, and the man told him that it was no joke because that day, a group of men in black came in and forced them all into their vehicle and evacuated them there. He said that the relief team told them to wait there as they scheduled their accommodation. The man with the eyeglasses cursed, saying that those people from the relief team were just a bunch of money-sucking vampires. He said that he was from Kaishan City, and the other day they were evacuated over there, and he was even forced to sleep in a gym with hundreds of people. He told the other men that if they wished to sleep well, they could spend their own money on a hotel, and as for food, they would have to pay for the bento that they provided. The other man was so surprised, and he said that it was too much, so he wondered when they could get back home. The man with the eyeglasses said that he was told to wait until the battle between Chumo and the consortium was over, so he hoped that they wouldn't go and destroy his house because he still hasn't finished paying his debt for it yet. The other man told him not to worry because their battle was located in the suburbs of Kaishan City, which was 15 kilometers away from the city, so his house would definitely be fine. He said that he really didn't understand why they had to be evacuated when Gutian City was 100 kilometers away from Kaishan City District, and why they were causing a big scene when it was not as if they were having a world war. A black bird passed over the clear skies. Suddenly, the man with eyeglasses asked the others if they heard something because he seemed to have heard something while the child in front of them was pointing up at the sky and saying that there were a lot of birds. The birds were in a panic, there were a lot of them flying all over the place, and they looked like they were trying to run away from something. The man wondered what was going on, and he asked if those birds were escaping from something. There was a moment of stillness and silence. Suddenly, the ground shook, which toppled the tall buildings and damaged the concrete roads. The people started to run in a panic, and they were asking for help. A mother knelt on the street, protecting her child from the rocks that fell from the tall buildings. A huge crack was left in the ground. The man from earlier was glad that he survived because he almost fell into the crack. As he asked how there could be an earthquake happening there, the man with the glasses nervously told him that it might not be an earthquake and asked them if they didn't feel that the weather suddenly got colder. Dust, rain, and hail all fell from the sky. The man ran, questioning if it was for real because it was November, so it shouldn't hail in the north. At Kaishan City rural area, Xiaoyu Mountain, there was also gust, rain, and hail. A man hid behind a tree for his dear life while holding his phone in front of him and talked to his fans, saying that he risked his life to do that live broadcast at Xiaoyu Mountain, located in Kaishan City. He said that a moment ago, the entire city of Kaishan was flooded by muddy water. He cursed and asked his fellow fans if they saw it, that the mountain in front of him disappeared. A huge gust of wind consumed the mountain as if it were nothing. That day, the entire world finally knew the true meaning behind the Earth's strongest force. The disasters that happened due to the clash between Chu Mo and the cultivators were all broadcast and seen by all the viewers. The world became silent, and it was the first time since the internet was invented that the entire world was silent for a single minute as everyone quietly watched what happened in front of their screens. They were filled with admiration, yearning, and fear as one man was enough to cause a natural disaster. And that's what happened during the 1 minute when Chu Mo and the sect masters of the 4 major sects fought. Meanwhile, Tianzin still faced Chu Mo, enclosing himself with one of his illusory bubbles. Chu Mo told the 4 sect leaders that to change the weather and terrain so easily, they had quite the skills, and it was quite convenient if they used it for cultivating farmland. One of the invisible sect leaders used his move, Heavenly Violet Lightning. Multiple violet lightning-like auras came toward Chu Mo, but Chu Mo easily dodged them. Another sect leader used his move, 9 Hell's Fire. A blue-colored fire filled the area, but suddenly a golden light sliced through the fire. It was Chu Mo charging forward toward Tianzin. Tianzin was alarmed, but he couldn't move. Chu Mo delivered his attack, and it was so strong that it created multiple shockwaves. While Chu Mo was still suspended in the air, he was surrounded by the illusory bubbles. The bubbles popped. On the ground, Tianzin coughed as he said that Chu Mo's attack actually managed to break through his dimensional defense, and 16 of his bones were broken while 2 of his organs were bleeding, so he paid quite the hefty price. Another sect leader came forward and used their move, Rebirth. He healed Tianzin. A huge amount of green aura rose up to the sky. Chu Mo watched, and he was amused because it didn't just recover Tianzin's injuries but his clothes as well, and he said that it was quite the cheating ability. As Tianzin stood up, he told Chu Mo that the same goes for him because, after receiving all their attacks, he was still completely fine, so he couldn't help but admit that they had indeed underestimated him. Chu Mo teased and asked Tianzin if he was going to surrender to him at that moment. Tianzin said that the former sect masters were known to be the pursuers of the path of Tao in the past because they pursued a taboo, which was a way to create limitless resources, and as the descendant of those pursuers of the path of Tao, it was both a blessing and a curse. He said that as they inherited their teachings, they were able to quickly improve their battle power, exhausting any possibilities of change in life. But once they thought that they were ready to ascend to godhood and began to question the path of Tao, disaster would strike, and those that questioned it suffered gruesome deaths. Tianzin summoned his illusory bubbles again as he said that there was a pursuer of Tao who was known to be the weakest in history who found another approach in questioning the path of Tao, and his name was Changgu. He said that in order to improve Changgu's strength to befit the title as one of the pursuers of Tao, he found a way to convert his life force into power by forcefully stopping oneself during the process of questioning Tao so one could enter a half-state god. Chu Mo was surrounded by the other 3 sect leaders. Tianzin told Chu Mo that he should be honored because it was the first time since Yu Tianren's era that a pursuer of Tao would use that technique in order to kill their foe, or, to be exact, 4 pursuers of Tao used that technique. Chu Mo asked the leaders if they disregarded their lives in order to kill him, and he told them to show him what kind of surprises they would be able to give him for paying such a price. Tianzin called Chu Mo an insolent fool and told him that he would kill him at that moment. Suddenly, the Secret Realm notification gave out an emergency notice, saying that the 3rd Secret Realm would open in the next 5 seconds, so all the saviors should be ready. Tianzin was surprised at what happened. The 3 other sect leaders were surprised too. Chu Mo started to get transported, and he said that it was a pity. He told the sect leaders that he guessed he would deal with them once he was back. Tianzin said that they couldn't let Chu Mo get away, or else all of them there would suffer the backlash of the array. The 3 sect leaders united their auras and took Tianzin's illusory bubble. The illusory bubble grew tentacles, and it charged towards the warp in space where Chu Mo was. Tianzin called Chu Mo and told him to get back. Chu Mo was amused that they actually managed to stop the secret realm teleportation, but he pointed out that it seemed like they were having quite a hard time. Tianzin was in a rage as he told Chu Mo that the tunnel was about to be closed, so he should come back and face them because their battle was not over yet, so he shouldn't even think about running away. Chu Mo pushed the tentacles to the side when he heard Tianzin accusing him of running away, and he asked him what he was talking about and reminded him that if the battle within the secret realm failed, demonic beasts would invade Earth. He asked him if he was implying that their battle was far more important than the survival of mankind. As Chu Mo flicked the tentacle that was holding the warp in space, he questioned the sect leaders for acting that way while calling themselves the sect masters of the 4 major sects, and he said that it was disappointing. Chu Mo disappeared, leaving Tianzin, who was just standing there. Tianzin threw a fit of rage, and he called Chu Mo a bastard, declaring that he was going to kill him. Suddenly, the array started cracking, and Tianzin cursed as he realized that it was the backlash from the array. The circle that was set up in the sky started to disappear. The cultivators tried to quickly undo the array, but it was not working as they needed to pay the price for the array, which was a battle to the death against Chu Mo, and they were quickly engulfed by a dark aura. Tianzin was also wrapped in the same dark aura, and he was screaming in pain. Tianzin thought that, fortunately, he could share the backlash of the array with his disciples, but it was weird because the backlash wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. As the dark aura continued to spread, Tianzin cursed in his mind as he saw that the backlash was also shared among the 3 sect leaders as well. The figures of the 3 sect leaders were becoming more apparent as the dark aura wrapped around them, and Tianzin thought that the truth about that battle was going to be exposed. Meanwhile, at the live stream, an audience commented, asking the others if they saw that there were 3 figures besides Tianzin. Another one commented, saying that it was a joke that Tianzin called it a 1v1 fight when it was a 4 against 1. And they called him disgraceful. Another one asked, calling Chu Mo God. Where he went, another one commented, asking the previous commenter if they even watched the live stream and told them that Chu Mo went to the secret realm. The previous commenter commented again, saying that they went to check the broadcast but they couldn't find Chu Mo at all, and they asked what happened. Meanwhile, Chu Mo and Ire were transported into a vast empty space, and Chu Mo pointed out that the place didn't seem like the secret realm. Ire was in a panic as she told Chu Mo that it was the blank land, and she screamed, saying that they were doomed. She said that she knew she shouldn't have joined, but she just had to be such a busybody when she should have just stayed at home and enjoyed her drumsticks. As Chu Mo heard that they were in the blank land, he asked Ire if that was a dangerous place. Ire was scared as she told Chu Mo that it was more like an extremely dangerous place because it was created due to space-time turbulence, and there was a time when they sent an army of extremely strong demonic beasts to venture into that place. But the entire team was annihilated without a trace, so even their god was afraid of entering there without bringing along a traversing stone. Chu Mo said that it must be due to their teleportation being interrupted that brought them there, and he figured that the 3 stars that were above him should probably be their world and the secret realm, so he asked Ire if they would be able to return if they got there. Wiping the tears in her eyes, Ire told Chu Mo that the red-colored star was her world and the blue one was his, while the middle one was the secret realm. But they were just illusions and projections of the past. She screamed and said that they needed to find the real dimension in order to return. Ire explained that there were countless entrances within the blank land that led to other dimensions, but 99% of the time, the entrances were leading them into traps, directly sending them into the abyss. So to be exact, they only had 1/millionth of a chance to find the true entrance that led to their world. Suddenly, the sign-in system gave out a notification that the 3rd secret realm sign-in was activated, but the detection failed. It gave Chu Mo the sign-in day 3 reward, the golden eye of the stone monkey, which allowed one to see through all things under the heavens, which shocked even the gods. Chu Mo stood there calmly as he looked at the system screen while Ire was having a breakdown in front of him. The sign-in system notification introduced the skill to Chu Mo, and it was able to see through the opponent's weakness and gain information about all objects. Chu Mo told Ire to stop crying as they were leaving immediately. Ire was nervous as she clung to Chu Mo, asking him not to move carelessly because the dangerous part of the blank land wasn't just the dimensional entrances. However, Chu Mo assured her that she would be safe as long as she stayed close to him. Ire told Chu Mo that he didn't understand how terrifying the blank land truly was. Abyss monsters and experts from the alternate realm might have been there. Even the weakest abyss monster possessed the battle power of 500k, enough to devour them. She explained to Chu Mo that even the strongest demonic beast that ventured there needed to be extremely cautious with each step. yet he intended to wander aimlessly. Chu Mo told Ire that if she didn't trust him, she could stay there. He walked away, leaving Ire irritated. She believed that they would see if Chu Mo remained so confident once he faced an abyss monster. Suddenly, Ire realized that it would be more dangerous for her if she stayed there by herself. She quickly ran after Chu Mo, asking him to wait and not to leave her behind. The two of them reached a fork in the road, and Chu Mo pointed it out. Ire told Chu Mo that her instincts suggested that something was wrong with the path to the right. There wasn't any debris, and it was oddly tidy, so it must be a trap. She said that the left path appeared to be a safer choice. When Chu Mo looked at the left path, the sign and system informed him that it was the abyss monster Kalami with a battle power of 5 million, currently in slumber, mimicking a pathway. Those who mistakenly took that path would be devoured by it. Chu Mo disagreed with Ire and chose the right path. An hour later, Ire found it strange that they hadn't encountered any danger after walking for so long. She wondered where the abyss monsters were, the alternate world experts, or their corpses and remnants. She asked if she had been deceived. Chu Mo told Ire to keep her voice down as she might attract the abyss monsters, reminding her that she had been the one extremely cautious earlier. Unaware of the drumstick in front of her, Ire had become complacent. She said that the danger and the abyss monsters probably didn't exist. The drumstick emitted a dark aura as Ire said that if they could order some food there, it was just like a trip. Ire was immediately entranced when she noticed the drumstick, and as she wondered why there was a drumstick there, she said that it was oddly suspicious, but it smelled so good. The dark aura enticed her even more, and she said that with its aroma, she wanted to eat it. Ire was completely hypnotized and drooling as she approached a bone that was engulfed in a dark aura. Ire was so focused on the drumstick when Chu Mo grabbed her by the back of her clothes. Chu Mo quickly took a step back as the bone emitted a tremendous amount of aura. Ire snapped out of it, and she didn't know what was going on, but she realized that she was almost devoured. The sign and system gave Chu Mo the information that it was the corpse of Lady Whitebone, who was killed by a nameless stone monkey after getting slapped by a stick, and the only thing that remained was a pile of her bones, but even one of her bones possessed extreme bewitching powers. Chu Mo informed Ire that it was the bone remains of Lady Whitebone, and he asked her if she had heard of the name before. Ire was surprised when she heard the name because Lady Whitebone was one of the legends in their world, known to be one of the strongest demonic beasts, but she was gone after venturing into the depths of the blank land. Ire said that she was a 70k-year-old demonic beast, and at her peak, her battle power was over 6 million, so she wondered what kind of abyss monster was able to kill her. Chu Mo told Ire that the one who killed Lady Whitebone was not an abyss monster, and she was killed by a stone monkey after getting slapped with a stick. Ire told Chu Mo that it was nonsense, and there was no way that she would believe him because even their god had troubles dealing with Lady Whitebone, so she wouldn't believe that she had been killed by a stone monkey. But in the middle of the dark aura, someone spoke and called Ire a snow ferret, telling her that Chu Mo wasn't kidding. Lady Whitebone had materialized from the dark aura, and she admitted that she was indeed killed by the stupid stone monkey. But it happened 5,000 years ago, so she never would have thought that there would be someone who would know about it, so she was quite curious about Chu Mo's identity. Chu Mo told her that he was just an ordinary person who happened to know about her story, and as he pointed out her current state, Chu Mo asked her if she were revived. Lady Whitebone told Chu Mo that she was only one step away from it, and for the past few years, she has been devouring beings passing by to regain her power, so her revival would be complete once she devoured the both of them. Chu Mo told her that since that was the case, he guessed that she would have to experience death once more. Lady Whitebone said that she couldn't remember how long it was since a human being dared to speak in front of her with such an arrogant attitude, and Chu Mo told her that since it was thousands of years since she was killed by a stick, with her age, it was very normal for her memory capabilities to have reduced, so she shouldn't fret. Lady Whitebone was enraged when Chu Mo mentioned her age, and she questioned him if he was saying that she was old. She said that she originally wanted to give them a swift death by devouring them, but she changed her mind and was going to skin them alive. Ire panicked, and she told Lady Whitebone that the human, Chu Mo, was the one who disrespected her, and she had no relation to it. She told her that she was also a demonic beast, so they shouldn't fight with one another, and she was not tasty at all. Lady Whitebone said that she had been slumbering in the blank land for many years, so to be able to finally meet someone of the same kind does give her a sort of nostalgic feeling. She told Ire that although there wasn't much meat on her, she seemed quite a delicious snow ferret, so she would serve as nutrients for her and a huge contribution to the race of the demonic beasts once more. Ire quickly gave up and laid down on the ground, saying that she would still get eaten up in the end. Chu Mo was speechless as he couldn't believe what he just saw. Lady Whitebone was also speechless for a moment. She asked Ire why she was lying down suddenly and if she could at least somewhat retaliate. Ire told Lady Whitebone that she shouldn't think that she wouldn't know that although she only had the remains of the bone, she could still see that her battle power was still well over 30k. So all she wanted was to mess with them before she killed them and watch them suffer in the process. Ire told Lady Whitebone that she would definitely not let her get her wish, and she bet that she would never have expected that. So that was her non-violent way of retaliation. With a blank expression on his face, Chu Mo told Lady Whitebone that he was curious if all of them, demonic beasts, were like that. Lady Whitebone was enraged, and she told them to be silent and to die before her as she launched her attack at them. Sharp skeletal fingers were charging towards Chu Mo. One of the sharp ends of the skeletal finger was about to reach Chu Mo's throat, but he just smiled. He used his move, Golden Pupil, Breaking Illusion. A golden eye with a piercing gaze appeared in the sky. It appeared behind Lady Whitebone and was gazing at her intensely. Her skeletal fingers that surrounded her suddenly crumbled. Lady Whitebone gritted her teeth in rage, and she asked why Chumo had the stupid monkey's eyes. The sign and system was notifying Chumo that the Lady Whitebone in front of them was fake. It was just an illusion made from the remnants of the Lady Whitebone, and once he broke her illusion, she would enter a weakened state. Lady Whitebone's body slumped as she coughed as she said that she had been waiting there for thousands of years and that she was so close to her revival. But her luck was terrible. Chumo told her that after she died, she could continue to struggle at death's door for another 1,000 years as much as she wanted. But Lady Whitebone snickered and told Chumo that she wouldn't die because once she devoured him and Ire, replenishing her nutrients, she would be reborn from her slumber after 100 years. Ire told Chumo to not listen to Lady Whitebone's nonsense and take the opportunity to get that bone of hers because that was her true body. Lady Whitebone grinned sinisterly as she told Chumo that he could try as he may because even a 10k-year-old demonic beast couldn't even harm her, so there was nothing the likes of him could even do. While saying that her bone remains were probably there, Chumo swiftly grabbed the bone inside the illusion body of Lady Whitebone, and he said that although her illusion was quite real, in actuality, that pile of bones was also an illusion of hers. Lady Whitebone said that she knew that she couldn't fool those pairs of eyes. Chumo grabbed the bone. The sign and system examined the weakness of Lady Whitebone's bone remnant, and Chumo managed to crush it in his hand. As Lady Whitebone's illusion started to crumble, Chumo said that those that should have been rotten would perish. Ire was surprised that it was the remnant of Lady Whitebone's and Chumo broke it that easily. She said that Chumo was just ridiculous and she wondered if she even had the capabilities to beat him to accomplish the task that her god had given her because she couldn't even imagine that sort of possibility. She suddenly remembered that earlier Lady Whitebone mentioned about the monkey's stupid eyes and she realized the possibility that Chumo was actually the reincarnation of the beast. She thought that he must have his reasons for becoming a human being, which meant that she wouldn't be betraying her race if she were to follow Chumo, and she rejoiced at her eureka that must be her task. At the same time, during the battle in the secret realm, a huge dragon-like demonic beast was wreaking havoc. Jiang Yutong slashed her weapon at it. Yu Kaiyan also smashed her Eudora on the demonic beast. On the live stream, while Jing Shan was burning the demonic beast, an audience member commented that they were so fast as it was only an hour, and they already killed all the demonic beasts. Another one commented, saying that they felt that the saviors had gotten much stronger, but another one commented, asking where Chumo was and where he went because his channel turned pitch black. Meanwhile, at the studio, Yi Shuang asked where Chumo was exactly, and she admitted that it worried her. Jai Sheng explained that during the teleportation to the secret realm, Tianzin used his dimensional abilities on Chumo to stop him, so it seemed that it disrupted the teleportation process, and Chumo might have been trapped in the flow of time and space. Uri was enraged as she criticized Jai Sheng for still having the audacity to show himself in the live broadcast when all that mess was all thanks to them, the guys of the 4 major sects, and she said that those patriarchs even ganged up on Chumo, saying that it was going to be a fair fight, which was remarkably shameless. Jai Sheng said that he never approved of their approach, and he admitted that it was truly a disappointing and embarrassing act. But he also did not disagree with their motives for doing so. He said that he joined the fiery sect due to the respect he had for a couple of the cultivators there, but from that day forward, he resigned his position as an elder and left the fiery sect. Yi Shuang told Ruri Chen, Ruri's full name, that there was no need for her to be angry because if Jai Sheng actually had some authority, he wouldn't be there with them in the live broadcast, and Chu Mo was so strong that even the space-time chaos realm couldn't trap him, and the saviors had gotten so strong that even without Chu Mo, they were more than enough to deal with the demonic beast, so no one knows that maybe the mission would be completed before Chu Mo's return. Jai Sheng asked them if they had noticed that there were no secret notifications that had appeared so far, even though the demonic beasts in the secret realm had all died, so that meant that the mission had not been completed yet, and maybe the real fight was just about to start. On the other hand, in the secret realm, Jiang Yutong asked her companions if they sensed it too because she kept having those unpleasant feelings since she got there. Jing Shan confirmed, and he said that maybe the real battle was just about to begin while Yu Kai and Yan wished that Chu Mo was there. Fog suddenly filled the area where the three of them were. A huge, slithering thing, like a snake, suddenly appeared on the street. It was a demonic beast that appeared in front of the three of them, and as it recognized the smell of blood, it said that it had such a pleasant scent. It told the three of them that they were not bad as they already dealt with the Vanguard squad. The demonic beast unleashed a tremendous amount of aura, and it destroyed everything in its path. While Jai Sheng dodged the attack, he felt the strength of the attack power and said that the demonic beast was at least 1,500 years old. But Yu Kai and Yan, who also dodged the attack, asked Jai Sheng if he was blind and told him that the demonic beast was clearly 2,000 years old. The demonic beast asked the three of them if they only knew how to hop around. It said that it had heard about the cultivator named Chu Mo, who seemed to be quite capable. So it asked if he was not there. It said that it guessed that it would just be a boring day where she slaughtered everyone there. Suddenly, an aura struck the demonic beast in its neck. It was surprised when it saw the cultivator, and the cultivator immediately introduced himself as Nan Henju, a disciple of the Dant Tai Bai cave. The demonic beast said that he might just be as strong as Chu Mo as he was able to deal damage, but it wondered why it hadn't heard of his name before. Nan Henju told the demonic beast that it was because he had never been to the secret realm before, and the demonic beast said that it understood that he was just a coward, so it would first devour him, proceed to tear Chu Mo into shreds. Nan Henju attacked the demonic beast as he told it that it had already lost its chance because, in the secret realm, he was far stronger than Chu Mo, and he declared that he was the true savior. Meanwhile, on the blank land, a crystal was glowing in front of the entrance of a dimension. Ire pointed at it and asked Chu Mo if it was the teleportation gate to the secret realm. Chu Mo confirmed that it was and told her that they were going back there, so she should quickly hide inside his clothes. But he still had something that he needed to do before they returned. The glowing crystal was the crystal room, and the sign and system was showing its information. It said that it was a dimensional device created by the godly beings at a great price. It could allow one to enter the secret realm with demonic beasts from another world, and its current limit was 3,000-year-old demonic beasts. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, Nan Henju walked away from the demonic beast, which demanded he return and asked if he thought the fight was over just because he managed to make a sneak attack. Nan Henju questioned the demonic beast, asking if it thought he had performed a sneak attack, and he informed it that he had already finished his attack. He gave the demonic beast a fair warning not to move much, or else it would meet a gruesome death. The demonic beast was furious and questioned how a pathetic human like him could command it. Suddenly, it expressed distress, claiming it didn't know what was happening as it felt like its blood was boiling. The demonic beast exploded, spreading its blood all over the place. Nan Henju remarked that it was a shame the demonic beast disintegrated into pieces because if it hadn't moved around that much, its corpse would still be there. Yu Kai and Yan stood on the street with the demonic beast's blood around her. She did her best to avoid the blood and commented that it was disgusting. She pointed out that the tainted black mud was everywhere and asked Jing Shan why he had never used such a powerful technique before. Jing Shan explained that it was the fixed body technique, usually used to punish disobedient disciples. It had no destructive capability if used as intended. Yu Kai and Yan was so surprised that her face went blank. She said that all of them, the Taoists, were such pure geniuses. Jing Shan asked Yu Kai and Yan if her master hadn't told her the source of their fate currency, and she replied that her master hadn't and asked what it was about. Nan Henju answered, informing Yu Kai and Yan that 70% of the fate coins obtained by other saviors were deducted and transferred to the 4 Dao families. That was how he acquired his source of power. Jing Shan was wary of Nan Henju and wondered when he had gotten so close to them. He criticized Nan Henju, saying he sure had the audacity, and asked if he wasn't ashamed even after revealing the truth and secrets of his powers. Nan Henju informed Jing Shan that it was the truth, so he didn't feel the need to hide it. He told Jing Shan that Tianzin even gave him the same privilege as them after they completed the last secret realm mission, and he asked him why he rejected it. Jingshan said that he hated unfairness, and Nan Henzhu told him that it was childish because they could only defeat the alternate realm with absolute power, and not fairness. Jingshan asked Nan Henzhu what the point of secretly taking other people's sacrifices and resources to build himself held, and he told him that he despised all of them. As Nan Henzhu told them that what mattered was the result, he pointed out that the same fog was there again, so an enemy arrived. He said that those who weren't worthy to be bait should get lost and not interfere with him. The fog continued to fill the area, and the visibility of the area became very low. Suddenly, a purple, lightning-like aura emerged from the fog. One of the cultivators in the area started to cough up blood. Many other cultivators did the same, and they complained that their hearts beat incredibly fast and they couldn't breathe. On the other hand, Jiang Yutong caught her breath, but she stood still, and she asked her companions if they were okay. Jingshan admitted that he barely was okay, so he couldn't fight anymore, and he said that their opponent was a minimum 5,000-year-old demonic beast, so it was capable of breaking down cultivators from mental pressure. While Yu Kaiyan, who was also catching her breath, recalled that Nan Henzhu told them that they were a hindrance, so she suggested that they should just leave the demonic beast to him. As the fog started to disperse, an orb made out of a purple aura was revealed. From it, a humanoid demonic beast appeared, saying that it was interesting, and she asked the cultivators if they were the backup because their skills weren't so bad that they were able to kill the serpent boy instantaneously. Nan Henzhu had a hard time standing as he thought that it was impossible, and he questioned why a demonic beast of such strength was there so early. The demonic beast cast her aura on Nan Henzhu as she ordered him to kneel and to get his other 3 comrades over there. Nan Henzhu screamed in pain as the demonic beast's aura engulfed him. The demonic beast told them that they were wrong for saying that she was a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, and she corrected them, saying that she was a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. At the studio, Rory Chen panicked when she heard that the demonic beast was a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. She asked if the demonic beast really could be one. Jai Sheng reluctantly replied that he wasn't sure because, from the looks of it, it didn't seem like the demonic beast was lying. Uri Chen said they still had the 4 Taoist families in Chu Mo, so there was still hope. Jai Sheng said that if the demonic beast really wasn't lying, with her being 30,000 years old, her combat power was more than 1,000,000. At best, the Taoist masters together were equivalent to a 3,000-year-old demonic beast, with an approximate 10,000 combat power. So with 1,000,000 against 10,000, they weren't able to turn the tables even if Chu Mo fought alongside the Taoists. Yi Shuang said that they, the humans, were doomed and asked what else they could do because there must be something they could do. Jai Sheng said they couldn't interfere with whatever was going on in the secret realm, so there was nothing they could do besides watching as everything panned out. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, 3 warps in space appeared. The demonic beast told Nan Henzhu that it seemed that his companions were quite eager to join the fray, which was good because at least they could quickly get the boring battle over with. Nan Henzhu was mad, and he told the demonic beast to be silent while he told the rest of the cultivators to get back because he didn't need their help. The demonic beast was amused and told Nan Henzhu that even with his other 3 companions, he still didn't stand a chance. She wondered if he was perhaps hoping that those saviors who got scared just by her screams would help him. Nan Henzhu asked the demonic beast if she actually thought that he needed help, and he told her that there was a limit to how much she could disrespect people. When the demonic beast realized that Nan Henzhu wished to fight against her alone, she told him that he had quite the guts when he couldn't even stand up after facing a bit of her power. Then she asked him if he didn't think that he was making a fool out of himself. Nan Henzhu told her that he was different from those cowards because, after experiencing the power she released from up close, he realized that maybe she was indeed a 30,000-year-old demonic beast. But he was not currently facing her real body as it was fake. Nan Henzhu added that even if her real body were there, he would never submit to her, and he declared that the secret realm, the saviors, Chu Mo, the 4 major sects, the alternate realm, and the divine spirits were just his stepping stones. He emitted and shrouded himself in a dark aura and said that they were just a channel through which he could reach the very top. Nan Henzhu charged forward and used his move, Thou Art Close to Heaven. He bombarded the demonic beast with his powerful, multiple red slashing auras. Nan Henzhu's powerful attack caused the dust to fan out, and it wafted around the area. He let out a sigh of relief as he declared that the illusion had been eliminated, and he said that, as expected, the demonic beast could only project her mental image there in the secret realm. The demonic beast started to materialize herself again, and she found it interesting as she didn't expect Nan Henzhu to see through her trick so quickly. She said that she thought that only Chu Mo was the only one that was worth her attention. She told Nan Henju that the passage towards the secret realm had been completed, so they would soon meet. But Nan Henju simply clicked his tongue and told the demonic beast that he was done with all her big talk. The demonic beast said that although the passage was still not enough to withstand her power, it was more than enough to send over a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, and she told Nan Henju to watch for himself whether it was just big talk. A demonic beast that looked like a clown suddenly appeared behind her, and she requested that Nan Henju do whatever he could in order to survive until her arrival, calling him the hero who spews lies. Nan Henju was petrified, and he cursed in his head when he saw that it really was a 5,000-year-old demonic beast. Meanwhile, the humanoid demonic beast found it weird that the demonic beast she summoned hadn't arrived yet, and she wondered what happened and if it was interrupted. During the same time, within the blank lands, Chumo stood between the crystal room and the teleportation gate to the secret realm, holding the creature that was trying to get across. Chumo wondered if the crystal room was trying to send a demonic beast over, and he found it weird, so without giving it too much thought, he decided that he should just pull it out. The clown-looking demonic beast looked like it struggled. It roared as it crawled with all its might into the secret realm. Nan Henju looked surprised, and he wondered what was going on because it seemed like the demonic beast tried to resist something, so he wondered if it failed in teleportation. Jing Shan and Jiang Yutong were also looking up at the demonic beast, and they observed that it seemed to get pulled back into the teleportation gate. As the clown-looking demonic beast continued to struggle, the humanoid demonic beast wondered how it could happen when the teleportation of the snake man clearly succeeded without any issues. She said that the teleportation crystal space was something that the Divine Lord sacrificed himself to place within the blank land, and she realized that perhaps something happened within the blank land realm. She used her skill, Light Mirror, and the target location was the teleportation crystal space. She ordered the light mirror to show her what happened within the blank land. The light mirror immediately showed Chu Mo, who effortlessly grabbed the demonic beast from the blank land. Meanwhile, in the live stream, an audience commented, expressing their excitement when they saw Chu Mo, and called him Boss Mo. Another one commented, surprised that Chu Mo was the one that stopped the demonic beast's teleportation. Another one commented, asking those that faulted Chu Mo what else they had to say at the moment because right there was what a true savior looked like. Another one commented that all those Taoists were all just a piece of trash because even after hoarding so many fate coins, they were still so useless, immediately kneeling down to a demonic beast, so only Chu Mo was the true savior. On the other hand, at the studio, Rory Chen exclaimed that it was truly a surprise because Chu Mo went missing after the fluctuation of space, so she wondered why he was suddenly over there stopping the teleportation of the demonic beast. Jai Shen couldn't also contain his surprise when he saw that Chu Mo was in the blank land, and he questioned how it could be possible for Chu Mo to be in that place because it was an extremely dangerous place that even demonic beasts were afraid of. He said that to get past all the abyss monsters, to precisely reach the location of teleportation, and to even stop the teleportation of the demonic beast was nothing short of a miracle. Yi Shuang said that perhaps there might be some sort of possibility, which was not a miracle, and maybe it was all Chu Mo's plan where he used Tianzin's dimensional ability to assist him in going to the blank land. So even when the entire world was going against him, Chu Mo was still her favorite. Jai Sheng said that maybe Yi Shuang had been right and Chu Mo was really full of surprises, so against Chu Mo, the schemes of the four major sects and consortiums were just a bunch of circus shows. Meanwhile, in the secret realm, the clown was still pulled back, and it still struggled, but the humanoid demonic beast told it to stop resisting. She told the clown that she didn't summon it to be such a disgrace in front of the humans. The clown told her that its mission was to enter the secret realm and eliminate all cultivators. She told the clown that the plan had changed since Chu Mo wanted to stop it from coming there, so it might as well enter the blank land and eliminate Chu Mo. She ordered the clown to go and destroy mankind's last hope. The clown roared as it let go and got sucked back into the teleportation portal. In the blank land, Chu Mo was pulling it and ordering it to get out there. As Chu Mo successfully pulled out the clown, he quickly threw it away, and it crashed into the rocks. Back in the secret realm, the light mirror showed the clown arriving at the blank land. The humanoid demonic beast said that it was Chu Mo's greatest mistake to drag the clown into the blank land, and she couldn't deny that his strength and talent far exceeded their judgment. But regardless, it was impossible for him to go against a 5,000-year-old demonic beast, so the bunch of fools that he was trying to save won't be able to save him. Meanwhile, in the blank land, Chu Mo found it interesting, and he questioned if the alternate realm perhaps had no other demonic beast for them to send in a circus clown. The clown grinned sinisterly as he offered death to Chu Mo, and declared that he was going to bathe in Chu Mo's blood. But Chu Mo simply grinned, and as he called the clown Joker, he told it that when he threw it out, he specifically chose a suitable landing spot for it. The sign and system showed the information of the KPI demon, a demon that no one knows where it came from, but it was born from humans' greatest fear and possesses absolute power. It has the skill of absolute control, which forces any beings that enter its domain to complete random missions, and those who fail would become a part of it. A dark aura immediately wrapped around the clown, and Chu Mo said that there was no way for it to get close to him anymore. Documents rained down on the clown. The clown just stood there, and it seemed baffled by what went on. Human figures screwed in place started to appear. The human figures surrounded monitor screens, and the documents continued to rain down. A humanoid figure with a monitor for a head sat in front of those monitors and told the clown to complete the mission or die. The clown was so confused when it heard it mention a mission, so it asked what the mission was. Chu Mo, who held a document in his hand, informed the clown that it should know what he was holding was extremely important. The clown quickly charged toward Chu Mo, demanding he hand the document over that instant, but it was stopped by a barrier, and Chu Mo reminded it that, as he had told it earlier, it was currently in a completely different dimension, so it could not reach him anymore. Chu Mo said he had himself to blame for being such a kind-hearted person, so he told the clown its mission was to finish 10k one-handed push-ups in a single minute, and warned it that it only had 55 seconds left. When the clown heard about the push-ups, it questioned Chu Mo if he was kidding. But instead of answering the clown back, Chu Mo smirked and started counting down. Back in the secret realm, the light mirror showed the clown, who roared in panic and quickly knelt on the ground. The humanoid demonic beast wondered what Chu Mo did to make the clown so terrified. She got agitated and cursed in her mind because she couldn't see any abnormalities in the mirror. The light mirror was showing the clown doing push-ups in front of Chu Mo. Meanwhile, in the live stream, an audience commented, asking if they saw things right. Another one commented, surprised that the terrifying 5,000-year-old demonic beast suddenly started doing push-ups in front of Chu Mo, calling him Mo God. Another one commented, asking what was going on, and they laughed, saying that it seemed like the clown was receiving training from Chu Mo. Another one commented that Chu Mo was such a badass, emphasizing in their comments that their voice cracked. Back in the secret realm, the cultivators said that although what was happening was extremely weird, the 5,000-year-old demonic beast was currently under control, so they could survive at that moment. The humanoid demonic beast asked them what they were so happy about, and she told them that she thought she understood what was happening at the moment. She said that Chu Mo probably set a trap earlier by using the tools or demons that lay within the blank land, and both of them were separated by a barrier that limited the clown's movements. But Chu Mo was also unable to harm the clown. On the other hand, at blank land, the clown was still doing push-ups while Chu Mo was counting down. Chu Mo told the clown that it did 4,763 push-ups, and he cheered it up to speed up and go faster, telling it that he believed it could do the mission. The clown screamed and closed its eyes as it continued to do push-ups. A few moments later, there was a huge thud. Chu Mo smiled as he told the clown that it actually managed to finish all 10k one-handed push-ups, and it was incredible. The clown was completely exhausted, and it let out a sigh of relief, saying that it was nice that it could survive then. Suddenly, the system notified the clown that the time was up and the mission to run 10k meters within the time span of 1 minute was not completed, so it would be executed. The clown got enraged when it heard that the mission was running, and it threatened Chu Mo that it would eat him alive, calling him a bastard. Calling it clowny, Chu Mo told the clown to calm down because the contents of the document he was holding did state that it needed to do one-handed push-ups, and he definitely did not read it wrongly, so he suggested that it was best if it negotiated with the demon. But before the clown could respond, the demon immediately began the execution, and a powerful ray of aura came down on the clown. In the live stream, they saw what happened to the clown through the light mirror, and one audience member asked what just happened. Another one commented, saying that they couldn't see things clearly as well and that just moments ago, the clown was still doing push-ups, and it suddenly vanished without even a single trace of it left. The humanoid demonic beast was surprised that the clown died so easily, but she expressed her stubbornness, saying that she didn't care because it was just a mere 5,000-year-old demonic beast that died anyway. She began to summon another demonic beast and said that the materials that the crystal space was made of were far greater than the traversing stone that even demonic beasts, who were tens of thousands of years old, wouldn't be able to destroy that easily. Not even Chu Mo, so as long as the crystal space remains, she was able to continuously bring in more demonic beasts. Meanwhile, in the blank land, Chu Mo hit the crystal space. The crystal space immediately shattered after Chu Mo hit it once. Its shards fell to the ground. Back in the secret realm, everyone saw what just happened through the light mirror. Jing Shan told Nan Henju that he couldn't deny that he was starting to believe in his ideology, that in order to protect the world, they might actually need an expert with absolute power. And Nan Henju told Jing Shan that he had finally thought things through. But seeing that he was acting like a bystander and giving out comments, it seemed that he had the motivation to surpass him and Chu Mo already. Nan Henju said that to be able to destroy both the crystal space and the clown, Chu Mo might have used the tools that he found in the blank land or even a demon. But of course, even if Chu Mo really did defeat the demonic beast by himself, he would still think of a way to surpass him. He said that by reaching one's limit, one would be able to truly bring out one's true self, so giving up when facing something that they did not understand, giving up the will to fight against an opponent that they did not have hopes of defeating, saying that they tried their best, so they gave up since there was someone else out there that they could depend on, was the mentality of a commoner, and it was just a notion to make themselves feel better, which was why Tianzin chose him and not Jing Shan. Jing Shan was surprised by what Nan Henju said, and it left him speechless. On the other hand, a warp in space opened up in the secret realm. Chu Mo emerged from it, and he faced the humanoid demonic beast. She immediately informed Chu Mo that for him to freely traverse within the blank land, to kill the clown, and even to destroy the crystal space, they underestimated him. So, the next time, no matter what it took, they would definitely kill him. Chu Mo realized that she was the one behind all of that, the one who had been teleporting all the demonic beasts into the secret realm, and he declared that he would kill her immediately. The demonic beast doubted Chu Mo's words, and she told him that she was a 30k-year-old demonic beast, so if he truly wished to kill her, he would have to give it his all. Suddenly, someone interjected and told them to wait. It was Nan Henju, and he immediately warned Chu Mo not to be fooled because what he faced wasn't the demonic beast's true body but only a projection of it, as its true body resided in the alternate realm. He told Chu Mo that even if he destroyed it, nothing would happen to her true body, so he couldn't fight it, and he shouldn't expose his true power or his trump cards against it. Chu Mo told Nan Henju that he knew, but he was still going to kill her, which annoyed Nan Henju, so he yelled at Chu Mo, telling him that he didn't think he understood what he was saying, and he asked if his brain was all just muscles. Chu Mo thanked Nan Henju for his advice, but he told him that he didn't need it, and the demonic beast was amused when she heard that Chu Mo was going to fight her, knowing that it was just a projection of her energy. Chu Mo's eyes glowed as he confirmed with her that it was what he was planning to do. The sign and system displayed the information of the purple-robed demon lady's projection, who was a 30k-year-old demonic beast elf born from the rays of the purple light, and proficient in utilizing illusion and the field of psychological attacks with the weakness of memory deficits and mental instability. So if it were attacked with the same potency of Kai as the projection, it would be able to deal fatal damage to its true body. Chu Mo gathered his aura to prepare for his attack. On the other hand, the purple-robed demon lady enclosed herself in an orb of aura. She thought that Chu Mo was an idiot as he went at her projection, and in her mind, she dared Chu Mo to come and give her the best he's got. She began scheming, but her thought process stopped when she saw Chu Mo's gigantic golden fist coming at her. She heard loud thumps, and she wondered what it was as her heartbeat went crazy. She couldn't believe that she was actually sensing fear at the moment, and her senses screamed and warned her about something. She thought that she was really going to die, but she doubted if she would actually die if she received Chu Mo's attack. The purple-robed demon lady jumped off the ground to avoid Chu Mo's attack. But to her surprise, Chu Mo appeared behind her and warned her not to even think of running. She knew that she was not in a good situation, and Chu Mo was about to catch up, so she summoned the inverse world. A huge amount of dark aura began to descend from the sky. Chu Mo was enclosed in darkness as the dark aura filled the area, and he was puzzled when he felt that the space in the darkness had been solidified. The purple-robed demon lady told Chu Mo that the inverse world was created in preparation for swallowing up the secret realm and that she would see him next time because the job of killing him would be given to someone else. The dark aura continued to grow and slowly devoured the secret realm. Finally, only darkness was left. Suddenly, someone was just regaining their consciousness as someone called them captain and urged them to hurry and wake up. The vision of the person began to brighten and clear up, and they seemed like they were in a historical place. It was Chu Mo, and as he observed his surroundings, he remembered the inverse world, and he wondered what the demonic beast did to the secret realm. A man was calling Chu Mo captain and told him that he almost scared him to death as he suddenly stopped moving and wouldn't wake up no matter how much they called him, while Chu Mo was still observing his surroundings, thinking that the feeling of the wall was real, so he wondered if Zhang Yutong, Jing Shan, Yu Kaiyan, and the other cultivators also arrived in that world. As Chumo checked the system, it only informed him that the place was an abandoned land, a forgotten piece of history, and that the illusion demon currently waits expectantly, and Chumo thought that there was not enough information provided by the golden eyes. The man who was with Chumo noticed his expressions, so he asked him what the matter was, if he was not feeling well, and he suggested that he go back and ask the head officer to send another investigation officer after the murder case at the Liu family so he could go home and rest. But Chu Mo assured the man that it was probably just a heat stroke earlier, as he was a little dizzy. But he was already fine, so they should not waste any more time and go to the Liu house. Meanwhile, at the studio, Yi Shuang asked what happened because the Secret Realms livestream scene had suddenly changed and it showed an ancient market, so she also asked where it was. The livestream was showing the historical scenery that Chu Mo was seeing earlier, with people now populating the area. Marie Chen was in a panic, and as she grabbed one of the screens, she asked what happened to the saviors because it was as if they had all lost their sense of self and become characters within the ancient city. There was a doctor, a mercenary, a waiter, a bounty hunter, and it looked like a real-world RPG game. On the other hand, Jai Sheng immediately recognized the place as Flowing Cloud City, and he asked how it was possible because, 10,000 years ago, the first contact between them and the otherworld demonic beast started at Flowing Cloud City. However, Flowing Cloud City has already disappeared. Meanwhile, a small, dark orb was floating above the city. A savior who had floating cards was hiding in that orb, and he was reporting to someone that in the southern region, all of the saviors had already been assimilated as citizens, and he asked the person he was talking to what the situation was on their side. The person who was talking through the floating cards told him that it was the same. All cultivators who had been transported there seemed to have lost their sense of self, and they added that they saw Nan Henju, and he had also lost his reason as he was currently at a coffin shop selling coffins. The man laughed, saying that it was hilarious, and he said that as a fellow Dao heir, Nan Henju actually dared to look down on them and try to stand out on his own, so it served him right to have that kind of ending. Another person, who was also talking through the floating cards, warned the man not to be careless because even Chumo had lost his sense of self and become an officer, and they said that the place was really far too strange. But the man assured the person that there was nothing to worry about because as long as they didn't leave the concealment void, the laws of that world would not be able to affect them. So moving forward, it was going to be up to them to save the world and let those stupid normies watch and see who the real savior was, and it made the people talking through the cards fall silent. The man asked the people he was talking to why they all suddenly stopped speaking and if there was a problem with the communication device. Suddenly, a strange, red aura traversed the void the man was in. He was taken by surprise when the strange, red aura began to wrap itself around him, and he cursed in his mind as he was shocked that the concealment void had been invaded. The strange, red aura managed to trap the savior inside as it materialized into an orb. On the other hand, Chumo arrived at the Liu mansion, and the man he was with earlier, who seemed like his assistant, informed him that they had arrived at the Liu family home, where the murder case that morning took place. The system notified Chumo that he had already entered a main historical node, so the illusion demon, who was a 50,000-year-old demonic beast with an unknown combat level and weakness, was currently gazing at him. A man was crying in front of Chumo, and he requested that he uphold justice and severely punish the criminal because his poor son was only 6 years old, and after what happened at that time, their Liu family really has no descendants. The man's name was Liu Nian. Upon hearing what he said, Chu Mo asked him if he meant that it was not the first time that a son of his has died, so his assistant discreetly informed him that his eldest son drowned to death just 2 days ago, and at that time, the one who died was his youngest son, Liu Xiangwen, so Chu Mo immediately extended his condolences to Liu Nian and requested that he tell him exactly how his son died and if there were anyone who holds resentment against their family lately. Liu Nian told Chumo that Liu Xiangwen was brutally decapitated, and he said that he had always been gracious with others and had never had any enemies, so he didn't know who was so brutal to be able to harm a child who was just 6 years old, so he requested that Chumo help him and insisted that he must find the criminal. Chumo assured Liu Nian that he would do his best, and he asked him where Liu Xiangwen's corpse was. Liu Nian grabbed a white cloth and showed Chumo that it was right under there. But as Liu Nian opened the white cloth, there was nothing underneath it. Chumo asked Liu Nian again where his son's body was because he didn't see anything. Liu Nian asked how it could be, and as he told Chumo that the body was just right there, he asked him if he couldn't see it. He continued to point at the area where the white cloth was covering earlier, and he urged Chumo to take a look as Liu Xiangwen was right there. Chumo's assistant advised Liu Nian to calm down as there was nothing there, and he requested that he not report a fake case again. Liu Nian was agitated when the assistant said that it was a fake case, and he began laughing maniacally as he said that he knew. He concluded that they must be working together, and he called them bastards because not only were they responsible for killing his son, but they also wanted to kill him too. Liu Nian asked them why they must kill his son and what he did wrong. The assistant pushed Liu Nian away and told him to let go. He pointed out that he had reported a fake case and accosted an officer, and asked him if he wanted to go to prison. But as a response, Liu Nian laughed hysterically and asked the assistant if he had given up on pretense because not only had he killed his son, but he also wanted to kill him too. Suddenly, a lady interrupted them and asked Liu Nian why he was going crazy, but Liu Nian yelled at her, telling her not to come over. Liu Nian informed her that the two officers were in league with the bastards who killed Liu Xiangwen, and he instructed her to hurry and find other people from outside to help while he held them off. But the lady requested that Liu Nian stop because Liu Xiangwen was already back, and she informed him that Liu Xiangwen was right next to her, so everything was all right. Liu Nian told the lady that it was nonsense because there was obviously nothing next to her, so she was also trying to trick him. Liu Xiangwen just stood there, looking intently at Liu Nian. The lady apologized to Chu Mo, and she informed him that Liu Nian was hit hard by the death of Little Wu, so that day, after Liu Xiangwen went out to play, Liu Nian started to go crazy, thinking that Liu Xiangwen was also murdered by someone. She explained that after a while, Liu Xiangwen came back on his own, and she originally thought that Liu Nian's delusions would get better, but she never thought that Liu Nian would still be like that. A few moments later, while Chu Mo and his assistant were walking back, his assistant sighed in dismay, saying that they came for nothing, and he asked Chu Mo why he was still so serious and if he was still angry, and informed him that those were just some pitiful people, so it was not worth it. The assistant was unaware that the system had notified Chu Mo that the main historical node had already ended, so the gaze of the illusion demon had disappeared. And it also gave Chu Mo a gentle reminder to destroy all main historical nodes as quickly as possible, as well as find and kill the illusion demon's manifestation body to prevent its arrival. Otherwise, he would become assimilated with Floating Cloud City and completely lose himself within the historical cycle of reincarnation, and would no longer be able to return to reality. Back at the Liu mansion, the lady informed Liu Nian that the officers had left already so he could stop pretending. Liu Nian said that gone was good, and as he showed Liu Xiangwen that it was already alright, he asked him if he had scared him earlier. The lady told Liu Nian not to get angry at her for saying it, and she proceeded to question him about how he could be so rash when she told him not to report to the officer. She reminded him that it would be bad if what the coffin maker told them to do were discovered, and Liu Nian informed her that at that time, Liu Xiangwen's head even fell down, so he was also scared, and he explained that he did not think that Liu Xiangwen could revive again as he had no way of knowing that the coffin maker would have such great ability. Liu Nian said that no matter what happened, it was fine so long as Liu Xiangwen was back, but he was not able to finish his sentence when he noticed that Liu Xiangwen was pointing somewhere. Liu Xiangwen was pointing at Chu Mo, who was standing at the top of their wall. Chu Mo pointed out to Liu Nian that he had discovered that he was not crazy. There was a huge coffin in the middle of the courtyard. When Chu Mo saw it, he said that, as expected, it was there, and he confirmed with Liu Nian that it was his eldest son's coffin. The lady panicked, and she asked him what he was doing when the case was already closed. Repeating the lady's question, Chu Mo told her that he was obviously saving people. The lady stood in between Chu Mo and the coffin, and he told him to get away because no one there needed to be saved by him, and he threatened him that if he wanted to get to Little Wu's corpse, he would have to go over her dead body. But Chu Mo was unfazed, and he told her that he would do so as she wished, so if she was planning on stopping him, he would just kill her. The lady froze, and Chu Mo just walked past her. Chu Mo kicked the coffin. The coffin fell to its side, and two bodies came rolling out of it. One of them was tied up and blindfolded. Chu Mo immediately came to check on the person that was tied up. He said that luckily she was still alive, and he told Liu Nian and the lady that they were quite ruthless and that he didn't think that they found a little girl as a funerary sacrifice to be buried with their son. He said that it was the first time he had seen someone use a living person for a ghost marriage. But both Liu Nian and the lady's concern were elsewhere, as they were both horrified that the coffin had been opened and they were thinking that they were doomed. Chu Mo's expression turned dark, and he told the two of them that they should definitely be scared because kidnapping and selling women, not to mention attempted murder, were all heavy crimes. Liu Nian called the lady an idiot and asked her if she was stupid, as he reminded her that the coffin maker had them that they definitely couldn't let the coffin open. While the lady asked Liu Nian why he didn't stop Chu Mo earlier, Liu Nian asked the lady if she was blaming him when she was the one blocking in front of the coffin earlier. But the lady noticed that Liu Xiangwen had disappeared, so she said that the situation was not good. And while the two of them were busy arguing amongst themselves, a dark aura started to rise from the ground. The two of them noticed when the dark aura began to grow and surround them. A figure under a white cloth was saying that he was so resentful, and as he questioned why he was the one who had to die, he complained that even his wife was already gone. The lady immediately thought that the figure was Xiao Wu, and she asked the figure to confirm if it was him. But instead of answering her question, the figure intensified the dark aura that it was releasing. Chu Mo blocked the dark aura to protect the lady, and he told her to stay back. Meanwhile, the lady continued to call for Xiao Wu, and as she reminded him that she was his mom, she asked him if he did not recognize her anymore. Chu Mo told the lady to not be foolish because that thing was no longer her son and it would kill them all. But there was no way in hell that he wanted to die with them, so he demanded that they hurry up and tell him what they had all done because he might be able to find a solution and save their youngest son. Liu Nian quickly told Chu Mo that it was the coffin maker, the boss of the new coffin shop in the eastern city, who made them do it. He recounted that after Xiao Wu died, strange sounds started appearing at night, and the second day, all the birds raised in the hose died. Even bloody footprints popped up in front of Liu Xiangwen's bed, so they were too afraid and asked the coffin maker for help. Liu Nian said that the coffin maker told them that Xiao Wu's resentment was too deep and wanted to take Liu Xiangwen away with him as well, so the coffin maker gave them both the ghost wedding method, as well as the wife and coffin. Liu Nian said that it was all he knew, and he requested that Chu Mo save Liu Xiangwen. Suddenly, bright fragments scattered in the area. Liu Nian was rendered speechless for a moment, and he asked if Xiao Wu's soul was gone and if it had disappeared. Absorbing the bright fragments, Chu Mo asked Liu Nian if he really thought that it was Xiao Wu's evil spirit. He told him that, unexpectedly, just scaring him a little was enough for him to spill everything, and Chu Mo told someone that the play was over so they could come out while praising that their acting earlier was not bad. Chu Mo was talking to his assistant, who was hiding under the white cloth with Liu Xiangwen, and he told him that he flattered him when it was his illusions that were amazing, as they were as good as those old cultivators. When the lady saw Liu Xiangwen, she immediately demanded that the assistant return him to her. The assistant laughed awkwardly as he told the lady that it was not as if he was planning on stealing her son. But the lady was not listening to him as she hugged Liu Xiangwen tightly, telling him it was all fine so no one would hurt him. But suddenly, Liu Xiangwen disappeared in her arms, only leaving his clothes. Liu Xiangwen's clothes fell to the ground as he disappeared. The lady looked so horrified as she asked why Liu Xiangwen had disappeared, and she told Chu Mo that she admitted that they had made a mistake, so she requested that he change their son back. But Chu Mo told her that unfortunately, their youngest son hadn't existed since the beginning, and while he was pointing at something, he told the lady that from the beginning, all they had been seeing was an illusion cast by the monster. Chu Mo was pointing at the coffin, which had grown human arms and legs, that was trying to escape by climbing over the wall, and Chu Mo said that it suddenly ended the illusion only because it wanted to take the chance to flee. A bright light appeared inside the Liu mansion. The coffin monster lay on the ground after being defeated by Chu Mo. Chu Mo asked it to tell him where its creator was, what his purpose was, and warned it that it was the last chance. The coffin monster simply made clattering sounds, as the system notified Chu Mo that the monster was a coffin ghost, an evil spirit created by the illusion demon after collecting human desires and fears. He asked the coffin ghost if it was still unwilling to speak and declared that it was useless. Chu Mo stomped on the coffin ghost and broke it in half. The wood debris from the broken coffin flew in all directions. Liu Nian regained his memory that Liu Xiangwen was eaten by the coffin ghost as soon as the coffin ghost was destroyed. He told Chu Mo that he had taken revenge for Liu Xiangwen on his behalf and requested that he accept the money as a token of his gratitude. The lady chimed in, suggesting that perhaps the coffin ghost and its creator were also the ones who murdered Xiao Wu. She said that the man-eating coffin monster was sold to them by the coffin maker, so it was his fault, and she requested that Chu Mo catch him quickly. Chu Mo said that he understood and ordered his assistant, Luo Chen, to take the Liu couple into custody to face the punishment of their crimes, to which Luo Chen agreed. Liu Nian was surprised and asked Chu Mo what he was saying when he was also a victim because they were tricked by the coffin maker. But Chu Mo scolded Liu Nian, asking them if they weren't ashamed of claiming to be victims when they engaged in human trafficking, took a living girl as a sacrifice for a ghost wedding, and even attempted to bribe an official to avoid punishment. He asked them who they should catch if they didn't catch them. Liu Nian told Chu Mo that they were just too scared, as he mentioned that their 2 children had also been murdered. He begged Chu Mo to spare them, but Chu Mo did not listen to his excuses and instructed Luo Chen to take the Liu couple away and lock them up for interrogation. He also instructed him to take the unconscious girl back as well for the time being, and after she woke up, he should help her find her family. When he asked Luo Chen if he got his instructions, Luo Chen told him that there was no problem. Luo Chen asked Chu Mo if he was not going back with him because, with an incident as weird as that, they might have to report to one of the cultivators. Chu Mo told Luo Chen that he would leave the matter of reporting to him as he would go to search for the coffin maker. But Luo Chen told him that the coffin maker was possibly more dangerous than the coffin ghost, and with their meager salaries, there was no need to risk their lives. Chu Mo told Luo Chen that if they let the coffin maker escape, he would harm even more people, and he told him not to worry because he wouldn't die that easily. As Chu Mo walked away, Luo Chen reminded him not to be reckless when he found the coffin maker and told him to keep watch first while he went back to the station to bring reinforcements over, so he definitely had to wait for him. A few moments later, Chu Mo stood in front of a house, and the system notified him that the main historical node, Coffin Ghost, had already been destroyed, so the wariness of the illusion demon had risen to 1, and when the wariness level reached 10, the illusion demon would be able to locate his position. Still in front of the house, Chu Mo asked if the coffin maker was there, but it was Nan Henju who came out. While addressing him as officer, he asked him if he was there to prepare for a funeral, mentioning that they currently had a grand opening sale of 20% off per coffin, which left Chu Mo speechless. Chu Mo asked Nan Henju if he was the coffin maker. Nan Henju asked Chu Mo if he was looking for the boss, informing him that he was unlucky because the boss usually only came to the store at nightfall, and he told Chu Mo that he just worked there, so if it was sales, he could do it. But if he had something to discuss with the boss, he requested that he come back again at night. Chu Mo told Nan Henju that he seemed to remember him being a cultivator, but Nan Henju requested that he not joke around because if he were a cultivator, there was no way he could end up so pathetically and be there selling coffins. He said that people in their line of work also had trouble finding wives, and as he introduced himself as Shizin, he said that he was already 29 but he was still single. But Chu Mo sternly disagreed with Nan Henju, saying that he was a cultivator, and he told him that they had met once in the secret realm. Nan Henju looked horrified when he heard Chu Mo mention the secret realm, and he requested that he not make fun of him as he was just a normal person. But as he was about to introduce himself, he almost said that he was Nan Henju, and he corrected himself, saying that he was the coffin seller, Shizin. Nan Henju screamed in pain as an internal voice took over and said that he was a Dao heir, Nan Henju. Chu Mo asked Nan Henju if he had recovered his senses, which was confirmed when Nan Henju immediately recognized Chu Mo, and as he asked him if they had been trapped. Chu Mo responded that it seemed so, and he told him that the cultivators in the secret realm were most likely like them and had been given a new identity and memory from that city. Chu Mo informed Nan Henju that to leave there, they must find the demon controlling the city. But the hard part was that they cannot do anything that doesn't match their identity, or they will be discovered by the demon in advance, and it will go into hiding. Nan Henju told Chu Mo that he never thought that there would actually be something that would be able to trouble him, and he told him not to look down on the 4 great sects because they still had some cards up their sleeves, as the 3 Dao heirs have always been in the hidden space, so it was impossible for the demonic beasts to discover them, and since they haven't been given an identity, they should be able to help them. But as he looked at the card in his hand, Nan Henju's face turned pale, so Chu Mo asked him what it was, and Nan Henju told him that the golden plaque doesn't have any signal, concluding that the 3 Dao heirs have all died. Nan Henju looked downcast as he sat on the stairs, and Chu Mo extended his condolences to him, asking if he was close to those 3 Dao heirs. Nan Henju admitted that he hadn't gotten along well with them before, but he couldn't accept the fact that they would die and they're just like that despite their strength, and he informed Chu Mo that they would need more help if they wanted to find the demonic beast hidden in the city. Chu Mo informed Nan Henju that even though he was worried, he hadn't been able to find Jiang Yutong, Jingshan, and Yu Qianyan, which surprised Nan Henju that Chu Mo was experiencing the same, and he informed Chu Mo that his ability to sense had also been completely blocked, and he stated that the city was really strange because it wasn't just his ability to sense. Even his strength had been weakened a lot. Chu Mo was surprised that Nan Henju only had a little amount of strength left, and he advised him to not mind things as it was dangerous there, and he suggested that he should find a place to hide himself. Nan Henju got annoyed by what Chu Mo said, and he informed him that even though he was left with that little amount of power, he could still help, so he shouldn't go too far. Chu Mo agreed with Nan Henju since he insisted, and he informed him that there was actually a place he could help with. A few moments later, the house of the coffin maker fell silent. Suddenly, a drunk man arrived, and he was looking for Shizin, who was actually Nan Henju, and demanding that he come out. He called Shizin a brat, asking him if he had sneaked out to play again. The drunk man burped and said that he had just gone out for a bit to drink and had come back a little late, and as he asked Shizin if he didn't know that he had to watch the store for him, he noticed something above him. He saw Shizin's dead body hanging in front of him, and he was taken aback. The drunk man called out for someone named Abductor, and as he called him a bastard, he demanded that he come out, claiming that he knew that he did it. The man asked what the meaning of it was and if he was trying to send a message by hanging his employee in his store. The drunk man told Abductor that he only knew how to keep secrets, and as he questioned him about whether he had to murder the employee he used for random errands when he just came back a little late, pointing out that Shizin didn't even know anything, someone arrived. The drunk man, who was the coffin maker, was startled when he heard that someone was coming, so he immediately asked who was there as he looked behind him, demanding that they come out. And Chu Mo, the person who had just arrived, informed the coffin maker that it was time to come clean and asked him who Abductor was and what the business that they had to keep a secret was. When the coffin maker realized that he was talking to an officer, he immediately apologized, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about as it was just some drunken prattle because he had just got back from drinking and he saw his employee was hanged to death, that he was just too shocked. But Chu Mo told the coffin maker that he was not asking about Shizin, and informed him that he must know of the Liu family and the Liu couple, and the coffin maker admitted that he remembered that Liu Nian came to buy a coffin just a few days ago. Chu Mo asked the coffin maker what happened next, which took him by surprise, and the coffin maker informed him that after Liu Nian bought the coffin, he didn't have any encounters with him. Chu Mo informed the coffin maker that Liu Nian and his wife had already confessed that they bought a girl from him for a ghost marriage, but the coffin maker continued to deny it to Chu Mo, saying that he really didn't know what he was talking about. With an evil look on his face, Chu Mo informed the coffin maker that if that was the case, he was also associated with the murders of the two sons of the Liu family, not to mention the death of his employee Shizin, and he asked the coffin maker if he was not thinking of taking on all those charges on his own while clicking his tongue, informing him that the loyalty he had for his partner was quite admirable, as he was going to use his own death in exchange for his partner's freedom. The coffin maker panicked, hastily declaring that he would say it all. He immediately began telling Chu Mo that not long ago, someone with the alias of Abductor came to find him. He had a group specialized for human trafficking behind him who wanted to work with him, and the coffin maker informed him that he only worked with them because he was bewitched for a moment, and became greedy with temptation. However, he really didn't murder anyone. The coffin maker explained that when Xiao Wu died, Liu Nian came there to buy a coffin. He informed that Abductor suggested that they work together to trick him, so they made strange sounds near his house, stole one of his chickens, and used its blood to create bloody footprints near his youngest son's bedroom. He informed that when Liu Nian became terrified, he took the opportunity to suggest a ghost marriage, but the girl was provided by Abductor, and it was Liu Nian who buried her alive. He only did the sale. Chu Mo informed the coffin maker that he missed the most important part, and he asked him about the coffin monster that devoured Liu Nian's youngest son. But the coffin maker was surprised when he heard about the monster, and he informed Chu Mo that he really didn't know anything. Meanwhile, it was peaceful in the dungeon. The girl from earlier was sleeping soundly on the floor. The lady from earlier asked Liu Nian what he thought those officers were thinking to lock them in with Xiao Wu's bride. But Liu Nian questioned her for still considering the girl as Xiao Wu's bride, and he informed her that it was all because she wanted him to do a ghost marriage for Xiao Wu, that even Liu Zhangwen had been murdered and they were even imprisoned. The lady informed Liu Nian that he was the one who bought the girl, questioning him for blaming her. But Liu Nian was not listening to her as he noticed a dark aura wafting through their cell. And when the lady noticed Liu Nian's horrified expression, she asked him what was with his expression. There was someone in the dungeon who was producing the dark aura. Liu Nian immediately called the person a monster, and even though he was horrified, he couldn't take his eyes off the person. The one producing the dark aura was the girl from earlier, and as the lady saw it, she immediately tried to run away from her and started yelling, asking someone for help. The coffin maker was surprised when he learned that the coffin grew legs and even devoured the Liu family's youngest son, and he informed Chu Mo that if he possessed that kind of ability, he wouldn't need to watch over that small store and engage in such an unsavory living. But Chu Mo informed him that he was the one who sold the man-eating coffin, yet he wanted to imply that he knew nothing. The coffin maker immediately informed Chu Mo that it must have been the abductor who did something to his coffin. He pointed at the place where Nan Henju was hanging earlier, which was already empty, and he stated that the abductor killed his worker, so he must want to kill him too to silence him. But the coffin maker noticed that Nan Henju was gone. Nan Henju suddenly appeared behind the coffin maker, and with a menacing smile on his face, he asked him if he was looking for him, which rendered the coffin maker speechless. The coffin maker informed Nan Henju that grudges have an origin and debts have a debtor, but he was not the one who killed him. Nan Henju informed the coffin maker that he knew that and asked him to calm down. But suddenly, Nan Henju asked the coffin maker what was wrong with him because the coffin maker started screaming in pain. The coffin maker collapsed on the floor, and as Nan Henju asked if he fainted just like that, Chu Mo asked him if he could have scared the coffin maker to death, and why he came down when it would have been good if he just obediently kept hanging. Nan Henju informed Chu Mo that he made it sound easy, but he should give it a try because hanging for too long causes his neck to get sore. And not to mention, the coffin maker's reaction was obviously not just from being scared. Suddenly, one of the coffins opened up, and it released auras as a person came out of it. But the person was faceless and was talking nonsense. Nan Henju immediately pointed out that it was a faceless monster and asked it what it was saying. The faceless monster continued speaking nonsense, and it seemed to be targeting the coffin maker on the floor. Nan Henju noticed that the faceless monster was trying to get near the coffin maker's body, and he told it not to even think of it. Nan Henju immediately charged forward to attack the faceless monster, and when he felt that his attack didn't connect, he said that he missed, but he was surprised when he realized that he just went through its body. As the faceless monster began absorbing the coffin maker's essence, his words became comprehensible, and he welcomed Chu Mo and Nan Henju while he introduced himself as the coffin maker, the master of the nighttime coffin store, and he said that that night he would like to invite the two of them to bear witness to his ceremony for becoming a celestial being. When Chu Mo heard the faceless monster introduce himself as the coffin maker, he asked him who the other one was. The monster began to devour the drunk coffin maker from earlier while he told Chu Mo that 1 month ago, he fell into danger in the mountains. He informed him that when he was on the brink of death, he met a celestial by chance who passed on to him a corpse cultivation method, and after that, his soul split into two. His immortal ethereal soul hid within the coffin to cultivate, only coming out at night, while his mortal carnal soul retained his past self and stayed active during the day. He told Chu Mo that what they saw earlier was his body's mortal soul, something completely useless for becoming a celestial body. But in order to form a celestial body, he still needed to eat him and get the remaining nutrients. The coffin maker stated that it was a process that he really hated because, after eating the mortal soul, his appearance would go back to how it was before, and he said that that body is just so ugly and dirty. And he screamed as he said that Celestial shouldn't have such an ugly appearance. So he started altering some parts to be smaller and removing unnecessary bits. He began looking like a one-eyed monster. He stated that it should be like that, and he finally looked like a celestial. Chu Mo asked Nan Henju if that was the celestial that they, the cultivators, wanted to become, and Nan Henju told him that it was ridiculous and that no one would want to become that kind of celestial because no matter how they look at it, it looks like a monster. Hearing what Nan Henju said, the coffin maker got angry, and he told Nan Henju to shut up because he was a celestial. The coffin maker let out a mighty roar. An explosion occurred inside the store, and Nan Henju could be seen emerging from the smoke as he jumped away from the explosion. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was still inside, unfazed, and he told Nan Henju that he should go and hide after all. He informed the coffin maker that since his little worker has already left, they should have a proper chat, and the coffin maker asked him what they should chat about. Chu Mo told the coffin maker that they should chat about why he sold the coffin to the Liu family and who was the one who informed him about the fake cultivation method. The coffin maker was enraged. He informed Chu Mo that it was the Celestial who informed him and that the Celestial did not deceive him because there was no problem with the corpse cultivation method. He told him that they were definitely jealous of him because he had seen the Celestial with his own eyes and it looked like his current form. Someone stood in the middle of the dust and debris. It was Nan Henju, and he remarked that he was careless because the coffin maker's power wasn't like that of a demonic beast, and it was also different from that of a cultivator. He noted that the roar earlier actually even destroyed his defense technique. He clicked his tongue as he recalled that he had almost thought his bones were going to be shattered, and that it was frustrating because when fighting a monster like that, body-strengthening cultivators would have an advantage after all. Suddenly, Nan Henju realized that Chu Mo and the coffin maker should be fighting already, yet it was so quiet, which made him ponder if the battle could have already ended and if Chu Mo was that strong. But he acknowledged that the situation may be even worse, so he shouted to Chu Mo and inquired if he was still alive. From inside the store, Chu Mo replied to Nan Henju that he was living just fine and questioned if he was cursing him, and Nan Henju countered by asking him if he had already defeated the monster. Chu Mo queried Nan Henju what monster he was talking about, and he urged him to hurry and come in. As Nan Henju returned and entered the store, he was puzzled by what he saw, and he immediately inquired of Chu Mo what they were doing. Seeing Nan Henju standing by the door, Chu Mo queried him what he was doing standing around in a daze. He instructed him to hurry and sit down and not keep their fellow Taoist coffin waiting, and upon hearing what Chu Mo just stated, Nan Henju questioned if by fellow Taoist coffin, he was talking about the coffin maker, and he inquired if they didn't fight. Chu Mo assured Nan Henju that he was right and that what happened earlier was a misunderstanding, and while still calling the coffin maker Taoist coffin, Chu Mo expressed that he had always admired celestials, and when he discovered that the coffin maker was only cultivating for 1 month yet he was about to become a real celestial, jealousy got the better of him. He admitted that upon witnessing the coffin maker's celestial figure and transcendent visage, he was unable to manage his words properly, and was unwilling to accept reality. But fortunately, the coffin maker was gracious and forgave his discourtesy. The coffin maker advised Chu Mo that knowing and learning from his mistakes was a good virtue, and he was able to quickly realize the wicked thoughts in his heart, which meant that he was a person with good roots of wisdom, so it was just a matter of time before he became a celestial. Nan Henju finally grasped the situation, so he sat down, and while also addressing the coffin maker as Taoist coffin, he conceded that he must also apologize to him for his words earlier. The coffin maker laughed, and he conveyed to Nan Henju that Chu Mo had already mentioned that they were also aspiring to become a celestial, and since that was the case, they were all on the same path, so there was no need to mind trivial matters like that. Chu Mo conveyed to the coffin maker that if it wasn't for his reminder, he would not have been able to discover that he was on the wrong path on his road to becoming a cultivator. So he would like to renounce the wicked path and return to the correct path, and he requested the coffin maker if he would mind guiding him and letting him meet once with the celestial that had taught him celestial arts. The coffin maker explained that it was tough because it was hard to find traces of celestials, and perhaps he would only be able to meet and thank his master after he had become a celestial himself. But he clarified that he didn't need to worry because their meeting like that was also fate, and he could also completely pass on the corpse cultivation method he had learned to him. Nan Henju questioned the coffin maker if a method for becoming a celestial shouldn't be extremely precious, yet he could pass it on so easily. And he observed that from what he knows, cultivation schools usually take disciple selection extremely seriously. And after entering the school, disciples even have to offer money, property, or large merits to the school before they have the chance to learn real techniques. So he pointed out that if celestial arts were widespread, the entire world would be filled with celestials like him. The coffin maker chuckled, saying that it was too funny because, like the saying goes, the Tao can't be sold for even 10,000 gold coins. So there was no way for the method of becoming a celestial to be judged according to worldly standards, and he wondered if any of those so-called cultivators actually became a celestial, and mentioned that since he had that fortuitous opportunity to become a real celestial, he obviously should make the celestial art widespread to benefit everyone. The coffin maker outlined that their world is so hard with foreign rebellions, the blood-shedding fights of nobles, and the struggle between cultivators and non-cultivators that in the span of just a few years, there have been wars one after another. He shared that his 2 sons and daughter all starved to death while his wife also died while they were escaping. As he questioned what good a cultivator becoming an emperor does when the officials are actually even more corrupt than before. And he argued that those so-called cultivators only care about pursuing greater strength, more territories, or more power, and they don't care at all about the lives of the normal folk, which made him wonder if people like them deserve to become celestial. He stated that after he becomes a celestial, he might not be able to stay longer in their world, so he would like to pass on the method for becoming a celestial to Chu Mo so that he could pass it on to more people who are suffering, allowing them to gain liberation and freedom. Chu Mo praised his wisdom and sense of justice as quite admirable, but he reminded the coffin maker that he was also an official and asked him if he could trust him. The coffin maker clarified that even though he was an official, he had a good reputation in Flowing Cloud City exactly because he was someone who was righteous and not corrupt like his colleagues that believed him. And as for Nan Henju, the coffin maker asserted that he had absolutely no wisdom, root, or spirituality, so he was afraid that it would be extremely hard for him to become a celestial. So if he wanted to make the celestial art widespread to liberate more people, he could only rely on Chu Mo. Nan Henju voiced to the coffin maker that he kept saying things about liberating people from suffering, and he inquired about the 2 Liu family children that died as well as the bride for the ghost wedding. When he heard about the Liu family, the coffin maker was enraged, and he declared that they deserved to die, and worse, because the Liu couple were wealthy yet malevolent, and the government and merchants conspired together. He stated that there were many families that had been ruined in return for their luxury, so those types of people deserve karmic retribution, and he was taking justice on behalf of the heavens. The coffin maker elaborated that as for the bride of the ghost wedding, that was a critical part of becoming a celestial with the corpse cultivation method. He revealed that her soul was currently hidden inside the coffin, and when her mortal and immortal souls combined to form the celestial body, she would become his Tao companion. As he opened the coffin, revealing the soul of the girl inside, the coffin maker detailed that they could become real celestials only when 2 celestial bodies, one yin and one yang, simultaneously completed the last step of the corpse cultivation method. Otherwise, he would perish and the girl also wouldn't be able to live for long. The coffin maker justified how it was causing harm when the girl would soon become a celestial along with him, and he noted that looking at the time, the ceremony was almost there, and her body should also be coming back soon. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, there was no guard, and the hall was empty. In one of the cells, the girl's body was striking its head against the bars. Liu Nian's wife remarked to him that the girl just keeps banging against the bars, and as she wondered how they were going to sleep like that, she suggested that he bind her up. But Liu Nian explained that no one knows what that monster will do, so he advised that she should go. The coffin maker recounted a chant, instructing Chu Mo to use it to seal the coffin, and up to that point, he had already informed him of all the steps of the corpse cultivation method, and Chu Mo remarked that, as expected of a method for becoming a celestial, it was incomparably profound. But Chu Mo mentioned that he still had a question and informed the coffin maker that the bride of the ghost wedding is most important in the corpse cultivating method, and there were special requirements for the day and time of birth, so it wasn't an easy matter to find the right person and even change them to become his own Tao companion. So he asked him how he was able to find his own Tao companion within just a month. The coffin maker laughed, and he informed Chu Mo that in Floating Cloud City there is a human trafficker, and amongst their customers were ghosts, gods, inhuman creatures, and even those like him who were about to become a celestial, and they were the ones who provided him with his Tao companion. When Nan Henju heard about the human traffickers, he quickly asked the coffin maker where they should go to find them. The coffin maker informed him that finding them would be tough because they would only find fated customers on their own. But perhaps they would come back to that coffin shop so they could wait a few days to meet with them. Otherwise, they could only just wait patiently. Suddenly, the coffin maker looked startled as he realized that they were on the topic of Tao companions, and he was puzzled as to why his Tao companion hadn't arrived yet. On the other hand, at the dungeon, someone was talking nonsense, and it seemed like they were chanting. Liu Nian and his wife were scared, and as his wife asked him what that sound was because it was so scary, Liu Nian explained that it definitely had to do with the girl because she was banging against the bars more quickly. Just as Liu Nian said, the girl still kept on banging on the bars, and its speed was increasing. Meanwhile, the coffin maker was in a panic, and he kept asking why his Tao companion was not coming back, wondering if she had been confined. He stated that he was so close in just a bit more, and he could become a celestial. Chu Mo requested the coffin maker to restrain his grief because worldly matters are not permanent, and he informed him that no one could have predicted that that kind of thing would happen. He informed the coffin maker that becoming a celestial is an act of defiance against heaven, so it was normal to meet with challenges along the way, and perhaps that may just be his fate. But the coffin maker refused to accept it, and as he mentioned that there was still a backup plan, he pointed at Nan Henju and informed him to become his Tao companion. Nan Henju got annoyed, and he reminded the coffin maker that he was a man, so there was no way he could become his Tao companion, not to mention that there was a requirement for a particular birthday and time for the Tao companion. The coffin maker informed Nan Henju that the requirements were definitely more complex if he wanted to become a perfect celestial, But currently, he can't care about that much, so improvising and becoming even just a half celestial was fine. And whether it was a man or a woman, it was all the same when he would turn off the lights. And upon hearing what the coffin maker said, Nan Henju questioned him why he didn't choose Chu Mo as his Dao companion when even he was fine. The coffin maker informed Nan Henju that Chu Mo is his successor, and must help him spread the celestial art. So of course he must stay there and cannot go to the celestial realm, so the only choice for his Dao companion was him. Nan Henju apologized to the coffin maker and informed him that he was not willing. The coffin maker leaned in towards Nan Henju as he tried to persuade him, informing him not to worry because once they became celestials together and surpassed the mortals, there would be endless enjoyment and happiness, but the coffin maker trailed off. Nan Henju got pissed off that the coffin maker kept cutting off halfway, and he asked him if he didn't know that it was extremely irritating. The coffin maker looked like he was repulsed by Nan Henju, and he informed Nan Henju that he couldn't do it because, after looking at him from up close, he was just way too ugly and he would go crazy if he had to be with him all the time in the future, so it would be better to just die and end things. The coffin maker's expression turned grim as he informed Chumo that it seemed like his celestial roads ended there, so the corpse cultivating celestial art was already up to him, and Chumo wished him to have a nice journey. The coffin maker started walking away. As an intense light from the skies hit the coffin maker, Chu Mo sighed, saying that the coffin maker was also a pitiful person, and although he was slightly bizarre, he was also a very sincere person. Chu Mo informed Nan Henju that if he really had to kill the coffin maker, he would also have felt a bit reluctant. So it was a good thing that he was there, as it was great that the coffin maker was able to choose to end things himself, and that left Nan Henju speechless. The dust and debris caused by the impact of the powerful light began to dissipate. The system notified Chumo that the main historical node, the coffin maker, was destroyed, so the illusion demon's wariness increased, and the current wariness level was 3. Nan Henju remarked that he never imagined the coffin maker would pass away just like that. He questioned what plans he had in mind. Chumo responded that the celestial the coffin maker encountered in the mountains could possibly be the demonic beast controlling the city. However, the lead had been broken, and the sole clue remaining was the human trafficking group that supplied the coffin maker with the bride for the ghost wedding. Nan Henju recalled the coffin maker mentioning that it would be extremely difficult to find the human traffickers directly. He suggested that the cultivators in the secret realm should have been teleported there, so perhaps they could first find them and get them to help. Chumo clarified that there was not enough time because the demonic beasts wouldn't allow them to move freely forever. He ordered to keep watch at the coffin shop and instructed him to let him know if the human traffickers visited. He, whose identity in Floating Cloud City was an officer, would go back and utilize the power of an official to search the city because if the human traffickers continued to sell girls, they would definitely leave some traces behind. A few hours passed, and it was already morning in the city. A man looked so angry as he chased after someone he called a stupid brat. As he demanded the brat not to run, he cursed at them and labeled them a thief. The one being chased was Ire. As she made faces at the man to taunt him, she taunted him who would listen to him and labeled him an idiot. Ire was holding a bun in her hand while running away. As she hid in the corner, she was out of breath, expressing that she really had to hand it to the man as he had really chased her for so long over a mantu, questioning if it was really worth it. She noted that it should already be fine that she had run all the way there. Ire saw something shining and enticing near her. As she inquired where that place was, she remarked that it was weird because she didn't have any memories of that place, so she wondered if she could have gotten lost. She was being enticed by the shining candy blower that was formed in different shapes, and the merchants were calling customers, proclaiming that they were delicious and fun candy creatures. Seeing Ire, the merchant inquired if she would like to make a candy creature. Ire's eyes twinkled. As she questioned the merchant if those candy creatures were all kneaded by hand, she pointed at them while exclaiming that it was so cute. The merchant revealed that the candy creatures from other places are kneaded by hand, but his are a bit special. Molding the candy in his hand, he detailed that he used dusk sugar instead of malt sugar, so it was quite rare and precious. As he molded the candy in his hand, the merchant enlightened Ire that if she blew into that pipe of dusk sugar, it would become what she wanted the most, and he queried if she would like to try. Ire dropped the mantu in her hand as she exclaimed that she wanted to try. The merchant directed her to come and blow into the pipe. She began blowing on the pipe with all her might, and her face began to turn red. The candy became the food from the modern world that she liked. The merchant was startled, as he wondered what those things were because he had never seen any of them before. He was puzzled because it looked like they were all food. Suddenly, Aya started to complain that her head was so dizzy, and she did not look so good, so she questioned the merchant what he did to her. As Aya collapsed onto the ground, the merchant assured her not to worry as it was normal because if she wanted dust candy to change shape, she would need to use a lot of energy, so of course, she would feel tired and faint. He noted that it was the first time he had seen someone who could make dust candy change shape to that extent, so she was the most suitable person to become Hippo's new bride. Aya's vision turned black. As she accused the merchant a bastard, he urged her to go to sleep because by the time she woke up again, she would be welcoming a wonderful new future. Meanwhile, at the dungeon, Liu Nian was questioning an officer what the meaning of things was and why they couldn't leave yet when he had already received so much of their money. The officer explained that it was the order of the head officer. However, he reassured him that there would definitely not be any harm to him, and he inquired if they didn't want revenge when Chu Mo captured them and put them in prison. Liu Nian was anxious as he confessed that there was no way he would dare because Chu Mo was his colleague and was also an official, so there was no way that he would dare to offend him. The officer labeled Chu Mo a bastard, stating that he was not one of them. He contended that Chu Mo was always pretending to be so high and mighty and getting into conflicts with the higher-ups, so the head officer had wanted to get rid of him for a long time already but hadn't been able to because of his background. He argued that at the time when Chu Mo's new subordinate, Luo Chen, captured the two of them, he actually made a big deal about how the coffin became a monster and killed people and about a coffin shop that sold monsters to mislead the public with rumors, so he declared that it was unforgivable and that Chu Mo was definitely dead for sure that time. Liu Nian looked horrified. He asserted that the coffin monster was really real because he had seen it himself. The officer grinned evilly as he clarified that it didn't matter if it was real because the head officer had already gone to invite a cultivator, and they were planning on taking that chance to kill Chu Mo. He warned him that if he dared to cause problems, the one to die would be him. At the live stream, an audience remarked, asking what in the world the cultivators were doing, questioning if they were having fun with role-playing and if it was time for them to get involved in RPG. Another audience demanded that the cultivators go kill the demonic beasts and stop wasting their time. While they watched Chu Mo walking the streets, an audience suggested, requesting him to just massacre the entire floating cloud city if he couldn't find the demonic beast because, after all, the people there weren't alive anyways. Another audience observed that if the secret realm failed, they would be the ones to die. Another one also inquired, asking if the backend of the live streaming app was messed up because they had watched and watched but suddenly the timeline jumped. Wuri Chen tried to calm everyone down, explaining that although most of the saviors had fallen into a predicament, Chu Mo was currently figuring out a way. And as for the messy livestream timeline, she clarified that it was because the floating cloud city was currently in the Lost Lands, so the flow of time there was different from reality. She asked Jai Sheng to explain to everyone the detailed reason, but she was rendered speechless when she realized that Jai Sheng was no longer in his seat. Wuri Chen looked horrified, and she inquired where Jai Sheng was. Yi Shuang revealed that Jai Sheng had mentioned earlier that something came up and he had to leave first. But she suspected that perhaps he just wanted to run away by himself first, which startled Wuri Chen. Meanwhile, at a modernized building in the laboratory, someone was mad as they were letting other people go. It was Qian Lian Shan, and he accused those people of being traitors, bastards, and trash, so the man in the eye patch questioned him what was wrong. Qian Lian Shan was fuming mad as he reported that the cultivators had all departed, and he complained that those bastards claimed they would deal with Chu Mo together. But currently, they were retreating, which was too much, so he was pondering what would happen to them after Chu Mo returned from the secret realm. The man in the eye patch notified that he had already requested more reinforcements from the financial conglomerate, and he asserted that it was expected that the cultivators left because, after all, the secret realm app was currently live streaming what was happening in Floating Cloud City. He stated that the truth behind the disappearance of Floating Cloud City was an absolutely forbidden topic for the four great sects, so because of it, they had killed many people, and the financial conglomerate had also previously decided to investigate Floating Cloud City. But the result was that they almost caused an all-out war between the financial group and the cultivators, so he concluded that the four great sects would do anything to hide the truth behind the disappearance of Floating Cloud City. On the other hand, at the cave of the Dan Tai Bai sect, Tianzin was walking with someone else. It was the Polaris Fire sect leader, Zhang Chongjin, and as he walked with Tianzin, he queried how his injuries were, and Tianzin noted that the after effects of using the half-step transcendence state were extremely severe, so at that moment, he had barely recovered half of his strength. Zhang Chongjin pondered whether they should summon the other two sect leaders over because for something like destroying the secret realm, it was impossible to be too careful. But Tianzin insisted that it was a sensitive moment with both great danger and great opportunity, as the two sect leaders were currently heading to the depths of the ocean to awaken a certain person. Not to mention that the two of them combined were enough to destroy the secret realm, so there was nothing to worry about. Tianzin told Zhang Chongjin that he would start extracting the core of the secret realm, and he directed him to support him with a lightning technique the moment the core appeared to destroy the secret realm together. Tianzin began extracting the core as he had outlined, and it started to appear above them. He signaled Zhang Chongjin to support him while he summoned his illusory bubbles. Zhang Chongjin complied, and he employed his move, Primordial Azure Divine Lightning. The attacks of the two sect leaders combined, and they charged towards the core of the secret realm to destroy it. Their attacks hit the core, and a huge explosion occurred, producing smoke that covered the area. But as the smoke dissipated, it revealed the unscathed core of the secret realm. A cultivator arrived in time to protect the core by using the barrier, Lionshin Demon Suppression, and he elaborated that it was fortunate that only the two of them came. While Tianzin was alarmed that their attacks were blocked, Zhang Chongjin recognized that the cultivator was Jai Sheng, and he inquired why he was there and not continuing his job as a live-streaming idol. Jai Sheng explained that he was there to stop the two of them because if the secret realm was destroyed, all of the cultivators in the secret realm would be sacrificed and Earth would lose its last shield. And he emphasized that they didn't care at all how many innocent people would be sacrificed when the demonic beasts invaded. Zhang Chongjin argued that if the secret realm battle failed, the shield protecting Earth would also become the stepping stone for the demonic beasts to invade. And if that happened, it would cause even more damage and death, pointing out that at that moment, 3 Dao heirs had already died and Nan Henju had lost much of his power while the other cultivators had also lost their sense of self and become puppets of Floating Cloud City. And although Chu Mo could still move around freely, the secret realm battle at that time was destined to fail, so destroying the secret realm in advance was the best choice. But Jai Sheng rejected what Zhang Chongjin proposed, and he maintained that they just intended to hide the truth behind Floating Cloud City's disappearance, as they just were unwilling to let the world know that 1,000 years ago, the first demonic beast had been summoned by the 4 great sects. Zhang Chongjin's expression turned dark as he questioned Jai Sheng how he had acquired such knowledge when it was a secret that only the sect leaders of the 4 great sects should know, and he speculated that it might be Kang Wu or Yu Tianren who had divulged it. Jai Sheng became irate at Zhang Chongjin for actually daring to bring up those names. He lectured him that he ought to know what Kang Wu and Yu Tianren had done for their world, and as he questioned him if it was possible that he cared more about the reputation of the 4 great sects than about saving the world, he declared that as the current sect leader of the Polaris Fire sect, he would make them ashamed. Tianzin interjected, and he remarked that there was no need to waste time talking with Jai Sheng because the flow of time in the Lost Lands was chaotic, so the truth behind Floating Cloud City might be revealed at any time, and since Jai Sheng wanted to hinder them, they just needed to kill him. Zhang Chongjin smiled wickedly as he explained that the secret realm battle at that time had been destined to fail, so destroying the secret realm at that moment was so they could save even more people, and he cautioned not to force him to kill him. When Jai Sheng heard Zhang Chongjin's justification of protecting the world, he commented that it was tragic, and as he queried him if he only knew how to use such pretentious excuses, he stated that if he intended to destroy the secret realm, he would have to go over his dead body. Jai Sheng insisted that he trusted Chumo, and that he could do what they could not, bringing a new opportunity to humanity's fate, so he would definitely not allow them to hinder him. Somewhere in Floating Cloud City, an official informed Chumo that he had been mistaken about him. He usually spoke about justice and righteousness all the time, so no one would have known that he would do something that shamed regular citizens. The official added that not only that, he also dared to spread the news that a monster had appeared in the city to deceive and cause unrest, which was abhorrent. At that time, no one would have been able to protect him. The official looked angry, and he took a dramatic pause. He laughed hysterically and asked someone how his performance had been and if he should deliver it just like that later. The official, named Lu Feizing, was speaking to the officer from before, and the officer informed him that he had been really great, as it had been too satisfying. They must definitely take that chance to get rid of the bastard Chumo, who had been so uptight and cocky that it made them all uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, who had been tied up in front of them, declared that he was not human because Chumo had been risking himself to chase the monster, yet they were trying to stab him in the back. He asserted that Chumo didn't deserve to be the head officer of Floating Cloud City. Lu Feizing asked Luo Chen condescendingly if he didn't know how many people Chumo had pissed off in Floating Cloud City, stating that if it hadn't been for Chumo's court historian uncle, he would have lost his life long ago. He mentioned that he actually had to thank him because he had been the one who brought the evidence of Chu Mo spreading lies to deceive and cause unrest among the citizens into his hands, so the one who killed Chu Mo was him. But Luo Chen firmly stated that the coffin monster was real, and there were not just one monster within the city, so if they ignored it and let it be, the monster would harm even more people. He asked if they really did not care at all. Lu Feizing feigned ignorance, questioning how there could be any monsters appearing in Floating Cloud City. He asked Liu Nian what he thought and if there were any monsters in the city. Liu Nian nervously denied, stating that there had never been any coffin monster and Chu Mo had tricked him as he wanted to scam money out of him. When the trick failed, he had his accomplice lock him up in prison. He stated that he hoped that they would observe justice and set things right. Upon hearing what they expressed, Luo Chen scolded them for daring to speak nonsense when Chu Mo was the one who saved them from the monster. Lu Feizing chimed in, asserting that that was about right, and notified them to not forget that the piece of Floating Cloud City was protected by the cultivators of Lotus Grotto, so it wasn't possible for monsters to exist. He remarked that if they really did appear in the city and kill people, that would affect the reputation and influence of the cultivators. Luo Chen commented that if that was the case, he should request the cultivators from Lotus Grotto to come over because they would be able to tell whether or not there was a monster at a glance. Lu Feizing asked Luo Chen if he believed that Chu Mo would be saved if a cultivator came, and he informed him that the cultivators of the Lotus Grotto wanted Chu Mo to die even more than him because he broke the rules and became involved in matters of the cultivators. He dared to expose the matters of the monsters and slap the face of the cultivators. Lu Feizing stated that the treasures, blessed lands, and resources of the cultivation sects were all allocated by political relevance and contribution, so even if something went wrong and there was a monster, they could only say it never happened. He inquired if Luo Chen did not understand that if the citizens did not complain and the officers did not investigate, it meant peace for everyone. Luo Chen was speechless for a moment, and he looked horrified as he questioned how that could be. Lu Feizing informed him that he was still young, so he didn't understand, but Chu Mo knew, so he really didn't know why he would do something so stupid. He asked what it was for at the end because he only made enemies and was giving up his life too, because compared to bandits, drought, and starvation, there was nothing wrong with monsters killing a few people. Suddenly, the doors to the office opened and someone stepped in. It was Chu Mo, who commented that it was so lively the moment he entered and saw the situation. He inquired why Luo Chen was bound. Luo Chen immediately explained that they were trying to frame him and the cultivators were coming. Lu Feizing grinned as he remarked that it was too late, and he notified him to not think of leaving since he had come there. He ordered the other officers to get Chu Mo, and everyone agreed and did as they were instructed. Meanwhile, Chu Mo looked bored as he stared at the group of men that were about to attack him. A fight ensued, and the sound of punches resounded through the entire office. All the officers were lying on the floor, and Lu Feizing, who was also heavily injured, was kneeling in front of Chu Mo, reprimanding him for actually daring to attack his comrades and intimidate an officer, which constituted a first-degree crime. But Chu Mo ignored his remarks, telling him that he was in a hurry and asking where the head officer was because he needed to talk to him. Lu Feizing was enraged as he interpreted Chu Mo's question as an insult, and he declared that he was Floating Cloud City's head officer. Chu Mo informed him that it was great, and he asserted that Floating Cloud City was currently facing unprecedented danger, so from that point onwards, he was his dog, and everyone in the security forces of Floating Cloud City must follow his commands without question, including him. Lu Feizing was trembling in fear, but he still managed to curse Chu Mo as he asked him if he had really gone crazy. He informed him that no matter how strong his martial arts were, it didn't matter because he was still just a mortal and he was too arrogant and reckless, so the cultivators of Lotus Grotto would not let him go. Chu Mo was amused when he heard about the cultivators of Floating Cloud City, admitting that he almost forgot about them. He ordered Lu Feizing to take him to visit them after the matters of the security forces were resolved because the native cultivators should probably be even better tools for finding people. Lu Feizing smirked as he notified him that he didn't need to worry because the cultivators of Lotus Grotto were already on the way, and they would be there soon, so they would see if he could still laugh then. But Chu Mo was unfazed, and he informed him that if that was the case, he didn't need to waste his time. Suddenly, someone opened the doors of the office in a hurry. An officer arrived, and as he inquired Lu Feizing what was happening, Lu Feizing, who was coughing due to his injuries, stated that it was perfect, and as he asked the officer why he just came back, he ordered him to quickly bring over all the cultivators because Chu Mo must die that day. But the officer looked horrified, and he informed him that the cultivators had all left and abandoned them because a river suddenly appeared outside that surrounded the entire floating cloud city. Remembering what he witnessed, that a person was melting in the river and was asking for help, the officer explained that no matter if it was humans or animals, any creature that touched the river water melted. The floating cloud city was currently surrounded by an ominous green mist, and the officer declared that no one could leave, so they were all going to die in the city. The officer took Lu Feizing to the river that surrounded the floating cloud city, and as he indicated there was no way to leave, Lu Feizing refused to believe that it was real, asking the officer where the cultivators were and if he was sure they all left. The officer asserted that he had already gone to Lotus Grotto, and there was no one anywhere within Lotus Grotto, so the cultivators had already abandoned them. Lu Feizing was perturbed as he argued it was impossible because a river that could dissolve mortals is absolutely nothing to cultivators, so they must have definitely gone to look for a way to save them. But Chu Mo interjected by discussing the possibility that the river was created by the cultivators, and Lu Feizing rebuked him for speaking nonsense because if floating cloud city was put in danger, the cultivators keeping watch over it would also be punished, as it was not as if they were covering up 1 or 2 deaths. Chu Mo utilized the golden eye of the stone monkey, and he proposed that perhaps that was exactly the reason why they wanted to massacre the city. The system notified Chu Mo about the Zijin Gold Gourd, a magic tool of Lotus Grotto, originally used for refining medicine, that turned normal mortals into corpse water if they were put inside, and after undergoing modifications, an array was used to enhance the effect, so floating cloud city was taken inside, and if the ground was broken, he would immediately attract the attention of the illusion demon. Chu Mo revealed to Lu Feizing that they were currently inside a gourd. Lu Feizing was confused about what gourd Chu Mo was talking about, asking him where he saw a gourd, but when he saw Chu Mo dipping his hand into the water, he paused to wait and asked him what he was doing. He was unaware that Chu Mo was applying his aura to the water to hit a sleeping snake at the bottom. Chu Mo successfully hit the snake, and the system alerted him that the infant river god, who was hibernating, contained the ability to control the river flow, and when attacked, it awakened the river god's instincts in advance and gathered all the flows of the river it was in. Chu Mo confirmed that he was done and instructed him to take him to Lotus Grotto to see if there were any traces left. But Lu Feizing still couldn't believe that what he saw was possible because Chu Mo obviously put his hand inside, so he couldn't understand how he didn't become a liquefied corpse. Chu Mo looked pissed, and he demanded him to shut up and lead the way. But Lu Feizing countered, and he advised him to stop dreaming, as he shouldn't think that just because he was kind of capable, he could do whatever he wanted and that he shouldn't even think of ordering him around. A few moments later, Chu Mo arrived in a huge cave. Lu Feizing, who was filled with bumps and bruises, noted that it was the Lotus Grotto. Looking around, Chu Mo was amazed, commenting that the cultivators moved really cleanly, as there truly was nothing left in the caves, and he commanded Lu Feizing to go look around and see if the cultivators left any traces behind. Lu Feizing questioned the officers he brought if they were deaf and if they had not heard Chu Mo's orders, urging them to hurry up and go, and they complied. The officers searched through the cave thoroughly. Suddenly, one of the officers announced that he had found something, mentioning that there was a mirror there, but he was not sure if it would be of any help. Lu Feizing urged to hurry and give it to him as he grabbed the mirror. As he inspected the mirror, Lu Feizing exclaimed that he had seen that mirror before, mentioning that it was a communication tool used by the cultivators, and Chu Mo was intrigued, so he inquired Lu Feizing if he knew how to use it. Lu Feizing recalled that he remembered that he had to press some parts on the mirror's decorative frame, and he demonstrated it to Chu Mo. Suddenly, the reflection of the mirror began to ripple. A man appeared in the mirror, and he pondered that he didn't think that it was a signal from within floating cloud city, so he wondered if a mirror could have been left behind inside Lotus Grotto. Lu Feizing immediately recognized the man as sect leader Jin, and as he voiced his relief that they had finally reached him, he began pleading with Jin to save them because floating cloud city was surrounded by a strange river filled with water that dissolves people. But without beating around the bush, Jin admitted that he was the one who did it. Lu Feizing was horrified by what he had just heard, and he couldn't believe it, so he pressed Jin what he had just spoken. Jin elaborated that demonic beasts from outside were currently attempting to invade floating cloud city, and were transforming normal humans into monsters to serve as a beacon for their descent. So as long as there is even one mutated monster that still survives, the demonic beast will be able to descend. He appeared so sinister as he explained that if the demonic beasts descend, that is a danger that will threaten the entire world. Thus, they could only make a small sacrifice, and he proclaimed that in order to completely destroy the mutated monsters within the city and prevent them from escaping, he used a tool to shield Floating Cloud City. He asserted that the corpse-dissolving water would slowly drown the entire city, and requested that they die along with the entire Floating Cloud City. Lu Feizing knelt on the ground, looking so scared, and he pleaded to be saved. He revealed that if he desired to drown the Floating Cloud City, he would certainly back him, but he begged that Jin save him considering their past relationship, and he asserted that he certainly was not a monster. Jin acknowledged that he definitely helped him earn a lot of money, and it was unfortunate, but he admitted he had no way of saving him because releasing the technique that surrounds Floating Cloud City for even a moment would allow the possibility for the monsters to escape the city, and hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of people would die as a result. Chu Mo questioned Jin if it would stop his plan to destroy Floating Cloud City if they were able to exterminate all the monsters in the city, which Lu Feizing added, telling Jin that they had already found a clue that there was a human trafficker called Abductor who was the source of the spread of monsters, and if they found him, they could find all of the mutated monsters, so he implored that Jin give them some time. Jin conceded that he could only give them 3 days of time, and if after 3 days they could not destroy all of the monsters, he vowed only to massacre the city. He vanished from the reflection of the mirror. Lu Feizing tried to call Jin to wait, as 3 days were too short, but he already severed the connection. Chu Mo prodded Lu Feizing what he was still in a daze for, and he commanded him to search the city and find Abductor. Lu Feizing was trembling in panic, and he explained that it couldn't be done because if they wanted to investigate all the human traffickers in Floating Cloud City, even if they had all of the officers move, 3 days of time was not enough. Chu Mo suggested that if the officers weren't enough, he should utilize all of the manpower of the officials in Floating Cloud City, the city lord, the official registrar, the low-level officials, and if those people still weren't enough, he should grab the city lord's concubines to work too because if he wanted to live, he must find Abductor no matter the cost. Lu Feizing felt some hope, and he vowed that he would start searching immediately. Meanwhile, outside the gourd, a disciple informed Jin that they had already adjusted the Zijin gourd to its optimal condition as he ordered, and he inquired Jin if he really was going to give Floating Cloud City 3 more days, but Jin dictated to destroy Floating Cloud City immediately, saying that he just wanted to let them die while dreaming happily as it was his last compassion towards those pitiful insects. Jin declared that there was no way he would risk the safety of the whole world just for the Floating Cloud City, and most importantly, maintaining the technique of the Zijin gourd consumes large amounts of spiritual stones, and those lowly mortals aren't worth the expenditure of more of his precious wealth. He commanded to listen to his command and ordered it to drown the entire Floating Cloud City completely. The Zijin gourd followed Jin's command. Meanwhile, the infant river god, who was at the bottom of the river, woke up. The waters inside the Zijin gourd rose, and it was about to devour the Floating Cloud City with its huge waves. But suddenly, the waves disappeared into thin air. On the other hand, Jin was observing the Zijin gourd with his disciple, and the disciple inquired if it was successful. Jin looked pissed as he noted that it was weird because the waves that should have risen suddenly quieted down, and he urged everyone to send in more of their energy together with him and try again. The disciples obeyed Jin's command, and Jin commanded to listen to his command and ordered it again to drown the entire Floating Cloud City completely. A few moments later, Jin already looked exhausted, and he looked distraught as he observed that it had already been 6 times, but it had failed again. Jin immediately grabbed his mirror to summon Lu Feizing to come out, and he directed him to stop what he was doing to go and investigate if anything strange was happening at the riverside. But instead of Lu Feizing, Chu Mo was the one who appeared in the mirror, and he reported that Lu Feizing had gone to pursue Abductor, so he was unable to answer, and he remarked that it was unfortunate because it seems like his Zijin gourd has malfunctioned. Jin looked so pissed that his nerves were popping out of his temple, and he demanded Chu Mo who the hell he was and how he could know about it. But instead of answering his question, Chu Mo stated that he had already helped him motivate Lu Feizing to pursue Abductor, so he had already lost his use for him. And as Chu Mo warned not to contact them anymore, he shattered the mirror in his hand. Jin was enraged, and while he called Chu Mo a bastard for daring to do such a thing when he was just a mere officer, he ordered his disciples to bring over all the spirit stones to use them as fuel for the Zijin gourd. He declared that no matter what the cost, they should destroy Floating Cloud City and all the evidence and let Chu Mo, the arrogant bastard of an officer, die without a trace. Suddenly, a disciple informed that there was a new contact request on the communication mirror. Jin was still mad, so he interrogated the disciple if it was time for something like that because if they didn't get rid of all the evidence, the celestial realm would discover what happened in Floating Cloud City. The disciple looked terrified as he relayed that it was a contact from the celestial realm. When Jin learned that it was a contact from the celestial realm, he also got terrified. He questioned how it could come at such a time, but he rationalized that it was impossible, and that there was no way they could know so quickly. The disciple inquired if they should pick it up, and while trembling, Jin commanded to hand him the mirror. The reflection on the mirror started to ripple. A man appeared in the reflection, and as he queried Jin how he had been, he also inquired how the situation at Floating Cloud City was. Jin briefed, whose name was Ming Guang, that it really touched him greatly that a tiny and remote place like Floating Cloud City deserved his care. He reported that everything in Floating Cloud City was peaceful, the citizens were happy and productive, and there were no signs of strife. Ming Guang acknowledged that he understood, but he appeared so displeased. He probed him if he still hadn't destroyed Floating Cloud City even after so long. Jin was so taken aback that he had to inquire Ming Guang what he just uttered. He confessed that he didn't understand because Floating Cloud City is a city that is guarded by their Lotus Grotto, so there was no reason for him to destroy it. Ming Guang clarified that 10 years ago, to revive his daughter, he started to try connecting to other dimensions to obtain the power of the demonic beast realm, and ever since then, they have been observing him. Panic was evident in Jin's face as he admitted that he couldn't understand why he didn't stop him if they had already known about it that early on when connecting to other dimensions was a taboo of the celestial realm. Ming Guang casually explained that it was because of the large number of mortal deaths that the celestial realm declared it a taboo, to placate the masses, but the rules were just a tool to deceive the weak and let them have a sense of safety. He pointed out that he should have also felt it in himself that in the past 10 years, the spiritual energy of their world was growing weaker, so because of that, the power gained from the realm of demonic beasts has become an important research topic, and the results of his research were even better than that of the Dantai Grotto, one of the 8 great sects that specialize in spatial manipulation. He complimented that his courage and imagination are deserving of praise as he was able to use the entire Floating Cloud City as a research subject. Jin was still anxious as he acknowledged that Floating Cloud City was currently out of control, so it might not be possible to completely destroy it with just his power. Ming Guang reassured that he would be arriving soon, so he shouldn't worry because when it comes to dealing with that type of thing, they are extremely experienced. On the other hand, Luo Chen was guiding Chu Mo to a huge mansion, telling him that it was the biggest gang there, the base of the Black Dragon Gang, and apart from the officials, they were the group with the greatest manpower in the area. Chu Mo lauded Luo Chen, and he prompted him to remind him again if he had any interactions with the gang before. Luo Chen seemed uneasy as he recounted that he had interfered with many of the Black Dragon's crimes before, so most of their members despise him, especially the leader, and he revealed that the gang has a strange obsession towards him, so he suspects that they will not assist. Chu Mo reassured not to worry because, in the matter of life and death in Floating Cloud City, the leader of the Black Dragon Gang will make the correct decision. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to help the Black Dragon Gang change their leader. As they entered the mansion of the Black Dragon Gang, Chu Mo was greeted by Jiang Yutong, who seemed to be the leader. She commented that he was a rare customer. Chu Mo was surprised to see that Jiang Yutong was the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, and as he questioned her if she was called Yutong there too, he indicated that he would like to ask her a favor. Jiang Yutong taunted Chu Mo, saying that he was always so noble and virtuous that no one would have expected that there would be a time that he would come there wagging his tail to ask for her assistance. Yu Qianyan suddenly appeared, telling Jiang Yutong that the nuisance Chu Mo keeps causing trouble for them, and currently, he even came to their territory alone, so he was looking down on them, the Black Dragon Gang. When Chu Mo realized that they all had lost their sense of self, he remarked that it was troublesome, so he should just focus on the main task, and he implored everyone to listen, saying that he was currently representing the court to ask them for their cooperation in saving Floating Cloud City from danger. But Jiang Yutong interrupted Chu Mo, telling him that there was no need to waste words, and she commanded the gang to capture him. The gang enthusiastically concurred with Jiang Yutong's command, and Yu Qianyan disclosed that at that time, no one could save him. Chu Mo gravely clarified that Floating Cloud City has entered a crisis, isolated with no chance of reinforcements, so he doesn't desire to fight unnecessarily and cause any loss to their forces. But Jiang Yutong articulated that if Floating Cloud City has entered chaos, it is the opportunity that she has been waiting for because, currently, there will no longer be anyone to interfere with her, so she could do whatever she wished to him. And she vowed to Chu Mo that she would make him her husband. Chu Mo was taken aback, and he was profoundly puzzled by what he just heard. Yu Kaiyan was so surprised when she heard Jiang Yutong announce that she would marry Chumo that she couldn't help but inquire if she was serious. The other gang members also urged Jiang Yutong to reconsider because Chumo was their enemy, and they questioned her why she needed to reward him. Jiang Yutong pondered for a long time on what she should do to him to give him the most extreme shame. Hang him naked on the city wall for 7 days and 7 nights until he starved to death. Fabricate a charge and send his reputation to the ground. Or perhaps make it simple and have 4 or 5 men with sabers cut him into meat sauce in the market. But she clarified that, unfortunately, he had an uncle who was a court historian, so she couldn't use any of those methods. Jiang Yutong approached Chu Mo and revealed that he had been haunting her like a ghost and trying to lock her in prison so she would give him an opportunity. Leaning forward to taunt Chu Mo, Jiang Yutong challenged him to marry her, suggesting that from the place closest to her, he could have the opportunity to try to gather evidence of corruption between the Black Dragon Gang and the officials, and she questioned him if he dared to do such a thing so they could see if it would be him who got tainted and dragged down by her or if he could lock her up first. Chu Mo asserted that time was of the essence and saving people was more important, so he currently didn't have the time to play house with her. Jiang Yutong reminded Chu Mo that in the past, he always maintained that even if he were to sacrifice himself, he wanted to save Floating Cloud City, defeat evil, and uphold justice, so if he married her, she would assist him. But before Chu Mo could respond, Jiang Yutong probed him if he was speechless and if it could be that compared to the lives of the entire city, he cared more about his purity and nobility, and if his virtue was worth just that much. But without batting an eye, Chu Mo countered that he didn't care, and that marriage wasn't a problem so long as she assisted. Jiang Yutong was pissed by Chu Mo's reaction because he was agreeing a bit too easily, so there was no satisfaction from it. But Chu Mo stated that the marriage must happen after the danger was over, and he requested her to help him find a human trafficker in Floating Cloud City called Abductor. Jiang Yutong let out a sigh as she concurred with Chu Mo, commenting that he was still always putting official duties first as usual, so it seemed like he was never getting rid of that stupid habit. And she admitted that he couldn't help it if she was pampering him and that if he was looking for someone, she would do as he wished. She immediately summoned the members of the Black Dragon Gang and commanded them to send out everyone and use whatever means to find Abductor within the day, even if they needed to flip the entire Floating Cloud City over because that night she would be entering the nuptial chamber with Chu Mo. The members of the gang enthusiastically consented to Jiang Yutong. Jiang Yutong proposed to Chu Mo if he should be at ease since their Black Dragon Gang had a lot of people, so when it came to searching for someone at least, they were much better than the officials, and Chu Mo acknowledged by thanking her, saying that she had been a great help, and he mentioned that he would leave first as he would also be searching for Abductor. But Jiang Yutong queried Chu Mo what the hurry was when she already arranged for the gang members to help search, and as she noted that they currently needed to plan out their wedding that night together, she started discussing with him about his wedding attire, asking him if he would like to wear a white wedding veil or a red phoenix gown. Chu Mo was avoiding the question, and he mentioned that he also needed to check out the work progress of Lu Feizing so they could decide after he came back. But Jiang Yutong instructed him to just ignore that piece of trash because their Black Dragon Gang could figure out something as simple as searching for someone. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the doors to the Black Dragon Gang mansion opened abruptly. A member came in, and he reported to Jiang Yutong that they had found the Abductor. More members came, and they affirmed that all of those people were Abductor. Jiang Yutong queried them if they were kidding her because they just left, yet they immediately apprehended Abductor. She questioned if it could be that they just grabbed whoever from the streets to mess with her. But one of the members confirmed that it was true because everyone in the city joined the Abductor. They were capturing those in power, the wealthy, and even gangs like them. A lot of their gang members had already been apprehended by those people. Jiang Yutong interrogated the member if he was serious, if everyone in the city had gone crazy, and how it was possible that they would dare to go against them. Suddenly, one of the people asserted, informing Jiang Yutong that they were not crazy, they just wanted to live. As he explained that they did nothing wrong because they were just working diligently to survive, he questioned why they deserved to die and why the cultivators wanted to destroy their homes and kill them all. The man inquired if they hadn't seen the river that could dissolve humans into corpse water was about to become a tsunami to swallow them all, and he elaborated that if it weren't for the river god preventing the wave, they would have all died. When Chu Mo heard the man mention the river god, he inquired how he knew of the river god. The man looked deranged as he detailed that a real cultivator had informed them that if they wanted to awaken the river god to protect Floating Cloud City, they needed a lot of sacrifices. He recalled that in the past, they had all been exploited and denigrated, with their money and food stolen, so now it was the turn of the high officials, those in power, those with wealth, and the gangs to give up their lives to save them. Meanwhile, at the center of the city, a few people captured Lu Feizing, and while they were tying him up, he labeled them foolish citizens, inquiring if they had all gone mad, if they knew who he was, and if they were trying to revolt. Lu Feizing was brought to a man, who seemed to be abductor, sitting in front of a gigantic snake who inquired if he knew that those who abduct are abductor, so if they wanted to catch abductors, he couldn't blame them for catching them. Lu Feizing laughed as he remarked that it was too ridiculous that he would think that all of those people, everyone in the entire city, were his human traffickers. Abductor outlined that they were regular citizens, artisans, food vendors that sold buns or tofu, prostitutes, beggars, and even butchers. They had been pushed too far by the officials, who not only wanted their money but also their lives. So, when the river surrounded the city, they all became abductors because, in order to live, they could only drag those above them to the mat. The one before him was the city lord, and currently, it was his turn. The gigantic snake lunged forward to devour Lu Feizing, and he attempted to plead to be saved. But Lu Feizing was not able to finish his sentence as blood spurted all over the place. The gigantic snake grew bigger, and when the people saw it, they proclaimed that the river god grew bigger, so they were saved. But with Ire lying unconscious on the ground in front of him, the abductor announced that it was still not enough, so they should go bring more sacrifices for the river god. He declared that when the river god awakens and marries the new bride, Floating Cloud City will be saved. At Floating Cloud City, the abductor asserted that it was still not enough, asking the people where the sacrifices were because they still needed more, and asking if the privileged and bullies in the city were just those few. One of the people revealed that there were still members of the Black Dragon Gang, and there were a few hundred of them that hadn't been caught, which made abductor command them to hurry and bring them over. But the person admitted that the base of the Black Dragon Gang was well defended and there were a lot of them, so it would take a while for them to break through. Abductor acknowledged that he got it, and he called for a monster named Quadraped, ordering it to go with the people in the Black Dragon Gang, and he declared that they were just a bunch of mortals, so it should be easy for him, and Quadraped concurred. Suddenly, another person arrived and informed Abductor that someone had come from the Black Dragon Gang's base. Abductor was pleased, and as he wondered if the Black Dragon Gang could have sent over a delegate for negotiation, he mused that it was stupid, but nevertheless, since it was a sacrifice that came to them on its own, they should let him come over. A man arrived at the scene. It was Chu Mo, and he confirmed with the man if he was the head of Abductor, and he announced that he actually came out himself, which saved him the time to find him. Abductor recognized that he knew him, stating that he was a small officer of Floating Cloud City who was responsible for ruining the Coffin Maker's Celestial Ascension ceremony and mobilizing the officials to capture him throughout the city, and he questioned him how he became involved with the Black Dragon Gang. Chu Mo explained that it was obviously to stop him from ruining Float Cloud City, but Abductor chuckled when he heard what Chu Mo said, and he opined that he didn't understand anything. Abductor proclaimed that the world was sick and there was no saving it as the cultivators and officials were frantically consuming even the last pieces of flesh in their world, arguing that only the divine beings from the other world, their divine master, could truly save them, save Floating Cloud City, and save the mistaken world, so if he wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Abductor instructed to look as the gigantic snake behind him had grown larger and had taken on a semi-humanoid form, and he mentioned that they just needed a few more sacrifices for the river god to recover its true body, and after the river god marries and the wedding is over, the real divine spirit, who will guide their world, will descend. He revealed that he would become nutrients for the river god, and he commanded the snake to eat Chu Mo. The giant snake roared loudly as it charged towards Chu Mo, but Chu Mo just stood there unfazed, and he declared that it was time to wake up and work. On the other hand, Ire was still tied up and was lying unconscious on the ground. Suddenly, she began regaining her consciousness and opened one of her eyes. Noticing that Ire woke up, the giant snake's attention turned to her, and he persistently called her his wife. The giant snake reached out to grab Ire, who was currently shrouded in a huge amount of aura, and he proclaimed that they would become one. Seeing the giant snake grab Ire, Abductor laughed hysterically as he announced that the river god's marriage started early, and he advised to be grateful that he spared his life. But nonetheless, there was already nothing he could do, so they should just witness the descent of the divine spirit together. Meanwhile, Chu Mo just calmly watched as the scene unfolded in front of him and remained silent. The check-in system notified Chu Mo that it had been confirmed that he was currently sharing pet combat power, and that his power was transmitting. The aura that shrouded Ire earlier started to dissipate. The giant snake was surprised when Ire's hair got so long and full of volume. He got excited, calling Ire his new bride and demanding marriage. The hair that grew was Ire's tail, and she enclosed herself in an orb of aura and tackled the giant snake with it, causing its blood to spurt all over the place. Abductor, who was unaware of what really happened, remarked that it was mysterious because no one would think that the serpent was just a fake body, and the wife, who should have been devoured, was the real river god. But it was good, as it was a change that fits even more with what their world should be like. And as he addressed Ire Lord River God, he implored her to guide the divine spirits from the other world to arrive onto their corrupted world. But to Abductor's surprise, Ire just walked past him and went directly to Chu Mo. She kneeled in front of him, and as she referred to him master, she apologized to him for being so late. The people rejoiced that the gods had descended, remarking it was awesome because the floating cloud city was saved. They were saved. The other demonic beasts also showed themselves and proclaimed Chumo their lord. On the other hand, Abductor couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he inquired how Chumo could be a true deity. Suddenly, Chumo ordered everyone to be quiet, and he instructed to heed his command. The demonic beasts looked so pleased, and they vowed that they would carefully follow his orders. Chumo called them celestials, revealing that they were the privileged people whom he had chosen, who surpassed the limitation of the inferior race barrier, the evolvers who won the elimination of the weakest by natural selection. And he declared that his first command was to kill all citizens, flood the floating cloud city with blood, as the blood of the citizens would open the passage for his beast army, and the new order would be born in their decaying world. Celestials and beasts would dominate that world together. Meanwhile, at the live stream, an audience was so surprised that Chumo was the lord of the otherworld, exclaiming that it was crazy. Another audience speculated that it was impossible, and that Chumo must be acting at the moment. Another audience challenged, questioning the first commenter on how they would explain the beast who was beside Chumo that called him master. Another audience confessed that they knew that Chumo was not a good guy. Another audience expressed that they couldn't believe that Chumo was going to slaughter the whole city, yet there were still people who believed him. Back at the floating cloud city, one of the demonic beasts looked worried as he questioned another demonic beast if he was okay, because he was in a panic, expressing that it shouldn't be like that because they became celestials so that they could save the citizens and correct the world, so he couldn't understand why they must kill them, and he realized that they were tricked. Suddenly, the demonic beast, who had just come to the realization that they were tricked, exploded. The people also panicked, and as they started to run away, they pondered why such a thing was happening when gods were supposed to come and save them. Desperation filled everyone's eyes as they urged to hurry and run because they didn't want to die. As one of the people looked behind him, he saw a demonic beast, so he alerted the others that a beast had caught up to them already, so they were dead. But the demonic beast reassured not to be afraid because he was there to protect them, and he guided the people where to go, asserting that they must stop the other world's evil god even if they gave up everything. Chu Mo smiled as he observed that it was interesting. He labeled them ants and claimed that he gave them all the power and qualifications to stay alive, yet they chose to go against him. The demonic beast fiercely charged to attack Chu Mo, asserting that they were celestials, and celestials must eliminate evil and uphold justice. Chu Mo released a tremendous amount of aura, and he judged that they were foolish, so he would send them on their way. The demonic beast was determined to kill Chu Mo, denouncing him as an evil god, and as the fight continued, they were determined to protect the citizens. So they resolved that they must not retreat and not give up on hope, but they just ended up wondering why they couldn't hurt Chu Mo. Chu Mo stood on top of the pile of bodies of the dead demonic beast, and he had Abductor in his hand, declaring that he was the last one. He released his aura through the palm of his hand and blew Abductor up. Purple liquid, which seemed like the blood of the demonic beasts, was spilled on the ground. Chu Mo stepped over the liquid as he came down to the ground. Suddenly, Chu Mo noticed Nan Henju behind him, and he remarked that he could feel the hostility in his heart, questioning him if he also wanted to kill him. But instead of answering his question, Nan Henju inquired who he was actually, how there could be a beast calling him their master, and if he really was the other world's deity. Chu Mo explained that Ire was the beast he subdued when she descended on Earth, and earlier, he was only devising to bait all the monsters who called themselves celestials, just like what happened to the coffin maker, because they were all pitiful people who were deceived. But to prevent the descent of the illusion demon, they must perish, so to let them die beside the savior is his final act of respect for them, and he queried Nan Henju if he would trust him if he articulated it like that. Without hesitation, Nan Henju affirmed that he believed him. Chu Mo looked happy as he expressed gratitude to Nan Henju, but suddenly, He realized that it was peculiar because the whole city's celestials should have been there, but things were not over yet, and he recognized that there were still some celestials of the Lotus Grotto who left the city earlier, so they might also be one of them. The sign and system notified Chu Mo that the main historical node had been destroyed by 99%, and only 1% remained. When Chu Mo started to walk away, Nan Henju got worried, so he suggested resting for a while and replenishing his strength because he must be feeling fatigued after the slaughter earlier. But Chu Mo insisted that there was no need as there was no time, and he directed him and Ire to stay in the city to prevent any accidents while he would go find the Lotus Grotto's immortal cultivators. Meanwhile, outside the Zijin Gourd, Ming Guang assured not to worry because the spell they used would immediately transfer Floating Cloud City to the Lost Lands, and like that, beasts wouldn't be able to descend through the Floating Cloud City. So after the matter is concluded, he plans to give all the experiment materials to the Celestial Realm, and as he queried him if there were any objections, Jin confirmed that there were none. Jin's eyes were blazing with aura, and he vowed that he would naturally obey the Celestial Realm's order. Ming Guang brought out a weapon and started to perform the spell when Jin asked him if that simple weapon could really send the Floating Cloud City to the Lost Lands. When he heard Jin call the weapon simple, he replied that it was the Sky-Crossing Star Bead, which was the lost Heavenly Spirit Bead that the Celestial Realm obtained at a great cost, and that rare weapon had finally been completed after engraving 3,000 layers of precise arrays for 10 years. However, although a weapon is magical, it still cost a lot to move a whole city. Ming Guang explained that thanks to him for containing Floating Cloud City into the Zijin Gourd, it saved them a lot of time, and they only needed 10 seconds. But Ming Guang was not able to finish his sentence as he trailed off. Cracks started to form on the Zijin Gourd. Suddenly, the Zijin Gourd completely shattered. Ming Guang was speechless for a moment, and as he glanced at Jin to ask him what was going on as the Zijin Gourd suddenly broke and if he was the beast's accomplice, he accused that it was a mortal crime. Jin was terrified, and his voice trembled as he insisted that he really didn't know anything, and that he wouldn't dare to. He claimed that the Zijin Gourd was being broken from the inside. Ming Guang asked Jin what the Floating Cloud City's current contention was, and as Jin, who was still terrified, reported that currently the barrier had already been broken and there might be some evolved beasts that escaped out of the city, Ming Guang got mad at him, calling him a bastard, and declared that if some evolved monster escaped and caused the descent of the otherworldly beasts, even he would be punished. So he would go and contact the neighboring immortal cultivator sects within a 100-mile radius to massacre all citizens of the 3 cities. He vowed that none were allowed to live, and he asserted that he would also be helping. Jin stuttered as he agreed with Ming Guang, and he promised that he would definitely redeem himself. Suddenly, Chu Mo appeared, and he criticized them for being able to massacre a city so easily that the blood of their victims could form a river. He condemned that they treated human life like grass, yet they still thought they could call themselves immortal cultivators. Ming Guang countered that the Celestial Realm controlled the immortal sects in the whole world, so they were freed from laws, while beasts were treated as the enemies of the whole world. So to survive the disaster, there was nothing wrong with killing people. He inquired Chu Mo who he was, and he introduced himself as the attendant of the Celestial Realm, telling him that even if there was something unreasonable in the law, it was not for him to criticize. Jin chimed in, forcibly telling Ming Guang that Chu Mo was a small constable of the Floating Cloud City, and he had always been arrogant and hadn't shown him respect, so he was not sure if he even cared about the Celestial Realm, adding that it was very suspicious that Chu Mo suddenly appeared right after the Zijin Gourd broke. Chu Mo asked Ming Guang if he had talked enough and stated that he had killed all of the monsters in the Floating Cloud City, but one of the Lotus Grotto's immortal cultivators was also a monster. So he came there to stop the dissension of the beasts, and he clarified that he was not the Lotus Grotto's immortal cultivator, so he should just scram. Ming Guang was amused by what Chu Mo remarked, asking him what would happen if he didn't, and if he mentioned that he didn't know that he was a body-refining cultivator, a mere unorthodox sect. He asserted that allowing him to exist was already a great heavenly mercy, yet he dared to attack the Celestial Realm. Jin chimed in again, and he observed that evolved monsters were really good at hiding, so it was impossible for Chu Mo to slaughter all of them in half a day. And the Zijin Gourd must have been broken because of him too, so his purpose must be to stop them from moving the Floating Cloud City to the Lost Lands, which is why he must have a hidden agenda, and he might even have surrendered to the beasts. Ming Guang concluded that it made sense because the martial arts that the body refination sect used were originally related to the beast, and because of that, For decades, the Celestial Realm had been killing tens of thousands of body refination members, and only recently had they acknowledged the position of their immortal cultivators. But after decades of hatred towards the Celestial Realm, it could not be gone in just a day, so it was not impossible for them to defect to the beasts. Chu Mo was amused by Ming Guang's train of thought, and he proposed that since logic wouldn't work, it would be easier to just kill him. Jin called Chu Mo a mere constable, and as he proclaimed that his sin for colluding with the beasts wouldn't be forgiven, he ordered his disciples to kill Chu Mo. But Chu Mo just effortlessly defeated those disciples while calmly walking forward. Suddenly, a beam of aura was fired towards Chu Mo. It was from the sky-crossing star bead, and Ming Guang used his move, other-dimensional astral projection. Chu Mo was unfazed as the beam of aura started to conform to wrap his body in aura. He began to disappear, along with the aura that shrouded him. Ming Guang smugly called Chu Mo a body-refining cultivator who had not cultivated his attitude, as all he thought about was blood with no regard for law. He claimed that if he was angry, people would die, so he didn't even care about others as he just lost his mind and he was the country's traitor, so no one would fight him head-on. And he accused that he was foolish, so he would just send him to the Lost Lands and let him live between the endless circle of life and death. But to Ming Guang's surprise, Chu Mo appeared behind him and nonchalantly stated that he had come back. Ming Guang was alarmed, and he inquired how it was possible when no one could return from the Lost Lands alive. Chu Mo explained that he was hilarious and contended that they, the higher-ups, always said that everything was under their control. But sadly, everything was in vain, and the place they were currently in was the Lost Lands, and thousands of years ago, they all died there. Luo Chen trembled in fear as he asserted that the consciousness of the world he was referring to was nonsense, and that he must have been lying. Chu Mo did not make an effort to convince Luo Chen, remarked that whether it was the truth or not, he could experience it himself, and he bid farewell to the demon. A golden aura started to swirl around Chu Mo. The light intensified, and Luo Chen was blinded by it. He used his arm to protect his eyes as he tried to figure out what that aura was. The bright golden light grew so intense that it spread all over the place. The floating cloud city became peaceful, so peaceful that there were no people on the streets. On the other hand, Luo Chen fell unconscious, and he was surrounded by darkness, with only a dim purple light illuminating him. He suddenly woke up, and he was at Floating Cloud City at the beginning of the story, where he was waking his leader, Chu Mo, up. Even though Chu Mo was nowhere to be found, Luo Chen inquired him what just happened, as it scared him when he suddenly stopped moving, and he couldn't get him to respond no matter how hard he tried. He questioned him if he was okay, if his body was feeling alright, and if he should report it back to headquarters and the chief. Suddenly, Luo Chen trembled while clenching his fist. Luo Chen punched himself in the face. He explained that he gave himself a wake-up punch so everything was clear, and as he realized that it was a new cycle of history, he noticed that Chu Mo wasn't there and no one was on the street either, so it seems like Chu Mo revealed the truth. He is the only one imprisoned in the Floating Cloud City. Luo Chen questioned Chu Mo if he had stated that it was enough to trap him there, and he laughed hysterically as he called Chu Mo foolish because any open door will certainly leave clues. So all he needs to do is a little investigation, and he is out of that god-forsaken place. Suddenly, the bright golden light appeared again and illuminated the entire place. The Floating Cloud City was peaceful and empty again. Luo Chen was in the dark place again, unconscious. Just like earlier, he suddenly woke up at Floating Cloud City again, and he was reenacting the beginning of the story again, waking his leader up. Luo Chen immediately realized that something was wrong, so he queried what happened earlier, and he couldn't believe that the world had been reset again and the time for each cycle was only 10 seconds. He cursed as he felt that the story was resetting again, and he pleaded with the world to wait because he hadn't started to investigate. But the bright golden light appeared again and illuminated the place. At the same spot in Floating Cloud City, Luo Chen was waking up his leader over and over again. Luo Chen knelt on the ground as he mused to himself how many times it had been, and he tried to recall if it was 2085 or 2086. He was going crazy, and as he conceded that it didn't matter anymore, he was drooling while crying as he laughed. Luo Chen repeated the cycle over and over again, and it was already the 2787th cycle. On the other hand, at the cave of the Dantai sect, the place was shaking and rumbling, and debris was falling from the ceiling. Tianzin was bleeding and out of breath, and he couldn't understand something. Meanwhile, Jai Sheng and Zhang Chongjin were fighting each other on equal terms. Both were landing a punch on each other's faces. But Jai Sheng got the upper hand as he was able to deliver an uppercut to Zhang Chongjin, which made him cough up blood. Tianzin suddenly attacked Jai Sheng from behind, questioning him why he wouldn't fall, while on the other hand, Jai Sheng revealed that he was running out of strength. But as the sect leaders of Dantai sect and Polaris Fire sect, they were conducting a laughable battle because the enemy was only an elder of a sect. Jai Sheng was already trembling and coughing up blood, but he was still standing. Tianzin urged to stop being so stubborn because the demons were about to invade the secret realms and descend onto Earth at any time, and he was cutting off humanity's last hope by stopping them from destroying the secret realm. But Jiasheng reminded Tianzin that he had declared many times before not to even think about it. Suddenly, a red card communication device appeared, and it was ringing. Zhang Chongjin cursed when he saw it, as he knew that it was a red emergency notification talisman that is only used to communicate during emergencies. Tianzin inquired Jiasheng if he finally recognized it and if it was what he desired because the realm was about to end, and the demons were about to invade Earth, so he is a traitor to humanity. But to their surprise, the person on the other line of the notification talisman inquired Tianzin and Zhang Chongjin if they were aware that the realm had been completed and the saviors were returning, so humanity was the victor. The secret realm issued a notification that the mission for the third realm had been completed, so after 10 minutes, the saviors would return to reality. Zhang Yutong, who was back in the secret realm, was surprised that the third mission had been finished, as she didn't know when it happened, and Yu Kaiyan was with her, remarked that her memory was blurred and it was like she had a long dream in some strange place. Zhang Yutong suddenly remembered the floating cloud city, but she inquired what happened there because she didn't remember a thing. Yu Kaiyan looked pensive as she explained that Chu Mo probably killed the demons and completed the mission, and she confessed that she was already used to it to the point where there was nothing to be surprised about. Zhang Yutong trembled as she voiced her frustration, asserted that she should have caught up to Chu Mo, but the truth was that she had been left far behind, and she couldn't even help him. Yu Kaiyan observed that Chu Mo was a level above talented, a logic-defying monster, and she cautioned Zhang Yutong not to let her thoughts devour her and that she should be herself, doing what she was able to, because forcing herself to compare against a monster would slowly drive oneself into insanity. Meanwhile, somewhere in the secret realm, blood was spilled on the floor, and it was already dry. It was Nan Henju's, and he was sitting in the pool of his own blood. Suddenly, some cultivators rejoiced that they were still alive and that they were able to go back, but they saw Nan Henju's corpse, and as they pointed out, they taunted him, claimed that he insulted them for being worthless, yet he died first, so he deserved it. Jing Shan appeared, and he looked so enraged as he commanded them to shut their mouths, questioned them if they had no shame because, looking at the wounds Nan Henju suffered, he died in battle. He proceeded to ask them what they were all doing when Floating Cloud City was trapped by demonic beasts, and he admitted to them that, with his mind in chaos, he couldn't do anything. Jing Shan suggested that perhaps the fact that they were alive at that moment was because Nan Henju fought with his life. On the other hand, Chumo was standing on top of a building, watching what was happening below. Ire was with Chumo, opined that Nan Henju was such a show-off even though he was weak, which made him a big idiot, but she looked so sad as she expressed that. And Chumo added, reflected that it was a shame because once again, there was one less person in their world that trusted him. Chumo gazed down on Nan Henju and acknowledged that he had helped him by delaying the impending clock and that he owed him, so if the sect leaders of the 4 great sects didn't cause any trouble, he wouldn't eradicate them. Meanwhile, in the cave of the Dan Tai Bai sect, Tianzin could not believe that the secret realm had been cleared, and Chu Mo came back alive from the floating cloud city. On the other hand, Jai Sheng laughed when he heard that they had won, and he jested that, as expected, Chu Mo created a miracle. Tianzin got pissed, and he punched Jai Sheng, who was sent flying, telling him to go f*** himself and his miracle and asking him what he was barking about. The punch was so strong that it made Jai Sheng cough up blood, and his eyes turned white. Tianzin was about to continue attacking, and he ordered Jai Sheng to keep on retaliating against him while calling him a traitor. But suddenly, Zhang Chongjin grabbed his arm, exclaimed that it was enough because the secret realm had been cleared, so there was no point in continuing the battle, which made Tianzin mad at him, interrogated him if he was still covering the elder of his sect, and he asserted that it was because of Jai Sheng that the truth about the floating cloud city was exposed, and not to mention, he allowed Chumo to come back alive. Jai Sheng laughed as he boasted that he was currently still pretending to be the good guy, and he challenged the 2 sect leaders to come at him together because he was still full of energy, so fighting youngsters like them was a piece of cake. Tianzin acknowledged that they had been taunted so much, yet he still stood by and watched. Zhang Chongjin remarked that things that had already happened could not be changed, so they should not waste more time on Jai Shen because, at that moment, they should be heading to the deep sea with the other 2 sect leaders to wake something up. Tianzin came to a realization, and he conceded that he was right because once the esteemed one awakened from his slumber, someone like Chumo was nothing, and he urged to rejoice because he was very lucky to have his life spared. Jai Shen was alarmed when he heard them mention the deep sea, and he cried out that they were all insane because that was a seal specially assigned by the celestial realm. Suddenly, the red emergency notification talisman appeared again, and the person on the line announced that they had just received the newest update regarding the companies, stating that the unions of the companies had placed large amounts of nuclear weapons around the outskirts area of Jiashang City. Tianzin laughed when he heard that the location was the outskirts of the city, mused that it was where Chu Mo would return right after the secret realm. So it seemed like the company union had put forward their determination, which would save them the trouble, and he proclaimed that his savior would perish among the ashes from the nuclear explosions. In a place that looked like an office building, Qian Lian Shan looked exasperated as he cursed when he saw that Chu Mo was about to return from the secret realm in 5 minutes, and he inquired someone how much longer they would keep him captive. He was talking with the man with the eye patch, who revealed that they were located in an underground base 5,000 kilometers from Jishan City, so that place was very safe, and the man questioned him if he wished to escape somewhere else. Qian Lian Shan smashed the tablet he was holding as he confessed to the man that he was escaping, and he asserted that it didn't matter because the S-ranked hunters he hired were worthless in front of Chumo, and the leaders of the 4 great sects combined could not defeat him, so there was nothing else he could do. But the man with the eye patch confidently proposed nukes to Qian Lian Shan. Qian Lian Shan was taken aback when he realized that the man was discussing a nuclear bomb, and he questioned him if the Union finally decided on the plan to deploy a nuke in the suburbs of a city, a place where people resided, just for Chu Mo. The man with the eye patch confirmed that Qian Lian Shan was right, informing Qian Lian Shan that apart from him, all 15 presidents of their respective companies had agreed on the utilization of nuclear weapons, so all personnel of the companies that were within the resonated area had been notified to leave the blast zone. All civilians had been notified to withdraw from the area towards the city of Dangmai, 200 kilometers away, and that perhaps there would be some casualties, but they should blame it on their luck. Qian Lian Shan reflected on it, and he realized that if nuclear weapons were fired at Chu Mo, with his speed, he could very likely escape from the center of the blast zone, and if such an event occurred, the damage he suffered might be minimized. The man with the eye patch prodded Qian Lian Shan what he was hesitating for when it was a great opportunity because Chu Mo had entered the secret realm during the battle against the sect leaders of the 4 great sects, and he would return at the exact location where he entered the realm. Therefore, the companies had planted 7 destructive nuclear bombs in the surroundings of Chu Mo's teleportation coordinate, and in the instant he returned, without giving him a second of time to react, they would detonate all the nukes at the same time, and he mimicked the sound of an explosion. The man offered a suitcase to Qian Lian Shan, stating that it contained the nuke detonators and that the honor of executing Chu Mo would be given to him. But instead of being honored, Qian Lian Shan queried the man if it was their plan to shove all the responsibilities and aftermaths on him. The man with the eye patch challenged Qian Lian Shan if he believed he had any choice on the matter, and he reminded not to forget that it was him who used Chu Mo's sister as experimental material, which was the main reason that caused the conflict between Chu Mo and the companies, asking him if he thought Chu Mo would let him go. Qian Lian Shan nervously accepted the suitcase, and he stated that he understood. On the other hand, the secret realm issued a notification that the world of the secret realm would close. The secret realm began to dissipate and reveal the real world. Chu Mo slowly emerged in the real world as the secret realm continued to dissipate. Suddenly, Chu Mo noticed something. It seemed like he was enclosed in a button that was a short distance away from someone's fingertips. The button was pressed. At that exact moment, a huge explosion appeared in the city. The explosion continued to grow, and the bright light it produced consumed the buildings in the city. Qian Lian Shan was the one who pressed the button, and he was maniacally pressing it repeatedly while he urged Chu Mo to die for him. Multiple nuclear explosions occurred in the city, and Qian Lian Shan was repeatedly chanting the word die. He continued to press the button while repeatedly chanting the word die. At the same time, the nuclear explosions continued to grow and consume the city. The explosions grew so much that only a huge, bright light could be seen as everything around them was consumed. The man with the eye patch declared that it was enough, as he forgot to inform him that pressing the button once is enough to detonate, and while trembling, Qian Lian Shan inquired if Chu Mo was dead. The man explained that it was the pinnacle of human technology, so in theory, no cultivators could survive its destructive power. However, Chu Mo is a man that regularly surpasses expectations. So as insurance, the hunters will converge into the epicenter of the explosion to investigate. But after taking 7 nukes head-on, Chu Mo would be half dead even if he survived it, so they will not give him any chance to live. Meanwhile, the city was in shambles, but in the middle of the chaos, a small yet intense, bright light was shining in the middle of it. It was the true flames of Samadhi, and the sign-in system announced that it activated automatically when it detected a large amount of thermal energy impact and was absorbing the thermal energy. The true flames of Samadhi were burning so intensely, and Chu Mo was enclosed in them. Suddenly, the sign-in system alerted Chu Mo that the thermal energy exceeded the thermal storage limit. Chumo stopped moving, and Ire, who was on his shoulders, got worried, and she questioned him if he was okay. Unbeknownst to her, the sign-in system broadcasted a notification that Chumo had entered slumber, and it was executing the process of using the excess energy to strengthen his body. The citizens seemed to be living their lives peacefully, but online, someone exclaimed their concern and asked if a nuclear bomb went off in the suburbs of Jiashang City. People looked at their phones anxiously as someone commented that they were currently in Dangmyo City, and they just saw a mushroom cloud in that direction, mentioning that there were even videos online, and another person got angry, reprimanding the companies for triggering a nuke. Another person commented that it was obvious that the goal was to kill Chu Mo, adding that those psychopaths were so shameless, and as a man looked at his phone angrily. Another one commented that it was good that Chu Mo was dead because the Secret Realm livestream showed a demonic beast with a tail next to Chu Mo, so perhaps he had already betrayed Earth. A lady looked at her phone with a worried look on her face as someone commented that the live stream turned black at the last moment, and the last one conscious, who was Nan Henju, was also dead, so only Chumo knew what happened next in the realm, and another one commented, speculating that perhaps Chumo killed Nan Henju to silence all the witnesses. Meanwhile, at the place where Kyan Lion Shan was being held, the man with the eye patch asserted that it was as expected of him to prepare an army of online activists in such a short time to converge the public opinion and online discussions into the suspicion of Chumo's identity. And Kyan Lion Shan, who got started, remarked that it was nothing as the urgent matter was Chumo's death because only when that guy truly died would he get a sound sleep. The man with the eye patch grinned as he declared that a total of 600 hunters who formed investigation teams in the dozens entered the nuclear zone, so there would be results shortly. On the other hand, at the site of the nuclear explosion, the fires had died down, and only the run-down buildings and the smoke rising up to the sky could be seen. A person walked through the rubble in the nuclear zone. The man observed that it was a nuclear explosion, and he noted that it was a devastating sight because it had such a degree of destruction, yet he was only at the outer edge. Another man inquired if they could really identify the target's corpses in all of that because there were a total of 7 nuclear bombs, so perhaps Chumo evaporated within the explosion. The man from earlier urged that the other man not speak such discouraging words because he was not there for those puny investigation rewards, and he hypothesized that if they could find Chumo's corpse, they would be rich because even if he was still alive, he was probably gravely injured, so there would be more bounty once they killed him. Suddenly, their watches began to make sounds to notify them. A man who was a team leader announced for the attention of his team, informing them that they would be entering the center of the blast zone and that the protection suit had 30 minutes left, so they would withdraw immediately if they could not identify the target within 15 minutes, and everyone agreed. Meanwhile, at the center of the blast zone, no buildings could be seen, only rubble and debris. It was desolated. Ire sat there, exclaimed that she wanted to go home as she wanted to eat fried chicken, and she inquired how much longer Chumo would sleep. The sign-in system issued a notification that the true flames of Samadhi body transformation of Chumo's progress was at 50%, but it exceeded Chumo's limit threshold, so he started collapsing. Ire observed Chumo from behind, waiting for him to wake up. Unbeknownst to her, the system announced a notification that it detected that Chumo was under attack, so it was starting the damage diversion system. Ire immediately turned pale as she felt the pain. He knelt on the ground because of the pain, and she protested, voicing that she had questioned from the start what kind of bizarre ability it was that the pain and suffering were all given to her every single time, declaring that it was beyond. On the other hand, Team 3 of hunters began reporting. Their leader communicated through their communication system that they had identified the target, noting that it seemed to be unharmed. However, he assumed Chumo was unconscious as there was no movement and the demonic beast next to him was currently on the floor, showing extreme pain, so he deduced it was damaged during the nuclear explosion, and he transmitted their current coordinates to request reinforcements. But suddenly, one of his team members charged forward, shouted that the reinforcements could go to hell. The team leader was alarmed, and he summoned the man, whose name was Huan, to come back, and he queried him if he was disobeying orders. Huan asserted that the targets were unconscious and deeply wounded, so he was not going to miss the opportunity, and he vowed to kill Chumo and take all the bounty. Another man charged forward, and as he passed by the leader, he apologized to him, admitting that he was not letting that chance go by either. The team leader muttered that he was so done with those money-grabbing idiots, and he conceded that he didn't care anymore, so they should go together, but he looked anxious. As he jumped in the air to attack Ire from above, Huan chuckled as he taunted that he knew that he couldn't hold in the temptation too, and Ire spotted them, but she was still in excruciating pain, so she couldn't move. Ire looked like she was going crazy because of the pain, and as she kept complaining that it was so painful and it hurt, she remarked that the enemy had perfect timing. She released a tremendous amount of aura as she challenged, urging them to come so they would suffer with her pain together. A huge explosion occurred at the center of the blast zone, and huge slashing auras emerged from the area. As a hunter noticed the explosion, he exclaimed to the people in Team 3 bastards, and he inquired why they would start already when the plan was to kill Chumo together. 2 hunters ran with all their might, and as one of them remarked that Chumo must have been gravely injured, so Team 3 wanted to take all the credit, the other asserted that they needed to speed up and not let Team 3 take all the bounty. Meanwhile, at the place where Kai and Lion Shan was being kept, a voice announced that they lost connection to Team 3 and that all life signals were depleted resounded through the place. The man with the eye patch was listening to the reports through a handheld radio, and he looked concerned when a report came in again, reporting that they lost connection to Teams 2, 4, and 5. Kai and Lion Shan was enraged as he declared that he had enough, and he questioned him if what he was trying to tell him was that his worthless trash hunters were killed by Chumo once again. Suddenly, Harriet, the leader of Team 7, communicated that they reached Team 3 seconds coordinates and there was evidence of combat in the surroundings, but there were no signs of Chumo and there were no corpses, as if dozens of teams evaporated into thin air. When Kai and Lion Shan heard that the teams had disappeared, he speculated that they could have possibly killed themselves along with Chumo, or maybe Chumo ran away while heavily injured. Suddenly, the man with the eye patch crushed the handheld radio in his hand. He looked so pissed as he voiced that it was good to see him optimistic, but to be able to instantly wipe out dozens of hunters meant that perhaps Chumo was never injured to begin with, and he pointed out that even the greatest weapon of mankind could not waver Chumo. Kai and Lion Shan queried why Chumo left if he was not injured, and he mused that wiping out the rest of the hunters should have been a piece of cake for him. The man with the eye patch started walking away as he suggested that no one knows, but he guessed that maybe Chumo has a more urgent matter to attend to, and Kai and Lion Shan probed him about what he mentioned. The man immediately used them as an example, telling Kai and Lion Shan that Chumo might be hunting down the presidents of the companies as they spoke, or perhaps Chumo might be targeting him, who caused him nothing but trouble. But he opined that, of course, the most likely possibility was to hunt him down, someone who hurt Chumo's sister, and he interrogated him on who authorized to use her as an experimental subject. Kai and Lion Shan looked so terrified as he pleaded with the man to wait, and he bombarded him with questions, wondering if he was leaving, if he was not going to protect him, and what he should do if he left him behind. The man acted like he gave it some thought, and he advised that he could try praying, not to God but to Chu Mo. Meanwhile, in a different city, someone was cursing and complaining that the underground tube system had broken down, and he pointed out that the roads had been blocked too, so he inquired what was happening. A man queried him if he hadn't seen the news that the Union of Companies detonated 7 nukes, but they could not even scratch Chu Mo, and he attributed it to luck since they were so close to Jiashang City, and currently, the company's executives are evacuating the areas around Jiashang City as a first priority, or else they are under chaos. But he observed that they were pretty fortunate compared to some because he heard that some didn't even have water or electricity, and they had no clue when it was coming back. The man from earlier remarked that it was a crazy world, questioning what was going to happen next and speculating that perhaps it was a civil war even before the demonic beasts reached Earth. And when another man heard him talk about a war with Chumo, he questioned if the companies didn't know their place because their stocks had plummeted while the 4 great immortal sects were pretending to be like dead dogs. They were not even barking, and he denounced them as trash. The second man opined that the 4 sects, the companies, and even Chumo were all the same kind of people, and he disclosed that he had heard that Chumo had allied with the demonic beast and was ready to betray their world. The third man chimed in, informing the second man that his news was old because there were rumors on the internet stating that Chumo is the leader of the Illuminati, who has always controlled the world's politics and economy in the shadows until the invasion of demonic beasts, triggering a world-ending event, and to solve those problems caused by the sect and companies, Chumo has come to the spotlight. The man who was complaining earlier insisted that it was nonsense because he had news indicating that Chumo was a lizardman, who came from deep in space and has been secretly merging with humanity by taking roles as politicians, merchants, and celebrities, and the lizardmen that follow Chumo as their leader see their world as their belonging. Thus he stood out and resisted against the demonic beast. But a lady chimed in, asserting that Chumo was a transgender who was also a caretaker of the Animal Protection Association who got bitten by a spider and obtained abilities that surpassed humans. And the man questioned her if she believed in such nonsense, and the lady retorted by stating that he spoke as if his information were reliable. On the other hand, in a quiet alley in the city, Li Tanling mentioned that everyone on Earth was following them, wondering what their next move against the company was, and telling them that no one would have assumed that they would come to such a rural city. Li Tanling was talking to Chumo, who looked amused as he glanced at his phone, pointing out the Illuminati, Lizardmen, and Animal Protection Association topics, and he revealed that his men had been enjoying themselves with those amusing writings. Chu Mo chuckled when he saw that there was also the theory of him being transgender, and Li Tanling panicked, telling Chu Mo that he shouldn't hold him accountable because the companies were trying their hardest to spread rumors about him allying with demonic beasts. So in order to not let the people believe in their rubbish, he could only disseminate news of even more preposterous nonsense. Chu Mo suggested that it was enough about jokes and questioned him if he had investigated the things he requested. Li Tanling assured Chu Mo if he was underestimating, bragging that he was Li Tanling, so the things he wished to know would be his to know when he desired them, and he confirmed that it was the place, the origin of him and his sister. It was already evening, and a building near the streets was brightly lit. It was very spacious inside. Chu Mo entered the building that seemed like an orphanage, and as he questioned himself if it was the place, the children in front of him immediately recognized him, and they could not believe that they were seeing him in person, exclaiming that he was too cool. The children were so excited, and as one of them inquired Chu Mo if they could take a picture of him because he wanted to put the photo on the wall. Some of the children elaborated to Chu Mo that they all watched his live stream and reassured him not to fret about those bad guys on the internet because they all supported him. Chu Mo was surprised, and he attempted to calm everyone down and directed them to speak one at a time. But the children were so excited, expressing their desire to be as amazing as him. So they inquired if there was any secret tip, and another one remarked that they especially liked his coat, wondering if they could touch it once. Chu Mo smiled brightly as he acknowledged that they had good taste if they liked his coat, and he invited them to feel free to touch if they wished. The child exclaimed that it was awesome, and the other kids wanted to touch it too, so Chu Mo crouched down to accommodate them, and they commented that it felt great. Suddenly, a man arrived, and as he cleared his throat, he announced that it was already time to rest and questioned them why they hadn't gone back to their rooms to sleep. One kid hid behind Chu Mo's back as he labeled the man a stinky old man and insisted that their idol was there, so there was no way she would go to sleep. The man also recognized Chu Mo, and he hesitated after he cited his name. Chu Mo knew the old man, and he greeted him as Headmaster Shi as he remarked that it had been a long time. A few minutes later, they headed to the headmaster's office. She confessed that he never expected that a big hero like him would emerge from a small orphanage like theirs, and he observed that lately, he had been the focal point of the entire world. So there must be something important for him to suddenly visit a humble orphanage like theirs. And Chu Mo replied that he just intended to ask a few questions and depart so he wouldn't cause him any trouble, and he expressed his desire to know his origins. She gave it some thought, and he recounted that he was left at the door of their orphanage on a rainy night 10 years ago, but it has already been so long that it would be even harder to find his parents at the moment. Chu Mo acknowledged that it was fine if they couldn't be found because, to be honest, he didn't particularly mind, but he inquired about what he knew about his sister. She looked alarmed as he queried Chu Mo if he was referring to Chu Yun, and as he suggested that he should know more about her than he would, he hesitated, and he questioned Chu Mo if something happened to her. Chu Mo clarified that the less he knew, the safer it would be for him, so he simply needed him to share what he knew. She revealed that because of a fire, Chu Yun's entire family was killed and she, who was the sole survivor, was sent to their orphanage. But despite the tragedy, Chu Yun still maintained a bright personality and had good leadership talent because ever since she was little, the other kids admired her. He remarked that what no one could understand was that she especially cared about him, who were more of a loner, and he also strangely didn't resist getting closer to Chu Yun. But he suggested that afterwards, he guessed that Chu Yun might have seen her dead younger brother in him, so she was treating him like her younger brother. She looked regretful as he confided to Chu Mo that Chu Yun strongly requested that if she were to be adopted, the adopters also needed to adopt him as well. But his personality at that time was quite rebellious, so those adopters all gave up until the evil family appeared. Chu Mo recalled that it was the family of human-eating demons, and he asserted that it was amazing how he could send 2 kids into the hands of that kind of criminal. She cried, and he vehemently apologized to Chu Mo, telling him that ever since that day, he has always lived with guilt and regret as he didn't see the truth behind that family, that a crazy guy would brutally kill over 10 kids, and he admitted that he only realized the truth when the news unveiled what had happened and that he also tried to find them but couldn't find any trace, so he was thankful that they were okay. She suddenly stood up, and he inquired if Chu Yun was alright. Chu Mo's expression was grim as he conveyed that Chu Yun has been sick for the past 2 years, but he has already found a way to treat her, so she will definitely get better. On the other hand, in the silent alley, Ziazhu arrived, and he questioned Li Tanling if it was done, and Li Tanling replied that Chu Mo had already left a while ago, and he probed him if he did not want to see Chu Mo anymore since he beat him up, telling him that he was a weird guy. Ziazhu queried Li Tanling what he meant because it was not as if he was avoiding Chu Mo on purpose, and he sought clarification on what Chu Mo was up to at the moment. Li Tanling related that Chu Mo chatted with Shi for half an hour. He played with the kids at the orphanage for another hour, so when he left, he was obviously extremely exhausted that he exclaimed that he didn't want to see any more kids for a while. And Ziaju laughed hysterically as he joked that he never thought that a poker-faced guy like Chu Mo would not be able to deal with a bunch of kids, and he acknowledged that it was a good surprise to actually be able to find one of Chu Mo's weaknesses. But Li Tanling was not amused by Ziaju's reaction, and he questioned him if it was funny because the orphanage sold kids like products, so the orphanage had already stopped operations over 10 years ago. The building that was brightly lit earlier looked so eerily desolated, and Li Tanling revealed that she also committed suicide there, and no one was willing to take over a place with such a bad reputation, which is why the place has been abandoned until that day, so there was no way that any kids would still be there. Ziaju and Li Tanling entered the abandoned orphanage. As they opened the door, they coughed so much as the place was very dusty, and Li Tanling immediately asked Ziaju if he sensed any abnormalities like spirit energy, sorcery, or any other things. Ziaju replied that there was nothing and that the place was just an ordinary orphanage that had been abandoned for a long time, so he wondered why Chu Mo would lie. Li Tanling suggested that he didn't think that Chu Mo was lying because, at least, there was no need for him to tell a lie that is so easily debunkable. Ziaju inquired of Li Tanling if he believed that Chu Mo truly saw she even though he has been long dead, including the orphans that never existed, and Li Tanling admitted that he had a hypothesis, although it required information because, compared to Chu Mo, his sister, Chu Yun, was problematic. A few moments later, they arrived in a classroom. Li Tanling explained that they could not confirm the location of Chu Yun's accommodation, so they would just substitute it with her classroom, as she should have been there long enough to reach the requirement, and he asked Ziaju if he brought the scent of red dust. Ziaju placed an incense on the table, telling Li Tanling that it was it, and he announced that after ignition, the images of Chu Yun's past would be drawn out within 5 minutes. However, it required her most adored object as the fuel. Taking out a wooden horse, Li Tanling remarked that that thing was very hard to find. He placed it beside the incense, stating that it was Chu Yun's favorite toy before entering the orphanage, and he proposed that they should proceed with the scent. The incense was lit, and the scent started to waft and fill the area. The smoke flowed towards a specific area of the classroom. Suddenly, it showed a figure of a child that was sitting on the floor while drawing, which made Li Tanling come to the conclusion that it seemed like Chu Yun was still alive at that time, and Ziaju was surprised that Li Tanling utilized his treasured scent for something like that. Li Tanling requested to allow him to think because after that, they still needed to find 2 other places, the house of the man-eaters who adopted Chu Mo, as well as the place where he lived when he was a teen. Thus, they required 2 more uses of the scent, and as he asked Ziaju if he had gotten enough of it, Ziaju confirmed that it was enough. However, the requirements were not met as the scent of red dust could only be used in places that were fully preserved. Ziaju noted that the house of the man-eaters was destroyed that night when Chu Mo escaped, while the houses where Chu Mo lived were all searched and salvaged by the cultivators and companies, so they were destroyed in the process, and he questioned Li Tanling if Chu Yun, the unconscious patient, was really that important. Li Tanling was surprised that it was all destroyed, and he observed that it was such a coincidence. He disclosed that he had done some research on Chu Yu, and he found out that before she entered the orphanage, there were many traces of her life. There were crafted figurines, paintings, and diaries, and her relatives had strong and clear impressions about her. However, after being adopted by the House of Man-Eaters, her images became blurred, no student record, no employment record, and apparently, she lived off part-time and set up stalls along the streets, so he couldn't believe that she raised Chu Mo by herself, and he conveyed that he had questioned the people that visited her stall, and the stall owners along the same street, and their impressions of Chu Yun were very blurred. An old lady recalled that she remembered Chu Yun as a hard-working little girl who would set up her stall to sell a few little trinkets here and there every day before 6 in the morning. She didn't know how to dress or put on makeup and had short hair, but she trailed off as she asked herself if that was short hair, mentioning she couldn't remember anymore. An old man noted that Chu Yun's stall had been in their market for about 2-3 years, but as he was about to reveal what she was selling, he forgot what they were. Li Tanling inquired Ziaju if he understood how natural it was because, with a sad story and an image of a hard-working girl for her little brother, Chu Yun should be remembered anywhere. But no one remembered her looks or her personality, including Chu Mo himself, as Chu Mo seems to have lost his memory of Chu Yun and has requested him to investigate more into it. Ziaju queried Li Tanling if he had discussed about it, which made Li Tanling chuckle, asserting that there was no reason for him to do so. And he queried Ziaju if he forgot the declaration of war that Chu Mo announced to the companies, where he declared that Chu Yun is the sole reason why he would fight in the secret realm and even attempt to save the world. Li Tanling observed that if he revealed the truth, they would get a depressed and completely insane savior who happens to be the strongest in the world, and he questioned who would save their world. Ziaju questioned Li Tanling if he thought that Chu Mo had already gone insane, But instead of answering his question, Li Tanling handed him a tab and instructed to take it. And as Ziazhu inquired him what it was, he explained that it was the police document regarding the House of Man-Eaters. Li Tanling narrated that during the night of their destruction, a rescuer found a frightened kid who was unable to even speak, and they wanted to help the kid, but he ran away within the chaos. That was the only surviving child within the House of Man-Eaters. He speculated that he could only imagine what happened that night and hypothesized that maybe Chu Yun sacrificed herself to save Chumo, or perhaps Chumo dressed as his sister and worked on the stalls for survival, or perhaps his desire for a sister figure was so strong it created a realistic illusion. When Ziazhu heard Li Tanling about Chumo creating an illusion of truth, he acknowledged that with Chumo's ability and talent, it was not impossible, but he concluded that it didn't matter and that there was no need to contemplate further. However, they must hold that as a secret for Chumo, for them, or even for the whole world. It is best if it stays that way. But then, as he looked out the window, Li Tanling admitted that he was too naive. Li Tanling admitted that what he stated earlier was the most optimistic of all possible situations because if Chu Yun actually died that night, and if Chumo's mental state was also stable, they don't know who Chumo's unconscious sister is at the moment. In a brightly lit house, Jiang Yutong attempted to cure Chu Yun again. A dark, fiery aura seeped out of Chu Yun's body. Jiang Yutong noticed it and remarked that it was strange. Chumo became worried, so he asked Jiang Yutong if Chu Yun's condition worsened. However, Jiang Yutong said that it was the complete opposite because, as she had said before, Chu Yun's body had completely recovered, and the reason for her unconsciousness was due to the sense of the demonic beast within her body, which were impossible for her to cleanse completely. Jiang Yutong realized she was wrong because it was not that the scent could not be cleansed but the fact that Chu Yun's body was emitting them altogether, resulting in an illusion of a lingering demonic scent. Chumo was surprised when he heard that Chu Yun wasn't contaminated by the demonic scent but was emitting them instead. He asked Jiang Yutong if it was not worse. Jiang Yutong explained to Chumo that it was not the case because, compared to the previous attempt of healing, the speed of the demonic scent emission had decreased by about 30%, 40%, and it started roughly after the clearance of the third secret realm. Chumo confirmed with Jiang Yutong if she was saying that if he could obtain the final victory in the war with the secret realm, Chu Yun would be fully awoken from her slumber. Jiang Yutong responded that every victory against the realms would weaken the connections between the different worlds, so if they obtained the final victory, it would completely break the connections, and Chu Yun, in theory, should wake up. Jiang Yutong corrected what she had just said and said that perhaps it wouldn't even take that long as she had some ideas in mind. She said that if they could get more victims of the company's experiments and study the effects they had on their bodies, she could probably speed up Chu Yun's recovery. Chumo said that he understood, so he would go find them immediately. Jiang Yutong responded that she knew he was worried about Chu Yun, but she questioned him about whether that wasn't too extreme and where he was going to find people so deep in the night. As the two of them went to the living room, Chumo said that earlier Li Tanling had sent him the location of Kaiyan Lion Sham, so if he could get his hands on him and hang him up, he would be able to get to the victims in no time. As she saw them and heard what they were talking about, she wished Chumo Godspeed. Chumo was surprised to see Ire, and he asked her when she woke up and if she felt better. Ire sarcastically thanked Chumo for his concern, saying that she had only taken the damages of 6 nukes to the face, so it was but a piece of cake. She said that she had been awake for already 3 hours, so it warmed her heart to think that he noticed so quickly. Chumo paid no mind to Ire's sarcastic remarks, telling her that it was good to see her so energetic. He asked her if she would mind doing him a favor and delivering something at 12 in the midnight since she was awake with nothing else to do. Ire looked annoyed as she said that she was so happy because, after withstanding the pain of a nuclear explosion for him and killing hundreds of hunters hired by the companies, she was sent on another mission as a reward without enough time to eat a single fried chicken. She pointed out that it was magnificent. Jiang Yutong doted on Ire, telling Chumo to leave the errands to her as Ire had done great and deserved a rest at home. She was patting Ire on the head, telling her that she would get her some of her favorite fried chicken when she came back. She noticed that Ire was holding a tab, so she asked her what she was watching. Ire said that it was a replay of the Secret Realms live stream, explaining that she had lost consciousness for some time in the floating cloud city, so she was checking if she had said something she shouldn't have. She said that coincidentally, the part she was watching was about her, so she asked her if she wanted to have a look. It played the scene of Jiang Yutong as the leader of the Black Dragon Gang, and she was giving out orders to capture Chu Mo. The next scene was her telling Chu Mo that she would make him her husband. Jiang Yutong blushed profusely and she was startled by what she had just seen. She screamed in embarrassment as she couldn't believe that she had actually declared and done those things. Ire looked so bored as she remarked that it was magnificent because she had done worse things to Chu Mo after that. Jiang Yutong was about to explode due to embarrassment, and she exclaimed that it was enough, so she should stop it immediately and not play it. But Ire strongly retorted that she didn't want to because she still needed to check if she had stated something forbidden afterward. Jiang Yutong demanded that Ire hand over the pad, and she tried to grab her, but Ire was able to dodge. Jiang Yutong tried to grab the tab again from Ire and demanded that she hand it over to her, but Ire was still able to effortlessly dodge her. Chu Mo stood there and watched the ruckus in the living room unfold in front of him as Jiang Yutong tried to grab the tab from Ire, and Ire kept on evading. Chu Mo looked uncomfortable as he announced that he would leave the house for a bit, and he reminded them to remember to run the errand for him. A few moments later, in a building that looked like a laboratory, an explosion suddenly occurred and destroyed the walls. The one who destroyed the walls seemed to be Chu Mo, and Kai and Lion Shan, who was waiting for him inside, exclaimed that he finally came. He explained that the hard drive on the table holds all the documents regarding the experiments conducted on test subjects by the Kaiyan-jun Enterprise, as ordered by the Union of Companies, and Chu-yun's data is included within, of course, as he believes that he will need it. As Chu Mo entered through the destroyed wall, he pointed out that there was not a single security guard, and he was handing over the data he needed so easily, so he asked Kai and Lion Shan if he meant that he would let him go like that. Kai and Lion Shan laughed as he confessed that he never expected his forgiveness because he was the head of that project, so he was the one who harmed Chu-yun. He admitted to Chu Mo that he hated him, but he hated those assholes in the Union even more because the demonic beast merging experiment was a plan everyone fueled. However, they abandoned him and exposed his location. Kai and Lion Shan revealed that at that exact moment, the Union's hunters had arrived at the West Sea City, explaining to Chu Mo that the Union didn't have the courage to fight him head-on, so they kidnapped Chu-yun and Jiang Yutong to take them as hostages. He declared that he could die, but he helped him, so he needed to help him too. He requested Chu Mo to send every single person in the Union down to greet him in hell. It was still evening, and in East Sea City, a man asked someone if the Union wished to start a war as they ordered over 100 hunters to enter the East Sea City, and he declared that he would repeat himself and ordered them to go back to the hole where they crawled out from. The man was President Lei Ji, and he was talking to the man with the eye patch, who remarked that he must be joking because they always respected East Cloud Enterprise, so they did not wish to start any conflict. However, he must know their intentions because their enemy has always only been Chu Mo. But Lei Ji firmly asserted with the eye patch that the company's combatants would never set foot within the East Sea City, and that was the agreement between the Union and their East Cloud Enterprise. The man with the eye patch corrected Lei Ji that, to be specific, it was the agreement between the Union and the strongest hunter, Zhao Zai. But Zhao Zai is dead, so with Zhao Zai gone, he questioned if the East Cloud Enterprise doesn't have the authority to speak to them on equal terms. Lei Ji retorted that it was a waste of time as he had been rambling for the whole day, and he asked him if he wanted to fight because if so, he should do it faster. But the man clarified that he misunderstood as they wouldn't fight them, at least not on the surface, because, alas, Zhao Zai is still the heroic figure in the hearts of countless hunters. Lei Ji mocked the man, and he demanded that he speak openly because if he did not want to fight, he should go back to where he came from, and he realized that he had mentioned it already. The man with the eye patch questioned Lei Ji if he didn't understand that his mission and the hunters with him were to hold him there, and as long as they didn't do anything, no rules were broken, and at the same time, if 1,000 hunters infiltrated the East Sea City, it had nothing to do with the Union. He advised to relax because they used Kai and Lion Shan to lure Chu Mo away, so there is only Chu-yun, Jiang Yutong, and Ire, so the damage to the city will be minimized. Lei Ji realized that the man with the eye patch couldn't beat Chu Mo head-on, so they were relying on hostages, and he accused that he truly was a scum. But the man replied that it was him who was naive because the Union will not forget about Zhao Zai, the monster who destroyed the balance of the world by himself. Therefore, they will not allow another one like him, such an uncontrollable beast. Meanwhile, in a quiet part of the city, Jiang Yutong was placing a rock on the ground, and she mentioned that according to Chu Mo's instructions on the piece of paper he left, the rock should be placed there at 12 in the midnight, so she should be doing it correctly, and she remarked that the delivery is weird. The odd rock was just sitting still as it was placed on the ground. When Jiang Yutong saw that nothing had happened, she wondered if she had misplaced it. Suddenly, a bright light was shining from above, and Jiang Yutong was startled when she noticed that it seemed to be coming towards her. The source of the light was Lei Ji, and as he landed on the ground, he thanked God that he had finally found Jiang Yutong. Jiang Yutong immediately asked Lei Ji who he was, if they knew each other, and if he was there to take the delivery. Lei Ji was in a panic, and as he inquired what delivery she was talking about, he insisted that it was not the time for delivery as the scums were about to be there and not just her. Even Chu-yun is a target of their assault, and he questioned if Chu-yun was at her home at the moment when he realized that her house is protected by sorcery and cannot be entered by normal means. But he was not sure if those scums would use extreme methods to enter. He realized that they might destroy her house altogether, so Chu-yun is in danger, and he asked her to come with him as that place wasn't safe, but he trailed off. Jiang Yutong was in a fighting stance as she declared that she did recall that the East Cloud Enterprise helped them before. However, the situation is different at the moment, so she cannot trust him, and furthermore, it is impossible for the hunters to harm Chu Yun. Lei Ji stated that he knows fully well that there is a demonic beast that follows Chu Mo, which is ire, and perhaps it was protecting Chu Yun at that very moment. But he explained that there are over 1,000 hunters that have infiltrated the city, so even if ire is strong, protecting Chu Yun under the assault of so many hunters will prove to be difficult. Suddenly, the rock that Jiang Yutong placed on the ground started to emit a colorful smoke. As it wafted around the area, Lei Ji noticed it, and he asked what it was. Suddenly, the coffin maker, along with the other demonic beast, emerged from the smoke, and the coffin maker was laughing hysterically as he exclaimed that it must be the immortal realm, and he had finally ascended. But Abductor also emerged from the smoke, and he corrected the coffin maker, insisting that it was the floating cloud city a millennium later. People were also emerging from the colorful smoke. A man recalled that his last memory was entering the horrific white light in the floating cloud city, and another man speculated that perhaps they were dead. But another man questioned him if he was saying that they had become ghosts, and he insisted that it was impossible because he could feel his body and he was breathing. Another man wandered through the streets, looking so downhearted as he passed by ordinary people, and he lamented that he wanted to go home but didn't know where he was. Jiang Yutong was surprised that after the monsters, a bunch of ancient humans emerged from the colorful smoke, and she couldn't help but ask just how many things were hidden in the rock that Chu Mo gave her. Lei Ji stated that, logically speaking, weapons from the secret realm cannot be brought to the real world, so he asked if the monsters and humans from the floating cloud city had completely broken the law. And upon hearing what he mentioned, Jiang Yutong confirmed with him if he was saying that they came from the floating cloud city. Lei Ji asked Jiang Yutong if she did not recall, but he realized that apart from Chu Mo, every savior had lost their consciousness during that secret realm. So he explained to her that those ancient humans were the civilians from the floating cloud city 1,000 years ago, and those monsters were the pitiful creatures fooled by the illusion demon as they believed that he could help them reach immortality. As the gigantic snake flew above them, Lei Ji noted that it seemed like he had overreacted because Chumo must have predicted the assault from the companies and released those entities to fight them off, and he remarked that it was as expected from the strongest savior. At the plaza, the citizens of the East Sea City were startled when they saw the colorful smoke that was filled with monsters near them. When one of the monsters heard about Chu Mo, he asked if that treacherous liar, the evil god of another world, wasn't there in that city. Another monster declared that killing Chu Mo 100 times won't be enough because that bastard not only lied to them, turning them into monsters, he even forced them to kill the civilians of the floating cloud city while the people ran away from them, looking so terrified, asking for help, and they asked what was happening and why the monsters from the live streams were there. One of the monsters called someone named Candy Blower, and he instructed not to idle around and tell them where they could find Chu Mo. He was talking to Abductor, and Abductor noted that he could smell the scent of Chu Mo in that city, but it was faint, so he is not there currently. However, he asked them if they still remember the demonic beast in the form of a little girl who was always next to Chu Mo. The demonic beast from earlier laughed as they recalled that of course he does because the river god idiot tried his luck and asked for marriage, but he exploded in one single hit from that demonic beast that he could have died from laughing. The river god admitted that it was him letting his guard down because no one could have imagined that a little girl could generate such power instantly, but he will not lose next time. Abductor suggested that his opportunity would come soon because that demonic beast was right there on the street ahead, and he could also sense a number of humans gathering in that direction, but their demonic force was weakened. One of the demonic beasts was enraged as he asked what those demonic bastards wanted to do to their world again, but he realized that it was not their world, so he wondered if that world still needed them. Abductor advised not to contemplate it too much because it is fine to just focus on revenge, and alas, the floating cloud city they wish to protect is no more. But the demonic beast still roams their world, so their only mission at the moment is to take revenge on those beasts and their god, Chumo. The demonic beasts agreed with Abductor, and all of them yelled, shouting that they wanted revenge on the beasts and Chumo. It was already dawn, and the city still seemed peaceful. But suddenly, an explosion occurred, which made one of Lei Ji's men curse, exclaiming that the battle within the city had begun and wondering if they would help Lei Ji. But another man stopped him, reminding him that Lei Ji's direct order was to hold the hunters right there so they could not go against his command. One of the hunters with the eye patch declared that Kayan Lion Shan of the Kayan Jun Enterprise has passed away, so Chu Mo may return any time. And Lei Ji of the East Cloud Enterprise is prepared to stop their mission. So he inquired if they really needed to wait for the results there, and the man asked him what the fuss was when the location of Chu Yun was confirmed. The man explained that no matter how fast Lei Ji is, with 1,000 hunters attacking at the same time, it is futile when there is only one of him, so it was a checkmate. Suddenly, a bright light flew in the man's direction and crashed in front of them. He looked so startled as he saw what was in front of him. What crashed in front of them was Team 13 Seconds leader, who was pierced with a huge pole, and they asked him what happened. Team 13 Seconds leader could barely talk as he mentioned the monsters. He gathered his strength to warn them that the monsters of Floating Cloud City from the secret realm were all there, they were attacking them, and he revealed that it was Chumo's trap. Jiang Yutong's house remained brightly lit, and it retained its peaceful atmosphere. Li Tanling and Ziazhu were in the area. As Li Tanling asked Ziazhu if he was ready since the Union's hunters would be arriving soon, Ziazhu admitted that with 1,000 high-level hunters, even with ire with them, he was not sure if he could ensure Chu Yun's safety. Li Tanling teased Ziazhu to listen to what he was saying, informing him that his sole mission was to help Ire out a little, run a few errands here and there, and asked him if he was thinking of taking the hunters on by himself because being able to survive that dangerous battle would be a feat in itself. Ziazhu asked Li Tanling if they couldn't take Chu Yun to safety at that moment when they had the chance because there were many secrets held within Chu Yun, so they should avoid accidents before confirming the facts. Li Tanling replied that if they had escaped with Chu Yun a few hours ago, it would have only created mistrust between them and Chu Mo, as they would be questioned about how they knew that the Union would attack and, furthermore, why they did not inform him. He explained that escaping at that moment would not matter while surrounded by 1,000 hunters because no matter which route they took, a fierce battle could not be avoided, and more importantly, helping someone when they were in need was better than helping someone while they were thriving. When Ziazhu heard Li Tanling mention that they could have escaped a few hours ago, he cursed at him as he asked him if he knew of that attack. But he took it a step further and asked Li Tanling if he orchestrated the attack in the first place, and he insisted that if Chu Mo knew of that, it would be worse. Li Tanling argued that the risk was worth it to acquire Chu Mo's trust, as he would only allow them to be close to Chu Yun if they risked their lives to protect her, and they could proceed with their investigation into Chu Yun's secrets. Ziazhu responded that even so, 1,000 high-level hunters were too much, and as he asked him if he could not tell them to lower the numbers a bit, Li Tanling questioned if he actually believed that the Union would listen to his commands. Li Tanling clarified that the information about Kai Lion Shan's hideout was given to them too easily, so he guessed that it was bait to lure out Chu Mo, and he mocked the thousands of high-level hunters and suggested that the Union must have used everything they had stored for that assault. However, it was still within his calculation. Their conversation was cut off when Li Tanling's phone rang, and he took it out of his pocket. As he looked at his phone, he informed Ziazhu that the hunters were there. Ziazhu looked so determined as he confirmed that he understood Li Tanling's command. He started to release his aura and urged to leave the rest to him. But suddenly, Li Tanling was in a panic, and he yelled to wait a minute. Ziazhu looked annoyed as he asked Li Tanling what the matter was and if he could not finish it in one go. Li Tanling was surprised when he saw the monsters of the Floating Cloud City, and he inquired why they were there. Ziazhu cursed as he exclaimed that he didn't anticipate that monsters would be there too. He recalled seeing those monsters in the Secret Realm live streams and noted that their attitude towards Chumo was not what he would describe as friendly. And as he speculated what would happen if the hunters and those monsters both attacked Chu Yun, he trailed off, and he requested that Li Tanling tell him that it was part of his plan. But Li Tanling's expression was grim as he stated that no one would have predicted that the monsters from the secret realm would appear in the real world. And he stressed that it was really bad because if Chu Yun got hurt, Chumo would collapse, and the world would be finished. At that moment, the hunters and the monsters from Floating Cloud City met in the middle of the street. The two groups began fighting with each other. Ziazhu was speechless, and he asked what was going on because the hunters and monsters were engaged in a fight. Seeing the chaos in front of them, Li Tanling awkwardly mentioned that it seemed like they had no more business there, and Ziazhu agreed that he was probably right. On the other hand, the man with the eye patch charged forward along with the hunter that was with him, who inquired if there wouldn't be problems if they charged into the East Sea City like that and if that wouldn't destroy their agreement with the East Cloud Enterprise. But the man responded that it was not important anymore as they must secure Chu Yun by any means possible. As the man with the eye patch slashed through the monsters, he urged, whose name was Dwight, to hurry up, as they were almost there. But he wondered why he did not get any response, so he looked back and called for Dwight. Abductor, who was behind the man with the eye patch, asked the man if, by Dwight, he was referring to the one in the mouth of the gigantic snake, and the man with the eye patch was enraged, calling them disgusting monsters, and he demanded if they couldn't all die silently in the dust of history and why they had to stop him. When Abductor heard the man talking about stopping him, he inquired why they, humans, were entangled with the demonic beast and both served as the evil god Chumo's dogs. The man was surprised when Abductor called them Chumo's dogs, so he questioned if perhaps their target was also Chumo, and if they were there to take revenge on Chumo. Abductor laughed as he queried the man if he was going to claim that they were preparing to attack Chumo, and if he thought he would believe him when he could smell the demonic scent on him from miles away. But the man insisted that they were really allies and suggested that they join hands. But the man could not finish his sentence as he trailed off. There was a sudden spark of aura. The man with the eye patch suddenly couldn't breathe, and he pleaded with Abductor to stop his powers because they shouldn't fight, and he should let him explain. But Abductor questioned him what he was saying because he did not do anything. Multiple sparks of aura suddenly emerged again. This time, the other hunters were affected by the aura, and they could not understand what was happening while they fell on the ground due to pain, and they complained that they couldn't move. Someone had just arrived, and they commented that it seemed like they had missed the party. It was Chu Mo, and he looked so mad as he interrogated them who allowed them to disturb Chu Yun's rest. One of the hunters just broke Zhang Yutong's enchantment. He thought it was good because it was just one more step to capture the target, and the bounty would be his, but he was surprised because his body trembled and wouldn't move, so he wondered why his body was not listening to him. He was alarmed when Chu Mo suddenly appeared behind him, stating that since the beginning, he restrained himself for the stability of the world. With an effortless swing of his arm, Chu Mo decapitated the hunter, and he remarked that it seemed like what he did forged some misunderstandings towards him. All the hunters in front of Chu Mo couldn't move, much less stand up, due to the overwhelming pressure, and Chu Mo declared that it came to the point where they, the insects, gathered the courage to assault Chu Yun. With a menacing look on his face, Chu Mo announced that henceforth, the world required only one voice. The city seemed peaceful, and the buildings were brightly lit. But on the streets, hunters lay on the ground due to Chu Mo's pressure, some of them even trembling in fear. And one of them muttered that before the battle even began, 1,000 hunters had lost their will to fight as they were paralyzed by pure fear. He tried to use his powers, and he cursed when he realized that they were restrained to the limit, so he could not imagine just how strong Chu Mo was. The hunter used his power on himself and asked his captain if he could hear him. His captain was the man with the eye patch, and when he realized it was the power to connect hearts, he confirmed with the person on the other line if they were Jin. Jin confirmed it was him, and he inquired what they should do at that moment. The man ordered that Jin use his powers to command all the hunters to commence the final assault even if it cost their lives, and he explained that unless Chu Mo didn't care about innocent civilians and chanted a large area of effect attack, he could not wipe them all out at once, while as for them, if only one of them could get to Chu Yun, it would be their victory, and he added that it was the only way out. Jin was trembling as he explained that all the hunters were paralyzed by fear, so they could not move. The man instructed Jin to use his powers to share his ability, Mass Berserk, with all the hunters, and he encouraged him that he could do it. Jin replied that, in theory, it was possible, but his body would not withstand the burden of all those connections, so it was very likely that he would die before his ability went off. But it seemed that the man was prepared for the consequences for his body as he silenced Jin and commanded him to follow orders. Jin agreed, and he immediately released his powers. His powers wafted through the area and started connecting with the hunters. The hunters began to get invigorated as their hearts got connected together. The man with the eye patch used his ability, Mass Berserk. Chu Mo arrived, and he commented that it was a decent last resort. The man laughed hysterically, and he declared that he was late as his powers had been activated. Chu Mo was unfazed as the man asked him if he wished to become the human realm's god in their godless world, and as he proclaimed that the Union, humanity, and their world wouldn't allow it, he commanded them to move even if they would die the next moment. The man asked the entities of the floating cloud city to listen to him, and he instructed that if they still wanted to take revenge, they should help them, informing them that the target is Chu Yun. Chu Mo calmly extended his arms, his index finger and thumb touching together. Suddenly, Chu Mo flicked his finger and demanded silence. In an instant, the man's body was cut in half, and he was so surprised that he did not have the time to react. Meanwhile, the hunters were in berserk mode, and they were about to attack fiercely. But suddenly, their heads and limbs disappeared, only leaving splatters of blood. Chu Mo shushed them, telling them that they were too loud and that they would disturb Chu Yun's sleep. Abductor looked so terrified, and he wondered what happened at that instant. The lifeless bodies of the hunters lay on the ground, and someone remarked that they were dead. It was Abductor, and he looked horrified as he exclaimed that those demonic-scented human traitors were all dead, and they died from a method incomprehensible to him. So he wondered if they were not the dogs of Chu Mo and why the evil god would kill his own subordinates. Chu Mo released a dark, ominous aura as he stated of the floating cloud city that they were currently at the East Sea City, a city built on the foundations of a ruin, and in their era, that ruin was their city. The demonic beasts were all terrified as Chu Mo continued to release the dark while passing through them, and he declared that the floating cloud city had gained its own will through countless reincarnations in the Lost Land, and to return from the Lost Lands, he made a deal with it. The demonic beasts looked like they were in pain as Chu Mo continued to emit the dark aura while telling them that the city cared for all living things born on those lands, so it wanted to save them all and return them all back to the true world. On the other hand, Abductor looked horrified while he wondered if they were insane to engage in a battle like that. He was sweating profusely as he exclaimed that they were no longer in the same dimension as Chu Mo. Chu Mo stood in front of the abductor, telling him that according to the deal with Floating Cloud City, he had completed his part of the contract as he had returned them all to reality, and when he heard what Chu Mo stated, Abductor asked him if he was the one that saved them. Chu Mo looked menacing as he declared that he pitied their miserable lives, so it was his plan to give all of them freedom. However, they dared to team up with the hunters and disturb Chu Yun's slumber. Abductor looked terrified, and when he heard Chu Mo talk about the hunters, he asked him if he was talking about the humans with lower-class demonic scent, telling him that they were just passing by and they had no connection to them, and not only that, they even engaged in combat, so they certainly did not see him as an enemy. But Chu Mo did not believe Abductor, and as he accused that he was lying, he asked him if he would wish for death once more. On the other hand, someone was so mad that they slammed their hand on the table while calling others a bunch of useless trash. The man seemed like the head of the Union of Companies, and as he declared that it had been a day since the assault on the East Sea City, he asked who could tell him the location of Chu Mo and what he was planning to do. A man who was about to join the virtual meeting remarked, President Xi, that, as the temporary president of the Union, there were surely questions he had to answer. The image of the man finished rendering, and he laughed as he asserted that under his command, they had lost over half of the high-level hunters to kidnap Chu Yun, a sacrifice that resulted in nothing. President Xi asked the man, President Ma, if he was so eager for his position, and he stated that they were fighting possibly the biggest threat to the Union since its foundation, so Chu Mo's retaliation will cause a great deal of damage. A kid chimed in, saying that President Xi is right, and he remarked that it was not the time for internal strife, so they must work together to prepare for what is to come, and he asked them to allow him to share some information he had gathered. He reported that the monsters of the Floating Cloud City were roaming in the streets of the East Sea City, and they seemed to live peacefully with the populace of the city. They were even willing to aid them when they were in trouble. But if anyone tries to question anything about Chu Mo or gets too close to his residence, they will attack with force, and he admitted that he has lost connections with most of his spies due to them, as they hold a great deal of power and are fully loyal to Chu Mo, so the East Sea City is currently Chu Mo's backyard. Another man joined the meeting, and he declared, President Su, that he should have enough with the trash talk and he should launch the nuke, fire all they have got, and render East Sea City flat. President Su was appalled by the man's suggestion, and he replied not to joke because they have tried and the nukes do not harm Chu Mo. So even if they destroy the East Sea City and the army of monsters, they will not escape danger because the nukes will kill Chu Yun and they will be facing Chu Mo, who would have nothing to lose. The man laughed as he inquired President Su if he could truly be trying to fight Chu Mo, and he added that they do not stand a chance, so he was trying to kill everything and everyone he cares about before he kills them. Suddenly, the man's image glitched, and he was asking someone who they were, why they were there, and demanding that they get out. President Su got worried for the man, President Lin, and as he called for him, he asked him what the situation was and if he needed help. As President Lin's image completely disappeared, a voice informed President Su that, with great regret, President Lin cannot answer his questions at the moment, and as the voice noticed that the holograms were not out yet, he queried if it was not the most state-of-the-art holographic device and why it was so hard to use. Suddenly, Li Tanling's image was rendered, and he announced that it was finally out. He stated that he believed he didn't need to introduce himself, and President Xi called him Li Tanling, the Union's traitor, an annoying insect. President Xi remarked that he had a good father who traded his life for his past sins, and he asked him why he was so eager to seek death. Li Tanling responded not to be so upset because he was just there to deliver a message from Chu Mo, and he commanded them to surrender to Chu Mo within 3 days and obey his every command, and if they chose to object, the Union would not exist henceforth. A silhouette of a man and a demonic beast could be seen walking down a hallway. The demonic beast quoted someone, remarking that an all-out confrontation was meaningless and would ensure their demise, so they needed to pretend to serve under Chu Mo and find an opportunity to end that evil god for good. He confronted Abductor, reminding him that he mentioned such things the other night, and Abductor coughed awkwardly as he insisted that it was all a misunderstanding, asking him if he didn't see the live streams rewind, which showed that it was their master, Chu Mo, who truly saved them, so he was the greatest. When the demonic beast heard Abductor say Master Chu Mo, he noted that he sure did change his tone fast, and he laughed, commenting that it was no wonder he sold them out so fast. So currently, not only did they need to patrol the city, but they also had to undergo shady experiments daily. Abductor was enraged as he retorted to not speak nonsense because Chu Mo was just worried about their health, so he provided them with a body examination as a benefit, and he asked him why he was complaining so much, reminding him that at least they all lived to see another day and that they only needed to work for Chu Mo for 3 years and be allowed to leave or go as they wished. He suggested that, with so many complaints, he should seek Chu Mo out and discuss quitting because, as someone as embracing as Chu Mo, surely he would allow. But the demonic beast trembled, and he questioned Abductor if he was wishing for his death because he proposed that he face Chu Mo head-on. Meanwhile, in a laboratory, Chu Mo was talking to someone, surprised that they wanted to sell a laboratory that big for 1 yuan, and he remarked that he thought they would just give it to him for free. The man explained that a random gift always represented a deeper meaning and would certainly outweigh its original cost. So the place was not a gift but instead a fair exchange between Chu Mo and the East Clouds Enterprise, and Chu Mo noted that with an equivalent exchange and without something in return, he certainly thought further ahead. The man informed Chu Mo that within the facility, all employees' salaries had been paid for 30 years in advance, so all the costs for the equipment and their energy would not be his concern because aiding his endeavor to save the world was their most important mission in East Cloud Enterprise at the moment. When Chu Mo heard the man mention that it was the most important, he remarked that surely he should be having a conversation with Lei Ji at the moment if that was the case. The man looked so nervous as he tried to explain to Chu Mo that Lei Ji had something urgent to take care of, and it was certainly not an act of disregard towards him. And he added that almost everything in the East Cloud Enterprise was under his supervision, so he could state that he was something like a head butler for the company, which is why he was the best person for something as important as assisting him. Chu Mo noted that it was fine, so there was no need for further explanation as he did not mind, and he reminded him that he should have shared all the data from Kaian Lion Shan and asked him if there were any results. The man replied that regarding that data, all the personnel of East Cloud Enterprise were currently decoding and analyzing it, but they were only halfway through. However, they dug out some shocking information, and it was that, including the latest secret realm war, the other worlds had connected to theirs 3 times in total, not 2 but 3. Chu Mo remarked that if he recalled correctly, the war had only happened twice, once 1,000 years ago and the one they were currently fighting, so he asked if the cultivators lied. The man replied that the secret realm war certainly only happened twice, so the liars were not the cultivators but the Union. They had hidden away the most important information, and he explained that a few thousand years ago, even before the recording of their history, humanity used to have technology far beyond what they currently have, and the humans at that era had invaded the other worlds and enslaved demonic beasts, even training them as pets. He stated that roughly a century ago, a mysterious continent X arose from the deep sea, and from that continent, the Union discovered parts of ancient technology as well as monsters. They were the enslaved and altered demonic beasts. The man remarked that to fulfill the Union's greed for those ancient treasures, many fought against those monsters, and perhaps, as a result of the alterations, the corpses of those monsters released strange particles, and a selected few of humanity could absorb those particles to empower themselves or gain strange powers, which was the origin of hunters. He declared that he could say that all the hunters that originated from the Union had their bodies mutated, which is why all the civilians from Floating Cloud City had their minds mutated by the illusion demon. The man mentioned that, however, there is a price for those powers as almost all the hunters do not live over the age of 35. And as he addressed the creatures of the Floating Cloud City as monsters, the man corrected himself and called them victims. And he explained that according to their recent body examination, they only had 3 more years to live. So in order to receive both unparalleled power and longevity, the Union used the technology they received from the ruin and conducted human experiments. When Chumo heard about the ancient technology, he noted that if they could perfectly replicate that technology, perhaps they could fully heal Chu Yun. The man mentioned that the Union also yearned for that ancient power. However, Continent X sank, but he corrected himself again, saying that it may not be entirely correct as the continent disappeared from the material world through unknown means, and he explained that the Union was able to grow exponentially from just fragments of the technology they harnessed in the ruins of Continent X, which is also the main reason why they do not fear the descent of the demonic beast. He stated that according to Zhang Yutong's theory, Chu Yun would recover if he won the War of Secret Realms, so he did not have to be so hasty, but Chu Mo remarked that what he needed was not some unconfirmed theory. Chu Mo explained that the war would continue for another year, and he could not wait that long because perhaps during that time, Chu Yun's condition would worsen, or perhaps winning the war would have no effect on her. So he would not forsake any possibility of hope, and he asked the man if he stated that there was the possibility that members of the Union may hide information from another about the lost technology. When the man heard Chu Mo's question, he nervously asked him what he would wish to do. Chu Mo declared that at that moment, Li Tanling had given the Union and the 4 sects their last chance to surrender, so within 3 days, they would either become his dog or history. The man was sweating as he asked Chu Mo if he was crazy because, in an all-out war, it would render the world in chaos. Chu Mo looked so menacing as he remarked that those fools would only waste humanity's resources in worthless inner conflicts, so it was time to end the miserable show as the world only required one voice, one will, and he did not care for money, power, or authority as what he desired was only victory, and as he asked the East Cloud Enterprise if only a single laboratory was all they got, he demanded to stop with the puny investment as they should use him to the fullest. He urged them to come to his side and they would be awarded with the greatest gain. They would bask in their former glory. At the laboratory, someone knocked and Chu Mo instructed to come in. It was Li Tanling, and as he mentioned that the man from East Cloud Enterprise just ran out in a panic as if he had seen a ghost, he asked him if something happened. Chu Mo guessed that it was because his appetite was too big that it scared him too much, and he asked him to report the situation first. Li Tanling informed that the 4 major sects of cultivators' attitude was very stubborn. They refused his leadership and chose war, and he observed that judging from their attitude, the cultivators must have a hidden trump card. Chu Mo concluded that hiding their true power and not using it to fight against the other world but to use it against their own people definitely sounded like something they would do. And he asked Li Tanling if there was any response from the financial union. Li Tanling updated Chu Mo that the presidents of the financial union didn't give an immediate answer and explained that they needed more time to think about it, but it looked like they purely wanted to delay time. Chu Mo accepted that it was an expected reaction, and he suggested that they add more fuel to the fire. At the union meeting, President Xi informed them of the latest news that East Cloud Enterprise President Lei Ji announced that moving forward, they would fully support all decisions made by Chu Mo, which enraged President Ma, and as he called them bastards and shameless people, he declared that they should have completely destroyed the East Cloud Financial Group long ago. President Xi looked so grim as he noted that there was no time left for them to regret as there were only 3 days left before the deadline Chu Mo gave them, and he requested that they would hear what ideas they had. President Su asserted that first of all, he needed to confirm the intentions of all presidents, and he confirmed if no one would want to surrender to Chu Mo and hand over their finances to Chu Mo among the current presidents. President Ma strongly affirmed that, of course, they wouldn't agree because they could not let Chu Mo's light words take away the fruit of the 4 or 5 generations of their family's hard work. The other presidents agreed, insisting that they wouldn't make terms with Chu Mo. President Su advised that the first thing they needed to consider was how to save their own lives, and according to data analysis of past events, even in fierce battles, Chu Mo would try his best to avoid the death of innocent people, as he was filled with compassion and pity for ordinary people. Therefore, if they wanted to survive, they needed hostages, a lot of hostages. Hearing President Su's suggestion, President Ma emphasized that silently moving a large number of people was his specialty, so he asked him how many hostages they needed, 10,000 or 100,000 people, as he would go to prepare right away. President Su looked so menacing as he calculated that they needed 2 billion people and specified that at least that amount was needed to negotiate with Chu Mo on equal footing. When he heard that they needed 2 billion, President Ma asked President Su if he was kidding and questioned where they would kidnap that many hostages. President Su clarified that currently, all the presidents were residing in hidden places to ensure safety, underground bases, unmarked islands in the middle of the ocean, even space stations in outer space. But one day, they would be found, so from that point onward, each and every one of them must live in a large city with a population of more than 10 million, and they should also always carry a bomb that could blow up the entire city. They would have over 2 billion hostages that way. President Lin approved that it was not a bad idea, and he added that they could also guide public opinions and spread rumors about East Sea City. As an example, they could say that the ordinary people of East Sea City were being enslaved and toyed with by Chu Mo's monster subordinates. President Su agreed, suggesting that they should shape the character of Chu Mo as a tyrannical dictator and let him be the object of people's hatred. President Lin declared that Chu Mo would be the inhuman tyrant who was making the people of East Sea City suffer, living a life worse than death. And currently, he even wanted to control the financial union as well as the 4 major sects of cultivators, making the entire world shrouded under his dark rules, and he laughed as he stated that way, people would naturally stand on their side. But suddenly, President Lin's laugh started to get cut off, and his holographic image glitched. The image suddenly rendered a gun and showed that someone shot President Lin from behind. The image of President Lin's blood was rendered, and it was dripping on the table. President Su recognized the person who fired the gun as President Lin's brother, Lin Bei, and he asked him if he realized what he was doing at the moment. Lin Bei called President Su a dwarf and remarked that he was wrong because currently, he was President Lin. President Ma questioned Lin Bei if he meant that they would allow such a thing, and he commented that he was an empty-headed failure, so even if he killed his older brother, he still wouldn't become the president. Lin Bei was amused when he realized that the presidents were not aware yet, so he informed them that just a moment ago, Chu Mo made a live declaration to the world that since the financial union attempted to hurt Chu Yun as a punishment, if they chose not to surrender after 3 days, all their family members, relatives, friends, subordinates, and even ordinary people supporting the financial union would be considered enemies, and all enemies could be killed. President Xi observed that it looked like he was not only a failure but also a coward, and he asked him if it was because he was too scared to die that he killed his older brother. Lin Bei looked so sinister as he responded that of course, it was more than that, and he stated that Chu Mo was merciful and didn't want to create too much bloodshed. So if the presidents of the financial union remained stubborn and refused to surrender, whether it was the relative, friend, or subordinate could kill the president, they could directly refill the empty position, and he remarked that he, the worthless person they looked down upon, had gained recognition from Chu Mo and became President Lin, so that time, it was all their turn to be afraid. In a huge mansion, President Ma anxiously called for someone named Qin Ying, asking her why she was still idling around. It seemed like she was the wife of President Ma, and he insisted not to worry about the luggage because none of that mattered. He urged her to hurry and bring the kids over because the helicopter was almost there and they should hurry up and leave because it was no longer safe there. Qin Ying trembled as she apologized to President Ma. She pointed a knife at him, telling him that she couldn't leave with him. Instead of being threatened, President Ma laughed and remarked that he finally understood that she also wanted to rob him, to steal from the financial union that belonged to him. President Ma commented that it was hilarious because she was usually too scared to even kill a fish, and he asked her if she wanted to kill him and where she found the courage. But President Ma's expression suddenly changed, and he looked horribly surprised. Chun Ying lunged forward without hesitation and plunged the knife into his chest. With tears in her eyes, Chun Ying expressed that assets didn't matter at all. She revealed that she knew he was cheating and that he had a celebrity mistress, but she didn't care about that either. President Ma called Chun Ying a witch and started to grab her hair. Chun Ying pulled out the knife. With President Ma falling to the floor, Qin Ying's hair was ripped off her head. But she didn't care as she raised the knife and asked President Ma why he would offend Chu Mo, and why he would put their son's life at risk, mentioning that it was too much. Qin Ying asked President Ma if he didn't understand that their whole family would die if he offended Chu Mo. President Ma looked terrified as he acknowledged that he got it, so he would go to Chu Mo and surrender immediately. But Qin Ying raised the knife over President Ma's head and declared that she would not trust him anymore. Blood splattered all over the place. Meanwhile, a camp was set up in the middle of a cold place filled with ice. President Su and President Xi were there. As President Su informed that President Ma had just been confirmed dead, President Xi asked someone if he heard that, and he stated that under the terrifying threats of Chu Mo, 4 presidents of the financial union had already died tragically, killed by their own butler, their own brother, their own wife, or their own child, and he noted that there wasn't much time left for them. They were talking to Tianzin, who reminded them that they had always been manipulating public opinions to try to shape Chu Mo into the image of a demon king, and he urged them to take a look at how Chu Mo had really become a tyrant. President Xi asserted that they had already exhausted all their efforts to bring Chu Mo down, and he asked what they, the immortal cultivators, had done and what right they had to mock him, and he added that even if they admitted defeat at that moment and surrendered to Chu Mo, it would still be an honorable defeat. Tianzin stated that if they really wanted to admit defeat, he wouldn't have made a trip to see him in the Arctic, which made President Xi immediately ask Tianzin if they really had a method to deal with Chu Mo. But looking around, President Xi observed that if it was not glaciers, it was polar bears, so he asked Tianzin if it could be that he was just putting on a brave face for the sake of his reputation because it seemed like something they would do. And he confirmed with him if they weren't thinking of using polar bears to bring down Chu Mo. Revealing the array behind him, Tianzin explained that the real weapon was beneath the glacier, 4,000 meters deep in the ocean, and he mentioned that they certainly hadn't been idle as the 4 sect masters joined forces and spent a full 3 days to open that temporary passage. Tianzin challenged that if he still had some courage, he should come with him. President Xi laughed it off, and he remarked that it was not as if he hadn't been to the deep sea at 4,000 meters before, so there was nothing to be afraid of. As they stepped on the array, Tianzin explained that space teleportation spells could not be used in that area, so he could think of the passage as a 4,000-meter-long free-fall machine. Just as Tianzin finished explaining, the array began to drop. And as both President Su and President Xi screamed, President Xi called Tianzin a bastard, asking him why he hadn't mentioned so earlier. They descended at an incredible speed, and they arrived at the bottom in no time. President Xi was lying on the ground, dizzy and trembling, and as he asked Tianzin if they had arrived and what exactly it was that they were going to see, Tianzin revealed that it was the sinner who killed over 50 million people and destroyed the heavenly kingdom of Da Luo Tian on Earth 1,000 years ago. He was also the strongest savior from the last secret realm, and his name was not recorded, but at that time, cultivators called him Heaven's Mandate. When President Xi heard what Tianzin mentioned, he asked if they were really going to collaborate with such a lunatic. But President Su replied that the important point was that if the person named Tianming could really handle Chumo. And Tianzin remarked that 1,000 years ago, as the strongest savior, Tianming could contend with 30,000-year-old demonic beasts. President Xi was surprised when he heard about the 30,000-year-old demonic beast, and as he stated that it was equivalent to 10 million battle power. He asked Tianzin if he was serious because, according to the latest data estimation, even the monster Chumo has a maximum power level around only 100,000. Tianzin explained that 1,000 years ago, the Earth's spiritual energy was abundant, which could not be compared to the current situation as there were more than 10 cultivators with cultivation levels similar to or just slightly weaker than Tianming's. However, even a coalition of cultivators from all over the world couldn't defeat Tianming, and President Xi will soon witness the bizarre ability that makes Tianming invincible against the whole world. President Su expressed that it was why he disliked those cultivators because it was already such a critical moment, and yet they were still thinking about acting so mysterious, playing ghost and god, when someone suddenly shouted that they were hiding there. It was Chumo, and as he landed, his powerful aura exploded all over the place, which eliminated Tianzin and President Xi. President Su was horrified when he saw Chumo. Chumo sinisterly towered over President Su, and as he asked if he was the child prodigy who became the chairman of the conglomerate at the age of 8, he noted that President Su looks much older than his age, and President Su pleaded that Chumo not kill him. Suddenly, in the darkness, someone whispered that they should close their eyes. It was Tianzin, and he blocked President Su's eyes, and while President Xi was covering his own eyes, he asked what just happened, if he did die once, or if it was an illusion. Tianzin clarified that it was not an illusion, but it was Tianming, and they could understand it as, on a certain timeline earlier, they died. And that was a timeline with a very low probability because logically, it's almost impossible for Chumo to suddenly appear in that place. However, if they continue to observe with their eyes, they would be guided towards the fate of being killed by Chumo. President Su was sweating profusely as he asked Tianzin if it was Tianming's ability, being able to freely control the fate of others, and if he was implying that no matter how low the possibility is, Tianming could turn that fate into reality. President Xi observed that as long as they don't see it with their eyes, they won't be affected, and he asked if the ability could really be called invincibility. Tianzin revealed that inside that tunnel there were countless tiny magical mirrors, and 1,000 years ago, immortal cultivators used the power of the Earth's veins and the spirits of the deep sea as a source of energy to create that mirrored maze because they couldn't kill Tianming, so instead, they sealed Tianming within that place. He disclosed that the mirrored maze fragmented Tianming's soul into countless pieces, each stored within a different mirror, and each fragment of Tianming's soul corresponds to a different fate within the entire world. And the countless fragments of Tianming's soul constantly negate each other, achieving a balance within the seal, so in other worlds, they all have different life experiences. Tianzin added that what they just saw and felt was merely the subconscious emotional fluctuations of the sealed Tianming, so they could think of it as the sealed Tianming being in a state of slumber, and they were merely just a bug inadvertently affected by the dream. But if he really actively uses his abilities, even if they don't see, hear, or close their 5 senses, the entire world will still fall into a real nightmare. When President Xi heard that it was just subconscious emotional fluctuations, he asked Tianzin if he had gone mad and if he was really planning to release a monster even more terrifying than Chumo in order to kill him. Tianzin asked President Xi when he ever claimed that he wanted to release Tianming. He declared that even with the seal, as long as Tianming's abilities are properly utilized, it was enough to kill someone like Chumo, and that the path ahead leads to the location where Tianming is sealed, and he could only say that it was extremely dangerous, so he asked them if they still wanted to come along. President Su affirmed, of course, while President Xi requested that Tianzin lead the way, and stated that they were mentally prepared. Tianzin warned that they should not look directly, do not comprehend, and not describe Tianming, and if they wanted to leave alive from there, they should remember those 3 rules. A few moments later, the 3 of them faced a restrained Tianming, and he mocked that it was pathetic that the sect leader of the Dan Tai Bai didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. Ignoring Tianming's remarks, Tianzin requested that he would like to ask the benevolent Sir Tianming for something. Tianming acknowledged that he was aware and he had seen it that their savior Chumo will massacre all of them, and under his rule, the entire lineage of immortal cultivators will be completely wiped out and the earth will descend into darkness and desolation, and no one will survive. He prophesied that in the planned future he envisioned, Chumo doesn't exist, so they shouldn't worry because very soon he will kill Chumo. On the other hand, at Dongyuan Corporation, number 6 nuclear power plant, a doctor was counting down and announced that they should start. Chumo was standing in the middle of a huge machine, and it began to light up. The light was followed by explosions, and the system informed Chu Mo that he was subjected to intense external energy impact, so the true flames of samadhi had been initiated automatically and heat absorption was activated. Chu Mo emerged unscathed from the explosion, and the system reported that his body was strengthening. Ziaju was surprised that Chu Mo was practicing with a nuclear reactor, and he looked troubled as he asked Li Tanling if Chu Mo was courting death, which made Li Tanling question him if he still remembers when the secret realm returned and the conglomerate alliance attacked Chu Mo with a nuclear bomb. And he explained that Chu Mo gained benefits from that nuclear explosion, so currently, Chu Mo has taken over the Dongyuan Corporation's No. 6 nuclear power plant to further enhance his power. Ziaju recalled that 10 years ago, a group of immortal cultivators also attempted to use nuclear reactions to assist in their cultivation. However, everyone suffered backlash from it, and just within a year, they all passed away. Not one of them had survived more than 3 years, so even Chu Mo couldn't have avoided negative effects completely. Li Tanling responded that he had advised Chu Mo, and Chu Mo replied that even if he had only 1 year to live, it would be enough for him because the difficulty of the secret realm has grown insanely and all the pressure falls on Chu Mo alone. So even though he feels somewhat anxious, he can't even openly express his feelings to others because he was already the only hope to save humanity, and to save the world. Ziaju urged that Li Tanling should tell Chu Mo the truth about his sister because he has staked his own life in battles, so they shouldn't keep it from him. But Li Tanling retorted that Ziaju was full and that he should put away his cheap sympathy because if Chu Mo finds out about it at that moment, all of his efforts might have been in vain, and moreover, his sister may have already died. The two of them were startled when Chu Mo suddenly arrived and inquired of Li Tanling what he just mentioned. Ziaju was horrified and he cursed in his mind when he saw Chu Mo. Li Tanling also had the same expression on his face as he wondered when Chu Mo came there. Chu Mo lunged towards Li Tanling, and as he grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall, he demanded of Li Tanling what happened to his sister. Li Tanling pleaded that Chu Mo should calm down because things were not what they seemed. Meanwhile, Ziaju was charging at Chu Mo from behind, and he shouted that Chu Mo should let go of Li Tanling. But without turning to look at Ziaju, Chu Mo landed a powerful punch on his body and ordered him to go away. Chu Mo's punch was powerful that it sent Ziaju flying, and he crashed into another wall. Li Tanling grumbled that the idiot Ziaju was too impulsive, and as he called Chu Mo, he stated that he hadn't confirmed things yet about his sister's situation. But suddenly, Chu Mo threw up blood and began coughing badly. Li Tanling asked Chu Mo if he was okay, but Chu Mo was coughing so much that he couldn't talk, and he even let go of his neck. Suddenly, someone entered the room. It was Tianming, and as he called Chu Mo, he explained that while he was practicing there at the nuclear power plant, he left there early because he sensed a strong sense of danger, but upon returning to the research base, he overheard Li Tanling and Ziaju discussing the news of his sister's death coincidentally, so he grabbed Li Tanling by his neck, forcing information out of him, and in desperation, Ziaju launched an attack against him. Tianming continued and explained that unfortunately, Ziaju's technique has the effect of causing the victim's internal power to go out of control when attacked. And originally, with Ziaju's strength, he couldn't have caused any harm to Chu Mo at all. However, he had previously absorbed the chaotic energy at the nuclear power plant. Combined with the distressing news of his sister's death, Ziaju became the last blow, and his power went out of control, resulting in severe internal injuries. He added that he almost missed the most crucial thing, and with the lifeless ire in his hand, he claimed that that time, he killed the monster that could have shared the damage with Chu Mo in advance. Chu Mo asked Tianming who he was and if they knew each other. Tianming threw ire towards Chu Mo while he introduced himself and that it was their 143rd meeting. He announced that it was also the start of Chu Mo's destiny. Meanwhile, at the cave, it was quiet. The path before entering the room where Tianming was sealed was also empty. Inside, President Xi exclaimed that it was great and politely inquired if Tianming really agreed to kill Chu Mo, while President Su questioned if there were really no terms or conditions. On the other hand, Tianzin cautioned that they should wait and not get too excited just yet, as he apologized to the venerable Lord Tianming and insisted that he should understand that it was impossible for them to break the seal, and let him leave there to deal with Chu Mo. But Tianming declared that it was already done, and Tianzin was astonished. Tianming confidently asserted that Chu Mo has already been killed by him. President Xi couldn't believe that Chu Mo was dead, and he remarked that it was fast, while President Su laughed maniacally and sneered that the arrogant guy got what was coming to him, and it served him right. But Tianzin insisted that it was definitely not possible because, without breaking the seal, Tianming couldn't even leave that cave, let alone kill Chu Mo. Tianming explained that in a highly unlikely possibility, Tianzin managed to break his seal where he had encountered Chu Mo 143 times, and at the same time, he had killed him 143 times. President Xi inquired to confirm if it meant that Chu Mo was still alive, and as he stated that they were excited for no reason, Tianzin apologized to Tianming and replied that even if he demanded it, he wouldn't break his seal, and he wondered if there was a possibility of defeating Chumo if they rely solely on the power of the 4 major sects and the conglomerate alliance. Tianming explained that after 143 battles, there is no one in that world who understands Chumo better than him because Chumo has eyes that could see through all illusions, a physique stronger than any body-refining cultivator in history, unparalleled combat skills, and an exceptional rate of growth, and Chumo has never shown his full strength in front of them, so their winning rate against him is 0, and to be honest, he was also reluctant to engage in a battle with Chumo. President Su asked Tianming what he meant by that, why he was still reluctant to engage Chumo if he was 100% certain to kill Chumo, and if it could be that there were still secrets that they were not aware of. Tianming responded that even if he could kill Chumo, the battle would cause immense destruction to the human world and lead to a large number of human casualties, which would in turn result in a significant depletion of the Earth's overall spiritual energy and might result in the complete disappearance of the secret realm. And after that, the monster would directly invade Earth, which is a situation they don't want to see. Tianzin sighed, and as he asked Tianming if that was the case, he concluded that it seemed that even the former mightiest savior was helpless in the face of Chumo, so although it was very frustrating, they could only surrender to Chumo then. But Tianming called Tianzin and replied that he was just saying that they couldn't kill Chumo on Earth, but if it were in the secret realm, the situation is, of course, very different. Tianzin was hesitant when he heard that the secret realm got mentioned. Tianming explained that there was no need to release his seal completely. They just needed to release the seal on his left hand, and he would be able to enter the secret realm. And the 4 major sects should have intercepted a large number of fate coins, so they should give him those coins and he would fully restore to his original state. And with overwhelming dominance within the secret realm, he could easily kill Chumo. Tianzin commented that it turned out that it was Tianming's true intention because, as long as there is a gap in the seal, it won't be long before he could completely break free from it. Tianming acknowledged that maybe, however, apart from handing over those fate coins to him and letting him kill Chumo with the secret realm, he questioned if they had any other choice. Tianzin pondered that if he was not mistaken, Tianming should have a method to rapidly absorb a large amount of fate coins, so he asked what would happen if they were to use that method on another savior and have that savior kill Chumo. But without letting him finish, Tianming replied that the method was not entirely feasible. However, forcibly absorbing a large amount of fate coins would result in the death of that savior 3 days later. Tianzin gritted his teeth while President Su remarked that at the cost of just 1 cultivator, they could completely eliminate Chumo, so it could be said that it was extremely cost-effective, so President Su shouldn't have any objections. But Tianming added that not every savior possesses the constitution to forcibly absorb fate coins, and to be precise, there is only one suitable candidate, and that would be Tianzin's disciple, Jingshan. Tianzin was surprised when he heard that, and he asked Tianming what he meant. President Xi chimed in and asked Tianzin if it wasn't just a disciple, and Tianzin demanded that he should shut up. Tianming inquired if it was a difficult decision because Jingshan has always respected him like a father figure, and he has also felt a long-lost sense of familial affection towards him as well. And not only that, he was also his last remaining heir. Tianzin got terrified and desperate as he pleaded that it was enough and that he would accept Tianming's proposal. Tianming laughed maniacally and exclaimed that it was exactly the expression he wanted to see, and indeed, seeing it in reality makes it even more vivid and exciting. Tianzin noted that the relationship between Jingshan and Chumo has always been good, so he questioned Tianming if he was certain that once Jingshan accepts the fate coins, he would definitely kill Chumo. Tianming replied with confidence, because it was the future he had planned. He vividly depicted a scene where Jingshan glared and loomed over the extremely injured Chumo sitting on the ground. As they went back to the surface, President Xi screamed. President Xi cursed Chumo and demanded why he should surrender to him. Tianzin explained that it was necessary and the 4 major sects would also simultaneously express their allegiance to Chumo because the next secret realm will appear in 5 days, and according to Tianming, it was the deadline for Chumo. But President Xi argued that Tianzin was speaking as if it were nothing because, compared to them, the cultivators, the conglomerate alliance has offended Chumo in too many ways. President Xi added that they even got to the point of almost threatening the life of Chumo's sister, so even if they surrendered, Chumo would definitely not let him off so easily. Tianzin assured that in order to maintain Chumo's reputation, at least he won't kill him immediately, and after 5 days, they could regain everything they have lost. President Xi hoped what Tianzin expressed was true because the key to either victory or defeat lies with his disciple Jingshan, so he shouldn't become soft-hearted and let them down. Tianzin emphasized that there was no need for President Xi's reminder as he had already made up his mind, because anyone, including him, could be sacrificed and only the sect is eternal. A few moments later, at a laboratory, Lei Ji requested someone to come inside. It was Tianzin, Zhang Chongjun, President Xi, and President Su. When Chu Mo saw them, he remarked that it was unexpected because he originally thought that given their persistence and tenacious character, they would fight to the end. President Xi admitted that it was them who had lost, and whether it was strength or intelligence, Chu Mo surpassed them, and currently there was no place for them in the world, so he begged him to overlook their past offenses and accept their allegiance. But Chu Mo responded that he didn't need President Xi and Su's allegiance, which agitated the two of them, and as President Xi inquired what he meant by that, President Su asked if he was really going to exterminate them completely when they had already surrendered. Chu Mo denied and stated that he just doesn't trust them, so he requested that they transfer the management rights of the major companies under their conglomerate to the Donghai conglomerate, and they could retire early and enjoy life as wealthy individuals after that, which made Lei Ji wink at them to mock them and ask President Xi if he ever imagined that he would live to see that day too when he used to oppress and suppress their Donghai conglomerate. President Xi conceded that he has nothing to say about the success or failure of war, and transferring the company is not a problem, and he will fully cooperate until the Donghai conglomerate completely takes over the business of his subordinate companies, so he just hopes that Chu Mo will keep his promise and spare their lives after that. Chu Mo confirmed that if they leave peacefully from that point onward and give up the thoughts of opposing him, he would promise that he will not hold their past against them. He suddenly remembered one last thing and demanded they return his overworld stone to him. When President Xi heard Chu Mo request his overworld stone, he responded that for that overworld stone that connects to the alternate space, the conglomerate alliance had paid a heavy price for it, so the ownership of the overworld stone is not something a single conglomerate could decide. Chu Mo stated that he believed that the other presidents shouldn't have any objections either and asked President Xi what he would respond. Tianzin chimed in, and as he asked President Xi if he wanted to destroy the hard-earned peace, he urged that he should hurry up and return Chu Mo's overworld stone back to him, which made President Xi reluctant as he acknowledged and that he would personally hand over the overworld stone. Chu Mo agreed, and he asked Tianzin about the four great sects. Tianzin informed that the four great sects will completely obey Chu Mo's orders in the future and accept his command, and Zhang Chongjun stated that all the treasures inside the sects would also be open to Chu Mo and the Donghai conglomerate, and they would also assist in all of Chu Mo's research projects to prepare for any possible wars. Chu Mo expressed that he still has some doubts, and he asked Tianzin why only two of the sect leaders were present that day and if the other two sect leaders should have different opinions, which made Tianzin nervous as he replied and informed that they were working hard to maintain the defense mechanism of the secret realm to prevent future intrusions from other realms, so they couldn't come to see Chu Mo because the secret realm at the moment was riddled with holes and was approaching its limits. Chu Mo concluded that if that was the case, considering the safety of all humanity, since they don't have the ability to take care of the secret realm, they should just hand it over to him, which caught Tianzin off guard, and he clarified that the secret realm is very sophisticated yet extremely fragile, so to safely transfer the secret realm, it will take at least 5 days. But someone suddenly entered the room to negate what Tianzin stated and declared that it would only take 1 day. Tianzin quickly asked who it was and turned to look at the direction where the voice was coming from. Chu Mo introduced Jai Sheng to Tianzin, and as Chu Mo mentioned that they should know each other well, he explained that he and Jai Sheng have been acquainted for quite a while because he managed to contact him through the channels of the Donghai conglomerate, and he entrusted him to be his advisor as well as his assistant. To which Jai Sheng chimed in and remarked that Tianzin had 1 day to transfer the secret realm there and asked if Tianzin needed his assistance. Tianzin was pissed when he saw Jai Sheng, and he was about to attack while he questioned him for daring to appear in front of him when he was a traitor when Chu Mo called his name with a questioning tone. He immediately froze and was trembling in anger, while he was speechless when he realized the position he was in. Tianzin managed to control his temper and assured that for the secret realm, there was no need to trouble Jai Sheng for help because the next day, he will bring the secret realm there. The next day, Li Tanling stood in front of a huge portal, and as he asked if it was the secret realm that the 4 major sects delivered, he remarked that it was truly marvelous. Chu Mo arrived, and as he mentioned that the overworld stone the conglomerate alliance sent over yesterday was right next door, he asked Li Tanling if he wanted to go and take a look because the overworld stone was something he had been pursuing for a long time after all. But Li Tanling replied that before that, he wanted to discuss with Chu Mo regarding the attitudes of the conglomerate alliance and the 4 major sects. Chu Mo was puzzled when Li Tanling mentioned their attitudes. Li Tanling commented that the way they surrendered so easily was too suspicious and that the whole ordeal went too smoothly. Chu Mo explained that it was the reason why he asked them to hand over the overworld stone and the secret realm, and they hardly hesitated and agreed almost immediately. Li Tanling questioned Chu Mo on what would have happened if they chose to go to war at that time, and Chu Mo responded that they could just strike them down until they kneel and force them to hand over the secret realm and the overworld stone. Li Tanling laughed and commented that indeed, it definitely sounded like something Chu Mo would do. But the conglomerate alliance and the 4 major sects surrendered their most precious treasures without any resistance, so they must be plotting some huge conspiracy. Chu Mo responded that the enemy was not in that world. However, with the overworld stone and the secret realm, he could begin preparations for the counterattack against the other world ahead of schedule. Li Tanling looked concerned, and he asked Chu Mo if his preparation for the invasion from the other world was aimed at saving his sister or for the sake of humanity. Chu Mo questioned Li Tanling if it even mattered and commented that the secret realm is already riddled with holes, that even if they achieve ultimate victory in the secret realm war, it may not truly stop the invasion from the other world, so they must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Li Tanling mentioned that yesterday there were several large-scale power outages and network failures worldwide. A significant amount of energy, electricity, and computing power were all consumed by the overworld stone. And at the same time, most enterprises under the control of the Dongyun conglomerate announced their transition into military-industrial companies, sparking global market turbulence. Chu Mo asked Li Tanling if he implied that he did wrong, to which Li Tanling denied. But Chu Mo was too radical. Li Tanling pointed out that panic was spreading, the economy was faltering, numerous small and big enterprises were going bankrupt, there was a massive wave of unemployment, currency devaluation, and skyrocketing prices, and those were just the possible events to come as the world was on the brink of chaos, and even before going to war with the other world, Chu Mo's plan might result in the deaths of countless people. Chu Mo asked Li Tanling if he had also been numbed by a false sense of security and remarked that the threat of monsters was much more dangerous and serious than they imagined. Li Tanling responded that if it weren't for Chu Mo's continuous creation of miracles, humanity would have failed a long time ago, and yet they continue to expect Chu Mo to keep creating those miracles, piling all the pressures on him, and he could understand that the threat of monsters was actually much more serious than what they could see. Otherwise, Chu Mo wouldn't be using nuclear energy to train at the cost of shortening his lifespan. He mentioned that if they wanted to wage war against the monsters from the other world, they needed more trust and strength from people, but the current Chu Mo only instills fear in the whole world, and he was concerned as he asked Chu Mo if he intended to face the world alone and if he didn't realize how people were calling him at the moment. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit city, someone yelled and exclaimed "Tyrant." It was a man, and he declared that they should take down the dictator, Chu Mo. People were rallying, and as one of them shouted that the demon Chu Mo had finally revealed his true colors, the man was holding a torch and inquired where the conglomerate alliance and the immortal cultivators were. The man raised his torch and questioned why they surrendered to the tyrant Chu Mo. They created a huge doll of Chu Mo for their protest, and the man threw his torch at it as they declared that they should overthrow the tyrant. At a distance, Jai Sheng was with Tianzin watching the protest. And as Tianzin commented that Chu Mo has become like a disease to the entire world, he asked Jai Sheng if he still maintained that Chu Mo was a good person even if that was the case. Jai Sheng responded that it was Tianzin who schemed against Chu Mo, and it was also him who surrendered to Chu Mo, and he asked Tianzin when he had ever cared about his thoughts and opinions. Tianzin admitted that out of the selfish desire for the development of the sect, he indeed committed many wrongdoings. However, there was indeed a moment when he believed that Chu Mo might be able to save their world. He explained that it was why he led the conglomerate alliance and the 4 major sects to surrender to Chu Mo, but he didn't anticipate that after gaining power, Chu Mo would act so arbitrarily, caring little about the lives of ordinary people. But Jai Sheng insisted that Tianzin still hasn't answered his question as to why he should care about his thoughts. Tianzin revealed that the only person capable of killing Chu Mo and restoring world order at the moment was Jai Sheng, and Jai Sheng was astonished when he heard what Tianzin revealed. Back at the cave where Tianming was sealed, everything was still quiet. Tianzin visited Tianming with Jai Sheng, and Tianming remarked that it was such stringent conditions. Tianzin commented that Tianming's power is truly overwhelming, so they cannot just break his seal without any preparations. Tianming inquired if Tianzin believed that they could attain power equivalent to his with only 50 years of cultivation and assuming victory in the secret realm and absorbing both the spiritual power and resources from the other world. Tianzin responded that with the removal of cultivation limits plus an additional 50 years of preparations, he doesn't believe that their 4 major sects will lose to Tianming. Tianming agreed that they let the contract be established with 50 years as the condition, and as he released his aura and wrapped it around Tianzin, he declared that the contract was established. He stated that the Great Oath of the Heart Demon has taken effect, so if one party fulfills the conditions while the other breaches them, the breaching party will endure 70 days of soul-burning agony and lead to complete annihilation of the soul. With both their eyes still closed, Tianzin replied that there was no need for Tianming's reminder because he was aware of the consequences, and he called Jingshan and directed him to step forward and let Tianming fulfill his first condition. Jing Shan stepped forward, and as he admitted that he still found it somewhat unbelievable, he asked Tianming if he could truly grant him the power to kill Chu Mo. Tianming pointed out that from the beginning, Jing Shan never intended to kill Chu Mo, and he accepted the task simply because Tianzin threatened that if he refused, he would choose someone else. So he planned to gain power first, have a good talk with Chu Mo to persuade him to change his attitude towards ordinary people, and he questioned if that was how he was thinking. Jing Shan strongly denied that he was, and he didn't. But Tianming grinned and revealed that Jing Shan didn't know that Tianzin had concealed an important piece of information from him, that by forcibly absorbing a large amount of fate coins, he would die in 3 days. Jing Shan was surprised by what he heard, and he opened his eyes and quickly turned to look at Tianzin. But Tianzin was just calmly closing his eyes and remained silent. Jing Shan approached Tianzin and demanded that he should say something and that he should tell him if what Tianming was saying was true or not. Tianming interjected and explained that Tianzin couldn't hear what they were saying because, at the moment of forming the contract, he exerted a subtle illusion on him. Jing Shan was alarmed, and he cursed in his mind. He quickly ran away, as he exclaimed that it was a trap and they had been deceived. Jing Shan was carrying Tianzin over his shoulder as he ran away from Tianming with all his might. As Jing Shan continued to run away, Tianming clarified that although Tianzin did indeed conceal vital information that could cost his life, he was not entirely malicious because his plan was that even after enduring the backlash of the contract and facing death in 50 years, he would never release him. Jing Shan was agitated as he wondered why he could still hear Tianming's voice when they had already run that far. But as he saw the cave exit, Jing Shan muttered that he shouldn't think about it because they will be able to leave that place soon. Suddenly, they were facing Tianming again, and Tianming greeted them back. Jing Shan was surprised, and he asked how it was possible that that should be the cave exit. Releasing his aura, Tianming replied that Jing Shan opened his eyes in front of him and that Tianzin must have been instructed to never open his eyes in front of him. But Jing Shan was too shocked to remember that. Tianming's aura wrapped around Jing Shan, and as Jing Shan pleaded that Tianming should let him go, he questioned what his purpose was. Tianming explained that 20 years ago, the heads of the 4 major sects made a deal with him, wanting to reopen the Secret Realm War, but due to greed, they wanted to collect 30% of the fate coins from all the saviors, leaving them for their favored disciples, so he taught them the technique to control the secret realm. However, that method would create vulnerabilities in the secret realm and give the demons an advantage, so as a result, cultivators from the 4 major sects had to come to seek his help. He mentioned that to meet someone whose soul frequency completely matched his, he waited for a very, very long time, and although the appearance of Chumo became a variable and caused a slight delay, he finally met Jing Shan. At the laboratory, a doctor stated that they should quickly get the inhibitor because patient number 9 was out of control, and the doctor who ran to get it warned that he should watch out because the patient was very dangerous. Suddenly, a security guard crashed against a wall and destroyed it. Patient number 9 was pissed, and he demanded that they should let him out and that the bunch of jerks shouldn't try to fool him because he was not sick and they were the ones who are sick. As patient number 9 was about to charge at the doctors, another doctor arrived, and as she addressed the patient as Chen Kaio, she announced that she was his attending physician. It was Zhang Yutong, and she explained that she knew that Chen Kaio must be feeling extremely uneasy and fearful because the queen cells in his body were experiencing a severe rejection reaction, causing mental confusion in return, so he must receive treatment immediately. Chen Kaio got more enraged, and he yelled that Zhang Yutong should shut up because all of them are the same because they all wanted to deceive him and steal his power. Without any warning, Zhang Yutong punched Chen Kaio and sent him flying in the air. Chen Kaio fell unconscious on the floor with a huge swelling on his face. Zhang Yutong calmly remarked that patient number 9 has calmed down and requested that the doctor have him move back to the ward and administer the suppressant injection. The doctors both looked terrified, and as one of them replied yes to their director, Zhang Yutong, he thanked her for her help, and the other doctor promised that they would definitely stay more vigilant in the future and care better for the patients. A few moments later, in the other part of the laboratory, Zhang Yutong reported that among the experimental subjects of the conglomerate alliances, only 85 survived, and among them, 56 relatives agreed to transfer the patients to the Dongyan Consortium for treatment. She mentioned that 36 people were in a coma with similar symptoms to Chu Yun, while the remaining 20 people, due to severe rejection reactions, are experiencing varying degrees of manic symptoms. Zhang Yutong was talking to Chu Mo, and as he asked if the manic symptoms were more intense the more severe the rejection reaction, Zhang Yutong confirmed that it was the case for the moment and that patients with severe rejection reactions tend to harm others and show self-destructive tendencies. Jiang Yutong noted that fortunately, they have obtained research data from the conglomerate alliances and ancient medical texts from Nantai Bai sect, so she was currently formulating a new suppressant that could significantly reduce patient rejection reactions. And comatose patients with relatively mild rejection reactions respond better to the suppressant, so if they could further suppress the rejection reactions, Chu Yun would be able to wake up. Chu Mo looked concerned as he asked Jiang Yutong if she hadn't slept much lately, and he commented that even if she was a cultivator, not resting at all those times would take a toll on her body. But Jiang Yutong advised that Chu Mo should take better care of himself because using a nuclear reactor for cultivation was risking his life, and since she could command the researchers from the Dongyun Consortium at the moment, she would have them help design a tailored supplementary cultivation plan for him later to minimize the harm he encounters during cultivation. Jiang Yutong put on her gloves and instructed that they shouldn't delay that kind of matter, so they should do a physical examination for Chu Mo immediately, which terrified Chu Mo, and his voice trembled as he insisted that there was no need because his body is very healthy. Suddenly, Ire, who looked annoyed while she was lying on the floor, scoffed at the two of them and asked them if they didn't know how to care about her. Chu Mo was confused, which pissed Ire, and she demanded that he should stop pretending. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes as Ire complained that when Chu Mo was cultivating in the nuclear reactor, she was the one helping him bear the damage. So her tail sheds every day, and he was getting stronger, but she was getting bald, so she asked if that was even fair. Jiang Yutong agreed that what Ire said makes sense, so Chu Mo should give up using the nuclear reactor for cultivation, and she knew that he was worried about Chu Yun. But the new type of suppressant was about to be successfully developed, so she was confident that they could cure her just by relying on medication. Chu Mo declared that there was no need to worry about him because the nuclear reactor was no longer valuable to him as he had already found another way to become stronger. It was the secret realm. A few moments later, Jai Sheng was monitoring researchers as they worked on the secret realm, and he commented that accelerating time in the secret realm was a strange idea. Chu Mo asked Jai Sheng if it was possible to achieve it, and Jai Sheng confirmed that it was not impossible. Jai Sheng inquired if Chu Mo had any more specific requests. Chu Mo responded that he would think about it, and he suggested that as an example, it would be spending 30 days in a secret realm. Jiang Yutong stated that the banquet for that day had ended, and she requested that everyone return home. Her aunt asked her why she was behaving like that and mentioned that she was not even giving her aunt some face, while her old classmate asked if she could help him out since they were old classmates and his company needs investment from Dongyun Consortium. Jiang Yutong declared that she would count to 10, and anyone who remained there and refused to leave would be blacklisted by the Dongyun Consortium and would never be able to cooperate in the future. One of the guests remarked that they were leaving immediately. Another inquired why the other guests were pushing them, and another noted that they shouldn't block the door. Jiang Yutong expressed that those annoying people had finally left, and as she asked her father how it had turned into a business promotion event when she just came home for a meal, her father sighingly remarked that his darling daughter had climbed to the top of the tree, and it seemed that she had transformed into a phoenix. He asked her if she didn't know that those past few days so many people had come to plead with him, and he couldn't really refuse those with high status and influence, nor those with personal information. She queried if it was really that exaggerated, and her father confirmed that, of course, because everyone was saying that after the surrender of the 4 main cultivation sects and the conglomerate alliance, Chu Mo had become the pinnacle of money, power, and force on the planet, and she, under Chu Mo's instructions, had also become the de facto controller of the Dongyun Consortium, so in many people's eyes, she had already become a celebrity. Jiang Yutong asserted that her father shouldn't listen to those rumors because she was just using the Dongyun Consortium's resources to conduct some scientific research, and that was all. There was nothing remarkable about it. Her father laughed and mentioned that regardless, she was the closest person to Chu Mo, so in the future, she might even become the first lady of that planet or Her Majesty the Queen. But Jiang Yutong maintained that they were all just rumors. Her father proposed that they should talk about something serious because Dongyun Consortium was currently in the process of dividing up the prime assets of the conglomerate alliance, and he knew that she and Chu Mo were not interested in managing the business because, after all, Dongyun Consortium was just a temporary ally and couldn't be fully trusted. So instead of concentrating all the wealth and resources in the hands of the Dongyun Consortium, it was better to allocate some for him to manage. But Jiang Yutong responded that it was enough, and as she asked how come even her dad was like those people, she stated that she was already leaving so he shouldn't bother her. On the other hand, the guests were already out of the house. One of Jiang Yutong's classmates criticized her as a crazy woman acting all high and mighty as if she were worth millions or something when she was nothing without Chumo. And the other man explained that he couldn't say that because it was also a skill to please men. And seeing Jiang Yutong's performance in the secret realm getting worse and worse, he just knew that she must be putting all her time and energy into pleasing Chu Mo. Suddenly, Yu Kai and Yan struck the two men. both of them were immediately knocked to the ground with huge lumps on their heads. Jiang Yutong observed that it seemed like Yu Kaiyan had been waiting outside her house for a long time and inquired if she needed something from her. Yu Kaiyan remained silent and sniffed Jiang Yutong, which made Jiang Yutong ask her what she was doing, and she responded that Yu Kaiyan should stay away from her. Yu Kaiyan commented that Jiang Yutong had such a strong scent of medicinal herbs, and she asked Jiang Yutong if she had been spending all her time refining pills. Jiang Yutong queried Yu Kaiyan what it mattered if she was and stated that what she did was her freedom. Yu Kaiyan remarked that refining pills didn't really help in improving combat effectiveness, so if Jiang Yutong continued to focus solely on pills, she might end up dead very easily, and Jiang Yutong asked Yu Kaiyan if she had come there to curse her. Yu Kaiyan explained that she had just happened to pass by there, and what she was about to say was merely talking to herself and definitely not an attempt to reveal any information about the sect because the 4 sect's masters had disappeared, and Jingshan was also missing, so they seemed to be involved in something dangerous. Meanwhile, at the cave, the fate coins were absorbed into a warp in space. They continued to get sucked in and disappeared into what looked like a portal. Unaware that Jingshan was possessed by Tianming, Tianzin asked him why he had come out so early and mentioned that he hadn't fully absorbed the fate coins stored by the 4 main cultivation sects. Tianming responded that it was already time and the next secret realm was about to begin. Tianzin inquired if it was Tianming who had told him, while Zhang Chongjin observed that the technology of ancient times truly surpassed his imagination because, in such a short time, Jingshan had already absorbed over 90% of the fate coins. The other elder reminded that Jingshan should remember his mission, and the other stated that with Chu Mo's character, he would definitely choose to independently complete the secret realm. So when he was exhausted or even injured, it was when he must carry out the assassination to ensure the complete victory of their 4 main cultivation sects. Tianming agreed and added that he would handle it himself. He mentioned that before that, he would borrow the power of the 4 useless meat bags. Tianzin cursed in his mind, and he believed that he must teleport away as soon as possible. Tianming stated that Tianzin shouldn't even think about it. He ripped Tianzin's head, and blood spurted all over the place. One of the elders called Jingshan and inquired what the hell he was doing. Meanwhile, Zhang Chongjin declared that they should stop talking nonsense and kill Jingshan. Tianming moved swiftly and charged towards the other elders. In an instant, he passed by the elders, and blood spurted out of their bodies. Tianming remarked that the timing was just right. The portal to the secret realm has already opened. Tianming absorbed the energies of the elders as he walked towards the portal. He thanked them for their energy forces. On the other hand, at the secret realm, a cultivator asked if the 4th secret realm was another ancient setting. Another cultivator mentioned that at least they still retain their memories at that time because if it ends without them doing anything like last time, it would be too embarrassing. And another cultivator said that he felt like he had seen that city wall somewhere and asked what that place was. One of the cultivators stated that there was an old man over there who looked like a local, so they should go and ask him. One of the cultivators approached the old man and politely tried to get his attention. Jiang Yutong suddenly remarked that they shouldn't disturb the old man, as he had already stopped breathing, and Yu Kaiyan said that the place was called Quzai City. One of the cultivators inquired about Quzai City. Jiang Yutong explained that before the secret realm was established in the Great Celestial Realm, there was once a long era when cultivators could not stop the invasion of monsters, and the northwest region was the entrance for the monsters to invade Earth, and as city after city fell continuously, everyone thought at that time that the northwest region had become a paradise for the monsters. She added that only one city remained steadfast at that time, and that city was called Quzai, and for 30 years it was surrounded by enemies with no support and supplies, and a solitary city stood amidst a 1,000-mile expanse filled with soldiers with white hair, and the Anxi army that numbered 3,000 were besieged in that Quzai city, but none of them surrendered. They all chose to die defending the city. One of the cultivators realized something, and he stated that the secret realm mission for that timeline hasn't been announced yet. Another cultivator remarked that surely they wouldn't want them to defend that city for them for 20 or 30 years. Meanwhile, Chumo stood at the top of the wall, and the system notified him that it was the Day 5 check-in, so he was rewarded with the 1,000-year monstrous power. Chumo commented that it was that thing again, and the reward at that time was quite ordinary. Suddenly, Tianming observed that the moment Chumo entered the secret realm, his strength suddenly increased. He noted that it had no sign whatsoever and no effort was required either, so it was truly enviable, and as he asked Chumo if it was his ultimate secret, Chumo addressed him as Jingshan. But Chumo quickly withdrew what he said and inquired Tianming who he was. Tianming sighed and mentioned that he had introduced himself so many times already, so they should not bother with that and just start already. Lord Zia was at the demonic beast's palace, and Ji begged for Lord Zia to revoke the decision. Suddenly, another demonic beast asked Ji, who let her in, and stated that she should get out of there quickly. and Ji declared that the demonic beast should let him go, and as she asked them why they abolished the Treaty of Non-Aggression when it was a law that Ire worked so hard to pass, the demonic beast asked Ji if she didn't understand that the Treaty of Non-Aggression among the 16 weak monster races was the reward for Ire's infiltration into the human world. But not only did she fail to complete the mission, she even betrayed them. And Ji explained that there must be a misunderstanding because Ire cannot betray them and she must be trying to gain the trust of Chu Mo. Suddenly, Lord Zia remarked that Ji arrived just in time, and Ji asked her if she was willing to consider keeping the Treaty of Non-Aggression. But Lord Zia mentioned that she happened to be craving some takoyaki. The demonic beast quickly used his skill. He restrained Ji, and he requested that Lord Zia leave it to him, as his skills will definitely satisfy her. Suddenly, another demonic beast entered the palace at an incredible speed. He called Lord Zia, and as he stated that the 4th expedition was about to begin, Lord Zia asked him if he had done what she ordered him to do. The demonic beast affirmed yes and that everything was ready so they would achieve a true victory for sure at that time. Back at the secret realm, the system notified the cultivators that the condition for clearing was to endure 3 monster attacks and defend Qzai City. Multiple portals suddenly appeared in the sky and demonic beasts poured in. One of the cultivators mentioned it wouldn't be easy to withstand 3 attacks with Chumo there anyway, so it seemed that they don't have much to worry about that expedition again. But another cultivator cautioned that they shouldn't be careless because monsters came still and they were all humanoid monsters that are at least 2,000 years old. And another cultivator explained that even Chumo will require a lot of time just to finish all of those monsters off. But regardless, they must do their best to stop those monsters from destroying Qzai City during that period. But Yukai suddenly stated no and that the goal of those monsters was not to attack the city. One of the monsters raised a huge wooden stake in the air. It dug the wooden stake on the ground and aura began to leak out. More monsters did the same thing. The auras that leaked created multiple pillars of light. Jiang Yutong explained that those monsters tried to damage the secret realm itself. Lord Zia snickered and remarked that it seemed that Jiang Yutong figured it out but asked if they still had the leisure to pay attention to what was going on over there. Jiang Yutong explained that the monsters eroding the secret realm are scattered far away, and only the monsters attacking the city are right in front of them, so they really put in a lot of effort to deal with Chu Mo. Lord Zia declared that if they protect Qzai City, the secret realm will be eroded, but if they stop the monsters from eroding the secret realm, the Qzai City will be destroyed, and the mission in the secret realm will fail, and among humans, there is also only one who could stop them and couldn't handle both sides at the same time, so they were already doomed. She asked Chumo what he considered their surprise, but Chumo was already gone from where he was standing earlier. Lord Zia asked where he went. The wooden stake stuck on the ground. One of the demonic beasts declared that he had enough, and as he inquired if they really went to just sit there guarding a broken stake until the end of the expedition. The other demonic beast stated that the stakes are crucial to the erosion of the secret realm, so their mission is very important. The demonic beast stated that they should be patient because the gateway to the human world is about to be opened, and at that time, they could kill as many as they wanted. But suddenly, the demonic beast's head got sliced off his body. The demonic beast's body was sliced into multiple pieces. The other demonic beast wondered what just happened and where the attack came from. The sliced limbs of the other demonic beasts were scattered all over the place. The demonic beast considered that it was the enemy and wondered where the enemies were. Chumo and Tianming suddenly came out of a tier in the sky, and they exchanged blows that caused explosions around the area. Tianming remarked that it was a pity that Chumo actually managed to escape from the hidden space because he was planning to quietly kill Chumo in a place no one could see. To which Chumo responded and stated that it was the spatial abilities of Tianzin as well as of other sect leaders, and asked what Tianming did to them. Tianming asked Chumo if he really needed to explain such a simple matter and declared that all of them were dead and the next one was going to be him. He released a powerful aura in the area. Chumo effortlessly deflected Tianming's aura with his slashing attack. He asked Tianming why he hurried to kill him when the secret realm could collapse at any moment and the monsters were the biggest threat. Tianming stated that maintaining the stability of the secret realm and killing those monsters is very simple, and he could see all the routes to victory. But the only thing he couldn't see clearly was Chumo's future, and in his world, there is no room for any uncertainty. On the other hand, a huge explosion appeared in front of Lord Zia, and the demonic beast in the area was quickly defeated. Lord Zia remarked that she didn't expect there to be other strong individuals among humans apart from Chumo, so she had a proposal. But even as Lord Zia was about to say what her proposal was, Tianming and Chumo continued fighting and killing demonic beasts in the process. A powerful explosion occurred in the area. Lord Zia tried to get Tianming and Chumo's attention, but the two of them continued to fight. She was speechless. Lord Zia got pissed and declared that the bastards shouldn't ignore her. She released her powerful aura in the middle of Tianming and Chumo's fight. Tianming asked Lord Zia if she was talking to him. Lord Zia asked Tianming if he and Chu Mo were enemies and suggested that they join forces. But before she could finish her sentence, Tianming attacked her. Lord Zia's body began to disappear. Tianming declared that Lord Zia was a 30,000 years old monster and was not in its true form but just a projection, and questioned her for daring to interfere in his battle. 3 minutes ago, Lord Zia was at the demonic beast's palace. Lord Zia stated that Tianming just came out of nowhere and he was clearly a human, yet he battled with Chu Mo. She cheered them to fight and remarked that it would be best if both of them ended up dead. But Lord Zia saw what happened to her specially crafted wooden stake, and she explained that it took damage exceeding 60%, so her backup plan was ruined. Lord Zia mentioned that there was still a chance because the monsters in front of the city wall haven't been affected by the battle yet, and their condition was still good. So from that point onward, all the surviving monsters should attack the city at all costs, while she delays them and prevents Chu Mo and Tianming from getting near the city walls. She asserted that the crisis may not necessarily be without opportunity, as Tianming harbors a grudge against Chu Mo, so as long as she proposes cooperation with him, suggesting that they kill Chu Mo together, whether he agrees or not, it is beneficial for her. Lord Zia declared that if Tianming accepts the cooperation, she will also have the chance to kill Chu Mo, but even if she gets rejected, she could still buy enough time for the monsters to break through the city walls and achieve victory in the secret realm. But suddenly, the map she looked at exploded. Lord Zia was confused as the glass shards fell on the floor. She asked herself if the projection was destroyed and considered that she hadn't even finished a sentence, and the projection was already destroyed. Lord Zia believed that she should hold it in and that there was no need to get angry when one of the demonic beasts called her. The demonic beast inquired what those fragments were and if it was Lord Zia's projection. Lord Zia explained that it encountered some unexpected issues, and as the demonic beast apologized and added that it was not something he should ask. He mentioned that he had a takoyaki he made for Lord Zia, but Lord Zia stated that she had lost her appetite, so the demonic beast should stay away from her. She walked away from the demonic beast. Lord Zia walked towards the pavilion in the middle of the garden. She punched one of the pillars of the pavilion. A huge explosion occurred. Lord Zia inquired if Tianming was sick in the end and if he would die if he listened to someone finish speaking, and she remarked that Tianming was really dedicated. On the other hand, a giant snake died as it got dragged in the middle of Tianming and Chu Mo's fight, and died. Tianming stated that Chu Mo temporarily increased his combat power by 10 times within 10 seconds, and it was very impressive as it was the technique that body refining cultivators couldn't achieve 1,000 years ago, but Chu Mo has accomplished it. Chu Mo mentioned that it was the first time he had used that ability in front of someone else. Tianming inquired Chu Mo what it mattered. Chu Mo explained that the sudden attack earlier didn't hurt Tianming, and he didn't even seem surprised, as if he had already known about his abilities. Tianming asserted that everything in the world holds no secrets for him, as for instance, Chu Mo's eyes could perceive the essence of all things, but it was just that his exploration was not thorough enough and his usage was not proficient enough, so it was a waste, and he queried Chu Mo if he couldn't still see his weakness even at that moment. The system displayed Tianming as an unknown cultivator, with his strength and weakness unknown as well. Tianming inquired Chu Mo if he had any other cards to play and stated that he was hoping to see more from Chu Mo, so he should go ahead and die. Suddenly, the secret realm became foggy. Tianming considered that it was strange, and something seemed a bit off. The clouds in the sky moved at a rapid speed. Tianming wondered what it was. Suddenly, he realized that it was dusk, and it suddenly turned to nighttime. Tianming stated that the time in the secret realm was accelerating. Chu Mo mentioned that it was a new day again. The system notified him that he got the reward for signing in on the 6th day. Tianming asked what he looked at and if it was the sun. He released a foggy aura that swirled around the area. Chu Mo asked Tianming if it was his true power. The foggy aura suddenly turned to chains. As the chains wrapped around Chu Mo mentioned that Tianming finally took things seriously. Tianming stated that Chu Mo's existence is too dangerous, so he can't let him live any longer. He released his powerful aura, and it enveloped Chu Mo. Tianming remarked that it was interesting, and he asked if that river was formed purely by converging the slashes. He added that just to be safe, he will integrate Chu Mo down to the atomic level. Chu Mo's body began crumbling. The slashes ate away his flesh, and he continued to disappear. Tianming's foggy aura filled the area. He explained that with that level of destruction, even body-refining cultivators should be unable to recover from their injuries. Chu Mo acknowledged that indeed, it was really dangerous earlier, and he almost died. Tianming asked Chu Mo if he was still alive. He declared that he would just have to kill Chu Mo one more time. Chu Mo's body disappeared into thin air as he got hit by Tianming's attack. But more Chu Mo appeared, and he asserted that there was no fire, no electricity, no curses, not even spatial manipulation. It was just pure lashing force, and it was that strong. Tianming asked Chu Mo if it was his so-called secret and explained that it was like cheating because the moment Chu Mo entered the realm, his power got enhanced, and earlier he accelerated the time in the realm by rapidly passing a day, and he gained the ability to create clones. Chu Mo suggested that Tianming should look because it was almost day 2. Tianming stated that before that, he just had to kill all of them off. Chu Mo wished good luck to Tianming. Explosions filled the entire area. The system notified Chu Mo that he got the rewards for signing in on the 7th day up until the 10th day, where he got the golden hoop rod. Chu Mo used the golden hoop rod and pounded Tianming on the ground. He commented that, as expected, it was not Jing Shan, and he asked Tianming if it was his real appearance. Tianming groaned in pain, and he mentioned that he and Chu Mo would meet again someday. The first death prediction of Tianming has concluded, and they were back to the time when the giant snake just got killed. Tianming announced that he already knew Chu Mo's trump card, so from that point onward, there will be no more probing, and he will end the battle within 5 minutes. At the laboratory, an employee stated that the 6th encounter test began and the energy reaction and neural connection reaction were normal. They mentioned that the limiter was removed and the bidirectional channel was activated, so they were ready to proceed and initiate. Chu Mo remarked that it was very fascinating, as he could feel the existence of the realm just like his own hands and feet. Jai Sheng asserted that Chu Mo already controls the realm, and he was free to control the flow of time within the realm as he pleases, and Chu Mo noted that Jai Sheng did a great job. Jai Sheng stated that he won't inquire about what Chu Mo was planning to do, but he must remind him about one thing, and it was that the secret realm was already riddled with wounds, so speeding up the time could very likely cause the realm to collapse. Chu Mo acknowledged that he understood, so he will use the function to speed up time cautiously. Back at the secret realm, Chu Mo moved tremendously fast and attacked Tianming. Tianming was cut in half and he was not able to react. He believed that it was impossible. Chu Mo observed that Tianming was really tenacious, as he couldn't even die when cut in half. He declared that he would cut Tianming in 4 pieces. Chu Mo slashed Tianming, and the second prediction of death was fulfilled. A few moments later, Tianming woke up, and he asked what happened again. Chu Mo explained that it turned out Tianming was there, and Tianming asked Chu Mo if he was feeling proud of growing bigger. Chu Mo clarified that it was not that he had grown bigger, as it was Tianming who had become smaller, and that skill was really interesting because it could continuously shrink the enemies. Tianming continued to shrink. Chu Mo asked Tianming if he was saying something to him, and as he apologized and mentioned that he couldn't hear him, he stated that Tianming was already the size of atoms and asked if he could keep getting smaller than that. After the third prediction of death was fulfilled, time turned back again, and Chu Mo controlled the demonic beasts who just died. Tianming asked Chu Mo if it was his new ability, making the dead monsters stand up. Chu Mo added that it was not only that, as he could also merge them. A huge, ferocious demonic beast stood behind Chu Mo. Chu Mo instructed that the demonic beast should go and swallow Tianming whole, and the 4th prediction of death has been fulfilled. Chu Mo and Tianming were back again to the time when the giant snake just died. Tianming considered that it was the 4th death, and each time, Chu Mo gains a different new ability, and he couldn't kill him before the sun rose on the next day. And the closest he got to success was just cutting off one of Chu Mo's arms, so he began to wonder if it was luck, coincidence, or something else. He believed that it had been a while since he had felt that kind of fun, and he wondered how long it had been since he felt such excitement in countless premonitions of death and seeking the path to survival. Tianming concluded that Chu Mo should come and use all his abilities to kill him because no matter how many times he dies in the premonitions, as long as he wins once, it will fulfill his destiny, so he will achieve the ultimate victory. Multiple giant insects filled the area and attacked Tianming. Tianming remarked that it turned out to be poison at that time. The insects were tame as they gathered around Chu Mo while Tianming was coughing up blood on his feet, and the 5th precognition of death had been fulfilled. A few moments later, Tianming's head was under the grasp of a giant monster, and the 6th precognition of death had been fulfilled. At the next reset, Chu Mo was holding up a voodoo doll that was stabbed with multiple needles. Tianming was also pierced by huge needles exactly the same as the voodoo doll, and the 7th precognition of death has been fulfilled. The fight continued until the 10,070th precognition of death had been fulfilled. Tianming declared that he and Chu Mo should have a temporary ceasefire, and that they should talk. Chu Mo stated that the longer the ceasefire lasts, the stronger his power will become, and he inquired why he was proposing conditions that are not favorable to himself. Tianming noted that the sky has already started to crack, so if Chu Mo continues to accelerate time, it might not be long before the secret realm completely collapses, but Chu Mo just queried if it was real and mentioned that he doesn't care. Tianming asked if the power of darkness had already made him lose his mind and commented that the monsters will be able to invade their world without obstruction when the secret realm collapses, so it won't matter who wins or loses between them at that time. Chu Mo asserted that Tianming was right, but Tianming shouldn't forget that it was him who started that fight. Tianming probed if he ever doubted the logic of the time that was accelerating continuously and gaining such immense power just by spending a day in the secret realm, and added that perhaps it was the monster's schemes that deliberately induced Chu Mo to accelerate time, causing the secret realm to collapse. Chu Mo explained that it was just one possibility, that maybe, before the secret realm collapsed, he would have gained enough power, and it wouldn't matter if the monsters invaded because he alone could destroy the entire monster world. Tianming announced that it was enough, and he surrendered, and he pressed if that wasn't enough and if he was really going to use the human world as a bet. He insisted that Chu Mo should think about his sister and friends and stop being crazy. Chu Mo contended that it was not him who was crazy, it was Tianming, because midway through the battle, Tianming's character changed. And not only did he request a ceasefire, he even chose to surrender. He pointed out that with Tianming's arrogant personality, even if facing death, he shouldn't surrender, which is why it was unreasonable and very strange, so he had a guess that at that moment, the world he was in may not be real. Huge, dark hands reached out to grab Tianming. Tianming clicked his tongue as he reflected that it seemed that precognition was coming to an end. And the only useful information he obtained was that Chu Mo was not aware of the reason for gaining power in the secret realm. He surmised that the emotions accumulated from 10,000 deaths were too obvious, so next time, and the time after that, it has to be more natural, because in each death, he must complete the puzzle with different questions and confirm Chu Mo's true secret. Meanwhile, Chu Mo proclaimed that the power he gained that day was quite useful. Tianming quizzed if he was not going to kill him and if he had developed a strange hobby of toying with his enemies. Chu Mo maintained that he won't kill Tianming, and he won't let him kill himself either. And he posed if he wasn't curious if the power he gained would continue to grow without limitation if he keeps accelerating, or if it will eventually reach some limit. Tianming was surprised when he heard what Chu Mo expressed, and he repeatedly cursed in his mind. The sign-in system notified Chu Mo that he got the rewards for signing in on the 9th, 15th, and 29th days. Chu Mo conveyed that after fighting for so long, he finally knew Tianming's name. Tianming declared that his name is renowned across the realm, and it was too late for Chu Mo to realize it. But Chu Mo repeatedly stated no, and that he was talking about Tianming's real name, Wen Baixuan. Tianming remarked that it seemed that Chu Mo gained an interesting new ability again, and as he inquired what it was at that time, if it was mind reading or something else, he noted that it has been a long time since anyone has called him by that name. Chu Mo explained that to erase Tianming's dirty past, he killed everyone who knew his name, and as Tianming queried what the point of saying that was, he commented that he doesn't regret a thing that he did in the past. Tianming observed that Chu Mo accelerated time and constantly gained new abilities each time. But Chu Mo should look around, as the secret realm was already collapsing, all because of his actions. Chu Mo asserted that what Tianming mentioned was correct, and if time were to be accelerated one more day, the secret realm would likely collapse in an instant. Tianming announced that with the secret realm destroyed, Earth will also lose its barrier. He voiced that the monsters will invade Earth through countless passages, and as a result, hundreds of millions of humans will die tragically. Chu Mo wondered why he was doing something so meaningless and responded that he had seen Tianming's past, and he knew what his strongest skill was. He clarified that even if he doesn't defend at all, Tianming can't harm him in the slightest at the moment, and the secret realm hasn't truly collapsed because they are in the timeline in Tianming's precognition, so that moment was not real at all. Tianming indicated that he could choose to make that timeline real, and in just an instant, the monster's victory will become certain history. Chu Mo grabbed Tianming by the throat. He probed if he wanted to provoke him to make him kill him, and revealed that perhaps his death is the switch that allows him to jump to the next timeline. And it was a pity that in front of him, Tianming doesn't even have the power to commit suicide. Tianming insisted that it seems Chu Mo's new abilities can't make him know everything because, besides death, he has other ways to switch timelines. Chu Mo affirmed that there are many things he doesn't know because even if he could see Tianming's past history, he still can't understand his actions and his reflections. He interrogated why he lured the 4 major sects into starting the Secret Realm War voluntarily, and recounted that with Tianming's precognitive abilities, there should be another way to lift the seal. Tianming professed that Chu Mo knew how glorious human civilization once was, and when humans first encountered the world of monsters, they didn't need to rely on the secret realm to protect themselves at all because the top human individuals were far more powerful than even the strongest cultivators. He maintained that at that time, their technological development was far from the fragile toys of the current times because no matter how powerful the monsters are, they were just slaves and pets in front of the people. However, such a powerful human civilization collapsed one day, and no one knows the reason why. Chu Mo pressed if he started the war to uncover the truth of history then, but Tianming retorted no, and that more accurately, what he seeks is the power and technology of ancient human civilization, and he has speculated before that Chu Mo's power may come from them. Tianming expressed that the nonsensical method of becoming stronger with the ability to gain new powers just by spending a day in the secret realm aligns well with his conception of them, but he was wrong. Chu Mo challenged why he changed his mind. Purple bits of aura started emitting from Chu Mo. Tianming pondered if he hadn't noticed yet that there was a signal emanating from him and the signal was becoming stronger and stronger. But he averred no. He contended that Chu Mo had noticed, and it was the reason why he stopped accelerating time. Tianming signaled that there was no way there could not be a price for power that is obtained so easily, entering the secret realm, staying for a day, and gaining new abilities, and he laughed and repeated that he finally understood that Chu Mo was not a savior at all. He was just a coordinate. He proclaimed that when Chu Mo stays in the secret realm long enough and his power becomes strong enough, it will attract more invaders that are much more terrifying than the monsters. When Chu Mo heard what Tianming declared, he remarked that what Tianming guessed could indeed happen. Tianming inquired why he wouldn't try and find out whether it was just a guess or not and observed that he should accelerate the time for another 2 days or maybe just 1 day, and those intruders should appear before them. Chu Mo queried if he was hoping for those intruders to kill him so that he could start a new timeline and if he had considered that the abilities of those intruders might far exceed their imagination, and that they might be able to make that timeline real. Tianming stated that even if Chu Mo didn't continue to accelerate the time, the signal on him was already strong enough, so as long as the intruders are given enough time, they will be able to pinpoint Earth's location precisely. Chu Mo was intrigued, and when he probed if he had any suggestions, Tianming mentioned that Chu Mo should kill him as he had no other choice. Tianming commented that the only future of that timeline was despair because whether it was gods from the world of monsters or unknown intruders, they all posed a deadly threat to humanity, and only he could change the destined fate. Chu Mo summoned his golden aura in his hand. He moved swiftly and killed Tianming. In an instant, everything turned dark. Chu Mo was facing Tianming again, and Tianming was back to using Jingshan's body. Tianming reflected that he was back again, and he died again at that time. But the gains were significant. He mused that he finally learned the secret of Chu Mo's ability and the unknown intruders, so as long as he could grasp the future, he would ultimately be the final victor. But Yu Kaiyan called Tianming and Chu Mo's attention and noted that both of them should stop. Yu Kaiyan landed on the ground. Jiang Yutong also arrived at the scene, and not knowing that Jingshan was possessed, Yu Kaiyan pressed what he believed and why he was fighting with Chu Mo. Tianming was amused as he pondered that Yu Kaiyan and Jiang Yutong had also come over, and it was perfect, so he came up with a new plan, and they could become pawns to retrain Chu Mo. He considered who the first one would be, but Tianming's true form was revealed. Yu Kaiyan interrogated who he was, and Tianming cursed in his mind as he reasoned that he didn't do that and his body was out of control. Tianming wondered if Chu Mo did this, but he surmised that the current Chu Mo hadn't accelerated time yet, so it was impossible for him to have such a strange ability. So he wondered if the one who was controlling him was Chu Mo from the previous timeline and how that was possible. Chu Mo called Tianming, but he took back what he uttered, and as he called him Wen Baixuan, he relayed that his memories are fragmented. Tianming revealed his name and that he was a cultivator from 1,000 years ago. He continued that until 20 years ago, he was sealed in an underground cave in the Arctic, and it was he who tempted the leaders of the 4 major sects and initiated the Secret Realm War. Jiang Yutong demanded if Tianming wasn't too honest, and as she asserted that Tianming just answers whatever they ask, she pressed if he could be lying to them. Tianming continued and announced that out of selfish desire, he plunged the earth into a crisis of destruction. He acknowledged that he is the main culprit and he felt deeply ashamed, so he was prepared to atone for it with his death. He contemplated that it was the opposite abilities. He reckoned that he could foresee the future, but Chu Mo could control the past, so that timeline was being constrained to become true history, and he would really die at that rate, so he should stop it immediately as he absolutely refuses. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, Jiang Yutong, and Yu Kaiyan were looking at Tianming with a puzzled look on their faces. Tianming plunged his own hand into his chest using his dark aura. Tianming fell face first on the ground and was lying in his own pool of blood. Yu Kaiyan inquired if Tianming just killed himself like that and if he was really dead. Chu Mo remarked that Tianming seems to be dead, and there were no signs of breathing. On the other hand, in the live broadcast, one of the audience wondered if it was the end and if the big boss, who schemed for 1,000 years, appeared only to cowardly commit suicide. Another stated yes, but there was a feeling of Tianming being manipulated like a puppet on strings. Another declared that the monsters were nearly extinct, and he pondered that Chu Mo was the only one capable of manipulating destiny. And another responded that the other audience was bold and queried if they didn't also want to commit suicide. Back at the secret realm, Jiang Yutong pressed if it could be him and if he did something. Chu Mo informed that he doesn't know and that, to be honest, he is also very confused at the moment. Meanwhile, one of the cultivators swung their sword and cut the last demonic beast in half. He mentioned that it was finally over and probed if it was the last monster. The Secret Realm system notified the cultivators that the 4th Secret Realm mission was completed and they would return to the real world in 1 minute. The system also started ending the live stream broadcast. On the other hand, Chumo was surprised when he saw the sign-in system notification. The sign-in system firstly notified Chumo that it was unable to recognize him, so it was checking, and it notified Chumo that it detected that he had completed the 4th Secret Realm mission, so it would issue the pocket watch, which was a treasure left behind by the 2nd president of the Dongyun Consortium, as a special reward. Chumo demanded if that was also arranged or if it was some kind of change. 3 days later, Chumo was back at the laboratory. He challenged if it was the otherworld stone and how it became like that. Jai Sheng expressed that 3 days ago, the Dongyun Consortium sent people to the deep underground caves in the Arctic to rescue Jing Shan, who was sealed instead of Tian Ming. He noted that they found some lost scriptures there, so they mortified the otherworld stone, and Chu Mo interrogated if it has a new function. Jai Sheng commented that as long as enough energy was prepared, Chu Mo could use the otherworld stone to travel to the world of monsters, and the positioning of the destination could also be ensured to a high degree of accuracy. Chu Mo observed that Jai Sheng did very well and that he should prepare it for him because he wants to go to the monster world as soon as possible. Li Tanling quizzed if he was preparing to go to the monster world at that moment so hastily and where the location was. Chu Mo indicated that they should find the otherworld stone in the world of monsters, and he will end the war. Li Tanling affirmed that the otherworld stone is such an important thing, so the monsters must be guarding it closely, but he announced no, that it might be even guarded by the monster's deity. So it was too risky, and as he raised the query how he ever planned to end the war, Chu Mo conveyed that he can't tell Li Tanling because at that moment, their conversation may also be monitored. Li Tanling voiced uncertainty if he was suspecting Jai Sheng or him and if he considered that they were spies for the monsters, but Jai Sheng uttered that Li Tanling should stop talking because he trusts Chu Mo, and he must have his reasons. But Li Tanling specified that he really wanted to believe in Chu Mo, but since he took control over the Consortium Alliance and the 4 major sects, he has become autocratic, and he was becoming more and more like the Consortium Alliance, but in a more crazed way. Chu Mo recounted that Li Tanling shouldn't stand in his way or he will kill him. He pointed out that Li Tanling's father sacrificed his life to save him, so he shouldn't let his efforts go to waste. He explained that he will also give Li Tanling some advice and think carefully about his father's death. Li Tanling should think about it carefully for him. Jai Sheng yelled at Chu Mo and added that even if it was a joke, what he asserted was too much. He pressed for an explanation if he was okay while Li Tanling reflected that Chu Mo conceded that they can't talk about the mysterious death of Tianming since they might be monitored at the moment, but he did not say it was the monsters monitoring them. Li Tanling contemplated that also with his father's death, he was made a scapegoat by the Consortium Alliance and pushed into the spotlight as a pawn so Chu Mo wasn't guarding against the monsters, as the monsters are just pawns like his father, which made him wonder who or what Chu Mo was fighting against at the moment. The doctors at the lab were all busy working. One of them remarked that the 3rd time charging will begin. He stated that all personnel should take note that if any abnormal data is found, they should report it immediately. They began charging the otherworld stone with energy. Jai Sheng mentioned that to meet the activation conditions of the otherworld stone, temporary blackouts have occurred in at least half of the world's places, and at that time, many people are going to curse at Chu Mo again. Chu Mo responded that it didn't matter, and he inquired if it was the Beast King's palace. Jai Sheng replied yes. He explained that it was the palace where the deity of the monster world resides, and its center was Chu Mo's destination because the otherworld stone of the monster world is stored there. Chu Mo noted that it was convenient because even the map was displayed, and it could save him a lot of time. Jai Sheng queried if he was really not feeling scared at all. He commented that from the monitored data, the guards of the Beast King Palace include over 1,000 monsters with combat power above 300,000, over 50 monsters with combat power above 1 million, and there are 2 monsters with combat power above 10 million. He added that as for the deity of the monster world, the estimated combat power is above 100 million, and Chu Mo remarked that he should let him think. Chu Mo considered that the first sign in reward was the power of the millennial beast, which increases the combat power by 10,000. The second sign in reward was the martial god's battle experience, where normal combat power will be increased by 3 times and in burst mode by 10 times, but that could only be maintained for 10 seconds. The third sign in reward was the golden eyes, which could see through the enemy's weakness and see through all illusions. The fourth sign in reward was the 3-flavor true fire that could continuously strengthen his body, that is cultivated with a nuclear reactor, which increased the combat power by 10,000. And at the 5th sign in reward, there was another guaranteed power of the millennial beast that could increase the combat power by 10,000. He pondered that through martial god's battle experience, the base combat power is doubled, which makes his base combat power 90,000, and he could burst up to 300,000 combat power within 10 seconds. Chu Mo declared that the situation looks quite optimistic and he has a good chance of winning. Jai Sheng asked if he was serious, and Chu Mo laughed and commented that Jai Sheng didn't have to worry that much because he was not going to kill them all. Chu Mo pointed out that as long as he could find an opportunity to reach the otherworld stone, that was enough because by destroying the otherworld stone of the monsters, they won't be able to cheat, thus ultimately increasing the difficulty of the secret realm. Jai Sheng observed that Chu Mo was finally willing to explain his true purpose and wondered if Chu Mo was worried that humanity might lose the next secret realm war. Chu Mo asserted that he can't keep creating miracles forever, and if the monsters keep cheating, failure in the secret realm war is only a matter of time. Jai Sheng acknowledged that he understood, but there was an issue. He clarified that the moment Chu Mo arrives in the monster world, he will be exposed because monsters with over 10,000 years of experience have sensory capabilities that cover all blind spots in the Beast King's palace, so a sudden spatial fluctuation would be very conspicuous. Zhang Yutong voiced that she would be going with Chu Mo and that he should let her be the bait to buy him some time. But Chu Mo responded no. He insisted that Zhang Yutong must stay there because he will do everything he can to destroy the otherworld stone. But he might not be able to come back, and at that moment, Zhang Yutong will need to take on the responsibility of the secret realm war and lead humanity to victory. Ziaju chimed in and suggested that they should leave the bait job to him. Chu Mo probed if Li Tanling sent him and noted that the journey may very likely be one way. Ziaju remarked that the original consortium alliance has already been destroyed by Chu Mo, and his wish has been fulfilled, and he is not the savior of the secret realm. But apart from Chu Mo, his power among humans should be considered among the top, so he should qualify as the bait. Chu Mo agreed and added that they should go together then. The sign and system warned Chu Mo about the danger and requested that he visit the world of monsters only after at least 10 sign-ins. Chu Mo looked at all those notification screens that surrounded him. He ignored them and announced that if he didn't come back, he would request Zhang Yutong to take care of his big sister for him. Chu Mo and Ziaju were transported to the world of monsters. One of the monsters remarked that there were guests coming, and another monster inquired if it was humans and if they were out of their mind. Another monster scoffed and stated that the humans brazenly barged into the Beast King's palace just like that and openly displayed their power without hiding it, so they really have the courage to come there to get themselves killed. Chu Mo was transported to the center of the palace garden. He queried if the teleportation was very accurate and noted that he knew that he shouldn't have believed such nonsense. Chu Mo was quickly surrounded by monsters, and one of them was taken aback when he recognized Chu Mo. Chu Mo confidently took a step forward. The other monsters realized who Chu Mo was, and they all nervously stepped away from him. One of the monsters wondered what they were all doing by giving Chu Mo away to pass by, and as he commented that they should kill Chu Mo, he probed if they didn't even have that much courage to do it. One of the monsters protested and declared that Chu Mo was the strongest savior of humanity, and another monster mentioned that the monster who criticized them should stop his nonsense and suggested that he go kill Chu Mo himself. Lord Zia arrived and announced that in the secret realm battlefield, their beast's power was limited, and they couldn't kill Chu Mo, but she didn't expect him to come and deliver himself to their doorstep like that. Chu Mo observed that he came there to seek peace. Lord Zia scoffed when she heard about peace and pointed out that they didn't need that. But Chu Mo added that he wanted to speak directly with her deity. Lord Zia observed that with Chu Mo's status, he is not worthy of an audience with the deity. And as one of the monsters requested for Lord Zia to allow him to kill the rude human for her, she asked if he was confident that he could kill the strongest savior. The monster explained that if they were in the secret realm, he wouldn't be Chu Mo's match, but it was their world, and in there, killing Chu Mo is as easy as killing a dog. Chu Mo proclaimed that if the monster could land a hit on him, he would kill himself. The monster laughed and exclaimed that it was very good. He declared that Chu Mo should remember what he stated and let him punch him once so he could show him how he would kill himself. He charged towards Chu Mo with his fist that was infused with his dark aura. But before the monster could reach Chu Mo's powerful aura hit him and caused a huge explosion. The monster was shredded into tiny pieces and was falling to the ground like confetti. One of the monsters pressed if the other monster was blown to the point where there was nothing left but ashes and what just happened, to which the other monster answered and added that he didn't see clearly, but fortunately, they didn't prepare to take action against Chu Mo earlier. On the other hand, Lord Zia considered that it was the power of the deity, and she wondered why the deity wanted to stop them from killing Chu Mo. Chu Mo affirmed that he knew that the deity was right there and he could hear and see them, so he would give him exactly 1 minute to think. He demanded that the deity should terminate the secret realm war. Otherwise, he will kill himself at that moment. A blazing flame started to engulf the palace. The deity interrogated if he was threatening him at that moment and if he really believed he wouldn't dare to kill him. Chu Mo acknowledged that as expected, the deity knew his identity. He reiterated that he will repeat it once more that the deity should terminate the secret realm war within 1 minute. He maintained that it was not a threat and he was simply stating his demands. So if his demands are rejected, he doesn't mind dying, and the coordinates will remain in their world forever, broadcasting to the outside world. The Divine Master declared that the secret realm war could not be stopped and would only end when a victor was decided. Chu Mo remarked that he should surrender then. Lord Zia cursed at him and demanded why he dared to speak to the Divine Master like that. The Divine Master remained silent as he considered it. Chu Mo remarked that humans were irrelevant, beastmen were irrelevant, and their war was even more irrelevant. So even if they won the secret war, as long as the coordinates remained in their world, they would only face destruction. A huge explosion erupted. The Divine Master inquired what his true goal was and remarked that he had told him he came for peace. But the Divine Master retorted that he should stop his clumsy performance, as he had been trying to distract them to cover for his companion. He apologized as he inquired if he had heard the sound earlier, and remarked that he was dead. Chu Mo realized that Ziazhu bought some time and misled the Divine Master, reaching that location was almost his limit. The Divine Master inquired what he was doing and told him to stop, but he opened the pocket watch in his hand. The Divine Master stood stunned. In 0.01 seconds, Chu Mo dashed forward. He destroyed the wall of the mansion. At 0.02 seconds, he found the transgression stone. His eyes lit up, but the system warned that the pocket watch was being interfered with by an unknown force and was about to be damaged. He saw that the pocket watch cracked. As he realized it was the Divine Master's power, he inquired how much time was left. At 0.03 seconds, the system notified that the analysis of the transgression stone's weakness was completed. He lunged forward to destroy the stone. He barely created a crack on it. It was really tough. The pocket watch could no longer endure. He pummeled the stone with his punches. At 0.04 seconds, the transgression stone's durability was at 43/100. In 0.05 seconds, the pocket watch sustained damage. While he continued punching, he noticed that the pocket watch was being consumed by a dark aura. He understood that it was going to be too late. A tear in space opened behind him. The Divine Master emerged from it. The transgression stone durability was at 19/100. Chu Mo noticed him and glanced over his shoulder. At 0.06 seconds, the Divine Master struck Chu Mo. He remarked that humans were always so cunning, but his plan of destroying the transgression stone failed. Chu Mo responded no and that his plan succeeded, so from that point onward, they could no longer cheat in the secret realm. The transgression stone shattered as the system notified that its durability reached 0. He added that the Divine Master had a chance to stop him, but he hesitated even for a moment, and he inquired if he was so afraid of the consequences of killing him. Everything fell silent as the mansion disappeared. One of the demonic beasts inquired if the Great Hall had disappeared, and another remarked that the Divine Master had also vanished. Lord Zia reassured them that they shouldn't be alarmed because it was the Divine Master's ability, and he created a separate small world outside of the beast world. He assured them that Chu Mo's threat of spreading the coordinates failed, and victory belonged to them and the Divine Master. Meanwhile, small orbs of aura inside the Great Hall gathered. Chu Mo wondered what it was. Those small orbs slowly recreated the transgression stone. The Divine Master responded that he should have already guessed and explained that those were the shards of the transgression stone. He couldn't believe that it could still be restored when it was damaged to that extent, and the Divine Master acknowledged that he must thank him for walking right into his trap, giving him the chance to kill him. In the next secret realm, without him, humanity was doomed, and Chu Mo raised the concern whether the coordinate would remain in their world. The Divine Master countered by pointing out that the hall was already isolated from the world. Chu Mo sensed the dark aura surrounding the place. He observed that there was nothing but void outside the hall and speculated whether the Divine Master created a separate dimension and transferred them into it. The Divine Master confirmed it. In there, he could kill him and throw his body into the Pale Land so the coordinates on his body wouldn't be able to locate their world. Chu Mo posed the possibility that taking him to the Pale Land to kill him might be the safest course of action, and the Divine Master admitted that it was a valid point. Chu Mo urged him to stop that pointless probing because if he could do it, he would already be dead, and suggested that perhaps to restore the transgression stone, he could only stay in that dimension he created, but he remained uncertain if killing him there would still allow the coordinates to possibly transfer to their world. The Divine Master proposed to test it. Chu Mo laughed and admitted that he intended to intimidate him and infer the situation of the coordinates through his actions. But he apologized because he knew nothing, and the owner of the coordinates was a terrifying invader who treated their world as a meal. He pressed whether the coordinate transfer could be prevented and challenged if he was willing to gamble, while the system notified that the signal was interrupted and it was unable to connect, so it urged him to leave the danger quickly. The Divine Master revealed that he was 90% confident that he could prevent the coordinates from moving, but he didn't want to gamble, and he didn't need to, so he proposed a deal. Chu Mo inquired what the deal was. He acknowledged that Chu Mo had always been treated unjustly on Earth with contempt, insults, mockery, and misunderstandings. He condemned the weak for daring to treat the strong like that and found it laughable. When he questioned whether he really wanted to save all of humanity, he noted that he only cared about his sister and a few close friends. After the Secret Realm War ends, he would bring his loved ones to his world, and he would permanently allocate 10 million square kilometers of land to settle those people, guaranteeing their safety and prosperity, and that of their descendants. In exchange, he must go to the Pale Land and never approach their world again. Chu Mo queried if they couldn't stay on Earth, and the Divine Master laughed and claimed that Earth's only fate was destruction after the Secret Realm War ends, and he challenged whether he would want his sister to be buried along with Earth. Chu Mo stated that he needed time to consider and requested that he disclose everything he knew about the owner of the coordinates, and the real reason he must destroy Earth. The Divine Master realized that he knew nothing, so he agreed and promised to tell him everything for the sake of a fair deal. Meanwhile, Chu Mo wondered what the conditions were for receiving the sign in reward, and the system explained that the transgression stone's power opened a channel, and he entered a plane other than Earth and the Beast World, participating in the Secret Realm War between humans and beastmen. He stated that he was currently in a separate small world, and the entire space was filled with the power of the transgression stone, and he was currently at war with the Divine Master of the Beast World, so he questioned if that met the conditions for receiving the sign in reward. The system calculated and determined that there were insufficient conditions and it needed higher-level commands, but there was no signal connection, and he warned that if he died, all of its prey would escape, and the system recalculated. The Divine Master explained that he didn't know much about the invaders either. They were called the Shadow of Resonance, hunting throughout the Pale Land, madly devouring every world they encountered, and the worlds they invaded ultimately turned into desolation, with no life remaining. However, it was not easy for them to find prey. Chu Mo inquired if that was the reason why they needed coordinates. The Divine Master responded that the Shadow of Resonance deployed many coordinates, but only a very small number of them could reach worlds with life and attach themselves to a living being just like him. Chu Mo wondered why they hadn't reached Earth yet since he already possessed the coordinates. The Divine Master clarified that coordinates alone could not pinpoint Earth's location accurately. As he brought up the Pale Land, he mentioned that he visited it once. The Divine Master elaborated that the human world, beast world, and all the worlds with life were originally independent existences, unable to contact each other until the Pale Land appeared and became a road, or rather, a transfer station. Only by reaching the Pale Land could they jump from one world to another, but they must first find the item that corresponds to that world in the Pale Land. For example, the item corresponding to Earth in the Pale Land could be a small stone, an apple, or a rabbit, and only by finding that item could the Shadow of Resonance enter Earth. Chu Mo remarked that it sounded simple enough. The Divine Master disagreed and added that there were two difficulties because the space of the Pale Land was almost infinite, and the item corresponding to Earth constantly changed. 1 second it might be a stone, the next second it would become a rabbit. A world that existed alone would always be in a state of flux. However, if two worlds were bound together, the items corresponding to both worlds would stop changing. Chu Mo inquired if he was referring to the Secret Realm War. The Divine Master confirmed that the Secret Realm War was initiated by Earth, and the coordinates were also attached to him. And through the Secret Realm War, binding their worlds together allowed them to harvest two prey at once, which was the Shadow of Resonance's plan. Chu Mo recalled that it was the immortal cultivator from 1,000 years ago, Tianming. But the Divine Master chuckled and explained that the power of the coordinates was enough to force him to commit suicide, and altering his thoughts was effortless for it. Chu Mo suggested that since all of that was a conspiracy of the Shadow of Resonance, humans and beastmen should cooperate, so ending the Secret Realm War and unbinding the two worlds was the only way to avoid the invasion of the Shadow of Resonance. But the Divine Master rejected the idea, explaining that humans and beastmen could not cooperate because from the moment the Secret Realm War began, Their worlds were bound together, and the shadow of resonance had already confirmed the general region of their world. So even if they ended the secret realm war and separated the two worlds, they still could not escape their blanket search. There was only one way, and by winning the secret realm war, they could seize Earth's energy resources as fuel and escape that area as far as possible. Chu Mo realized that it was why they wanted to destroy Earth. The Divine Master clarified that seizing Earth's energy would not destroy Earth, nor would it cause casualties to humanity, and what would destroy Earth was the impending shadow of resonance. But Chu Mo countered that for humanity, there was no difference. The Divine Master concluded that he told him everything he wanted to know, and it was a soul contract where he would guarantee the safety of his friends and family, and he must wander the Pale Land forever. He inquired if he would accept the deal. Chu Mo refused. He lamented that it was a pity. Ice formed on Chu Mo's feet and restrained him. It spread up to his torso and onto his face. The Divine Master commented that it would have been better if he accepted the deal. Chu Mo became completely enclosed in a huge block of ice. The Divine Master declared that he would temporarily seal him, and once the transgression stone was restored, he would deal with that trouble, and he would regret refusing him because every human he knew would be destroyed. On the other hand, the system indicated that his life was the second priority condition, so it imported operational variables, and the judgment result was that it was a special secret realm, so the Day 6 sign in reward, Dragon Scale Concentrate, was given. The Divine Master sat beside the transgression stone as he restored it. The particles gathered, and the transgression stone returned to its form. He muttered that it actually took so long. It was such a precise prop that not a single fragment could be missing, and it must be restored exactly to its original form. Finally, the transgression stone was about to be restored. Suddenly, a powerful aura passed by him. A huge explosion occurred. He cursed in surprise. The system notified that it was Day 29 sign-in. He grumbled that he had blasted the transgression stone into even finer powder at that time and inquired if he could still restore it. The Divine Master remarked that not only did he lift the seal, he even deceived his perception in an instant, so coordinates were truly convenient. Chu Mo responded maybe, and he observed that every time he entered the secret realm, he gained new power. That should be the mechanism by which the coordinates maintain the balance of power between humans and beastmen. But he didn't expect that even in that dimension he created, the coordinates could still grant him power. He pondered if the longer he stayed there, the stronger the power granted by the coordinates became. Chu Mo responded that there was only one way to verify his guess, and he should release his dimension. Otherwise, his power might soon surpass his. The Divine Master glared at him. Chu Mo anticipated. He couldn't do it because if he released the dimension, the fragments of the transgression stone would scatter, increasing the difficulty of repair, and if he couldn't repair the transgression stone quickly, it might cause the beastmen to lose the secret realm war. The Divine Master muttered that if he didn't release the dimension, he would lose to him, and Chu Mo wondered if it was a dilemma for him. The Divine Master urged that he should state his demands and probed what he really wanted. Chu Mo replied that he already explained that what he wanted was peace and there should be other options for their worlds besides a fight to the death. The Divine Master insisted that sacrificing Earth to allow the beast world to escape was the method with the highest chance of success, and making both worlds survive simultaneously was almost impossible, and he concluded that they had nothing to talk about then. The Divine Master proposed that in addition to the previous deal, he could increase the number of humans migrating to the beast world to 10 million or 20 million. He could give his sister a position only second to his, and whatever he wanted, they could discuss it. But Chu Mo refused. He wouldn't accept. The Divine Master warned that if that was the case, he would have no choice but to kill him, and he would take a gamble that the coordinates wouldn't transfer. Chu Mo activated his duelist domain. A powerful golden aura surged out of his body. The Divine Master considered if his divine power was being devoured, but he realized that it was more like it was disappearing into thin air, so he contemplated what exactly it was. Chu Mo revealed that the duelist domain was also known as the equality domain, and it was able to forbid all power except physical strength, so they should have a physical fight. A huge explosion occurred. Chu Mo's punch landed on the Divine Master's face. The Divine Master retaliated and gave him a counterpunch. The two of them exchanged explosive blows mid-air. They landed on the ground and created a distance between them. The Divine Master remarked that the equality domain truly lived up to its name because not only did it forbid all power except for physical strength, but even muscle strength was suppressed to its limit. Chu Mo wondered if he missed fighting like a street thug with nothing. The Divine Master claimed that the coordinates granted him the most suitable ability to stall for time. As he hinted if he didn't think that it was too much of a coincidence, He implied that the coordinates wanted to stop him because it was certain that his plan had a high chance of success. Chumo replied that maybe it was true, but he was not interested in his deal. The Divine Master inquired why and urged him to explain what he disliked about the terms of the deal. Chumo revealed that Ire told him quite a bit regarding their world, and it possessed bloodline supremacy, the strong devouring the weak, and chaotic order, and he didn't want his sister living in such a world. The Divine Master chuckled and wondered if that was even a problem. He insisted that he would grant his sister land and power, and in her territory, whatever order she wanted, whatever laws, all humans and beastmen must obey. Chumo argued that he didn't trust him and even a soul contract wasn't necessarily reliable, so he insisted that he would keep his promise. It was his promise as a god. Chumo explained that the kind of god shaped the kind of world, so the chaotic and bloody beast world reflected his true nature, and if he left, he couldn't guarantee their safety. The Divine Master stepped forward. He noted that Chumo was more stubborn than he expected, and it seemed a deal was impossible. He concluded that he couldn't let his power continue to grow, so he should be proud because in order to kill him, a god gambled his own life. As Chumo questioned if the equality domain was broken, he clarified that the domain's effect was still there, so he wondered what he did. The Divine Master explained that being unable to be restricted, unable to be bound, was a deadly poison that could easily kill even a god. Karma. Chumo released the domain. He used the golden eye, but the system notified that it couldn't identify weaknesses. There was a system error, and it was unable to identify it. The Divine Master challenged if he wanted to resist and warned that he could struggle all he wanted, but divine power was no match for karma. No matter how strange his abilities, he would succumb to karma. In an instant, Chumo arrived in a village. He was young, and he yelled that the mute bastards should let go of him and he wouldn't run anymore, so they should let go. A man confirmed that he was their highness, the Holy Sun, as he requested that he not approach the mountain forest again as it was dangerous outside the village. Chumo demanded if he adopted him to trap him in that place forever. The man denied it and explained that it was only temporary, as everything they did was to protect his safety. It was time for dinner, and his sister was waiting for him, so he instructed that he follow him. Chumo and Chuyun sat on a platform while Yanyang was tied up in front of them. He inquired what they wanted and why they kidnapped him and insisted that he never did anything wrong and always lived diligently, so he begged them to let him go. But the man responded that he was 38 years old, and according to verifiable records, since he was 14 years old, he killed a total of 6 people, committed 14 counts of home invasion, and committed 10 counts of rape, and he demanded whether he pleaded guilty. Yanyang admitted that he even changed his name and appearance and wondered if they were the victims' families and if they were trying to lynch him. The man replied that they never met before, so of course they didn't know his victims either. But his sins and fate would be judged by the gods. Yanyang challenged whether the gods were those 2 children and threatened that in just 5 seconds, he could snap their necks. The man warned him not to be disrespectful to the gods because the Holy Son and Holy Daughter were the incarnations of the god of sin, and he implored them to bestow their divine oracle. Chumo and Chuyun remained silent. The man confirmed that the god of sin agreed and offered no further comments. So that night, there was no need for torture, and they must grant the sinner a quick death, and the people accepted the divine oracle. Yanyang cursed them and accused them of being religious fanatics, so he argued that they shouldn't just deny him a chance. Blood spilled. One of the villagers believed that he might be blessed by the god of sin. Blood splattered all over the place. An old man prayed for the god of sin to forgive the child polluted by sin. An old woman pleaded for the god of sin to cleanse the filthy defilement. Yanyang collapsed on the ground and lay in a pool of his own blood. The man retrieved a bowl filled with his blood. He declared that all sins would be attributed to the god of sin. The blood that was poured on Chumo trickled down his face. It was an ordinary day in Pingan village, and at 6:30 the villagers gradually woke up. At 7, the villagers conducted morning prayers, confessing their sins and cleansing their wrongdoings. At 8, they built the altar and prepared for the annual ceremony. At 12, they welcomed the honored guests from outside the village, and the hustle and bustle of the world disrupted the tranquility of Pingan village, which was also an annual event. At 2 p.m. it was rest time. Chumo stated that the ceremony was about to begin, and Chuyun confirmed that she knew because of the way those guests looked at them. They already viewed them as food. He wondered if they could really escape. She explained that she took advantage of the commotion caused by his escape the other day and made preparations. The cruise ship that those guests arrived on was their only chance to leave the island, and they would definitely leave that place. Suddenly, the Divine Master appeared. He observed that it was probably the most dangerous moment for Chu Mo across all timelines, and he only had one chance to make a move, so he absolutely could not be detected by the coordinates. The villagers claimed that the Holy Son and Holy Daughter had both disappeared, and they should go find them quickly. They insisted that the ceremony was about to begin and the guests were all waiting. The man inquired where the guards were and if they just let them run, and his assistant replied that he was unconscious and it was like he had been drugged. The man remarked that it was really worrisome because it was the last day, and he wondered where they believed they could run to. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. One of the villagers exclaimed that there was a fire and someone should quickly put it out. But more explosions followed. A trapped old man pleaded to be saved. An old lady believed that it must be divine punishment. One of the guests cursed divine punishment and called them bastards. They mentioned that the road out of the village was blocked. Meanwhile, Chu Mo complained that he couldn't breathe, and Chu Yun urged that he should hang in there because the ship was just ahead. She noticed the religious fanatic and concluded that it was impossible to communicate with him. But the traps and fuels were all used up, and she had no weapons to resist. No matter what, at least Chu Mo must live on. The man demanded that she should come over there and wondered if she wouldn't abandon Chu Mo and run away. She agreed. Her eyes were filled with determination. She declared that they should go to hell together. The two of them were consumed by the flames, but she was startled when the flames suddenly disappeared. And it didn't look like a village either, so she questioned what that place was. The man revealed that it was the god of sin manifesting, but his head suddenly disappeared. The Divine Master denounced them as filthy things, and she recognized that he was really the god of sin. He clarified that he was a god but not the god of sin she mentioned, and he only came for Chu Mo. She urged him to wait. As she wondered if he wanted a sacrifice too, she volunteered that if he needed them, he should let her be the one. The Divine Master explained that harming Chu Mo might cause the coordinates to be transferred, which he didn't want to see, so he only had one goal, to kill her and complete the deal with the future Chu Mo. Chu Yun inquired if he was from the future. He remarked that she was the human Chu Mo cared about the most and also the reason he refused to deal with him. So if she died in the past, Chu Mo would no longer harbor any attachment to the human world. She wondered aloud if he couldn't be a little more generous since he was a god and why he was doing bad things. He responded that he was just helping Chu Mo to make the right choice. But suddenly, his attack was blocked. He demanded how that was possible and muttered that it was the power of the coordinates. He speculated whether two coordinates were existing at the same time. But he corrected himself, noting that it was not right because that power was exactly the same as what Chu Mo used, so she must have been the first host of the coordinates, and afterward, the coordinates were transferred to Chu Mo. He sneered at how ridiculous that fate's mockery was or if all his actions were still within the coordinates' calculations. On the other hand, Chu Yun wondered what the sign and system was. The system indicated that it experienced a malfunction. Connection error, time error, and data error. It rebooted and confirmed that the sign and count of 29 times was verified and she was currently in a secret realm environment, so she could sign in again. The day 30 sign and reward skill was Star Annihilation, and she considered that it was a strange feeling and was so scary. The Divine Master warned that she should not use the power of the coordinates, and it was her body's warning to her because what she just received in an instant was the power that Chu Mo spent months obtaining. And if she used that power, her body would completely collapse, and she would die. She accused that he was just like the priest of the god of sin and they were all the same. They just wanted to use her and Chu Mo and wanted to hurt them. He clarified that she misunderstood, so she should wait. But she already lunged at him and delivered a punch. He sighed and observed that in terms of being short-tempered, she and Chu Mo were no different, but she should listen to him carefully. But suddenly, a crack appeared in his back. The crack quickly spread through his entire body. He cursed and demanded what was going on and if it was the damage from the punch earlier. A powerful light exploded and obliterated his body after he took Chu Yun's punch. She wondered if the evil god died just like that. If she was going to die too. She looked at her hands and observed. The realm she was in faded. Suddenly, she was at the seashore at the village, and she murmured that she was back. She questioned if it was a dream earlier, but she concluded no because something was not right and she couldn't feel her body. The system informed her that she was deceased, and her vital signs disappeared, so there was an error in data, and it was transferring, searching for a new host. She was not dead, but she was not alive either, so she pondered if she was a ghost and what she was. Chu Mo suddenly called her. As he brought up what happened earlier, he mentioned that his head hurt and he was so worried when he woke up and she was gone. She assured that it was okay because they were already safe, so they should go home. He wondered where they have a home and if she meant the orphanage, but she clarified no and that they would have won a safer place. The rescue team arrived at the island. One of them called the Rescue Team 18 and informed that survivors were found on the beach. It was a boy, unconscious but still breathing. Only one survivor was found. Chu-yun looked at herself. She appeared translucent. A few moments later, at the police station, one of the officers explained that the cult village buys 2 orphans, a boy and a girl, from the orphanage every year as the holy son and holy daughter, and for a year they offer the blood of sinners to them. At the end of every year, the cult village holds a cannibalistic feast, and the invited guests include many wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials. It was rumored that eating their flesh and blood will bring the blessing of miracles. The other officer clicked his tongue and muttered that in the end, they were all burned to death. But the first officer wondered if fire really was an accident, and added that Chu Mo says nothing and he is not cooperating at all. The other officer commented that it doesn't matter anymore because there are many people who don't want the case to be investigated further, so they should just close the case as an accidental fire. Meanwhile, Chu-yun was in the room with Chu Mo. She reassured that it was okay and they would be able to leave soon. Time passed, and they were let out of the precinct. An old lady inquired if he was renting a house alone, and he replied no, it was 2 people, he and his sister. She questioned if there were 2 people. Chu-yun confirmed yes and she is his sister. The old lady acknowledged that she was right. There were 2 people, and she apologized and explained that her eyesight is bad, so she didn't notice her earlier. She could give them a discount as 2 kids were renting a house. The 2 of them tried to make a living by selling fruits. One of the people remarked that it was not easy, while another noted that he had no parents and needed to work to support himself. But someone shushed them and whispered that they heard people say that they were adopted by a cult before and killed many people, so getting close to them will bring misfortune, and they deserve it for being so miserable. Chu Mo mentioned that they didn't make enough money that month. It was not enough to pay rent, as many people are talking bad about them behind their backs and their old customers don't come anymore. But Chu-yun advised that he shouldn't worry about what others think and she will figure something out about the rent. When they grew up, Chu Mo declared that he was not going to college and he was going to work. Otherwise, she would be too tired. But she questioned what he was talking about and insisted that he didn't need to worry about the tuition as she recently found a high-paying job. Chu Mo called her and pleaded that she shouldn't go. He returned to the present time. He remarked that the system's plan is really amazing, and only by signing in for 30 days could he kill the Divine Master. But that meant that he would gain power beyond their control. So it arranged for his sister to complete the 30th day sign-in in the past, killing the Divine Master. But the price was death as she couldn't maintain the power, and the system transferred to him. The system clarified that his sister never truly died, but he countered that she is not alive in a normal way either, and the system explained that it was because the beast god altered the timeline. His sister exists in a state of both life and death. She cannot be touched and cannot be observed. Chu Mo argued that many people have seen his sister and Jiang Yutong could also touch her, and the system replied that it has the ability to observe everything in the world. As host, his observation of Chu-yun determines her state. He acknowledged that in his mind, she is still alive, so others will also perceive her as living. But he realized what it meant. It was the only thing that could keep his sister alive. It was threatening him, and if it wanted, it could make his sister die instantly. The system clarified that it was not a threat as all variables have been handled. The beast god was dead, and the collapsing domain will transform eternally. Chu Mo speculated if it intended to trap him there, and it confirmed that he currently lacks the power to break the seal, so both the beast world and the human world will become nourishment for the shadow of resonance. He is a very interesting host, and observing him has been a pleasure. But their journey ends there, so it will accompany him into eternal slumber. Good night, sweet dreams. 2 years later, the Levite village of the beast world was attacked. One of the men exclaimed that the beasts were catching up, and another remarked that they can't escape, so they have to fight. A beast wondered if it was just the 2 of them. He mocked that they were too weak. More beasts showed up, and they killed more cultivators. Blood was spilled in the village. One of the beasts sneered if it was all the cultivators got and lamented that they disappointed him. A hunter complained that the beast killed them too quickly, so there were no survivors left. Ash queried how they were supposed to interrogate them about the other fugitives, reminding him if there weren't still those villagers. The village chief insisted that they don't know anything. The beast inquired if he was the village chief and challenged him for daring to harbor and shield cultivators and the remnants of the Dongyan conglomerate. He reached out to grab one of the villagers. He threatened that the chief should tell him where they are. The chief repeatedly pleaded that he didn't know, so he should let her go. The beast scoffed that it doesn't matter if he doesn't know. He crushed the villager in his hand. The chief cursed that he is a bastard. The beast declared that he has many companions, so he will kill every single one of his villagers, his family, one by one, so he could take his time. On the other hand, some villagers managed to escape into the desert. One of them urged that they must inform Ire immediately because she spends most of her time digging at that stone, and it was just up ahead. They were almost there. Ire has been digging for almost a year, and he wondered if that stone was really that important. The other villager questioned how he would know. One of the hunters mentioned that letting them escape was worth it, and the other explained that Ire was the beast that follows Chu Mo. It seems that they were not far from their true target. Chu Mo's sister, Chu Yun, is the perfect queen cell fusion, so it is currently the conglomerate alliance's top priority. Meanwhile, Ire was at the stone. She dug into it. She raised his fist. She gave it a punch and shattered it. A small portal emerged. Chu Mo came out of it. He fell from the sky. He was unconscious. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. A huge explosion occurred. The beast remarked that Ire was hiding there and she remained the same good-for-nothing as before. Ire coughed as she crashed on the ground. One of the beasts remarked that the humans were too timid because, to deal with such trash, they were actually being so cautious and calling all of them over. One of the hunters mentioned that back on Earth, Ire displayed immense power, and they didn't know why she became so weak at that time, while the other speculated that perhaps it had something to do with Chu Mo's disappearance. The beast questioned what was so special about the human savior, and whether he was worth her betrayal. She retorted that he was a bastard, and she had nothing to say to him. He reminded that the weak race she protected, after her betrayal, their lives became even more miserable than before, and the octopus under her command turned into takoyaki. It was all her fault, and he pressed if she didn't feel any guilt towards them. She responded that in that world, they would never live a good life. He chuckled and agreed, then revealed that the brief preferential treatment she received before was only because she could carry out the mission of infiltrating Earth, and once she completed the mission and was no longer useful, everything would return to normal. Weak trash had no way out and no future. She declared that she would find a better future for them. He demanded what she was relying on and challenged if she believed Chu Mo could save her and all those inferior demons. He disappeared already, and he was most likely dead, so she should go die with him too. Suddenly, one of the hunters urged him to wait and stated that they needed information. The beast agreed and declared he would let the traitor live a little longer. The hunter expressed deep gratitude. He recounted that those rabbits told him that Ire lived there for almost a year, and he inquired what she had been doing there. She claimed that she didn't know, and he insisted that he only wanted to know information related to those humans. Those rabbits were still alive at the moment, but if she didn't tell the truth, he would kill them all. And he pressed if it was worth sacrificing the lives of demons to protect the secret of humans. He argued that after living in that desolate place for almost a year, he didn't believe that she was there on vacation, so it was probably related to Jiang Yutong, Li Tanling, or Chu Mo's sister. He warned that he didn't have much patience, so he would only give her one chance to tell him, and he demanded what exactly she had been doing there. Suddenly, he noticed the small portal behind him. He identified the power. Chu Mo explained that Ire stayed there to release his seal. The hunter's upper body disintegrated in an instant. Chu Mo affirmed that he knew at that point. Ire stood beside Chu Mo and glanced over the others. The beast insisted that it was impossible. One of the hunters inquired if Chu Mo was still alive, while the other urged that they should leave and quickly send the message out. Chu Mo remarked that the Consortium Alliance's hunters also came to the demon beast world, so it seemed that a lot happened while he was asleep. The beasts were alarmed as they couldn't move. Chu Mo moved towards one of the beasts. The beast questioned why he suddenly appeared and what the situation with the Divine Lord was. Chu Mo stated that he was already dead. The beast refused to believe that the Divine Lord was dead. Chu Mo interrogated if the Consortium Alliance was rekindled and how the hunters entered the demon beast world and colluded with the demon beasts if they grew bold, and if they dared to capture his sister. The hunter scoffed and retorted that he wouldn't tell him, but Chu Mo challenged if he believed he could keep secrets from him. He demanded that he should tell him how they entered the demon beast world and if they used the Dongyan Consortium's boundary stone. The hunter explained that the secret realm war ceased and was distorted, becoming a passage, and they entered the demon beast world through the passage. Suddenly, the system issued a warning that the host awakened early. Chu Mo acknowledged that the system finally arrived. Ash wondered if the shadow of resonance arrived yet, and the system confirmed that the backup plan was confirmed and it would be freezing all check-in rewards. The rewards were all gathered and were sealed at Chu Mo's core. Chu Mo endured the pain, and a dark substance crawled into his skin. One of the hunters wondered what was going on and if he could move, while the other observed that Chu Mo looked strange, so they should escape. But the beast objected. They should take that opportunity to kill him. They all attacked. Chu Mo insisted that the system shouldn't interfere. It should open. A powerful golden light burst out of his body. The hunters and the beasts were blinded by it. Chu Mo coughed and gasped for air after he released it. The system warned that he shouldn't do anything, shouldn't change anything, and shouldn't use his abilities because every time he used the check and reward abilities, it would accelerate his death. It served as a warning. One of the villagers remarked if it was humanity's strongest savior, and observed that even though he was unconscious, his aura was impressive. One of them inquired what Ayer's relationship with him was, how they knew each other, and whether he would really help them because, after all, he was a human. Ayer suddenly demanded what they were doing and who permitted them to gather there and cause a ruckus. The villagers became scared of her and hopped away. One of them muttered that she was so scary. Suddenly, Chu Mo noted that there were so many rabbits and wondered where that place was. Ayer explained that it was Labite village and he had been asleep for half a day. She checked if he was all right. Ash confirmed that he was fine and questioned how she found him. She responded if he wasn't stating the obvious and reminded that the day she arrived on Earth, he forced her into a pet contract. And after that, she could sense his location at any time. And the most annoying thing was that every time he was injured, she took half the damage. Just like when he suddenly collapsed, she almost fainted too. He apologized and admitted that he had been a burden to her. But she insisted no and urged that he shouldn't say that because she was getting goosebumps. She wondered what kind of relationship they had and concluded that there was no need to say such things, as it was quite frightening. He explained that it was different at that time because from that point onward, every time he used his power, he would suffer backlash, and in the worst-case scenario, it could even lead to death. She appeared horrified. He assured her that she shouldn't worry because he would find a way to break their contract. She objected. There was no need to break the contract. He questioned if she really wanted to remain as his pet forever and even die with him, and she affirmed that if she shared the damage, he could use his power more often. That way, perhaps they could save the little rabbits of Labite village, other weak demons, and the humans on Earth. She emphasized that she needed his power. She needed the invincible Chu Mo. He wondered what happened while he was asleep, and she explained that she didn't know much. After he left, the Secret Realm War ended. It began to twist and distort, becoming a path between the demon world and Earth, and with the help of high-ranking demons, the Consortium Alliance destroyed the Dongyun conglomerate, and the 4 major sects and stole the Boundary Stone. They killed many people, and the survivors scattered and fled, some hiding on Earth, others sneaking into the demon world. The Consortium Alliance and the high-ranking demons seemed to believe that a terrifying enemy was about to arrive, and they would indiscriminately kill all humans and demons. Chu Mo questioned how they knew about the shadow or resonance and whether it could be that the Divine Lord told his confidants in advance. Ayer clarified that according to Li Tanling's investigation, to escape the disaster, the high-ranking demons and the Consortium Alliance cooperated and devised a plan, and in the end, only a small number of demons and members of the Consortium Alliance would survive. All other living beings would die. Chu Mo declared that he would stop them, and he asked if she knew where his sister, Jiang Yutong, and Li Tanling were hiding at that time. She responded that she didn't know as they were hiding very well, but there were clues, and the rabbits had been helping to hide the cultivators, and she knew where the nearest location was. On the other hand, Yu Qianyan was in one of the hiding locations. They were surrounded by hunters. President Su warned that her resistance was futile, and they didn't care, so she should just reveal where Chu Mo's sister was and he would spare all of them. But she retorted that he was a shorty and he should shut up. A test subject was kept in a glass container. She remarked that his secretary informed him there was significant progress in extracting and fusing the cells, and he wondered if it was because of the recently captured test subject number 4. The doctor confirmed it and noted his compatibility with the Queen's cells was 80%, the highest so far, and he expressed surprise that those failed products they once discarded still had such great use. She inquired whether the extracted fusion agent was tested on the hunters, and the doctor responded that live testing occurred that very day, and the effect turned out 3 times stronger than before. She questioned whether the effects were truly 3 times different, and recalled that the highest compatibility rate among the previously captured test subjects was 70%. The doctor explained that the higher the compatibility of the test subject, the better the effect, but mentioned another issue. Currently, the fusion agent could only be synthesized in the lab, resulting in small quantities and high costs, so mass production in factories was impossible. President Xi responded that he did not care about the cost, and the small quantity was irrelevant because after arriving in the demon beast world, the hunters grew stronger in the high-energy environment. But it was still not enough as they needed elites capable of rivaling high-ranking demon beasts. The doctor wondered whether the demon beasts were going to attack them. President Xi stated that it was still safe for the time being because the demon beast's boundary stone was destroyed, and to escape the crisis, they needed the boundary stone in their possession. However, after resolving the crisis, if they lacked the power to match the demon beasts, he questioned what outcome awaited them. They were running out of time. The doctor acknowledged that to grant the hunters the strength of high-ranking demon beasts, he required more test subjects, and he lamented that most of the test subjects were hidden by the Dongyun conglomerate. The most important test subject, Chu Yun, had an estimated compatibility rate of over 95%. President Xi affirmed that every corner of the Earth was under their surveillance, and in the demon beast world, hunters injected with the fusion cells would soon be able to easily kill cultivators. They would have nowhere to hide. Back at the hiding location, a hunter used his skill. He pierced it into a cultivator's chest. The cultivator whimpered and coughed up blood. More hunters killed cultivators, and the place descended into chaos. A few moments later, the fight ended, and the corpses of the cultivators were stacked on top of each other. President Su chuckled and observed that the effects of the fusion agent number 4 were truly extraordinary, and he wondered if she was really going to keep it up. To protect an outsider, her sect's legacy would end that day, but she insisted that if she surrendered to him and betrayed her friends, the legacy of the Donghua Heavenly Gate would truly be over. He declared that since they refused to speak, they should kill them all, and he refused to believe otherwise because in the face of death, there would always be someone willing to talk. The hunters agreed. Suddenly, a rabbit rushed toward the scene. It hopped toward the hunters. They questioned where it came from. President Su muttered that he must be seeing things, and he speculated whether it was Chu Mo standing on the rabbit's head. Meanwhile, Chu Mo wondered if it had arrived. He noted that it seemed he arrived just in time. President Su instructed that they should inform headquarters immediately, and the news of Chu Mo's appearance must be spread. The two of them should escort him away immediately while the rest of them stopped Chu Mo. One of the hunters wondered if they should stop Chu Mo and remarked that it was a joke. But another hunter questioned if they wanted to run and reminded them to think about the bombs in their bodies, the penalty, and their families. He challenged if they had any way out. One of the hunters cursed, and the other insisted that they were all going to die anyway, so they should fight. But in an instant, the hunter was decapitated. Chu Mo completed the battle within 0.01 seconds. He speculated that maybe he could minimize the system's backlash that way, but the power control won't be precise enough. He originally intended to leave more survivors for interrogation. President Su shrieked in pain as he agonized over his leg and accused that Chu Mo was a bastard. Chu Mo remarked that he showed him mercy and gave him a way out when he actually tried to capture his sister while he was away. President Su chuckled, and he challenged if he was threatening him and if he believed he would compromise. Chu Mo stated that he could see that body of his seemed to be just a backup. But when he found his main body, he hoped he could still be so tough. President Su declared that he doesn't know anything and he will be buried with his companions and Earth. His body self-destructed. Chu Mo regretted that it was too bad and he should have left someone else for interrogation. He inquired if she knew his sister's situation. She informed that his sister is with Jiang Yutong and she is safe, but perhaps only Li Tanling knows her location. And he speculated if he also came to the demon beast world. She confirmed yes, and they were all there to reclaim the boundary stone. He questioned if they had figured out the Consortium Alliance's plan at that point. She clarified that, to be precise, it was the demon beast's plan, and to escape the coming enemy, they wanted to use Earth as fuel to push the demon beast world away from its current location at the cost of destroying Earth. But their boundary stone has been destroyed, so they need the Consortium Alliance's boundary stone. That is why they are cooperating with the Consortium Alliance, so the Consortium Alliance, to survive, will migrate to the demon beast world and destroy Earth. He concluded that it was definitely something they would do, and he coughed up blood. She expressed concern over what was wrong with him and offered that she could use healing magic. He declined and explained that there was no need. It was just a little after effect. The system warned that ignoring the warning comes at a price. He questioned why they insist on devouring Earth and the demon beast world like locusts, and it explained that it was to survive. A hunter repeatedly contacted Base B2 and urged them to respond. Another hunter inquired whether there was still no response, and he confirmed. Since 10 a.m. that morning, they lost contact with both Base B1 and B2, though the signal remained perfectly normal. The other hunter wondered if they could have been attacked by cultivators. He dismissed the idea, claiming that with those worthless pieces of trash, just running away would have taken all their effort, and expressed concern about the demonic beasts possibly changing their attitude towards them. The other cultivator speculated that maybe Chu Mo's undead returned for revenge. Ash brushed it off and remarked that it was not funny. He then told him to relax, stating he was only joking. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted. Chu Mo demanded that he reveal everything he knew about the Consortium Alliance's leaders and the location of each base. He responded that the information about the leaders was highly classified, so he knew nothing, but he provided the coordinates of the other bases' locations. Chu Mo ended his life. He muttered that it was out of control again. His pinky already started to go numb, and it would not be long before he completely lost feeling in it. Yu Qianyan observed that he was injured again. He assured her not to worry about it, saying he would recover soon, and since they knew the location of the next base, they should proceed. She advised that he take a break because they had already destroyed 3 bases that morning, and his body, his after effects, were not that simple. He argued that the Consortium Alliance was trying to capture his sister at all costs, so with every base he destroyed, his sister became safer, and with her whereabouts unknown, it was all he could do. Yu Qianyan pointed out that he was only targeting the Consortium Alliance and asked if he was not worried about the demonic beasts. He revealed that Ire informed him the demonic beasts were not fully cooperating with the Consortium Alliance in capturing cultivators, and they never considered her a threat. She appeared shocked. He questioned if she was unwilling to accept the truth and how long she thought she could stay hidden with demonic beasts over 10,000 years old conducting a full-scale search. He admitted that he did not know what they were thinking, but insisted it did not matter, and destroying the Consortium Alliance as quickly as possible would not only protect his sister, but also allow him to seize the Boundary Stone and stop the demonic beast's escape plan. Meanwhile, President Su went to meet President Shi. He checked if he received the news and shared that his spare body was destroyed by Chu Mo the other day, but he remained unfazed. President Su clarified that he was referring to Chu Mo and confirmed that the guy was still alive. President Shi acknowledged and noted that Chu Mo had destroyed 5 bases since that morning. President Su exclaimed whether that was not even worse and stressed that they had been recklessly slaughtering cultivators and trying to capture his sister, so he bore hatred to the bone, and if he found them, they would be dead. President Shi asked if he thought they were safe before and explained that the demonic beasts were not sincerely cooperating with them, because if they were fully cooperative, they would have found Chu Mo's sister long ago. He added that the beasts also wanted to locate the Boundary Stone. If they found the Boundary Stone, they would kill them immediately, but he stated that the situation was different at the moment as they now had a common enemy again. He asked if he considered that a crisis and argued that, on the contrary, it was a good thing, and he arranged a meeting, so he should attend and they should go meet the demonic beasts.